Hey, Buggy, wake up. Buggy, come on, wake up. Through a haze of confusion, Buggy heard a voice ringing out right beside his ear. With great effort, he forced his eyes open and saw a young man anxiously calling his name, shaking him vigorously. A straw hat covered the young man's fiery red hair, making him look instantly familiar. Thank goodness. I was afraid you wouldn't wake up. By the way, how did you suddenly fall into the sea? Were you too upset? Well, after what happened with the captain yesterday. The young man sighed. Anyway, we should leave Low Town as soon as possible. Buggy steadied himself, fixed his gaze on the person before him, and called out, Shanks. His voice was tinged with uncertainty. It's me. Are you feeling all right? Do you want me to take you to see a doctor? Shanks asked with genuine concern. I'm fine, really. For a moment there, I thought I was a goner. Thanks to you, I made it. As Buggy spoke, he tried to sit up. As he pressed his hand to the ground, he suddenly noticed that he was clutching something tightly in his right hand. That broken compass in your hand. You must have grabbed it instinctively while you were in the water. When I pulled you out, I saw you were holding onto it for dear life, so I didn't try to take it away, Shanks explained, watching Buggy carefully. Buggy looked down at the compass in his hand and gently opened the lid. The needle inside spun restlessly. His expression grew heavy, as if he'd suddenly remembered something important. A few seconds ago, or perhaps even longer, Buggy had found himself in a shadowy, cavernous hall, facing a burly man whose face was covered in thick beard, eyes large and fierce as a bull's, dressed in the garb of an ancient official. You are dead, the burly man said in a deep, resounding voice. I'm dead. Buggy was momentarily at a loss. Yes, you're dead, the man confirmed with finality. But why did I die? Buggy hadn't even had time to panic. All he felt was confusion. In fact, you weren't supposed to die. But yesterday, our book of life and death system was hacked by a bored monkey. Although we managed to fend off its attack in the end, the system glitched, and so you died. Hearing this bizarre explanation, Buggy, instead of panicking, felt a strange calm. After all, he'd read plenty of novels and immediately grasped the situation. So, is there any compensation? Buggy asked matter-of-factly, without hysteria or confusion, just a straightforward question. The burly man paused for a moment, then nodded. You're quite the character, but it's good you can keep your composure. Originally, your time wasn't up. By rights, you should have been able to return to life. However, because of the delay caused by the system glitch yesterday, a new issue cropped up. In short, time got messed up, so for now, you can't go back. But don't worry. The underworld has long since prepared a full set of contingency plans for just such special circumstances. You only need to make a choice. At this moment, under Bucky's steady gaze, the bearded man seemed a bit ill at ease. How should I choose? Bucky, having come to terms with his predicament, continued in a calm tone. You have two options. First, I can use the transmigration system to reshape your body and send you to live in a parallel world. Second, I can use the reincarnation system to let you start over in an anime world. These two choices took Bucky by surprise. Could you explain in more detail? He didn't rush to decide and pressed for more information. It's simple. If you choose transmigration, no matter which parallel world or area you go to, you'll keep the exact same body you have now. Beyond that, everything else will be up to you to face alone. If you choose reincarnation, you'll enter an anime world. However, I can't guarantee which world, what time period, or even who you'll become. Because of this uncertainty, you'll get a chance at a lucky draw as compensation. Bucky asked again, can you tell me what prizes might be in the draw? The bearded man answered directly. The prizes are all items from fictional worlds. Some might be powerful artifacts. Others could be utterly useless junk. It's all down to luck. Upon hearing this, Bucky fell silent. He realized that if he chose transmigration, he would have to start over in an unfamiliar era with nothing but his 30-something-year-old body and no particular advantage. But if he chose reincarnation, while the risks were great, there was at least a glimmer of hope. At last, Bucky made up his mind and declared, I choose reincarnation. Then let's start the draw. With a broad sweep of his hand, the bearded man summoned a glowing box before Bucky. Bucky reached out and tapped the draw button. Instantly, a surge of power swept him and the item he'd won into an unknown world. As he recalled everything that had happened, Bucky gripped the compass in his hand, his heart pounding with excitement. He had actually been reborn into the world of One Piece, becoming the timid and trouble-shy Captain Buggy. Luckily, it was only the year 1498, and he was just 14 years old, still young, with plenty of time to change Buggy's fate. Even more importantly, he still held the compass in his hand, a compass with a distinctly 17th-century Central European style, instantly familiar at a glance. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the very compass that Captain Jack carried in Pirates of the Caribbean. In this world, such an item was as valuable as a legendary artifact. Sorry, Shanks. A lot has happened lately. Bucky looked up at Shanks and spoke slowly. By the way, what are your plans for the future? Shanks thought for a moment, a glimmer of anticipation lighting up his eyes. I want to find companions who truly belong with me, for my own pirate crew, and then, just like a captain, sail freely on adventures across the sea. Buggy, would you be willing to go with me? Faced with an invitation from someone who would one day become an emperor of the sea, Buggy was genuinely tempted. After all, he was well aware of Shanks' future achievements. But what Buggy desired even more was to live a life of his own choosing. Given this rare second chance, he didn't want to waste it simply by living in someone else's shadow. Shanks, I understand what you're saying, but our goals are different. What I seek isn't the same as what you're after. I'll also go out and find my own companions and create a pirate crew of my own. I hope that, someday, somewhere out on the sea, we'll meet again. When that day comes, let's have a proper duel. And after the fight, let's share a hearty drink together. Buggy stood up, gazed resolutely at Shanks, and extended his hand. Buggy, you really have changed. But that's a good thing. I'm glad to see it. Then it's settled. I'll be looking forward to that day. Shanks burst out laughing and shook Buggy's hand firmly. With those words, he turned and strode confidently toward the harbor. I'm looking forward to that day, too. Take care. Buggy watched Shanks' departing figure, took a deep breath, and then flipped open the lid of his compass, watching the needle closely. This time, unlike before, the needle didn't spin wildly. Instead, it turned a couple of times before settling steadily in one direction. When he saw the needle pointing toward Lowtown, Buggy didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately set off in that direction. A little over an hour later, on a beach on the far side of Lowtown, Buggy spotted a lone figure standing tall and straight. Who's there? The person didn't turn around but spoke first, his voice firm and unwavering. My name is Buggy. Are you interested in becoming a pirate? I'd like to invite you to join my crew. Buggy mustered his courage and called out to the figure. Why are you inviting me? I don't know you, and I don't think we've ever met. Surprised by this unexpected invitation, Buggy asked in confusion. The other man slowly turned. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on Buggy. Maybe you didn't notice me, but I saw you yesterday. I found something special in your eyes, the strength and resolve that belongs to those destined for greatness. Isn't it every ambitious captain's duty to invite a future powerhouse to join his crew? Buggy countered. Maybe so, but why should I accept your invitation? What's your goal? Are you after the One Piece too? The man shook his head and continued. I have no reason to force you to accept. I'm just extending an invitation. Whether you take it or not is up to you. Besides, I have no intention of seeking the One Piece. Captain, Roger's dreams were never the same as my interests. Those glittering treasures hold no allure for me. The One Piece is the dream he left for those who long for freedom. Though it truly exists, it isn't what I desire. My ideal is simple, to lead my crew across the open seas, to fill an ordinary life with color and excitement. Of course, making some money along the way wouldn't hurt. As he finished speaking, Buggy shook his head gently, making his answer clear. The other man smiled and said, The age of pirates has begun, and with it, opportunities will arise. I have my own plans, and I hadn't intended to accept any invitations. But your answer is intriguing. If fate allows us to meet again, and you can prove yourself a worthy captain, I'll reconsider. My name is Dracula Myhawk. With that, Myhawk leaped lightly onto a small boat moored at the shore, unfurled the sail, and drifted away. He didn't say another word, nor did he look back. Buggy turned and left the beach behind him. The invitation had failed, just as Buggy expected. Yet the challenge Myhawk proposed caught him off guard. Buggy never liked being tested, but if his examiner was to become one of the 7 warlords, perhaps it was worth considering. Still, proving oneself a worthy captain isn't just a matter of individual strength. There are surely more trials ahead. But the more difficult the challenge, the more it piqued Buggy's curiosity, for only then does life feel truly meaningful. Upon returning to Lowtown, Buggy spent his last coins at a shop, buying a map of the East Blue. He studied it intently before heading to the port. The Duchy of Distan is a mid-sized nation in the East Blue, and the only place in the region that borders the Red Line. There have long been rumors that if one could cross the Red Line, it was possible to reach the Kingdom of Kaba in the North Blue from Distan. Yet almost no one ever attempts such a reckless and perilous feat. The Duchy of Distan is famous for producing an extremely rare spice, one of only 2 sources in the world. The other is a primeval forest, bordering the Red Line. In East Blue markets, this edible spice, known as celestial fragrance, fetches up to 100,000 berries per gram. Adored by the celestial dragons, its price in other seas is even higher, at times driven up to more than 1,000,000 berries per gram. On black markets across the other 3 great seas, a single gram has been sold for nearly 10 million berries, a staggering fortune. Smuggling such a luxury across the red line could indeed mean overnight riches. Yet true tales of successful crossings are nearly non-existent. Most who tried met with disaster. It could be said that the Grand Line is the graveyard of pirates, while the Red Line has become the burial ground for mountain bandits. As the mysteries of the Grand Line have gradually been unveiled, people have discovered trade routes that are farther away, yet comparatively safer. Thus, the wild notion of crossing the Red Line has slowly faded from people's minds. After setting his goal, Buggy devised a preliminary plan. His first step was to invite a future great swordsman to join his crew, a swordsman who was at that time still in Lowtown. Buggy had originally planned to travel with him, journeying across the world in search of more companions. Unfortunately, that swordsman preferred a life of solitary wandering and did not agree to join. For the time being, they merely arranged to meet again in the future. With this, Buggy was forced to adjust his original plan. The Principality of Distant became Buggy's first stop. Buggy intended to earn his first fortune there by trading in heavenly fragrance, and at the same time, hoped to hone his abilities amidst the complex local terrain. In a world where strength is revered, dreams alone are far from enough. Only true power allows one to stand tall. As a devoted anime fan, Buggy wasn't exactly an otaku, but he remembered the storylines of his favorite series with exceptional clarity. He knew precisely how to tailor his training to fit his own circumstances. In fact, on his journey to Distant, Buggy had already laid out a meticulous training regimen for himself. Upon entering the primeval forest, famed for its abundance of heavenly fragrance, Buggy moved with utmost caution. He understood the perils of recklessly pressing forward in unfamiliar territory. It wasn't long before he encountered a fully grown leopard. Confronted by a beast whose speed far surpassed his own, Buggy was fortunate to possess the powers of the chop-chop fruit. Without it, he might have lost his life beneath the leopard's razor-sharp claws during their very first encounter. After half an hour of fierce combat, using both his bullets and his devil fruit ability, Buggy finally wore down the leopard's strength and turned the beast into his dinner. Sitting beside the campfire, Buggy watched his fat drip from the roasting meat. As he sliced off a piece and slowly savored it, he couldn't help but sigh. Being alive truly was a wonderful thing. 2 months earlier, he had stepped into the primordial forest, surviving dozens of ferocious battles before finally reaching the rarely trodden edge of the Red Line. Finding a plateau that leaned against the great red continent, Buggy set up his tent and could at last take a brief rest. He carefully inspected and cleaned his weapons. His pistol was now completely out of ammunition, reduced to an empty shell after prolonged use. It could be discarded at any time. His combat knife had grown dull, the blade worn down to half its length. It struggled to chop even bones and was long past its prime. All that remained were 4 or 5 daggers, limited in use but still handy for dealing with smaller prey. As for his supplies, Buggy had prepared enough provisions for half a year before setting out, and he still had a considerable amount left. During the journey, the supplies suffered little loss. Once he finally reached his destination, Buggy resolved to devote himself wholeheartedly to training. In this world, the core of cultivation always revolves around one concept: Haki. Only by mastering Haki can one truly step into the ranks of the strong. Even with a powerful devil fruit ability, without understanding Haki, it is impossible to become a true overlord. Only those who can stand firm in the new world are worthy of being called genuine powerhouses. As for the nature of Haki, Buggy had read countless fan novels about pirates in his previous life, each offering a different interpretation of what Haki truly is. Despite the many theories, he always felt those explanations missed the mark. In his own view, Haki could be divided into 2 parts. One was the spiritual energy inherent in a person, and the other was energy absorbed by the body from the air through long-term training. Thus, the 3 types of Haki could, in fact, be grouped into 2 categories. Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki manifest spiritual power, while Armament Haki enhances the body's physical strength. After categorizing the 3 types of Haki, the direction of his training became much clearer. To enhance his spiritual strength, Buggy could only think of meditation, though he was uncertain about the outcome. However, when it came to strengthening the body, he had plenty of his own methods. From a young age, Buggy had cherished a dream of becoming a martial hero and was endlessly fascinated by all kinds of martial arts. During college, he joined a Buggy club and, after 2 years of diligent practice, finally managed at a gathering to get the senior who taught the art drunk and coaxed out of him the family secret for controlling and regulating internal energy and blood flow. This secret was the true inheritance. Without mastering this essential knowledge, Buggy could only be used for ordinary fights, feats like shattering a wall with a single punch would be out of reach. The real essence of Buggy determined its power. Unfortunately, Bucky's family was not well off and couldn't afford the herbs and large amounts of meat required for serious training, which had long been his regret. But now the world was different. In the world of pirates, animal meat contained a special energy unknown on Earth, which he tentatively called haki. Thanks to this energy, animals in the pirate world grew to enormous sizes and possessed strength far beyond the ordinary. With this haki-rich meat as a supplement, Buggy finally felt confident about retraining in Buggy. He believed that, as long as his hypothesis was correct, mastering armament haki would only be a matter of time. After organizing his belongings, Buggy drafted a detailed training plan and began his regimen with strict discipline. Every morning upon waking, he would first prepare a simple breakfast, usually wild vegetables with beast meat, focusing on meals that were filling and easy to digest. After eating, he'd start with a comprehensive workout, scaling the Red Earth continent. At first, he set no lofty goals for himself, limiting his climbing height to 30 meters. After completing his first round trip, he moved on to the next method for strengthening his legs, running. Of course, this exercise had an additional purpose, to help him become familiar with his surroundings. Only after finishing the first 2 training routines did he begin practicing Buggy. As the dull thud of fists striking the ground echoed quietly, in a hidden corner beneath the red line of the continent, Buggy began his training in silence. Meanwhile, across the vast sea, the pirate world was being swept by the bloody and turbulent era of the great pirates. According to historical records, in the year 1498, the pirate king, Gold Roger, known as the Trailblazer, ignited countless dreams with his death. The Golden Lion was subdued by the combined efforts of the Navy's legendary Vice Admiral Garp and then Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and was imprisoned in the underwater Great Prison. One of the future 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, began searching for crewmates in the East Blue, while Dracula Mihawk set out on the path to become the world's greatest swordsman. 20 years later, new powerhouses would also set sail from the East Blue, each chasing their own ambitions. And in East Blue, at distant beneath the Red Line, a pirate later known throughout the world, sometimes praised, sometimes reviled, the Red-Nosed Pirate, took his very first step on the path to legend. 2 years later, on the Red Line supporting the distant kingdom in the East Blue, a figure suddenly plummeted from the thick clouds above, hurtling toward the ground at breakneck speed. Just before impact, he quickly tapped his feet in midair several times, skillfully slowing his descent. A minute later, Buggy landed, gasping for breath as he muttered to himself, "This is truly a day to remember. I finally caught sight of the top of the continent through my telescope, and it's even higher than I imagined. Next time I climb higher, I'll need to wear more layers. The wind on the summit is sharp as a blade. Still, this progress is worth celebrating. At this rate, I should just barely reach the summit by next year." Originally, Buggy thought that even with diligent training, it would take at least 2 years before he could glimpse the top of the Red Line. He hadn't considered that the people of the pirate world possessed physical constitutions, far beyond ordinary humans. It's true that those who don't train are weak, but once they begin, and with a steady supply of ingredients rich in haki, their strength increases rapidly after overcoming the initial bottleneck. What pleased Buggy most was that, quite by accident, he had used the power techniques of Buggy to master Jeppo, the moon step from the Navy's 6 powers. Unfortunately, his Buggy was still short of reaching the Onjin, or Hidden Force, stage. But Buggy was already content. After all, his senior back then had needed several years to break through to the Mingjin, or Manifest Force, stage. If not for the abundant haki-rich foods in this world, Buggy doubted he could have reached Mingjin in just a year and a half. Now, at only 16 years old, Buggy was in no rush. There was plenty of time ahead. He could take it one step at a time. After 2 years of training, Buggy was no longer the boy he had been, barely 1.70 meters tall, just 2 years ago. Now he stood a full 1.80 meters, with solid muscles filling out his chest and arms. He wore a tight black short-sleeved shirt, and his light blue hair was tied into a ponytail that draped down his back. Were it not for that unmistakable red nose, Buggy would have been quite satisfied with his appearance. He had once considered finding an opportunity to have his nose fixed, but in the end he gave up on the idea. Turning around, Buggy checked the supplies inside his tent and discovered that he was running low on salt, and his stock of edible herbs needed replenishing. Only then did he realize that since he had mastered Moonstep, he had been so focused on scaling the Red Soil continent that he hadn't gone out to restock in quite some time. It was definitely time for a trip to the town. With that thought, Buggy stepped out of the tent, slung a bundle of tanned hides over his shoulder, and headed deep into the forest. As he walked, he reviewed his gains from the past 2 years. Without a doubt, his greatest achievement was mastering Moonstep. Of course, that was because he had poured most of his energy into honing that skill. But acquiring a technique was one thing. How long one could persist was another matter entirely. He had made progress in Buggy, delved deeper into meditation, and there were still many goals waiting to be achieved. Even Buggy himself wasn't sure how much he could accomplish before he left Disdain. He could only do his best. Everything else would have to come in time. After all, staying here forever was not an option, 3 years at most. And he would have to set out on his journey. Training was certainly important, but he couldn't neglect the search for companions either. Buggy moved swiftly along the paths he knew well, weaving through the primeval forest. A week later, he finally emerged from the woods and caught sight of the small town in the distance. Upon entering the town, Buggy went straight to the fur trading shop. Well, if it isn't Buggy, you're half a month later than usual this time. Had a bad season? The shop's portly owner spotted him at once and bustled over, his tone full of concern. Nothing much. Just spent some extra time in the forest looking for wild tianxiang, Buggy replied, making sure not to mention that he'd lost track of time because of his training. Oh, did you find any? If you did, I can't buy from you at market price. Save you the trouble of running around to other shops. The fat proprietor pressed eagerly. It's not that easy, Buggy replied offhandedly. As you know, aside from those areas controlled by the powerful, there's barely any wild tianxiang to be found elsewhere. And wherever there is wild tianxiang, there's always a killer bee nest nearby. Finding some would be great, but not finding any is honestly safer. Sometimes I feel a bit disappointed when I come up empty-handed, but at the same time, I'm relieved. It's a strange contradiction. You're right about that. Those killer bees are not just numerous, they're incredibly venomous. Get targeted by them a few times, and you're done for. If it weren't for the high price of tianxiang, who would take such a risk? All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Let me take a look at the furs you brought today. The things you asked for are ready. I'll hand them over once we've made sure everything's in order. With that, the plump shopkeeper took the pelts Buggy handed over and began examining them, one by one, with great care. A while later, Buggy emerged from the shop, carrying a large sack on his back. He didn't head straight home. Instead, he made his way toward the nearest tavern. Buggy wasn't looking to relax with a drink. He simply craved a few apple pies and, at the same time, wanted to leaf through the day's newspaper and catch up on the latest news from all over. In other places, such thoughts might not have crossed his mind, but this town, famed for its tianxiang, was different. Here, trade caravans from the 4 great seas gathered to purchase tianxiang, and the tavern was where people from every corner of the world would meet, share stories, and unwind. Buggy pushed open the door of a tavern and stepped inside, finding it rather empty, perhaps because it was still morning and customers were few and far between. He set his sack down and took a seat at the bar. "Boss, 2 apple pies, please. And today's paper as well," he said, placing his coins on the counter. The bartender glanced at Buggy. He was already somewhat familiar with this young man who dropped by from time to time. He knew Buggy was a skilled hunter. His furs were always in excellent condition, expertly tanned and prepared. After pocketing the money, the owner turned and fetched 2 apple pies from the kitchen. Buggy grabbed one, and before he could even unfold the newspaper the bartender handed him, a conversation drifted over from a nearby table. "Did you hear about the latest deal the Dread Pirate Gang pulled off?" "Of course I did. 2 devil fruits. Now that's a rare find. The Beck's trading company from the Western Sea really knows how to throw money around. No kidding. The Dread Pirates used to only do business with merchants from the Southern Sea. If the Becks hadn't brought such tempting goods, their leader would never have agreed to meet. Well, those are legendary devil fruits, after all. But to trade them for just 50 grams of tianxiang grass? That seems like a poor bargain. You don't get it. Without those terms, the Becks would never have gotten their hands on tianxiang grass at all. But don't think folks from the Western Sea are fools. Paying such a steep price there? Surely not planning a one-time deal. I'd wager there's a deeper arrangement in play. Maybe a long-term supply contract or something. But as for the details, that's not for people like us to know." Buggy munched on his apple pie, flipping through the newspaper, his ears still tuned to the conversation. Devil fruits, he mused to himself. By now, someone has surely eaten them. No point in dreaming about snatching them away. When he finished his apple pie, Buggy hefted his bundle onto his back and headed home in the year 1500 GOLD. Ace was born in the South Sea, while Nico Robin became the most wanted criminal under the age of 10 in the West Sea. The Golden Lion rose to fame as the first legendary figure to escape from the underwater prison. Meanwhile, at the base of the Red Line in East Blue's Disdain, Buggy was still sweating and pushing his sturdy shoulders to the limit, training his body with all his might. It had already been 2 years since he arrived in this world. If not for the clear goal burning in his heart, Buggy would never have remained at the foot of the Red Line, persisting in his training day after day. He understood all too well that in the world of pirates, strength is the foundation of everything. Whether one is branded as an evil pirate or hailed as a champion of justice in the Navy, it is strength that determines one's place, just as history is always written by the victors. Here, there is only the distinction between the strong and the weak. Right and wrong are of little consequence. Precisely because of this world is brimming with the spirit of adventure. Whether one yearns for wealth and power or seeks excitement and novelty, all desires can be fulfilled here. As long as you possess enough strength, riches, fame, influence, even the dream of immortality are never out of reach. Of course, Buggy had already died once before, and immortality no longer held much appeal for him. Now, all he wanted was to savor the freedom and exhilaration he once could never experience. Thus, he knew that to roam this world unimpeded, he needed to gather a band of powerful companions. Yet Buggy was also keenly aware that having once been a member of the Pirate King's crew was far from enough. Only true personal strength could earn the recognition of other strong individuals. A thunderous crash resounded. Buggy stopped what he was doing and stared in shock at the mountain wall, now riddled with cracks. Doubt gnawed at him. What had just happened in that instant? He had practiced his mountain press move for 2 years, but never before had he felt an unfamiliar force suddenly surge through it the way. It just had. After 2 years of training, Buggy had come to realize that his original understanding of hockey was fundamentally flawed. What people called hockey was, in fact, a special form of energy unique to the world of pirates. The human body could absorb this energy, and as it accumulated over time, it would manifest under the right circumstances. When applied to the body, it became armament hockey. When applied to the mind, it turned into either observation or conqueror's hockey. Observation hockey resembled a form of mental sensing, while conqueror's hockey was more akin to a force of spiritual oppression. In truth, the difference between them lay only in the strength of one's spirit and skill in wielding it. With this understanding, Buggy felt confident that even without the innate gift for conqueror's hockey, he could achieve similar effects through diligent practice. Of course, the prerequisite was mastering the control and use of spiritual power. Coming from an age of information overload, he had every confidence in his ability to harness mental strength. 2 years of training had given him a thorough understanding of the true nature of hockey. Because of this, Buggy could be certain that the sensation he had just experienced was definitely not the power of hockey. Could this be a sign that his hidden force was about to break through? No, even if it were. The hidden force, it shouldn't have caused such an exaggerated effect. Besides, he didn't feel as though he'd reached a bottleneck. His vitality was still increasing day by day. Such a change was anything but ordinary. Buggy remembered vividly how unusually hard the cliffs of the red soil continent were. Even if he struck them with hidden force, he could only leave a web of cracks within a 10-foot radius. Since hockey wasn't the manifestation of this power, then the only remaining possibility within his body was the power of the chop-chop fruit. Thinking back to his experiences in One Piece, Buggy suddenly realized an important detail he had overlooked. Every time he activated his splitting ability, his clothes and shoes would also come apart along with his body. This meant that the fruit's power not only allowed his body to split freely, but also affected non-living objects in direct contact with him. As for whether it could influence living things, Buggy hadn't experimented yet, so he couldn't draw any conclusions. At this thought, Buggy couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He saw tremendous potential in the power of the chop-chop fruit, potential that might one day become his trump card to roam the world unhindered. All this time, he'd been troubled by how to grow stronger, never realizing that he'd overlooked such a crucial ability. He couldn't help but feel frustrated with his own dullness, but fortunately, it wasn't too late. He'd only wasted 2 years, and there was still time to make up for it. Taking a deep breath, Buggy began targeted training with his newfound power. However, the process was far from smooth. He found that whenever he tried to project this power outward, its appearance was inconsistent and beyond his control, as if success depended entirely on luck. This was discouraging, but Buggy's greatest strength was his extraordinary patience. He would never give up easily. Mastering the chop-chop fruit's power would mean a qualitative leap in his abilities. Thanks to his perseverance, the base of the red soil continent's cliffs endured his relentless training day after day. He pressed his body to the wall repeatedly. At first, he could sense that mysterious power only once or twice out of every 10 attempts. Later, his success rate rose to 5 times out of 10. Buggy knew he was making progress. He understood that, perhaps, a calm and thoughtful approach might yield a more efficient training method. Still, he chose to temper himself in the most straightforward way possible. After 20 days, Buggy had completed over 6,000 training sessions, and now he could successfully activate the ability 8 times out of every 10. After 30 days, his training count surpassed 10,000, and at last he achieved complete mastery over that mysterious power. Only now did Bucky dare to say he had finally gained a basic mastery over the power of the Splinter fruit. Although he was still far from fully developing its abilities or achieving true awakening, he could already glimpse a future that belonged to him. An ambition filled his heart. Returning to his tent, Bucky replenished himself with food and water, then settled in for a restful sleep. When he awoke, the bright full moon still hung high in the night sky. Taking care, he tucked a vial of purple potion into his clothes before stepping out of the tent. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. Almost ashamed to use it for training. Maybe I should save it for another night? But no, that won't do. I have no idea just how strong the powerhouses of this era truly are. I can't afford the slightest bit of complacency. Time is precious. I must seize every moment. Murmuring quietly to himself, Bucky's figure melted away into the moonlit forest. Half an hour later, Bucky reached a narrow ravine deep within the forest. There, under the moon's silver glow, clusters of violet gold petals swayed gently in the breeze, stirring a faint longing in his heart. But he quickly averted his gaze, focusing instead on the creatures beneath the flowers, tiny beings emitting a low, ominous hum. He drew a steadying breath, readied himself, and then stepped forward, entering the ravine's domain. In the very next instant, the low hum suddenly erupted into an ear-splitting screech. Sleek, darting shadows burst into the air. Bathed in moonlight, Bucky could see them clearly, giant killer hornets, each as large as a human hand. With a shrill cry that slashed through the night, the first hornet shot toward him like an arrow. Bucky barely glanced at it. With swift agility, he dodged the attack and pressed forward. Yet this single step seemed to truly enrage the hive. Dozens of killer hornets rose with a roar, forming a dense black cloud that surged toward Bucky. Anyone else, faced with such an onslaught, would either brace for impact or try to outrun the swarm. But Bucky stood his ground, closing his eyes. He focused intently, attempting to sense the barely perceptible paths of the hornets through sheer mental will, hoping to evade their attacks at the very last moment by splitting himself apart. Yet, controlling his mental power was far more difficult than he'd imagined. He could only faintly sense the movement of the swarm, unable to precisely track their trajectories. In the next heartbeat, the killer hornets were upon him. The biting chill in the air stung his skin like icy needles. Bucky gave a slight shake of his head, and, as the swarm was about to strike, he instantly unleashed his splitting technique, his body scattering in all directions, his feet retreating at lightning speed. When his body reformed, pain twisted his features into a grimace. Without delay, he pulled a vial of purple potion from his pocket, uncorked it, and let 2 drops fall into his mouth. A cool sensation spread rapidly through his body, washing away the intense pain that had seized him. At last, some calm returned to Bucky's expression. Bucky pulled aside his clothes and carefully examined the purplish-red spots that were gradually fading from his skin. He knew very well that he had failed once again this time. At every crucial moment, he would always activate his ability too early, without truly experiencing a life-threatening danger. The power known as Haki simply could not be awakened. Even so, Bucky had no intention of giving up. He understood deeply that to awaken Haki, the most effective way was through the stimulus of extreme emotions. Of course, stimulation alone was not enough. Persistent training and accumulated experience were equally important. Bucky realized that the sooner he mastered Haki, the greater advantage he would have in the future, so he would never let any opportunity slip by. Even if it meant paying a certain price, Bucky felt it was worthwhile. The pain inflicted by the killer bees, however, was almost more than he could bear. In fact, using such a dangerous method to awaken Haki hadn't been Bucky's original plan. He had simply intended to use that special compass to find some wild heavenly fragrance plants. That way, he could stockpile heavenly fragrance in advance, preparing for the day he would cross the red line to the North Sea, ensuring he'd have enough starting capital for his journey. Although gathering funds through piracy was also an option, Bucky did not wish to attract the Navy's attention too soon. Before searching for wild heavenly fragrance, Bucky had done a lot of preparation. For instance, the bottle of purple potion in his hand was made from the juice extracted from the plant's rhizome, something he had collected through the local fur shop owner. In Diston, heavenly fragrance was a special plant that grew in dark, damp crevices, and both its petals and pollen were highly poisonous. The killer bees themselves were not toxic, but after gathering heavenly fragrance pollen, they became extremely venomous. Only the juice from the plant's rhizome could cure this poison. There is only one opportunity each year to harvest the rhizome juice right after the fruit ripened. Otherwise, the root would quickly wither away. For someone without experience, it was nearly impossible to gather enough juice, and Bucky had nearly spent all his savings from the past 2 years of selling furs just to obtain this single bottle of antidote. With the antidote in hand, Bucky had used the compass he'd won in a lottery to find this very place. Lacking knowledge about heavenly fragrance, the first time he came here he had ventured into the crevice during the day and ended up swollen all over from killer bee stings. Thankfully, he had prepared the antidote in advance, or he might not have survived. During his repeated efforts to evade the killer bees, Bucky discovered that these mutated insects rarely strayed beyond a certain range when chasing prey. After testing their patterns again and again, he finally figured out the boundaries of their territory. Through careful observation and repeated trials, Bucky eventually learned how to provoke these killer bees just enough to incite their high-speed attacks, using them to help himself awaken Hockey. Gazing at the bottle of purple liquid, now only half full, he rested for a moment before preparing to repeat the experiment once more. A few minutes later, Bucky emerged, panting heavily. This was already his second attempt. Though he hadn't yet reached his physical limit, Bucky decided to call a night. He felt no disappointment about making no progress in awakening his Hockey. He understood the reason well. Although he had died once before and knew that rebirth was possible, after death, he still lacked the courage to face death head-on. Only when he truly broke through this inner barrier would the awakening of Hockey become possible. Bucky resolved to wait until his mindset had shifted before trying again. After all, he still had plenty of time, and there was no sense in being hasty. For now, what mattered more was studying the powers of the chop-chop fruit, which he had just mastered. The next morning, Bucky sat at the entrance of his tent, deep in thought. He could now activate the power of the chop-chop fruit, but only in a crude, elementary way. He was still far from complete mastery or any further development. Achieving precise control over the fruit's abilities had become his top priority. Once he accomplished that, he would draft his next plan. With this in mind, Bucky threw himself back into training. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Now, Bucky stood at the foot of the Red Line's massive cliffs, gazing up at the towering rock face with a grave expression. Ever since shifting his focus toward controlling the chop-chop fruit, Bucky had poured a tremendous amount of effort into his training. The power of a devil fruit was not as easy to master as he had imagined, especially given the lofty standards he set for himself, insisting on nothing less than precise control. He would never give up until he reached that goal. Of course, these months hadn't been without reward. On the contrary, his progress was substantial. Now, he could split a stone into whatever number of pieces he wished, using his power. Yet, to split the stone into pieces of exactly equal size, or to carve a stone sculpture directly as he envisioned, still required much more practice. Bucky understood that training was like eating or walking, something that could only be done step by step. As long as he improved each day, he was content. With the wild tianxiang flower soon to ripen, Bucky decided to pause his training and go harvest some first. Following a familiar path, he soon reached the area near the ravine. However, before he could approach, a thunderous crash rang out, followed by a string of curses. Bucky immediately realized that someone had discovered his harvesting spot. As for the commotion just now, it was clear that the harvesters had already clashed with the killer bees. He stopped and, after a moment's thought, crept quietly toward the ravine. Picking a tree that overlooked the entire area, he concealed himself among the dense leaves, eyes trained on the distant entrance to the ravine. At that moment, a man and a woman were locked in fierce battle with a swarm of killer bees at the ravine's mouth. Bucky swept his gaze across the scene, showing no interest in the man brandishing a spiked club and fighting desperately against the swarm of killer bees. What truly drew his attention was the woman standing behind the man. A long sword hung diagonally at her waist. It wasn't the woman herself that felt familiar to Bucky, but rather the power she wielded. He knew this power well. 20 years from now, Silver Fox would use the very same ability. Killer bees were known for their speed and ferocity, but now, as if enchanted, they moved sluggishly through the air. Without this strange influence, a mere mortal with only a spike club could never have repelled the swarm so easily. As another wave of killer bees took flight, the woman lifted her hand, and several rays of light fanned out around her. As Bucky suspected, it was the power to slow. Witnessing such an ability in the hands of a stranger left him momentarily stunned. In the original timeline, this power belonged to Silver Fox. If not for his own interference, the butterfly effect, the woman before him would likely not have survived for long. No matter what, he would never allow anyone to lay hands on Tianxiang. Having made up his mind, Bucky slid quietly down from the tree, moving stealthily toward the woman from behind. He planned to strike after. The man finished off the last batch of killer bees. If he could incapacitate the woman with a single blow, the man would pose little threat. To be fair, the killer bees in the trench were alarmingly numerous, but under the forceful swings of the spike club, the swarm was swiftly swept away. Once the killer bees had vanished, Bucky crept up, behind the woman, waiting for her guard to drop. The next moment, he saw the woman, after confirming their safety and receiving an approving nod from her companion, take a step deeper into the trench. Now was his chance. The instant she moved forward, Bucky lunged from the shadows and drove his fist hard toward her back. Though he disliked ambushes, facing the threat of the slowing ability, Bucky chose the most cautious method. For a pirate, there was no shame in using any means necessary to achieve his goal. He had trained in Buggy for 2 years. Though lacking real combat experience, the explosive power he could generate was not to be underestimated. This punch had no flourish, just the most direct and effective force, enough to leave a crack in the hard red soil of the continent's cliffs. Had his target been any ordinary ability user, they would have collapsed on the spot under such a sudden attack. But this was only true for most people. Those who had truly mastered hockey were another matter entirely. For 2 people to venture so deep into the heart of the forest and fight so openly, relying solely on a devil fruit ability, would have been far too reckless. Had Bucky observed more carefully, he might have noticed these telling details. Unfortunately, he acted on impulse and launched his attack without further thought. Bucky had only just launched his attack when he saw the woman suddenly turn around. The corner of her mouth curled in a mocking smile as she pointed at him. In an instant, a sluggish beam of light enveloped Bucky. He opened his mouth to speak, but it was already too late. He was caught, only managing a low curse. As his movements became painfully slow, Bucky realized the truth. The woman had sensed his presence from the very beginning. Otherwise, there was no way she could have reacted in the split second of his ambush. Could there really be a master of hockey here in the EC? The answer was all too clear. Before he had time to think further, a flash of cold steel shot straight for his face. In the next moment, his charging body was split in two, one half surging forward a bit faster, the other lagging just behind. The woman, seeing that there was no spray of blood, looked slightly surprised. So, you're one of those who can't be cut. That explains your nerve in trying a sneak attack. Realizing she couldn't finish Bucky off alone, she called out, "Jabel, come deal with him." At her summons, a man leapt out from the ravine, wielding a spiked mace, and brought it crashing down toward Bucky. The shadow loomed closer. Bucky knew there was no escape. Even if he tried to use his emergency separation ability, he'd be struck before his body could fully divide. All he could do was raise his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Before Bucky could even lift his hand, the mace slammed into his head. Blood trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth. Yet, because of the sluggishness imposed on him, he wasn't sent flying by the blow. The man who landed showed no emotion, no hint of mercy. He swung the mace again, sweeping it across Bucky's body, then followed with a heavy kick. For what felt like an eternity, but was really just seconds, Bucky endured blow after crushing blow, each one landing with grim regularity every couple of heartbeats. Pain spread through him, deep and consuming, and only then did he realize that his current predicament was the price of his own carelessness and underestimation of his enemies. After 30 seconds, the man delivered a final, brutal strike. Bucky's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing through several trees before coming to rest in the shade beneath their branches. Only then did his blood truly erupt, gushing out uncontrollably. Looking up at the man, who was now approaching with a savage grin, Bucky's face was smeared with blood, yet his expression was unexpectedly calm. He didn't know exactly what it felt like to die, but after all, he had already died once. Was he afraid? Not really. At worst, he'd just have to see that bearded guy again. Before this moment, Bucky had never imagined he could greet death so peacefully. Now, having finally attained this mindset, he was about to die, and that, he thought, was the greatest irony of all. He asked himself, is this really the end? He couldn't accept it. Should I give up now? He couldn't accept it. Is this where my story finishes? He couldn't accept that, either. He hadn't even truly begun. How could he let himself die here, in such a humiliating way? How could he die at the hands of someone so insignificant? This was the pirate world he had longed for, the world of his dreams. He hadn't even begun to taste real adventure. How could he possibly accept dying here so soon? He could not bear the thought of being cut down by a nameless nobody, nor could he accept the idea of being buried before he'd ever set foot on the open sea. Most unbearable of all, his journey was over before it had even begun. These thoughts churned restlessly in Buggy's heart, making it impossible for him to find any calm. An invisible pressure, a rising fury, welled up inside him, threatening to burst forth at any moment. At that instant, the man spoke up. "So, you the hunter who's been prowling around the forest? You got some nerve, laying hands on the captain of the Dread Bandit crew. You must have a death wish. In that case, go on and die." As he finished, the man raised his spiked club high above his head, his eyes devoid of any emotion, ready to end Buggy's life with his own hands. Just as the spiked club reached its apex, Buggy's pupils shrank violently. The more overwhelming his unwillingness grew, the more his pupils contracted, until they were nearly pinpricks of darkness. At that very moment, a crisp snap echoed through Buggy's mind, and a strange power surged up from deep within him, gathering at his throat like a torrent breaking free. "Get lost," Buggy rasped, his voice hoarse, as an indescribable wave of force rippled outward from his body. The man, who had been about to bring down his club, was suddenly seized by a bone-chilling dread. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Behind him, the woman stared at Buggy in shock. In a low voice, she murmured, "You really do keep surprising me. You actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. But it's a pity it's too late. With wounds like yours, no one escapes me alive." Though her initial shock was genuine, the leader of the Dread Bandit crew recovered her composure almost immediately. She spoke with icy calm. "Someone once told me, in this life, you can only rely on yourself. Only you can save yourself." With that, Buggy struggled to his feet and moved straight toward the woman. She gave no reply, simply lifting her hand to unleash another slow-moving beam of light. Having learned from his previous failure, Buggy dodged sideways with vigilance, vanishing in an instant from where he'd stood. When he reappeared, he was already at her flank, behind, and to the side. "Under my perception, every move you make is futile," the woman said, turning to face him with a steady gaze. "Is that so?" Buggy gave a soft snort and vanished again. This time, he didn't show himself right away. Instead, he sped around her in a blur, circling her again and again at high speed. "There's no point in struggling anymore. With your injuries, if you so much as pause, you'll barely be able to move. Save your strength. I'll make your end quick." The woman, as captain of the Dread Bandit crew, was no stranger to battle and was adept at psychological warfare. Yet her words had no effect on Buggy at all. Even though what she said wasn't wrong, Buggy still refused to give up because he knew it was not yet the time to surrender. As he quickened his pace, dust rose in swirling clouds, soon obscuring the woman's vision. As the dust thickened and filled the air, Buggy suddenly launched his attack. His body flashed into view, appearing at the woman's left front, channeling all his strength into a close-range explosive punch aimed straight at her. No sooner had Buggy halted his movement than the woman spun around with lightning speed, unleashing her sluggish beam of light once again. In the next instant, the light struck Buggy directly. Yet, seeing Buggy caught by her attack, the woman's face showed no sign of triumph, because she had noticed that only Buggy's right wrist remained. His hand had vanished completely. This was a new technique of Buggy, the splitting shadow inch fist. In that very moment, an overwhelming force and a dreadful, suffocating pressure swept over the woman, paralyzing her on the spot. She felt a powerful blow strike her waist, a wild force raging in her body, tearing through her organs with brutal fury, as if bent on annihilating everything within. Unable to keep her footing, the woman staggered, racked by violent coughing as she spat up blood and fragments of her own organs. She collapsed weakly, to the ground, looking up at Buggy with difficulty, and asked, "So, it's true. Just observation Haki isn't enough. Can you tell me, who are you really?" Buggy replied calmly. "A few years ago, I was an apprentice aboard the Roger Pirates. My name is Buggy." Suddenly, Buggy felt his dulled senses return, his special ability fading. Gasping for breath, he managed to respond, "I see." Before his words had fully faded, the woman's life slipped away. After confirming she was truly dead, Buggy didn't allow himself to sit and rest right away. Gritting his teeth, he forced his left hand free from its restraints as well. Guiding both hands, he worked them together to draw the long blade from the woman's belt. Each hand gripped the blade, floating up to hover above the man lying nearby. Without hesitation, Buggy drove both hands to plunge the blades into the man's throat. Ignoring the man's final struggles, only then did Buggy collapse to the ground, gasping desperately for air. Time passed. Gazing at the two corpses beside him, a new understanding dawned in Buggy's heart. But with it came a wave of overwhelming nausea, his stomach churning violently. He couldn't help but vomit for nearly a full minute. When he finished, he slumped weakly against the wall and, unexpectedly, let out a quiet laugh. No wonder I could never awaken my haki, Buggy thought to himself. It's because I'd never truly become part of this world. If not for this battle, it might have taken me years to realize. Captain of the terrifying bandit crew, you nearly killed me, but I still owe you thanks. From today on, Buggy is no more. There's only Buggy, the red-nosed pirate of this world. After his laughter faded, Buggy rested for a while longer. He tore open his own clothes and quickly wrapped his wounds with the fabric. After regaining some strength, he stood up and walked over to the edge of the ditch, gazing at the ripe, heavenly fragrance fruits. With practiced hands, he picked the fruits one by one and carefully stored them away. Then, almost absent-mindedly, he grabbed the leg of the female squad leader, lifting her corpse and dragging it slowly into the depths of the dense forest until they vanished from sight. It was about 2 hours later when Buggy finally returned to his post. He tossed the female squad leader's body aside without a second thought and took out some medicine to treat his injuries. By the time everything was cleaned up and in order, dusk was already approaching. He washed away the scent of blood from his body and settled in for a much-needed night's rest. At dawn the next morning, Buggy awoke with eager anticipation and immediately took out another small bottle. Inside was a highly corrosive solution, similar to Aqua Regia. Buggy had this solution specially concocted, for as a dedicated pirate world fanatic, he remembered certain scenes from the anime as vividly as ever. There was one moment in the Punk Hazard arc that left a deep impression on him. When the salamander poison was broken down, a strange transformation occurred in a basket of fruit nearby. One apple changed, turning into a devil fruit. This sparked Buggy's intense curiosity. He wanted answers to two questions. First, how could an inanimate object consume a devil fruit? Second, what was the true nature of a devil fruit's power? As for the first question, Buggy believed the answer would eventually come from the Navy Science Division. But it was the second question that truly preoccupied him, especially the mystery surrounding how that apple, after the poison was neutralized, became a devil fruit. For now, Buggy wasn't interested in the deep theory behind devil fruit abilities. Recently, all that mattered to him was a single question. If a devil fruit user's body was destroyed in an instant, would the power of the fruit leave the body and transfer, like a deadly poison, into a nearby piece of fruit? To find out, he had prepared the corrosive solution in advance, along with the squad leader's corpse he brought back the day before. This experiment, he knew, could change the course of history. With a mixture of tension and expectation, Buggy placed a basket of fresh fruit next to the squad leader's corpse. He then unscrewed the bottle and slowly poured the corrosive liquid onto the body. Over the past 10 days, the wounds on his own body had gradually started to scab over. He had to admit, people in this world possessed extraordinary resilience. Though Buggy looked battered and bruised, his injuries were only skin deep. As long as he replenished his nutrition and restored his lost blood, his complexion would soon return to normal, and once his wounds healed, his body would be almost fully recovered with just a little rest. Having awakened haki, specifically the rare conqueror's haki, Buggy should have felt triumphant. Yet, the results of his experiment the next day left him bewildered. It wasn't because the experiment had failed. On the contrary, it had succeeded. Strangely enough, Buggy did not find a new devil fruit among the pile of prepared fruit. Instead, a few days later, he stumbled upon the sloth fruit growing on a tree deep in the forest. At first, Buggy thought the experiment had failed, believing that reality simply didn't align with his hypothesis. However, when he had someone eat the fruit to verify its effects, he realized that the direction of his experiment was not wrong after all. The reason he couldn't recover the devil fruit with the same precision as Caesar was that he must have overlooked some crucial factors. This was something he would need to continue exploring in the future. There was, however, one conclusion Buggy could already be certain of: the true nature of devil fruits. What exactly are devil fruits? On the surface, they appear to be special fruits imbued with extraordinary powers, and this understanding isn't wrong, but it's only part of the story. In Buggy's view, a devil fruit should be considered in two parts. The first is the fruit itself, an ordinary fruit whose appearance has become strange. The second is the special power dwelling within it. If haki is seen as a kind of universal spiritual energy, then the power residing in a devil fruit is more like a fragment of a fundamental law or rule. Only with this perspective can one explain why devil fruits possess such diverse and unique abilities, and why there is only ever one of each fruit in existence at any given time. Looking back at the entire process, obtaining the power of a devil fruit can be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage is mastery, learning to use and understand the fruit's most basic abilities. The second stage is development, which means further exploring and expanding upon the fruit's powers. The third stage is what's called awakening. However, In the world of pirates, education is generally lacking, and the names people come up with are often quite confusing. If awakening were instead called domain of law, those familiar with fantasy novels would instantly grasp its meaning. If one regards the power of a devil fruit as a fragment of law, then the whole process of mastering that power can be broken down into several stages. The first stage is like someone just beginning to touch upon a law, able to wield only its most superficial effects. This matches the basic mastery of a devil fruit's ability. The second stage is a deeper understanding of the law, corresponding to further development of the fruit's power. The depth and direction of one's understanding determine how far that power can grow. The third stage, the manifestation of a domain, is perfectly in line with the concept of awakening. The law is realized within a certain area, able to influence the environment and even alter the fundamental rules within that space. If he didn't have solid evidence, Buggy would have long ago concluded that so-called devil fruits are, at their core, fruits mutated by the possession of fragments of universal laws. Some might find Buggy's theorizing tedious, wondering why he would spend so much time analyzing these ideas. In truth, he has his reasons, for these law fragments hold the potential for a fourth stage, refinement. Why refining fragments of the law, one can transform themselves into a body of law. This is equivalent to becoming a demigod in the world of magic, greatly extending one's lifespan. It's important to note that the body of law is entirely different from the elemental bodies of those with nature-type abilities. The former means complete mastery over fragments of a law, freeing the user from the limitations of seawater or sea stone, while the latter is merely a special manifestation of a nature-type power. Of course, the body of law is not the ultimate destination. If one could go a step further and ignite the divine flame, fusing the body of law with the soul, they can then condense a law divinity and truly become a deity. Whether this theory can be applied to devil fruit powers remains unknown, and for Buggy right now, it's still a distant prospect. Nevertheless, this vision points the way forward, becoming the driving force that keeps him moving ahead. For a true powerhouse, the most terrifying thing is not having too many enemies, but rather reaching a peak and finding no path to further growth. Buggy has already confirmed that he possesses the power of Conqueror's Haki, and he now understands the direction in which his abilities can develop. He knows that as long as he perseveres and nothing unexpected happens, becoming a ruler of the seas is only a matter of time. But what comes after that? Buggy worries that if he doesn't set higher goals for himself, he'll inevitably stagnate one day. It is precisely because he wants to keep growing stronger that he needs these theories and speculations to motivate himself. Of course, there's no harm in occasionally contemplating distant possibilities, but for now, the most important thing is to achieve his current objectives. Whether it's mastering Haki or further developing his devil fruit abilities, these are the tasks Buggy faces at this stage. All he can do is seize every moment and make himself stronger. The year 1502 was, on the whole, a relatively peaceful time. Aside from Whitebeard and King Neptune of the Fishman Island sharing a drink of friendship, there were few events that shook the world. At the base of the Red Line in Distance Town, Buggy was making his final preparations to depart. His long hair rested on his shoulders, his expression focused. Ever since the fierce battle with the mountain bandit crew 2 years ago, Buggy had spent over a year training his Haki and devil fruit abilities with unwavering dedication. It wasn't until a week ago that he finally managed to barely meet his 2 basic goals. Now, his observation Haki could sense presences within a kilometer, and his armament Haki had reached a respectable strength. As for Conqueror's Haki, after some experimentation, he found that its intimidating effect on the weak extended to a radius of about 50 meters. Beyond that, its impact dropped off significantly. His control over his devil fruit powers had also improved markedly compared to a year ago, though he still lacked the finesse for extremely precise destructive techniques. The only area where he hadn't made progress was the 8 Extremities Fist. This wasn't due to laziness, but rather because his martial force had reached a plateau that was difficult to surpass. Ever since reaching the peak of the Mingjin stage, he had been at a standstill. No matter how hard he trained, he couldn't break through to the next level in Jin. Because of this, Buggy could only devote more of his energy to refining his Haki and developing his devil fruit abilities. After several days of preparation, Buggy used his powers to carve an elegant skyward staircase into the rock face, leaving behind an inscription to commemorate the moment. Once he had packed up his belongings, he slung a backpack sewn from animal hide over his shoulder and set out from his base, slowly climbing the staircase he had created. During the 4 years and more he had spent in Distant, Buggy had accumulated little to take with him. When he left, apart from a pouch of priceless heavenly fragrance powder and a miraculous compass he had gripped tightly, during his rebirth. His backpack held only food, water, and a bundle of cash. Ascending his self-made stairway, watching the familiar scenery recede behind him, Buggy felt a trace of reluctance. But above all, he was filled with excitement for the journey ahead. To him, nothing was more exhilarating than the freedom to explore and adventure. Upon reaching the lofty summit of the Red Earth continent, Buggy stood at the peak and let out a long, triumphant cry. Then, using moonwalk, he leaped across 100 meters, gliding toward the North Sea. Like distant in the East Blue, the kingdom of Kabas in the North Sea was also built upon the Red Earth continent. The difference was where distant bordered a primeval jungle, Kabas connected to a sprawling transverse mountain range. Descending from the Red Earth continent, Buggy entered the mountain range directly, though the magical compass in his hand would never point south as long as he had a clear destination in mind. Even without the slightest knowledge of the mountains, it was only a matter of time before he found his way out. 2 days later, guided by the compass, Buggy discovered a ragged little girl in a dense forest. At that moment, she was struggling to climb a short tree. Following her gaze, Buggy suddenly froze. His attention was instantly captured by a devil fruit hanging from a low branch. Without hesitation, Buggy moved in a flash, his steps light and nimble, and arrived right in front of the fruit. He examined it carefully, then plucked it from the tree. "Give it back, you villain. I saw it first. I'm hungry. Please give it back." The little girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Buggy, her voice full of grievance. Watching her prize snatched away, she seemed utterly forlorn. Hearing her, Buggy finally noticed the girl at his side. He looked down at her and spoke gently. "Are you hungry? I can make you some roasted meat, but you mustn't eat this fruit. It's poisonous and dangerous." As he spoke, Buggy had already tucked the devil fruit into his backpack, then added, "I'm not lying to you." But the little girl wouldn't believe him. Crying, she said, "You're bad. Bad people lied to me before, and they made my mom leave me." At this point, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer and began to sob uncontrollably. Buggy watched her, his heart filling with sorrow. He could feel just how harsh this world was to those who were weak and powerless. After a brief moment of reflection, Buggy crouched down and gently patted the little girl's head, comforting her in a soft voice. "I'm not a good man, but I am a man, and a man keeps his promises. I told you I'd make you some grilled meat, so I will. Don't cry. Let's go hunting now, and I'll cook you the best roast meat you've ever tasted." Hearing this, the little girl looked at Buggy with hope shining in her eyes and asked in a small voice, "Will you really give it to me?" "Of course I will. We'll set out right away, and soon you'll have delicious grilled meat to eat." Amused by her earnest gaze, Buggy chuckled, thumped his chest, then scooped her up into his arms. After getting his bearings, he carried her swiftly away from that place. 2 hours later, by the glow of a campfire, Buggy watched as the little girl's belly was stuffed to the brim, yet she still stared longingly at the roast meat, her mouth watering. He couldn't help but find it both funny and exasperating. "All right, that's enough staring. When you're hungry again, I'll grill more meat for you," Buggy promised. "Really?" The little girl looked up at him. "Really?" Buggy nodded. Then, almost as an afterthought, he asked, "By the way, what's your name?" The little girl shook her head and replied in a low voice, "I don't have a name. Those bad people said I was useless and couldn't help with anything. Useless people aren't needed, so they don't need names." Buggy fell silent at her words. He not only felt the cruelty of this world, but was also reminded of similar things he'd witnessed before. After a moment, he reached into his coat and pulled out his magical compass, glancing down at it. "Little one, every person is born unique, and everyone has a reason for being here. If your life has meaning, then you are useful, and if you are useful, you'll be needed. The only difference is that some people are needed by many, and some by only one. The reason those bad people didn't need you is simply because your paths never crossed. That doesn't mean you're not important. The world is vast, and one day, you'll meet someone who truly needs you. Do you understand?" Buggy sat down beside her, his voice warm and gentle. The little girl nodded thoughtfully, then quietly asked, "Big brother, do you need me?" Buggy didn't answer her directly. Instead, he smiled and asked in return, "Do you want to be someone I need?" "I want to be someone you need. I want to stay with you, so I can always eat grilled meat." The little girl replied without a moment's hesitation. Hearing her reason, Buggy was momentarily speechless and could only give a wry smile. "Is that so? But you know, being someone I need isn't easy. It'll be tough. Are you sure you can handle it?" he asked her seriously. "I'm not afraid." The little girl spoke with determination, declaring that she had already made up her mind, all for the promise of grilled meat. "Are you really not afraid?" Buggy pressed her once more. "Not at all." The girl nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with resolve. "Then from this moment on, all you need to do is listen to me and do only what I ask of you. No matter what anyone else says, You must ignore them and simply become the person I need you to be. Can you do that? Bucky's tone grew serious. I'll listen to you, big brother. I'll be the person you need. I promise I can do it. The little girl held her breath and nodded solemnly. This was the very first important decision of her life. Hearing her answer, Bucky spoke silently in his heart. Doflamingo, the baby, 5 you expected for your future crew. I'm taking her away now. Maybe you'll adopt other orphans. Maybe someone else will inherit the name Baby 5. But the child who found happiness in simply being needed by others, she's no longer yours. With this thought, Bucky reached into his pack and pulled out the devil fruit. Big brother, are you sure I can't eat this one? The future Baby 5 gazed at Bucky with curiosity. It's not that you absolutely can't, but some people simply aren't suited for it. Don't worry, I promise I'll help you find a fruit that fits you better. Maybe even one that tastes better. Let's leave this one for someone else. Bucky gently ruffled her hair as he spoke, his voice soft and reassuring. Oh, okay. The little girl was a bit disappointed, but still nodded obediently. Clearly, the taste of the weapon fruit still intrigued her. But Bucky knew in his heart that if she stayed with him, this fruit would offer her little real help. In truth, the weapon fruit wasn't weak at all. With the power of hockey as an amplifier, any fruit with offensive potential could become formidable. But Bucky didn't want the little one to grow up as a frontline fighter, so he planned to find her a different devil fruit. As for which fruit to seek, Bucky already had an idea in mind. All that remained was to follow the guidance of the mysterious compass. With that compass in hand, there was almost no fruit he couldn't track down, though whether he could ultimately obtain it was another matter entirely. Now then, it's time to give you a name, Bucky said. Which do you like best, Maria, Jessica, or Elizabeth? The little one looked up and answered softly, My mother used to call me Betty. It was clear that, even now, the future Baby 5 preferred the name her mother had given her. In her mind, now that someone needed her, she felt worthy once again to use the name that had once been forbidden. As long as you have a name, that's enough, little Betty. Don't sit on the ground anymore. We need to get going. Just look at your clothes. They're all torn. If we get to the city early, I can buy you some new ones. The moment Bucky said this, Betty leapt up excitedly and asked, Really? It was obvious that no matter their age, all women share a special enthusiasm for shopping. Seeing that eager look in her eyes, Bucky nodded, and soon enough, he was being happily dragged along as they set out. A day later, guided by the compass, Bucky finally led Betty out of the transverse mountain range and into a city of the kingdom of Kaba. It was much like Goa Kingdom in the East Blue. Each kingdom had only one main city, but this one was noticeably larger than Goa. Bringing Betty with him into the city, Bucky's first stop was a clothing shop. They each picked out a new outfit, and then he quickly found an inn where Betty could wash up. After a refreshing bath and putting on her new clothes, Bucky felt completely at ease. At 6'2", he might not have been anything special in the world of pirates, but with his solid muscles and stylish blue ponytail, well, if it weren't for that glaring red nose and Betty perched on his shoulders, Bucky would have considered himself the center of many a lady's attention. At 18, he was in the prime of his youth. In modern times, this would be the golden age for school camaraderie and youthful pursuits. He would have had many things to do, except, perhaps, taking care of a child. As for Betty, Bucky felt a certain satisfaction at having taken someone who was destined to become Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinate. But more than anything, it left him frustrated. With a 4-year-old girl in tow, there was no chance for impulsive adventures. All he could do now was wander the streets with this little girl who kept calling him Big Brother. But it wasn't out of a desire to spoil Betty or give her a wonderful childhood. Quite the opposite. In fact, since Bucky had already planned out a rather rough childhood for her, he figured he might as well make it up to her a bit beforehand. Half a day later, sitting on a chair at a roadside cafe, Bucky watched the now-tired Betty and shook his head helplessly. With a snap of his fingers, he called over a waiter. Sir, how can I help you? A young boy in uniform hurried over. Do you know where the city auction house is? If you can take me there, these bills are yours. Bucky pulled out several 10,000 berry notes and showed them to the boy. I do, sir. If you can wait just a moment, I'll be able to take you to the auction house right away. The boy's eyes lit up at the sight of the money, and he answered with utmost respect. Excellent. Get me there, and the money's yours, said Bucky. He'd worked odd jobs before, and he was never stingy with those who worked for a living. After a short while, the young boy who had finished his shift led Bucky onto a carriage. Half an hour later, they arrived in front of a beautifully decorated house. Sir, this is the Vinsmoke auction house. It belongs to the Vinsmoke family and is the largest auction house in the kingdom of Kaba, the boy explained. Hearing the introduction, Bucky handed the promised belly reward to the boy, then, carrying the already sleeping Betty, walked into the Rommel auction house. Good evening, sir. How may I be of service to you? The beautiful hostess standing by the entrance greeted Bucky as soon as he stepped inside. This is an auction house, isn't it? I have some items I'd like to put up for auction. Could you please call your manager? Bucky replied in a friendly tone. Sir, before we contact our manager, I'll need to take you to the appraisal room. Once our appraiser has determined the value of your items, we can proceed with the next steps, the hostess explained politely. Bucky nodded in understanding and followed her deeper into the building. After a short walk, she led Bucky into a room and then excused herself. A neatly dressed man soon entered, closing the door behind him. Sir, could you show me the items you wish to auction? I'll need to appraise them first, he said directly, wasting no time on pleasantries. Bucky gently laid Betty on the sofa, then unfastened the bundle from his back and produced the weapon fruit he had taken from Betty. The moment Bucky revealed the item, the appraiser recognized it instantly, even without a closer inspection. In the North Blue, people were different from those in the East Blue, especially in such a grand auction house. They had certainly seen their fair share of devil fruits. Sir, do you happen to know what kind of devil fruit this is? The man asked after taking a look at the fruit. Is that really necessary? Or are you saying you can't auction it unless you know for sure? Bucky asked, puzzled. Please don't misunderstand, sir. I simply wanted to let you know that if you're aware of this fruit's abilities, we can promote it with a dedicated campaign. That way it will fetch a much higher price, and you'll gain more from the sale. Of course, if you're unsure of its power, the price may be a little lower, the man explained hastily. Is that so? But something doesn't add up. Surely a major auction house like this has a compendium of devil fruits, right? How could you not know what ability this fruit holds? Don't tell me you don't have one. Bucky pressed further. You must be joking, sir. Of course we have. A devil fruit encyclopedia. But as you know, even the encyclopedia hasn't managed to catalog every single devil fruit. For example, the one in your hand isn't recorded in our edition at all, which is why I'm asking you about it. Oh, is that so? If I'm not mistaken, the fruit I have here should be a paramecia-type weapon fruit. After eating it, your body can transform into various weapons, giving you tremendous destructive power, Buggy replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Sir, are you certain? The appraiser couldn't hide the excitement in his voice as he pressed for confirmation. Well, I'm about 80 to 90% sure. I saw a description like this in a partial, damaged edition of the encyclopedia. Before, Buggy answered, not quite understanding why the man was suddenly so worked up, but continuing to bluff his way through. Please wait a moment. I'll go get the manager. He's been searching for a powerful devil fruit for quite some time now. I think he'll be thrilled to hear this, the man said, and immediately left the room. A few minutes later, the sound of steady footsteps approached, and a man of medium build pushed open the door and entered. Seeing the newcomer, Buggy was genuinely surprised. So it's you. Are you certain the devil fruit in your hand is the paramecia-type weapon fruit? The man spoke directly to Buggy. I can't say for sure. If the encyclopedia's record is correct, then it should be, Buggy replied nonchalantly with a shrug. Are you messing with me, kid? The man's eyes turned cold, and a wave of killing intent swept through the room. I have no time for games. Your appraiser told me the same thing. If I can confirm what it is, the price will be higher. If not, the price drops a bit. In other words, unless I'm trying to get a high price, the actual ability doesn't matter much, right? Feeling the chill in the air, Buggy glanced at the man before him and answered bluntly. In that case, the price is 50 million berries, the man said coldly. Hearing the offer, Buggy looked up at him and replied, Bring the money. The man was a little surprised by Buggy's quick decision and gave him a long, searching look. In his script, Buggy was supposed to surrender only out of fear, cowed by his murderous aura. But, as it happened, while Betty, hidden in Buggy's coat, was trembling with fear, Buggy himself had only stiffened for a moment at the very beginning. After that, he remained calm and collected. Withdrawing his killing intent, the man clapped his hands. Another man entered, lugging a large leather suitcase, which he opened and placed in front of Buggy. There was hardly any real quantity at all. Without hesitation, Buggy closed the case, tossed the devil fruit he held to the man across from him, picked up the case and scooped Betty into his arms, striding straight for the door. Only when he reached the threshold, just about to step outside, did Buggy stop, turn his head, and say, with murderous intent like that, You must be a member of the Vinsmoke family, aren't you? You know me? The man looked at Buggy in surprise. Whether I know you or not doesn't matter, Buggy replied. But a devil fruit worth 100 or 200 million berries, and you only offer 50 million? That's hardly fair. The sea is vast, but the world is small. One day, we'll cross paths again. With that, Buggy didn't bother to wait for the man's reaction and simply walked away. Watching Buggy's retreating figure, the medium-built man suddenly had a feeling he'd been a bit reckless this time. But that feeling vanished as quickly as it came. As a member of the Vinsmoke family, that was just his way of doing things. As for Buggy's parting words, they meant nothing to him. The Vinsmoke family was not to be threatened by just anyone. Were it not so inconvenient to cause trouble here, the man would have liked nothing more than to keep Buggy from leaving, just for his insolence. After leaving the auction house, Buggy still felt a flicker of surprise. The man he just dealt with looked remarkably like Sanji from the comics, especially those curled eyebrows, the only difference being Sanji's curl leaned to one side, while this man's brows curled in two directions. If not father and son, they must be relatives. Of course, that had nothing to do with Buggy. He'd swallowed a minor loss, but he made a mental note of it. If he hadn't been with Betty, he might have torn the auction house apart then and there. As for the power of the Vinsmoke family, Buggy didn't give it second thought. Years of hard training weren't meant for suffering others' bullying. Today might not have been the right time, but sooner or later, he'd get his payback. He hailed a carriage straight for the port. With Betty in tow, Buggy boarded a vessel bound for the entrance to the North Blues Grand Line, Vittown. The journey wasn't far from the kingdom of Karuz to Vittown. 2 days later, with fair winds and calm seas, the merchant ship brought Buggy and Betty to their destination. They didn't enter Vittown. The ship had barely reached harbor, hadn't even docked, when Buggy, carrying Betty, suddenly leapt overboard. Using moonwalk, he darted toward another ship already sailing out of port. Aboard the pirate ship bound for the Red Line for Vittown, shouts of excitement rang out. No doubt another band of pirates aiming to enter the Grand Line. Buggy could tell without even asking. Originally, Buggy came to Vittown with the intention of hitching a ride into the Grand Line. So, the moment he saw this ship, he scooped up Betty in his arms and dashed straight toward it. As for weather, this ship could safely enter the mountain-climbing current. Buggy wasn't worried in the slightest. As long as he reached the entrance to the Grand Line, even if the ship sank, he could still carry Betty along the current and cross the Red Line again. Worst-case scenario, they'd end up at Twin Capes and wait for another ship. Plus, he could take the opportunity to chat with that old ship doctor. With his plan in mind, Buggy landed on the excited pirate ship, holding Betty close. To be honest, seeing someone suddenly running through the air and landing on their ship left the once cheerful pirates in stunned silence. But in the next instant, every one of them pulled out their weapons, eyeing Buggy and Betty warily. "What business do you have on the Luke pirate's ship, friend?" A man dressed as the captain stepped forward cautiously to ask. "So you're the captain of the Luke pirates? No need to be nervous. I just came aboard to ask if you're planning to enter the Grand Line." Surrounded by a group of armed pirates, Buggy appeared completely unruffled, his tone calm and casual. "Of course we're headed for the Grand Line. Who wouldn't want a shot at the Pirate King's great treasure?" Before the captain could reply, a shifty-looking fellow blurted out an answer. Buggy chuckled. "As long as you're going to the Grand Line, that's all I need. I happen to have some business there myself. Would you mind letting us hitch a ride?" "Why should we let you on our ship?" the shifty man pressed further. Without giving an answer, Buggy simply tossed the box he was holding onto the deck, letting it land right at the captain's feet. "There's 50 million berries in that chest. If you can get us to the island we want, 20 million of it will be your payment for taking us aboard," Buggy said, cutting straight to the point. If we just get rid of you, all the money is—" The shifty man never finished his sentence. In a blur, he suddenly found himself lifted off the ground by a tremendous force. With a blood-curdling scream, the pirates watched as their companion was hurled overboard, landing in the distant sea with a heavy splash. "I'm not looking for trouble, but I never shy away from it either. Pirates may rob, but you'd better pick your targets wisely. Wouldn't you agree?" Back in his original spot, Buggy addressed the pirates with a gentle smile. Yes, absolutely." The pirates responded in unison, not daring to argue. "Are you kidding?" They hadn't even seen how the other side made their move before their companion was sent flying. If it really came to a fight, no matter how many people they had, it would be a dead end. That speed, honestly, even a bullet might not be able to hit him. Under the overwhelming intimidation of Bucky's sheer strength, Luke the pirate wasted no time in striking a deal with him. He didn't spare a second thought for the sleazy guy who'd been tossed into the sea. Let's be real, why risk your neck for someone who doesn't respect you, especially against someone so powerful? You have to be out of your mind to go back for him. With these thoughts in mind, Luke gave a broad wave of his hand, ordering the crew to adjust their course toward the entrance of the Grand Line. The Grand Line is called the Graveyard of Pirates for good reason. If nothing else, just entering its waters is a test in itself. Of course, how difficult that test is depends on the weather when you enter. Take Luffy, for example. Choosing a stormy night was undoubtedly the toughest challenge possible. Luckily for them, the Luke pirates knew how to pick their moment. They chose a fine, clear day, avoiding the added complications of wind and zen. Plus, their navigator was decent enough at his job, so the ship made it into the mountain current with some thrills, but no real danger. As the scenery flew by at breakneck speed, the pirate ship shot up to the very peak of Reverse Mountain and then sailed smoothly down the current on the other side. Standing on deck, Bucky gazed at the familiar twin capes in the distance. Though it was his first time seeing them in person, his body seemed to know the place well. He had no intention of going ashore to visit old Dr. Crocus. Bucky simply watched with quiet detachment as their ship left the twin capes behind. After they'd sailed a good half-day's distance from the twin capes, Bucky was resting in his cabin when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside. "Hey, are you resting?" a voice called out. From the sound of it, Bucky knew it was Captain Luke. He opened the door and looked at Luke. "Is there something you need?" Luke scratched his head. "Here's the thing. Earlier, you mentioned you had business in the Grand Line, and since I already took your money, I figured I'd drop you off wherever you need to go before we head back. Would you mind telling me your destination? If possible, it'd be great if you could help point us in the right direction. You know, it's our first time in the Grand Line. Lots of things we're not familiar with." Hearing this, Bucky immediately understood why the captain had come looking for him. Most likely, they'd realized after leaving the Twin Capes that their compass no longer worked, since they didn't know about the Grand Line's peculiarities or the need for a log pose. Oh, I should have reminded Captain Luke about this. The Grand Line is nothing like the Four Seas. On this route, a regular compass won't point you in the right direction because its needle is thrown off by erratic magnetic fields. Without a special navigational tool called a log pose, reaching any island is more a matter of luck than skill. But don't worry, I can take the helm and get us to the island I'm heading for. After that, you can get yourself a log pose and continue your journey. Bucky, now understanding the issue, explained sympathetically. "You're really helping us out here," Luke replied, finally understanding why their navigator's compass had been acting up after listening to Bucky's explanation. Following Luke to the helm, Bucky took out the compass he'd won in the lottery, then stepped up to take control of the wheel. "Hey, does your compass actually point north?" the helmsman asked, puzzled as he watched Bucky handle the unusual device. "It definitely doesn't point north," Bucky replied, "but I'm not heading south anyway, so it doesn't matter, does it? Instead of worrying about my compass, maybe have your navigator keep a close eye on the weather." The first half of the Grand Line isn't as wild as the legends say, but compared to the Four Seas, it's terrifying. There's a reason they call it the Pirate's Graveyard. All I can do is steer a course. When it comes to the weather, you're on your own. Bucky wasn't one to waste words, but not wanting to lose any time, he still offered the warning. And it was a warning worth heeding. Luke, at least, took it seriously. After all, when his compass had stopped working, he'd already realized that this sea was nothing like the ones he'd sailed before. That was why he paid close attention to everything Bucky said. Very soon, Luke would come to understand the terror of the Grand Line firsthand. In the Four Seas, no matter how fierce a storm might get, it never reached the point where all hope seemed lost. But even an ordinary storm here could chill the heart of a seasoned sailor. Luke's crew only skirted the edge of a storm and were already badly shaken. When the tempest finally passed, even the lure of one piece wasn't enough to keep Luke from feeling a flicker of doubt. "Young man, you're still quite young, but already so strong. You must have traveled the seas before. Do you know how to get safely from the Grand Line back to the North Sea?" Once things had calmed down, Luke found Bucky, who was still at the helm, and asked, "Thinking of turning back already?" "Well, you're right. The Grand Line really is terrifying. But getting back to the North Sea isn't easy. As far as I know, there are only 3 ways to return from the Grand Line to the North Sea. First, you'll need to make your way through the first half of the Grand Line. Once you've passed Fishman Island and surfaced in the second half of the sea, you can sail along the Red Line and cross the Calm Belt to enter the North Blue. But this route is extremely difficult. The first half alone is no easy feat, and even if you reach its end, heading to Fishman Island is no simple matter. Out of every 10 ships that set out for Fishman Island, only about 3 actually make it there. And even if you succeed, you still have to cross the Calm Belt afterward. At this point, Buggy paused. Not because he was unwilling to go on, but because what he just described had already left Luke visibly shaken. "Brother, what about the second method?" Luke asked, his face pale, only managing to force out the words after swallowing hard. "The second method is much simpler," Buggy replied. "Just go back to the entrance of the Grand Line at Reverse Mountain, then follow the upstream current back over the Red Line. As long as you can pull it off, I guarantee you'll make it back to the North Blue 100%. Of course, this method only works for people, not for ships." The moment Buggy finished, Luke's face darkened even further. "Brother, maybe you could manage that, but there's no way I could," Luke said. "Just tell me the third way." Luke knew his own limits all too well. The third way is, in theory, the simplest of all. Stop being a pirate and join the Navy instead. Right now, take down your Jolly Roger and, when you reach the next island, enlist in the Marines. Later, you can apply for a transfer to the North Blue. If luck is on your side, you might make it back to the North Blue in a few years. But if you've already got a bounty on your head, there's no need to say anything more. Once you show up, the only thing the Navy will do is put you on a prison ship bound straight for the undersea prison in the Comm Belt. Buggy stopped there. Shaking his head, Luke said nothing in response to all he'd heard. Seeing this, Buggy instantly realized that this guy must be a wanted man already. Originally, Buggy himself had intended to return to the North Blue. Given his strength now, as long as nothing major went wrong on the way to Fishman Island, he could easily take this group back with him. But Buggy had no intention of doing anyone such a favor. Good deeds are never as easy as they sound, and, besides, they cost valuable time. Most importantly, Buggy had no respect for people whose dreams faded the moment things got tough. Perhaps seeking safety is human nature, and the Grand Line truly is perilous, but if you're chasing after the one piece, you need resolve. If you lack that resolve, and just jump in for the excitement, only to realize you're out of your depth and want to give up and run away, it's never going to be that easy. This is a world where only the strong thrive. The weak are expected to live within their limits, and those who act recklessly must pay the price for their impulsiveness. Buggy had no intention of taking them out of the Grand Line, either. With the ship sailing steadily onward, and after a few skirmishes with other pirates, none of them particularly fierce, Buggy finally led the Luke pirates straight to the island that had been his destination ever since entering the Grand Line. As they gazed at the distant shore, land they hadn't seen for nearly a month, the pirates could barely contain their excitement. However, before setting foot on land, Buggy called the members of the Luke pirates together, wanting to ensure his own plans proceeded smoothly. The island ahead is one of the most famous in the first half of the Grand Line. It's called Gourmet Island. You'll find all kinds of unique delicacies here, special to this sea. Savor them to your heart's content, but remember, don't cause trouble. We're not far from the Navy's judicial island, so let me leave it at that. I hope we'll meet again someday. With those words, Buggy gave the pirates no chance for goodbyes. He grabbed his belongings, scooped up Betty, and with a leap, bounded across the waves toward Gourmet Island, vanishing from the Luke pirate site in less than a minute. As for what makes up a pirate crew, leaving aside the deckhands, the leanest model is the future Straw Hat Pirates. A captain, a swordsman, a navigator, a sniper, a cook, a doctor, an archaeologist, a shipwright, and a musician. Influenced by the elite crew philosophy of the Straw Hats, Buggy never even considered gathering too many crewmates. Forming a crew of elites had always been his plan. Whether or not his members should mirror the future Straw Hats was something Buggy had pondered even before his reincarnation. His envisioned lineup went as follows: Captain, First Mate, Captains. Secretary, Buggy insisted this was essential, owing to his fondness for the phrase, bring the secretary. Navigator, Cook, Doctor, Shipwright, Intelligence Officer, Mascot, and Musician. The position of captain naturally belonged to Buggy himself. For every other role, he already had several candidates in mind. Who would? Philippe's spot would depend on luck. After all, in any world, one truth remains. While you're choosing others, they're choosing you too. Buggy had no intention of pestering people endlessly like that little straw hat. The great pirate era had only begun less than 6 years ago. While every day mattered, when it came to growing stronger, there was plenty of time for choosing crewmates. His plan was simple: find people he truly approved of and train them himself. Tedious though this process might be, it was far less exhausting than blindly searching for ready-made professionals who happened to suit his tastes. In the end, raising his own crew would bring him much greater peace of mind, to ask the very first person. In Buggy's training program, little Betty, who was now nestled in Buggy's arms, gazing around with wide-eyed curiosity, had already had her future role within the pirate crew decided the moment they set foot on Gourmet Island. She would be the chef. 4 or 5 days, Buggy and Betty indulged in a feast, savoring every delicacy the island had to offer. Only after they had eaten their way through all the famous dishes did Buggy lead Betty to the entrance of a modest, mid-sized restaurant. During his days of observation, Buggy had noticed that, while the chef here wasn't particularly renowned and the restaurant had no signature dish to speak of, it was still the oldest, most established eatery on the island. He sought out the plump owner, who was busy in the kitchen, and without hesitation, set down a chest filled with money and a small sack in front of him. There's money in the chest. Not much, just 20 million. In this sack, you'll find 10 grams of the finest spice from the East Blue's disdained kingdom. Heavens. Fragrance. I have only one request. Take care of Betty for a few years, and, in that time, teach her all the fundamental skills a chef should know. Do we have a deal? The owner glanced from Buggy's earnest face to the sack of exquisite spice beside the money. His eyes lit up, and with a broad, delighted smile, he replied, "Deal. For the next few years, I'll train her as if she were my own successor." Excellent. If I'm satisfied with her progress next time I visit, there'll be even more heaven's fragrance for you. Buggy nodded, clearly pleased with the arrangement. It's a promise, the plump owner declared. A promise, Bucky agreed. The two struck the deal without hesitation, sealing Betty's future with a handshake and a few simple words. Turning to Betty, Bucky said gently, Betty, starting tomorrow, you'll stay here and learn how to become someone your big brother can rely on. This uncle may be a bit on the heavy side, but he has a lot to teach you. Promise me you'll study hard, all right? Isn't my big brother going to stay with me? Betty tilted her little head, looking up at Bucky with pleading eyes. I've got other things to take care of, in other places, Bucky replied softly. But this isn't goodbye forever. Trust me once. You've learned all the things this uncle can teach you. I'll come back for you, and then we'll set off for new adventures together. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, his voice full of warmth. But I don't want to be apart from you, Betty whimpered, clinging to Bucky's hand. To become someone your big brother needs, you have to stay here and learn. Do you understand what I'm saying? Bucky's tone grew firm. He would not coddle her on this. Seeing his serious expression, Betty's eyes shimmered with hurt. But in the end, she said nothing more about leaving with him. There, Betty. Be good. I'll be back for you before you know it. With those words, Bucky turned away and pulled out a small den mushy. Please accept this den mushy. It'll make it easier for us to keep in touch. However, I'll be away from the Grand Line for a while, so if you can't reach me sometimes, don't take it to heart. Next time, I'll bring Tianxiang over as a guest. I'm really hoping to taste the dishes the little one makes for me then. As long as you don't come too soon, that's fine. She's still young and needs to start from the basics. It'll take some time for her to practice until she can cook on her own, but I'm confident she'll learn within a few years. With Tianxiang taking the lead, the plump proprietor didn't mind Buggy's tone at all. He accepted the den mushy with excitement and replied, Leave it to me. I'll look forward to our next meeting. I will too. Sailing alone on the waters of the Grand Line, one had to admit that compared to the treacherous seas of the New World that lingered in his memory, the first half of the Grand Line truly felt like a paradise. Even with only Buggy's memories to rely on, he encountered nothing especially dangerous along the way. 10 days later, guided by his compass, Buggy finally caught sight of land. Setting foot on an island that existed in neither of his memories, Buggy paused for a moment, sensing the place. His expression turned a bit peculiar as he took in the sight of this sweltering summer island. But soon after, as if remembering something, he pressed on, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Pulling out his compass, Buggy stopped thinking about anything else and simply followed its guidance forward. After traveling for most of the day, Buggy made his way through the dense jungle on the island's outskirts and reached the central area. When he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Ahead lay a sunken field of molten lava, its fiery red glow lighting up the sky with a crimson haze even in broad daylight. Upon seeing this, Buggy finally understood the source of the island's strange, oppressive heat. He didn't step directly into the lava field. Instead, Buggy pulled out a telescope, leapt up and shot into the air. Ascending to nearly 100 meters, Buggy began to carefully scan the lava field below through his telescope. After 10 minutes, in the very heart of the lava zone, Buggy finally spotted a tree the same color as molten fire. Hanging from its branches was a devil fruit, its skin swirling with misty clouds. Guided by his compass to this island, Buggy's true objective was indeed that devil fruit. Yet, more than the fruit itself, what he truly wanted was to meet the one who would possess it in the future. Clearly, the information in his memories was incomplete. He had arrived too early, and the real target had yet to appear. Should he leave the fruit here and wait for that person's arrival? The thought crossed Buggy's mind, but he shook his head at once. His plan was to find that person. Yet it wasn't a matter of absolute necessity. On the contrary, finding this devil fruit before encountering its destined owner could actually be considered a stroke of luck. This way, the fruit could be given to someone else to use. Since fate had not brought him and this person together, there was no need to search for him any further. With this thought, Buggy slid toward the center of the lava zone. After picking the devil fruit, Buggy retraced his steps and headed back the way he had come. He tossed the fruit into a small wooden box, then plunged into the jungle to gather supplies that could be stored for the journey. A day later, with his preparations nearly complete, Buggy once again hopped onto his small boat, hoisted the sail, and set out for his next destination. Having set his sights on a clear goal, Buggy glanced at his compass, which had finally settled after countless spins. Only then did he raise the sail and set off once more. Over 10 days later, when the outline of the red line finally appeared on the horizon from his little boat, Buggy found himself hesitating. He noticed that the compass still pointed straight ahead, making him wonder if he should cross the red line once more. Since his last crossing, Buggy had gained some confidence in his abilities. Still, the thought of simply traversing the red line again made him shake his head. Buggy never doubted his own strength to cross the red line, But he knew that wasn't the best way forward. Not this time. More importantly, he couldn't be sure if the person he was searching for was actually on the other side, in the new world beyond the red line. There was another problem. Even if he managed to climb over the red line, what if there was neither land nor ships down below? That would be a real predicament. After weighing his options, Buggy decided to change course and head directly for the entrance to the new world, the Sparrow archipelago. A day later, as he caught sight of the towering red mangroves marking the islands, Buggy felt a surge of excitement. After all, there was a certain special figure residing on the Sparrow archipelago. Buggy never once hesitated about whether to meet this senior figure. He still had questions about hockey training that only this veteran could answer. After steadying his nerves, Buggy steered his boat toward the Sparrow archipelago. The moment he set foot on the island, he couldn't wait to extend his observation hockey, probing around for any extraordinary presences. Just as he expected, he didn't sense any overwhelmingly powerful auras. Of course, this didn't necessarily mean the person he was searching for wasn't on the island. Rather, it proved that there were indeed techniques to conceal one's presence while training hockey. Unfortunately, Buggy, being self-taught, hadn't learned such skills, one of the very questions he hoped to ask the veteran. For most people, finding a top-tier master on such a crowded island would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Thankfully, Buggy had his trusty magical compass. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to try his luck at Shaggy's place and wait things out, following the guidance of the compass. Buggy moved swiftly in one direction. He had only covered a few kilometers when he noticed the compass needle begin to swing rapidly. It was obvious his inability to conceal his presence had been discovered by that senior, and not wanting to attract attention, the senior had started moving as well. After pausing briefly on the roof of an inn, Buggy poured all his energy into pursuing his target from afar, guided only by the compass. Meanwhile, in a bustling casino, a blond middle-aged man was enjoying himself immensely when he suddenly sensed something. Out of caution, he quickly left the casino and headed toward the amusement park. But after only 2 minutes, he stopped in his tracks with a soft exclamation, his eyes filled with surprise. He stroked his beard, streaked with a hint of silver, then abruptly changed direction. But just a few minutes later, he stopped again now. Visibly startled, he stood still, lost in thought, and after closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, he quickly set off once more. After knocking out an unlucky soul who happened to be nearby and taking a battle knife into his hand, the man ceased his movements and waited in place. Soon, a faint blue light appeared in the man's vision. His eyes, narrowed in vigilance, opened slightly wider. When he caught a glimpse of an intense streak of red within the blue, his expression turned to utter disbelief and shock. "Uncle Rayleigh, it's been a long time," Buggy said, taking a deep breath before greeting the man who stood before him. "Buggy, it really is you. Ha ha. Of all the possibilities I imagined, I never thought you would be the one to appear here. What a surprise, and a pleasant one. At that. Buggy, you've changed so much I almost didn't recognize you," Rayleigh replied after a brief moment of astonishment, breaking into hearty laughter. "Uncle Rayleigh, people change. It's been nearly 7 years, hasn't it? I still can't forget that day 5 years ago, the way the captain smiled as he spoke his final words in Lowtown. After that, I thought about a lot of things and decided I didn't want to drift aimlessly, living only for treasure. Maybe it was that change that allowed me to meet you again today," Buggy said, his words half truth, half confession. "So that's how it is. You at a low town, then. Have you seen anyone else these past few years? And how did you find me?" Rayleigh asked, clapping Buggy on the shoulder as he spoke. "Shanks was in Lowtown at the time, but we parted ways afterward. I haven't seen him since. When I entered the Grand Line, I caught a glimpse of Crocus at Twin Cape, but it wasn't a good time to say hello. I'll make a point to visit him in the future. As for the others, I haven't seen any of them," Buggy replied, "As for how I managed to find you, Uncle, it was really just a stroke of luck. I originally planned to visit the New World and hone my skills a bit. When I arrived on this island, you and your crew suddenly came to mind, and right then this compass reacted. So, I simply followed where it pointed and ended up here." As Buggy spoke, he took out Captain Jack's mystical compass. "This compass, what is it?" Rayleigh looked at the device in Buggy's hand, clearly surprised. "I stumbled upon it a few years ago. It's quite extraordinary. So long as the person I'm searching for is on the same island as I am, the compass will point me straight to them. That's how I was able to find you," Buggy explained, intentionally downplaying the compass's range. He wasn't trying to deceive Rayleigh, but he also didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble for himself. Just as Buggy had guessed, Rayleigh's eyes dimmed a little when he heard this. If there were no limits to the compass's searching ability, Rayleigh would have asked Buggy to help track down others as well. Not that a full reunion was necessary, but just knowing everyone was safe would have brought peace of mind. So that's how it is. A bit of a shame, really. But next time you see Crocus, be sure to give him my regards. I do miss those days, Rayleigh said, nostalgia coloring his voice. I'll definitely pass along your message. By the way, Uncle Rayleigh, I happen to have some questions about training that I'd love to ask you, Buggy said, seizing the opportunity to steer the conversation to what he really wanted. Now that you mention it, Buggy, I almost forgot. Your strength has grown a lot these past years. You've awakened hockey, haven't you? Rayleigh continued, turning the conversation to Buggy's progress. Yeah. After a life-or-death battle, I managed to awaken Conqueror's hockey, though there's still a lot I don't understand, Buggy replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Conqueror's hockey, huh? Roger sure had an eye for people. Both you and Shanks have that kind of potential. Come on, let's head to my place and share a drink. Whatever questions you have, I'll try to answer them all. With a reassuring look, Rayleigh patted Buggy on the shoulder and led him toward his home. Before long, Buggy found himself following Rayleigh back to Shacky's rip-off bar. When Shacky saw Rayleigh return with a tall young man in tow, she was a little surprised, but greeted them warmly. Welcome back, Mr. Rayleigh. I'm home, Shacky. This is Buggy, who used to be an apprentice on the Roger Pirates. It's been 7 years since we last met. Prepare some food for us. I want to have a good drink with Buggy tonight, Rayleigh said, his spirits clearly high. Seeing Rayleigh so pleased, Shacky smiled, and after another word of welcome, headed off to start preparing. Sitting at the bar with Rayleigh, Buggy quickly took the bundle off his back, opened it, and pulled out a small box containing a devil fruit. Rayleigh's eyes immediately focused on the little box in Buggy's hands. Uncle Rayleigh, this is a devil fruit I came across on my way here, Buggy explained as he opened the box. Rayleigh didn't say anything at first. He took the box from Buggy, lifting it up to examine it closely. After studying the fruit for a good while, Rayleigh finally spoke. I think I've seen this devil fruit in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia before, but I can't recall which one it is. Still, judging by its pattern, it's definitely a Logia type. So it really is a Logia type devil fruit. That's a pretty impressive find, Buggy said, visibly relieved by Rayleigh's confirmation. Rayleigh stroked his beard with a smile. What a pity you already ate the chop fruit. Otherwise, this Logia fruit would have suited you well. I can't use it myself, but I can always keep it for a crewmate. Back in Logtown, before I parted ways with Shanks, we promised each other to find worthy companions, form our own pirate crews, and one day face off on the seas. After the battle, we'd share a hearty drink. I don't plan on losing to Shanks, so the stronger my crewmates, the better, Buggy said, his determination shining in his eyes. Seeing Buggy's resolute expression, Rayleigh let out a hearty laugh. You two, honestly, but that's not a bad thing. If Roger knew there was someone to carry on the spirit of the crew, he'd be delighted. With that, Rayleigh handed the box with the devil fruit back to Buggy. They waited for Shacky to bring over the food and drinks, while Rayleigh asked Buggy about what had happened after the pirate crew disbanded. The next morning, Rayleigh began instructing Buggy in the art of hockey. It was only after receiving Rayleigh's guidance that Buggy realized just how little he knew about hockey. His self-taught methods left much to be desired, and there were plenty of things he needed to improve. Getting advice from a master like this was a rare opportunity, and Buggy had no intention of leaving after just a lesson or two. He decided to stay and devote himself to training. Unlike the years later, when Rayleigh would take Luffy to an uninhabited island for his training, Buggy didn't go through such extremes. In Rayleigh's words, there was no need. Buggy had plenty of shortcomings, but they mostly lay in the technique of using hockey, not in awakening it or basic control, so there was no sense in making things unnecessarily complicated. After making Buggy visit a clothing shop and spend a small fortune on a custom-fitted wetsuit that covered him up to the neck, Rayleigh brought him to a secluded spot on the coast of Sabeti Archipelago, with a rope tied around him and a bubble helmet on his head. Buggy was sent straight by Rayleigh to a depth of 50 meters beneath the sea to train in technique and precision control. To be honest, Buggy felt a little uneasy about Rayleigh's training methods. After all, as a devil fruit user, he had a natural fear of the ocean. But once he was fully wrapped in a custom-made diving suit and submerged, his anxiety eased considerably, since that familiar feeling of weakness never came. Feeling the pressure of the water against his body, Buggy calmed himself and began training as Rayleigh had instructed, quickly losing himself in the passage of time through this unconventional method. The year 1503 was a remarkable one, for it saw the birth of the second king in pirate history. In that same year, Usopp, who would later be known as GD, was also born. Of course, none of this mattered much to Buggy, since he never intended to poach members from the Straw Hat Pirates in the first place. For Buggy, the true significance of 1503 lay in something about to unfold. After more than half a year of systematic training, his strength had taken another leap forward. According to Rayleigh, Buggy should now be able to spar evenly with an average Navy Vice Admiral without relying on his devil fruit powers. But as for the more formidable Vice Admirals, such as Akainu, Akiji, Kazuru, or the legendary hero garb. If Bucky ever ran into them, his best bet would be to make a hasty retreat. And as for the admirals or the fleet admiral, he wouldn't even consider facing them. When his training ended, Bucky bid farewell to Rayleigh, but he didn't leave the Sabeti archipelago right away. Instead, he struck a deal with a nearby fishmonger and spent his days fishing along the archipelago's shores. Ever since making a pact with Shanks, Bucky had begun carefully selecting future crew members for his own pirate crew. The first was, of course, the one he'd invited back in Lowtown, the vice captain and Future World's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Of course, Bucky could only do his best here, since he had no idea how difficult Mihawk's test would turn out to be. As for his second crew member, Bucky's shortlist certainly didn't include Betty, known later as Baby 5. In truth, she'd never even crossed his mind as a candidate. But, as the saying goes, plans can't keep up with change, and since fate had brought them together, Bucky saw no reason to let the opportunity slip by. After all, Betty was far more adaptable than Baby 5 would ever be. With a plan tailored just for her, Bucky was confident she could become an indispensable member of his crew. Of course, it didn't hurt that he was also recruiting a professional chef and maid all in one. Instead of leaving the Sabeti archipelago, Bucky lingered on its shores, fishing as he waited for the individuals on his list of candidates to appear. For Bucky, the only thing that truly mattered in the year 1503 was the impending abduction of the 3 Hancock sisters by human traffickers who would sell them to the Holy Land. It wasn't their stunning beauty that drew Bucky's attention to these sisters from the land of warrior women, though Hancock's unrivaled allure was famous across the seas. What mattered more to him was their remarkable potential. Hancock herself was in a league of her own, not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also born with the innate power of conqueror's hockey, making her a truly outstanding candidate. Her 2 younger sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, were no less gifted. In the city of Amazon Lily, only the finest female warriors could earn the right to join the Kuja pirates. For these 2 to become members of the crew alongside Hancock before even reaching the age of 12 spoke volumes about their talent. Surely, they had already awakened their hockey by this age. Otherwise, they would never have been allowed to set sail. Had these 3 sisters not been kidnapped, even if Hancock had never gained the ability of the love fruit, she would have made a name for herself sooner or later. In fact, perhaps she would have risen to fame even earlier, were it not for the years of hell the 3 endured as slaves to the celestial dragons. If they hadn't wasted away those precious years in the Holy Land, but instead spent their golden age training under the guidance of Kuja elders, their strength would have grown far beyond what mere numbers could measure. Bucky's decision to remain on the outskirts of the Sabeti archipelago was driven by his determination to rescue the sisters. Even if, in the end, he failed to persuade them to join his crew, he would have no regrets. After all, there was no way Bucky could stand idly by and watch his goddess fall prey to the filthy hands of the celestial dragons. With this resolve, Bucky kept vigil every day at the edge of the Sabeti archipelago, waiting for the day the 3 sisters would be brought ashore. Perched on a small boat, passing the time by idly fishing, his thoughts were always on the compass in his right hand. It was already April, and yet the needle hadn't budged an inch. How much longer would he have to wait for the event to be set in motion? He shook his head, sighing at the unchanging situation. Seeing that nothing would happen today, Bucky once again donned his waterproof bodysuit, fastened his safety rope, and after blowing a bubble helmet around his head, dove into the sea, resuming his training. Time crawled by painfully slow. Even with training to fill the hours, the days dragged on, each one feeling endless. Another month slipped by, and just as Bucky's patience was wearing thin, the needle on his compass finally shifted ever so slightly. The moment he saw it, Bucky was nearly moved to tears with excitement. At last, the 3 sisters had set sail. It had been an agonizing wait, but finally, the moment had come. Of course, excitement was one thing, but Bucky knew that if he wanted to see the 3 sisters, he would still have to wait for some time. After all, even someone at the level of an admiral would hardly be able to sneak aboard the Kuja pirate's ship and spirit the sisters away while they were sailing. According to Bucky's analysis, the most likely scenario was that during one of the Kuja pirates' raids on an island, the 3 sisters had been left on the ship for guard duty, giving slave traders the perfect opportunity to strike. See calendar, year 1502, November 15th, clear skies. Today was truly a joyful day. Finally, together with Sandersonia and Marigold, we defeated that damned saber-toothed tiger. Granny Mina was overjoyed when she saw us dragging the beast back, showering us with praise. At last, we have become warriors recognized by Granny Mina. Tiger meat is delicious. Tomorrow, I'll go hunting again with Sandersonia and Marigold. Yes, tomorrow we'll look for that one-eyed bear. Rumor has it that bear meat is just as tasty. See calendar, year 1503, January 27th, light rain. Today is a special day. Mother, far away in heaven, you should be proud of us for the three of us have finally been chosen to join the pirate crew. Next time, we'll be able to ride atop the serpent's head and set out to sea. See calendar, year 1503, May 3rd. The weather is bright and clear. After waiting for months, the pirate crew is finally setting sail. I am thrilled, and so are Sandersonia and Marigold. What kind of future awaits us? Mother, so far away in heaven, how I wish for your blessing. See calendar, year 1503, May 13th, overcast skies. We've left the island, and today at last we saw land. It's not like Amazon Lily at all, the nearby island is cloaked in silver and white, breathtaking but a bit cold. The elder sisters entrusted us with an important duty, to stay aboard with the serpent and look after the ship until their victorious return. It's so boring. I wish I could go fight with them, but my sisters promised me that next time, when we reach another island, I could join the battle. I can hardly wait. Suddenly, I heard my younger sisters cry. I have to go. On the Grand Line, above the seas near the Red Line, two men, one tall, one short, stood at the bow of a ship. Boss, this time we're sure to make a fortune. I heard that St. Cross has already offered 200 million berries for slaves from Amazon Lily, the land of warrior women. We waited an entire year for this opportunity, and in one swoop, we've captured 3 of them. And their sisters, too. Don't you think St. Cross might reward us even more if he's pleased? The shorter man was brimming with excitement. I'm not sure if we can get more, but we absolutely can't make the request in person. Everyone knows what the celestial dragons are like. Their tempers are infamous. They don't even see money as money. If they're in a good mood, giving extra is nothing out of the ordinary. But if we say too much and ruin their mood, we may not even leave the Holy Land in one piece. To be honest, more than money, I'd rather have the chance to follow them, the tall man answered calmly. Boss, maybe we should just send them straight to the auction house. That would be a lot less trouble, the shorter man said, a note of worry in his voice. Do you think I want to take this risk? I'm doing it because I hope to find an opportunity in the Holy Land. As for the auction house, not only do they take a huge cut, but it took us a whole year just to get close to the celestial dragons. Would you really let the people at the auction house reap the rewards for nothing? That's true. As long as we can earn the celestial dragons' favor, even if we end up running errands for them, it's 100 times better than what we're doing now. Having lived in the Sabati archipelago for years, the short man knew full well the awe-inspiring power of the celestial dragons. I'm glad you understand. Get ready, we're almost there. After hearing the tall man's words, the shorter man turned to prepare, only to see a figure land lightly on the deck not far in front of him. I'm looking for 3 young girls. Have you seen them? The figure straightened up and spoke in a relaxed, unhurried tone. Who are you? The short man was clearly startled by the sudden appearance of this stranger on their ship. My name's Buggy. I'm a pirate by trade, and I was once an apprentice crew member on a Roger pirate ship. As he spoke, Buggy took a step forward, closing the distance between himself and the short man in an instant. The Roger pirates? The tall man stared in amazement at the young man with the red nose standing before him. That's right, but that's not what matters right now. The important thing is, you still haven't answered my question. I'm searching for 3 girls about 10 years old. Have you seen them? Buggy asked with a warm smile, pulling out a compass and glancing at it as he spoke. Noticing the compass needle spinning uselessly, the short man couldn't understand why this red-nosed stranger would bother with something so ineffective in the Grand Line. Still, he had no intention of telling the truth. Brother Buggy, we haven't seen anyone like that. I don't know how you ended up here, but it's clear you've got the wrong ship. There's no one like that on board. Sparrow, enough with the pointless chatter. He's already come looking for us. Do you really think a few words will get rid of someone like him? I'd like to see for myself what's so impressive about a member of the Roger Pirates. Compared to the short man, the tall one was much more direct. While speaking, he drew the pistol from his waist and fired several shots at Buggy without hesitation. Courting death, Buggy didn't even move his lower body. His upper body split into several segments and nimbly dodged the incoming bullets. Boss, this guy's got powers, Sparrow shouted loudly. Of course he does. You think I didn't notice? Don't be scared. It's not an offensive ability. Call everyone out. We'll gun him down in a hail of bullets. The tall man was clearly someone who remained calm in the face of danger. Hearing this, Buggy actually felt relieved. As long as the tall man wasn't planning to use the Hancock sisters as hostages against him, there was no need to panic. As for being surrounded, Buggy, who had mastered Conqueror's hockey, had nothing to fear from that. Within seconds of gunshots, Buggy heard the hurried footsteps of many people coming from below deck. Half a minute later, a dozen or so men had completely encircled him. Fire! Once the circle was closed, the tall man immediately gave the order. The moment everyone raised their pistols and aimed at Buggy, his gaze turned sharp as a blade. An intangible wave burst out from him, sweeping over the crowd. Instantly, those surrounding him felt a bone-chilling cold shoot from the base of their spines straight to the crown of their heads. And then nothing. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed, hitting the deck with a series of heavy thuds. Buggy glanced at the scene he'd created, showing neither satisfaction nor disappointment, only a faint hint of regret. He had thought the tall man might withstand his hockey, giving him a chance to put on a bit of show. With a shrug, Buggy strode toward the cabin. Guided by his observation hockey, he had no trouble finding the room where the captives were held. He reached out and tapped the locked door. With the power of his chop fruit, the door instantly shattered into several large pieces. A chorus of muffled sobs immediately rose from inside. No need to cry, and there's nothing to fear. The ones who captured you have already been taken care of, Buggy said calmly. You three are actually quite lucky. If you'd ended up sold off to the Holy Land as slaves, your lives would have been utterly ruined. Once thrown into that hell, you'd never escape, except as corpses tossed aside. After a quick glance to confirm that these were indeed the Hancock sisters, Buggy continued unhurriedly. Only after finishing did he walk behind them and tap the ropes binding each sister. After their initial terror, the moment Hancock was freed, she immediately stood up and protectively gathered her two younger sisters. Behind her, she didn't say a word, only continued to watch the man with the red nose before her with eyes full of unease and wariness. Just come with me for now, Buggy said. Seeing the guarded look in the eyes of the three sisters, he remained perfectly calm. After all, it was only natural to be wary of strangers when you first meet them. With that, Buggy turned and walked out. When they all reached the deck again, Buggy didn't say anything more. He simply stood to the side, watching quietly. But as Hancock and her two younger sisters took in the sight of the human traffickers lying unconscious on the deck, the three of them didn't hesitate for even a moment. They strode over, picked up the weapons the traffickers had dropped, and, without exchanging a word, each pulled the trigger on those who had fallen. After the sharp cracks of gunfire rang out, the deck fell silent. Truth be told, Buggy had never intended to let these traffickers go. He'd already revealed his identity to them. Now that he decided not to remain hidden, he needed to tie up loose ends. The only reason he hadn't acted himself was to see how the three Hancock sisters would respond to such a situation. This outcome was one Buggy had considered, though he'd thought the chances of it happening were slim. Still, it didn't surprise him too much. After all, the female warriors of Amazon Lily weren't known for being gentle. In their eyes, killing a man was probably no different than slaying a beast. Now, I suppose you're not quite so angry anymore. Buggy finally spoke to the three sisters. Thank you, the young Hancock said in a quiet voice. No need to thank me. Come on, let's all help out. We'll steer the ship to a nearby island first, and then I'll figure out how to get you home. Seeing the sisters nod in agreement, Buggy began to give instructions, and together, the four of them set about piloting the trafficker's ship toward the nearest archipelago, Sparrow. No matter how tough they were, young warriors from Amazon Lily or not, they were still just children of 10 or so. When faced with the wonders of an amusement park and sweet treats like cotton candy and cakes, they simply couldn't resist. After all, this was the age to be happy. Before they'd encountered these enchanting things, the Hancock sisters could still keep their composure. But Buggy, with clear intent, docked the ship near an amusement park, and using the excuse of taking a break, led the three sisters inside. His plan was working perfectly. From the moment they landed, the girls played until the park closed, completely lost in a joy they'd never known before. By the time they left, Buggy had become, in the hearts of the three sisters, the finest man they could imagine, with Sandersonia and Marigold each holding one of his hands. Buggy knew at once that the amusement park operation had been a complete success. He couldn't say exactly how fond of him they'd become, but all their wariness had melted away. After spending 2 days with the three sisters on the Sparrow archipelago, he could tell they were almost reluctant to leave, as if they'd forgotten all about home. Hancock managed to keep her composure, but when Sandersonia and Marigold heard Buggy was preparing to send them back, they both showed clear signs of reluctance. But staying here was out of the question. Buggy had never intended to keep all three of them with him forever. For Buggy, the mission was simple. Rescue them, leave a good impression, become friends, and, at the time of parting, make a promise for the future. That, in his mind, was the perfect plan. Clinging to each other endlessly was never part of the deal. With his plan clear, Buggy took the three sisters to Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. Buggy, you're still on the Sparrow archipelago? And these young ladies are? Truth be told, Shaki was quite surprised to see Buggy show up in her shop with 3 young girls in tow. Sister Shaki, I happened to rescue these 3 from a slave ship. Originally, I didn't want to trouble you, but their homeland is Amazon Lily, the legendary island of women, deep in the Calm Belt. It's one thing to travel normal seas, or even just cross the Calm Belt, but to find a specific island there, I don't have what it takes to navigate through the Sea King's nest with passengers. That's why I brought them here, to ask for your help. Do you, or anyone you know, have experience reaching that island? Buggy didn't beat around the bush and explained the situation directly. To Amazon Lily, is it? You've come to the right person. I actually know someone who can guide you there. It's been ages since I last visited her, too. Come on, I'll take you to meet her. This might be a good opportunity for her as well. Shaki gave Buggy a searching look, then agreed cheerfully. Buggy, of course, knew exactly whom Shaki meant. Gloriosa, the former empress of Amazon Lily, known as Elder Nyan. He could have sought her out directly, but explaining the situation would have been tricky, hence his need to go through Shaki. Following Shaki, they rode bubble bikes to District 37, stopping outside an unremarkable little house. Shaki hopped off her bubble bike and stepped forward to knock on the low door. Gloriosa, I've come to see you. As Shaki's voice rang out, the small door creaked open. An old woman, leaning on a cane shaped like a serpent, stepped out. Why, Shaki? It's been a long time. What brings you to visit me today? Even as she spoke to Shaki, the old woman's eyes lingered on the 3 sisters standing behind Buggy. Here's the sentence-by-sentence translation you requested. That's how it is, Gloriosa. This man here is Bucky, a former crew member from Rayleigh's ship. He happened to save these 3 little girls. Originally, Bucky intended to send them back home, but after asking around, he found out they're from Amazon Lily. As you know, unless someone's been there, it's nearly impossible for outsiders to find an island in the Calm Belt. That's why I brought them to you. Shaki explained the situation as simply and clearly as possible. After listening to Shaki, Elder Nyan glanced at Bucky before turning to the 3 Hancock sisters. You 3, come inside with me, she said. She shot another look at Bucky, and only after he nodded did the Hancock sisters follow Gloriosa into the house. After a while, the 4 of them came back out. Shaki, I truly owe you this time. Do you have a ship? I want to take them back as soon as possible, Gloriosa said, apparently having already confirmed the sisters' identities through some means. There's always a ship ready. As soon as we restock a few supplies, we can set off, Bucky replied. He had made sure everything was prepared before coming to see Shaki. You're quite reliable. Let's set out at once, Gloriosa said, giving Bucky an approving nod. With that, the group set off together. 3 days later, the ship anchored at the edge of the Calm Belt. Granny Nyan, what do we do next? Do we just sail straight into the Calm Belt? Bucky asked after they dropped anchor. Bucky, Shaki told me that Rayleigh trained you for a while, is that right? Gloriosa didn't answer directly, instead posing a different question. That's right. Bucky nodded, responding without hesitation. Do you think you could handle a Sea King? Gloriosa continued. I think it shouldn't be a problem. Honestly, I haven't fought a Sea King since I mastered hockey, but I do have devil fruit powers, Bucky replied truthfully. Ah, a devil fruit user. That makes things a bit tricky. But can you do this? With that, Gloriosa stomped on the deck a few times, launching herself effortlessly into the air. I can do that. Bucky nodded again. How long can you keep it up at most? Gloriosa asked further. If I don't use it too often, 2 or 3 hours shouldn't be a problem, Bucky said. By now, he had a pretty good idea of what the old lady was planning. And how long can you carry someone? Gloriosa pressed. 1 person's fine. 2 might be a bit much, Bucky replied, scooping Hancock up in a princess carry to test her weight before answering. He paid no mind to the fact that Hancock's cheeks were now bright red. Are you willing to part with this ship? Gloriosa asked again. Granny Nyan, this ship was never mine to begin with, so there's no question of being attached or not. Once I've dropped you all off, I probably won't need it anymore. After all, a single person can't manage such a big vessel. Bucky spoke honestly, since that was his original plan all along. All right then, just hold Hancock and follow me, Gloriosa replied. With that, she grabbed Sandersonia and Marigold and dashed straight into the Calm Belt. It had to be said, for someone who could become the Empress of the Kuja, Gloriosa's strength was truly formidable. Even with her advanced age, she was still as powerful as ever, carrying 2 women and a snake without the slightest drop in speed. Bucky, meanwhile, had to use nearly all his strength just to keep up while carrying Hancock. He had originally planned to savor the feeling of holding a little girl in his arms, but now he had no choice but to focus all his attention on running through the air. Even so, that soft warmth kept seeping from his chest up into his mind. Breathing in her delicate scent and enjoying the comfort of the sensation, Bucky couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lolas have 3 virtues. The god of otaku never deceives me. As for Hancock, cradled in Bucky's arms, her cheeks were flushed, and her gaze toward Buggy was a little dazed, making her look exceptionally adorable. More than an hour later, Buggy finally landed with Gloriosa on an island. Big sister, your face is so red. Are you feeling hot? As soon as she was set down, Sonia called out loudly to Hancock. A little bit hot. We're finally home. I've missed everyone so much. Let's hurry, I want to see everyone. Hancock quickly changed the subject, speaking as she ran ahead. Watching Hancock dash off, Gloriosa finally turned to Buggy and said, Young man, I truly thank you. After decades, I can finally return openly. Though I should properly express my gratitude, the Kuja have their own rules. As a man, you can't just enter the island, so I'll have to trouble you to wait outside for a bit. But don't rush off. Once I've settled things, I'll have the Kuja pirates see you safely away. No problem. I'll just linger outside for a while, Buggy nodded. He was curious to see the legendary Amazon lily for himself, but wouldn't ruin the careful groundwork he'd laid just for that. Gloriosa handled things with impressive speed. In less than half a day, she returned with a group of people to the island's edge where Buggy waited. Seeing a large group of women approaching, Buggy simply stood his ground until he knew what would happen next. He wasn't about to speak first. So you're the one who rescued the Boa sisters from the slave traders? A woman of unremarkable build, but with an unusually fierce presence, stepped in front of Buggy, fixing her gaze on him and asking directly. That's right, Buggy replied curtly, nodding, his words as few and sharp as ever. To Buggy's surprise, the current empress simply offered her thanks. Thank you very much. There's no need to thank me. Buggy waved his hand dismissively. I just want to do this. I'm a free pirate. I act according to my own will, not for gratitude. Indeed, Buggy needed no one's thanks. Everything he did was for his own future plans. No matter your reasons, you saved the 3 sisters of the Boa family. Next time the Kuja pirates set sail, you may join us. However, until then you must remain on the outskirts. Someone will bring you food. This is the law of Amazon Lily. Do you understand? The Empress's tone was firm, brooking no argument. Buggy gave no verbal reply, simply nodding his agreement. With her answer received, the Empress turned and left with the nation's warriors, leaving only Gloriosa behind. Granny and Yu, the ones bringing food. Surely it won't be Hancock and her sisters, will it? As if anticipating something, Buggy asked before Gloriosa could speak. No, it won't be them. The Empress won't allow Hancock and her sisters to have any contact with you, Gloriosa answered straightforwardly. Oh, that's a bit of a shame. I was hoping to say goodbye, Buggy replied with a hint of regret, shaking his head. Are you planning to leave already? Gloriosa was hardly surprised by Buggy's words. Yes, I'll try the Kuja's cuisine and then be on my way. After all, I don't want to linger where I'm not welcome, Buggy said calmly, without a trace of anger. I understand. Wait until tomorrow. In the evening, I'll arrange for the 3 of them to see you one last time. Gloriosa nodded. Say, Granny and Yu, could I ask a favor of you? Seeing Gloriosa about to leave, Buggy quickly called out. Go on, speak. In a few years, I may come to recruit them. During this time, would you help train them for me? Also, I might send a few girls here to learn how to fight. Could you teach them as well? Only now did Buggy reveal his true intention. As long as they're girls, that's fine. But are you sure any of Hancock's sisters would choose to leave with you? Gloriosa stared at Buggy. People make their own fate, don't they? Buggy neither nodded nor shook his head. Was this your true purpose from the start? Gloriosa pressed further. Not really. After all, saving them was just a coincidence, and it was purely by chance that I discovered some of them had remarkable potential. If I could invite them, that would be great, because I do hope my future companions can be as strong as possible. You must be talking about Hancock, right? What about the other 2? Gloriosa asked calmly. That depends on their own choices. There's no denying they're gifted, but they're also warriors of the Kuja tribe. Maybe someday. In the future, I'll extend an invitation to them as well. As for what happens then, I can't say. After all, I can't force anyone. When dealing with Gloriosa, who is as shrewd as they come, Buggy dared not let his guard down. Giving a completely false answer would never work, but telling the whole truth wasn't wise either. In the end, a half-truth was the most suitable response. After listening to Buggy's answer, Gloriosa was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Whether you can invite them will depend on your own abilities, but I'll do my best to guide you. Thank you very much. Buggy replied with genuine sincerity. You gave me a chance to return to my homeland. It's only right that I repay you in some way. With those words, Gloriosa turned and walked away. As evening fell, and after enjoying the local delicacies Gloriosa had arranged, Buggy sat cross-legged by the sea, waiting for Hancock and the others to arrive. It wasn't until late at night that the familiar sound of footsteps echoed in the darkness. Brother Buggy. With that call, 2 small figures appeared before Buggy. So you've come. Buggy answered with a warm smile. It wasn't easy to slip away from them, So I only brought Hancock, Gloriosa said first, then walked off to the side. Brother Buggy, are you really leaving? Wouldn't it be better to stay? As soon as Gloriosa left, Hancock couldn't hold back her question. Buggy chuckled and shook his head. Brother Buggy is a pirate, after all. Sooner or later, I'll have to form my own crew, which means I have to seek out companions who share my dream. It's just not possible for me to stay here forever. Then what is your dream, brother? Hancock pressed. My dream? To form my very own pirate crew, to sail the seas with my friends, and to create a legend that belongs to us alone. Buggy gazed into the distance, speaking at an easy pace. Create a legend? Hancock clearly didn't understand the meaning behind those words. My captain said something like that when I was just a trainee, to become the freest person on the seas. In the end, he made it happen, and the world called him the Pirate King. I may not seek the title of Pirate King myself, but like my old captain, I want to chase my own dream with all my heart. Throughout one's life, everyone seeks some sense of purpose. All I want is for my existence to be recorded in the annals of history. Only then will I know that I truly lived. To be honest, ever since being reborn, Bucky's greatest wish has been to leave a mark in the world of pirates, one that people will remember. Brother, can you take me with you? Hancock asked earnestly after a moment's thought. I want to leave with you. I want to forge my own legend, too. Bucky's expression grew serious as he replied. Hancock, do you know what you need if you want to create a legend? You have to be strong enough, right? Hancock answered, her insight shining through. That's right. You need to be strong. Remember, we are pirates. No matter where we go, that fact won't change. There will always be all sorts of trouble coming our way. If you don't have enough strength, it's not just your legend that won't be made. Your very life won't even be safe. You're still young, and your abilities are lacking. You should stay on the island and focus on your training. Elder Nyan is a formidable person. Learn all you can from her. When you've grown strong enough, I'll come for you. If you still want to go with me then, I'll take you away. How does that sound? Bucky said calmly. All right, when I become strong, you'll come for me, and then we'll create our legend together. It's a promise, Hancock said, holding out her pinky finger. It's a promise, Bucky replied, linking his pinky with hers. Their pinky swears sealed a bond that would shape their future. Not far away, in the shadows, Gloriosa watched the scene unfold with a gentle gaze, making no move to interrupt. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Bucky, who had been sitting on the ground all night, stood up. Brother, are you leaving now? Hancock asked, reluctant to part. Yes, it's time to go. Hancock, do your best. Next time we meet, I'll give you a personal test. If you're not strong enough, I won't take you with me, Bucky said, lifting off the ground and quickly heading toward the Sabati archipelago. Watching him disappear, Hancock turned to Gloriosa and asked, Do you think Brother Bucky will get lost at sea? He probably has a Beaver car with him, or he wouldn't have set out. Don't worry, his strength is decent, and he'll make it back just fine. Hancock, do you really mean what you promised? Gloriosa asked, her tone suddenly serious. Yes, Elder Nyan, I mean it, Hancock replied, nodding firmly. Then you must work even harder, Gloriosa said kindly, patting her on the head. Upon returning to the Sabati archipelago, Bucky paid a visit to Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. After telling Shacky how things had gone, he took his leave. Without lingering any longer in the Sabati archipelago, Bucky, after purchasing some basic supplies, made his way straight up to the top of the Red Line under the cover of moonlight. Using his ability, he created a small cave just big enough to hide a little box, and there he left the Logia-type devil fruit he had obtained at the very summit of the Red Line. Rather than carrying it with him, Bucky figured it would be far more convenient and worry-free to find a place to stash it. As for the location, he truly believed there was nowhere safer than the top of the Red Line. Admittedly, there were plenty of powerful people capable of reaching the summit, but Bucky doubted anyone else would bother to scale it for fun, let alone play a treasure hunt in this bone-chilling wind at the very top. Let's be real, even the reckless Kaido of the beasts, who flirted with death for amusement, wouldn't be bored enough for that. After leaving a discreet mark not far from where the devil fruit was buried, Bucky leapt down from the opposite side of the summit, plunging directly into the seas of the New World. This time, he didn't bother securing a ship. Instead, he traveled entirely by moonwalk, a special technique, with a bundle slung across his chest. Inside were just some dry rations and loose change. A water pouch hung at his waist, and strapped to his back was a large, sturdy wooden plank. This particular plank was something Bucky had specially prepared back at Sabati. It looked strong but was surprisingly light. In fact, it was called buoyant wood. The purpose of bringing such a large piece was simple. It would serve as a resting platform during his journey. Drawing from Bucky's memories, even though he was confident he could dash from one island directly to another, he couldn't guarantee his stamina would last. Alone and a devil fruit user to boot, it was always better to be cautious. That was the real reason Bucky carried that big wooden board with him. It had to be said, the weather in the New World was truly ferocious. One moment the sun would be shining bright, and in the next instant you could be caught in a violent storm or even a sudden barrage of hail and snow. If you were really unlucky, you might even run into a hurricane. It all came down to luck. Fortunately, with Bucky's memories of the New World and his current strength, he managed to handle whatever the skies threw at him with relative ease. After spending a full day in the New World and seeing nightfall approach, Bucky finally paused above a stretch of open sea. He had overestimated his own speed and misjudged the distance to his target. Now, regret began to creep in. If he'd known he wouldn't make it by nightfall, he should have aimed for an island first. The New World was nothing like the Grand Line. Even with a ship, surviving the night out here was no easy feat. He could only hope luck would be on his side tonight. With that thought, Bucky tossed the plank from his back down onto the water and gracefully landed on himself. He untied the bundle at his chest, took out some food, and began to eat at a leisurely pace. Unhurried and calm despite the uncertain night ahead, in the New World, you must always keep enough stamina to deal with unexpected situations. This was a precious lesson Bucky learned from Buggy. Tearing into a cold roasted drumstick, Buggy drifted along with the current atop the sea, letting himself go where the waves took him. Night quickly fell. Closing his eyes, Buggy wasn't planning on sleeping. Instead, he used his observation hockey to sense his surroundings, ready to react at the slightest hint of danger. For just one night, within a limited range, Buggy was still able to maintain his observation hockey until dawn. Perhaps luck was on Buggy's side. Not long after nightfall, a sound different from the rolling waves reached his senses, a vague commotion. He opened his eyes, pulled out a telescope, and peered in the direction of the noise. In the darkness, a few faint lights appeared. Not bad, he thought, giving himself a silent nod. After tidying himself up, Buggy headed straight toward the lights. Soon enough, within his line of sight, the exaggerated silhouette of a ship gradually emerged from the gloom. Buggy was a little awed, but didn't hesitate, and quickly landed on the dimly lit deck. "Hey!" a surprised voice called out the moment Buggy touched down. "Pops, I think I've seen this guy somewhere before," a rougher voice chimed in. A thunderous laugh rolled across the deck. "Gururara, isn't this another brat from Roger's crew? What is it? Learn a bit of hockey, and now you're back to take my head." The voice of Whitebeard boomed in Buggy's ears. Buggy damn. Staring at the three men who had greeted him, Buggy's earlier confidence evaporated, replaced by utter shock. If he'd known, he'd never have come this way. No matter how dangerous the New World seas are at night, nothing compares to standing before this towering man, reputedly the world's strongest. Hey, it's been a while, gentlemen. Have you had supper? If not, I've still got a little left." Facing the world's strongest man, Buggy was feeling the pressure. Whitebeard let loose another booming laugh. "Gurara, kid, I thought you'd grown stronger, but it seems you haven't changed a bit. Where's that red-haired brat? Aren't you two usually together?" Picking up on Whitebeard's relaxed tone, Buggy realized he was not seen as a threat and answered, 5 years ago in Logtown, after Shanks and I saw off our captain, we parted ways. Right now, I have no idea where he is." As he spoke, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Buggy's mind at the mention of Shanks. "So what are you doing sneaking aboard a ship tonight? Don't tell me you really came to ambush Pops," Marco asked warily from the side. "Marco, that's not a funny joke, huh? I actually just wanted to check out an island somewhere, but I miscalculated the distance. So, I ended up drifting at sea, and when I saw your ship passing by, I boarded. Don't get the wrong idea. I don't mean anything by it. I just want to rest for the night, and I'll be gone at dawn," Bucky replied quickly. "Father, this isn't okay." George, who was standing by, immediately protested. "It's fine," Whitebeard said. "Without that guy, this sea has gotten a lot quieter, even though there are more oddballs around. I originally thought that if anyone showed up, it'd be that red-haired brat who'd appear in this sea first. Never expected it'd be you. Kurorara. Finally, something interesting has happened." With that, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh and turned to head inside the cabin. After glancing at Bucky, George followed him in. "You'll stay on the deck, and within my line of sight." Even though Whitebeard had spoken, Marco's vigilance never wavered for a second. "I'm not looking to cause myself any trouble," Bucky replied, not bothering to look at Marco. Instead, his gaze shifted to a shadowy corner near the cabin, where a pair of sinister eyes were staring straight at him. That look, that suffocating pressure, and that hooked nose, it could only be Marshal D. Teach. Bucky instantly drew that conclusion. Withdrawing his gaze, Bucky felt a twinge of annoyance as he pondered something. Should he try to get his hands on the dark fruit after he left? But the thought vanished as quickly as it came. Teach obtaining the dark fruit was a spark that ignited the end of the great pirate era, If he snuffed out that spark, the future could become unfathomably unpredictable. Besides, the dark fruit wouldn't be much use to him anyway. With a plan of his own in mind, Buggy dismissed the idea. The night passed peacefully. When the first glimmer of dawn broke over the horizon, Buggy, who had been quietly sitting by the rail, opened his eyes and stood up. Marco, Captain Roger ushered in the great pirate era, and more pirates will be entering the New World. You're going to face all kinds of challenges from here on out. Don't get careless and lose, Make. Sure to leave the chance for me or Shanks. The Roger pirates may have disbanded, but we're still here. We won't let the legend be forgotten by the world so easily. I look forward to our next meeting. With those words, Bucky sprang into the air and quickly vanished from Marco's sight. Kurura, that red-nosed brat has really changed. A completely different person from before. Won't let the legend be forgotten by the world. Huh? Kurura, bring me some sake. After leaving Whitebeard's Moby Dick, Bucky spent half a day at sea without catching sight of land. Before him, there was still nothing but endless ocean. He pulled out his compass and glanced at the needle, which spun ceaselessly, causing him to frown a little. His goal was clear, and before arriving here, the compass had always steadily pointed in one direction. Clearly, the compass wasn't malfunctioning. The reason the needle kept spinning must be because he had already reached his destination. He set the compass down upright, and in the next instant, the needle swung downward, pointing directly beneath his feet. There was no doubt that what he was seeking lay right below him, the deep sea. Although he had anticipated that the journey to find a devil fruit wouldn't be easy, he hadn't expected to run into trouble so soon. It seemed that if he truly wanted to get his hands on this particular devil fruit, he needed to find a fisherman to help him. Hovering in the air and mulling things over for a while, Bucky ultimately decided to leave. He didn't set course for Fishman Island. After all, a single devil fruit wasn't worth a special trip there. Besides the hassle, who could say whether the fisherman he found would be able to resist the temptation of the devil fruit? Since he couldn't guarantee a smooth outcome, Bucky had no intention of wasting his efforts. At worst, he'd simply give up on this fruit. Surely not all the devil fruits on his list were hidden beneath the sea. There were bound to be some on land. He would collect those on land first, and then think up a more reliable plan for the ones under the sea. When it came to devil fruits in the pirate world, Bucky didn't feel the need to acquire every powerful fruit. As long as he obtained the few specific ones he had in mind, that would be enough. All he needed was to find the most suitable abilities for his planned companions. There was no need to turn himself into a devil fruit collector. Time to find a place to rest for a couple of days. Leaving the current stretch of ocean behind, Bucky headed toward the nearest island. 2 hours later, he arrived at Dressrosa, a place that in a few years would become the stronghold of the Don Quixote family. Compared to its future, Dressrosa was now utterly peaceful, with happiness shining on the faces of everyone passing by. Walking down the main street and watching the cheerful crowd, Bucky felt a genuine urge to warn King Riku. Of course, that impulse vanished in a blink. After all, no one would believe him, and Don Quixote Doflamingo probably hadn't even set his sights on Dressrosa yet. He found a decent tavern, ordered a glass of rum, and settled into a corner to think. The earlier experience searching for the devil fruit had taught Bucky a lesson, even with a miraculous compass in hand. It was best not to celebrate too soon. Finding something didn't always mean you'd be able to claim it, and being overly optimistic could very well mean running around for nothing. Rather than searching blindly, it's better to wait a little longer and then go after the person who acquires that devil fruit power. That may not avoid a fight, but it's certainly less trouble than running all over the world. After carefully recalling the information he needed about the fruit, Buggy decided he should first settle matters with his companions. With that thought, Buggy drained his mug of rum in one gulp, stood up, left money for his drink, and headed outside. Just as he reached the tavern door, a clear, youthful voice rang out, "Sir, I've brought back the food you wanted." With these words, a little girl with green hair appeared, her hair draped over her shoulders. "I know, Monet. Take the goods to the back, then check in the kitchen to see what there is to eat. I remember there are some leftovers. Vic will serve you," the tavern owner replied in a cold, almost indifferent tone. Buggy paused, watching the green-haired girl head to the kitchen. Then he turned back and walked over to the bar counter. "Owner, that girl just now, Monet, she's not your child, is she?" The owner gave a wry smile. "You must be joking, sir. Even if she were, I could never be so cold-hearted to a child. But Monet is an exception." Buggy could tell there was a story here, and asked with a smile, "Mind telling me about it?" "It's nothing too special, really," the owner replied directly. "Some time ago, pirates attacked the town. For some reason, Monet was especially shaken by it. Ever since, she's been a bit odd. She's developed a particular fascination with pirates. If you look inside her little cabin behind the tavern, you'll understand." With that, the owner turned to serve other customers. Intrigued, Buggy strolled around to the back of the tavern, stopping by the window of a shabby little hut. Peering inside, he was genuinely surprised. It wasn't what he'd expected at all. Instead of pirate flags or skulls, the walls were plastered with Navy-issued bounty posters. Every single one of them. Looking closer, Buggy noticed that every poster featured a captain, and not a single one had a bounty less than 100 million berries. Suddenly, a voice called out behind him, sharp and wary. "Hey, red-nosed guy, what are you doing outside my room? You're not getting any of my bounty posters. I worked hard to get those." Light footsteps approached as Monet appeared behind Buggy, eyeing him suspiciously. Buggy chuckled. "So, you're Monet, right?" He turned and bent down to meet her gaze. "That's right, but you're not getting my posters. And your red nose is hilarious. Were you born with it?" Monet shot back, laughing. "It's natural," Buggy replied, touching his nose again, once more considering whether he should change it someday. "By the way, Monet, why do you have all these bounty posters in your room? Do you want to become a bounty hunter when you grow up?" Buggy asked with great curiosity. "Of course not. I collect bounty posters so I can recognize the captains on them. Once I've saved enough money to go out to sea, I'm going to find these captains and join the one with the most potential. I want to become a crew member of the future Pirate King," Monet replied earnestly. After hearing this, Buggy finally understood why the tavern owner always looked so displeased with little Monet. In Dressrosa, after the pirates kidnapped Princess Scarlet, people had lost all goodwill toward pirates. For a girl who not only wanted to be a pirate, but even dreamed of joining the Pirate King's crew, the tavern owner was already showing kindness by giving her a meal. "Oh, so that's your plan? I didn't expect someone your age to be so ambitious," Buggy said, stroking his chin. "Of course. But even if you compliment me, I'm not giving you any of my bounty posters," Monet replied, still wary despite the praise. "I don't want your bounty posters. I just have one more question for you. Monet, it's not easy to get a spot on the Pirate King's crew. Do you have any special skills?" Buggy asked. "What do you mean by special skills?" Monet didn't quite understand. "A special skill is something you're really good at, something others can't match," Buggy explained patiently. "Something no one else can do?" Monet repeated to herself, furrowing her brow in thought. "Does delivering things count?" Buggy chuckled and shook his head. "What about drawing? I drew those over there." Following Monet's gesture, Buggy looked down and saw some scribbles on the floor that looked more like doodles than anything else. "What are those?" he asked. "They're my navigation charts," Monet answered. Well, Buggy was more than a little taken aback by that answer, since he couldn't see even the faintest resemblance between those drawings and an actual sea chart. "That doesn't count. These are beginner's charts at best. Not only would the Pirate King's crew never hire a navigator who draws like this, even an ordinary pirate crew wouldn't," Buggy replied, shaking his head again. "Do you have any other skills?" "No, that's all." "Does that mean I can't be chosen if I don't have a special skill?" Monet asked with a hint of disappointment. "If it were an ordinary pirate crew, maybe you could get by. But to join the Pirate King's crew, you must have a real talent. Right now, you're just not qualified," Buggy said. With that, he straightened up and turned to leave. But before he could take a step, little Monet grabbed his sleeve. "Big brother, can you tell me how I can become qualified?" Monet asked. "Before I answer, let me ask you something first. Monet, aren't you afraid I might be lying to you?" Buggy was genuinely curious. "No one else ever talks to me about pirates. You're the first, so I know you wouldn't lie to me," Monet replied with certainty. Seeing the look of unwavering faith in her eyes, Buggy nodded. "If you want to earn your place, you'll have to choose one of these roles and become the best at it. Only then will you be qualified." Buggy turned around, crouched down, and spoke to Monet. "A few roles?" Monet asked. "A typical pirate crew is made up of a captain, vice captain, navigator, cook, doctor, shipwright, sniper, and corps combatants. Of course, you can pick any position except captain. Choose first, then we'll talk," Buggy explained. "I want to be a navigator. I want to help the Pirate King find the One Piece," Monet declared with determination. "Well then, you'll have to read a lot of books and learn all sorts of things," Buggy replied. "But I can't afford any books," Monet said, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. "I know a place where not only are there plenty of books, but people who can teach you much more. Would you like to go there?" Buggy asked. "Yes, I would. I really would," Monet answered eagerly, nodding her head with enthusiasm. "Then come with me. Let's leave this place together. We'll set out right now and head for that land full of books," Buggy said. After persuading Monet, Buggy gathered some extra rations and fruit, then set off with her, leaving Dressrosa behind. Although the compass could have taken him straight to their destination, traveling with another person, especially a young girl like Monet, slowed their journey. They had to stop more often for supplies, and of course, human nature's little urgencies made the trip even longer. It took them a full 6 months, departing from the New World, crossing the calm belt to reach the West Blue, and then scaling the Red Line before finally arriving at a certain sea in the South Blue. Only then did Bucky finally come to a stop. "Big brother, are you tired? Why are we stopping so soon?" Monet asked with a puzzled look. In the beginning, Bucky would stop every hour. After a few days, it became every 2 hours, then 3, then 4, sometimes flying for half a day before taking a break to eat. But today, they'd only been traveling for just over an hour before stopping, so Monet was naturally curious. "We've arrived at our destination," Bucky said with a broad grin. After half a year of constant questions from this endlessly curious child, he was nearly driven mad. There were even times he'd almost given up on Monet, but decided to endure for the sake of gaining some training experience. Now, finally reaching their goal, how could he not be happy? "But big brother, there's nothing here but the sea. You're not planning to abandon me, are you?" Monet looked up at him with that same pitiful expression. "If I wanted to leave you behind, I'd have done it long ago. I'm a pirate who keeps his word. I do what I say, unless I never said in the first place. You say there's nothing here because you're only looking around, not up and down. Our destination, the Sky Island Visalia, is up above us. I'll help you up there. Whether you can truly gain any skills after that, it all depends on you. If you have any more questions, ask them now. Once I deliver you, I'll leave right away, so speak up if there's anything you want to know." For once, Bucky showed a rare streak of patience. "Big brother, if I learn what I need to, does that really mean I could join the future Pirate King's crew?" "I wouldn't lie to you. But how do you know who the future Pirate King will be? Let me tell you a secret. The Pirate King, Roger, has a trait that sets him apart from others. Only the Pirate King's right hand, Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King, knows about it. He's still alive. The person he has in mind is most likely the next Pirate King. But how could I ever find him? Big brother, do you know where he is? Will you tell me? I don't know his exact whereabouts, but it won't be long. Even before I met you, I'd already heard rumors about him. If you go searching, you should be able to find him. A few years from now, when you feel you've learned enough, head to the Sabati Archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line. There's a bar called Shacky's Rip-Off Bar in Area 13. When you get there, find the proprietress, Shacky. Tell her I sent you, and ask her to arrange for you to go to Amazon Lily and train in combat under Elder 9. If possible, put your new skills to the test with the Kuja Pirates. Once you're satisfied with your training, return to the Sabati Archipelago and seek out Shacky again. She'll tell you how to find me. By then, I should be able to give you the answer you're looking for." After listening to this long explanation, Monet felt a bit dizzy. It all sounded so complicated. Still, she made sure to remember every word. She nodded. Even though Monet was still young, she understood that a pirate must know how to fight. She had no objections to Bucky's plan, knowing it was all for her own good. Without another word, Bucky scooped Monet up and shot straight into the sky. In no time, they broke through the clouds, and their destination, Weatheria, came into view. Bucky set Monet down in a quiet corner of Weatheria, then turned and plunged back through the clouds, vanishing from Monet's sight almost instantly. It wasn't until the sound of crying echoed across the Sky Island that the old scholars of Weatheria realized a new guest had arrived. As for how Monet would gain knowledge, here, Bucky didn't concern himself further. He'd already brought opportunity straight to her door. If she couldn't seize it, there was nothing more he could do. He had spent half a year guiding Monet, and the Sea Circle calendar had now turned to the year 1504, a relatively calm year with little worth recording. The most notable event was the birth of a future queen in Alabasta on the Grand Line, but that was all. After sending Monet off, Bucky took a few days to relax on an island before once again setting off in search of new companions. This time, his destination was clear. The West Blue. There was someone Bucky was eager to determine could become his companion. After more than half a year of intensive training with Monet, Bucky's leg strength had greatly improved, and his speed had increased yet again. In just a week, he traveled from the Central South Sea, crossed the Red Line, and arrived in the heart of the West Sea. On an island called Fit in the West Sea, Bucky found himself in a tavern, where he met a bald man roughly his own age. "I'm looking for a bounty hunter named As Bones. Would that be you?" Bucky asked with a friendly smile as he approached the man who would one day be known as Mr. One. "Need my skills for something?" "I don't come cheap," Des Bones replied, not bothering to ask who Bucky was. His answer was direct and to the point. "In a sense, yes," Bucky nodded. "But this isn't the best place to discuss terms. Could we find somewhere quieter?" "Follow me," Des Bones said, draining his glass in one gulp before standing up and heading for the door. A short while later, deep within a grove of trees on the island, Des Bones came to a stop. "Speak," he said, in his usual curt manner. "I want to know if you're a devil fruit user," Bucky asked, posing a question that clearly caught Des Bones off guard and even stirred a hint of anger. "Does it matter?" Dazbone's tone turned frosty. It certainly does, Bucky replied matter-of-factly. If you're not a devil fruit user, I'd like to invite you to join my pirate crew. If you are, then I won't bother asking. Get lost. Dazbone snapped, clearly irritated. He thought Bucky was just toying with him. Were it not for the oppressive aura Bucky radiated, Dazbones might have skipped the words and let his fists do the talking. I think you misunderstand me. I'm being perfectly sincere, Bucky said, stepping forward until he was right beside Dazbones. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence surged from Bucky, like a wild beast materializing out of thin air, putting Dazbones entirely on edge. Ignoring Dazbones' wary, battle-ready stance, Bucky took another step forward, then raised his fist and drove it hard into the ground at his feet. Dazbones wasn't quite sure what Bucky was trying to do, but he didn't relax his guard for an instant. The next moment, a thunderous rumble erupted. Dazbones beheld a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. Two enormous fissures split open. From where Bucky's fist had landed, stretching out endlessly to both sides, while the ground quaked and the roar painted a scene of apocalyptic disaster. Several seconds later, the tremors faded and the thunderous noise subsided. Behind Bucky, Dazbones could barely force his stiff legs to move forward a step, glancing to either side in disbelief that a crack, more than a meter wide, split the entire island in two, slicing what had once been a single landmass cleanly in half. Below the fissure, the surging sea rushed in with a relentless force, flooding the gap with roaring waves. Can you answer me now? Turning around, Buggy still wore his usual smile, but to Dazbones, that grin looked every bit as menacing as a demon's sneer. I'm not a devil fruit user, Dazbones replied, his words coming more freely in the face of Buggy's overwhelming strength. I just heard there's an auction coming up, and that a devil fruit will be on sale. I was getting ready to check it out, but you got to me before I even set out. Buggy chuckled. Good. Before I invite you, let me introduce myself. My name is Buggy. I was once an apprentice on the Roger Pirates. So, Mr. Dazbones, would you like to join my crew and take on the role of shipwright? Dazbones drew in a sharp breath. The Roger Pirates? The Pirate King's crew? But why shipwright? I can't fix a ship. I only know how to kill. With his face reminiscent of a Shaolin monk, Dazbones was both shocked and bewildered by Buggy's words. He was awed by Buggy's background. What a big name. But what really threw him was the job offer. He thought he looked fierce enough. How did he end up being considered for shipwright? Of course, the Pirate King's crew, Buggy replied. But let me be clear, I have no idea where One Piece is. Shanks and I were only apprentices for a while, and that was before the captain's final journey. Buggy paused, then continued. As for why shipwright, it's because I want to train you into a true master, a real powerhouse, someone who could one day stand toe-to-toe with a Navy admiral. I still don't get it, the connection between being a shipwright and being a powerhouse. Dazbones was intrigued, but genuinely confused. It's simple, Buggy explained, because I plan to give the shipwright a very powerful Logia-type devil fruit. I want this person to use that power, not just to grow stronger, but to take on another project, like building a one-of-a-kind battleship with those abilities. Does that make sense now? Dazbones still couldn't quite see the link between a Logia fruit and shipbuilding, but the prospect of such a powerful devil fruit was impossible to refuse. But why me? This was the one thing Dazbones couldn't figure out about the whole situation, especially after hearing that the shipwright will be granted a Logia-type devil fruit. I was even more puzzled. Dazbones is no fool. He knows full well that anyone who possesses a Logia-type devil fruit can easily dominate a region. So, rather than choosing someone like himself, who knows nothing about shipbuilding, it would make more sense to pick someone with at least some technical skills. After all, shipwrights are as common as fish in the sea. I watched One Piece, and I know how you perform in the story. What touched me most was your unwavering loyalty. You never betray your companions. Also, I just like your Shaolin monk look. That's why I chose you. These are Buggy's true feelings, though of course he could never say them out loud. So, what he actually said was this. My crewmates don't have to be skilled from the start. As long as they're willing to learn, I can find them the best teachers. But they must have the qualities of a strong person, a desire to grow stronger, the resolve to never back down in the face of adversity, a code to share hardship as well as joy, and the most basic requirement for a man, keeping one's word. As Buggy finished speaking, a spark lit up in Dazbones' eyes, showing just how much he agreed with Buggy's definition of strength. Now tell me, Dazbones, are you willing to join my pirate crew and swear never to betray us? Buggy asked Dazbones with a stern expression. I am, Dazbones answered earnestly, and I swear to the heavens that I will never betray Captain Buggy's crew. By the way, Captain, what's our crew called? His casual question left Buggy momentarily at a loss for words, because he still hadn't decided on a name for the crew. That's not settled yet, but there's no rush. Technically, The crew hasn't formed. Once I've gathered all our members and you've built our warship, I'll pick a special day to announce our crew's birth to the world, Buggy replied, and for once a rare look of anticipation appeared on his face. Seeing Buggy's hopeful expression, Dasbone smiled and said, I look forward to that day. All right then, let's get going. I promised you a devil fruit, and it's time to go get it. You already have it? Dasbones asked in surprise. Of course not, Buggy replied. But to me, it's as good as waiting for us to pick it up whenever we need it. Come with me. Believe me, that devil fruit will surprise you. All right. By the way, Captain, how many crewmates have you found so far? Dasbones asked, his curiosity bubbling over. One first mate, though he hasn't agreed to join yet. He says he wants to test me first, to see if I'm worthy of being his captain. We've also got a cook, who's working hard to improve her skills. You can definitely look forward to the meals she'll make. The captain's secretary is in training for combat, and as for the navigator, well, that can wait for another day. Then there's you, the shipwright who needs to attend further training. With a burly man in tow, there was no way to use moonwalk to speed along the journey. After all, Buggy had never developed a habit of carrying grown men on his back. Given these circumstances, crossing the comm belt or scaling the red line became utterly unrealistic. Instead, the two of them made their way toward the entrance of the Grand Line. In truth, compared to crossing the comm belt into the New World or climbing the red line into the Grand Line, simply heading straight for the Grand Line's entrance was far less trouble. Buggy, having relied on public transport for most of his travels, naturally didn't own a ship. But that was hardly an obstacle. If he needed a vessel, he could just defeat a pirate crew and claim theirs, problem solved. Don't be fooled into thinking that the pirates of the West Blue are no match for those of the East Blue. In fact, they're even stronger, and not at all inferior to those of the South or North Blue. Still, pirate crews boasting masters of hockey are few and far between. That's because the majority of hockey users left long ago for the Grand Line, and those who remain, no matter how strong, can't quite measure up. Pirate crews like these are of little concern to Dasbones, who isn't even a devil fruit user yet. But once Buggy joins the fight, it's only a matter of time before they're all singing his tune. After flattening a pirate crew known as the Moten Pirates, Buggy led his newly acquired subordinates toward the entrance of the Grand Line. For once, Buggy didn't rush the voyage. He savored the rare experience of traveling by ship, handling everything at a measured pace. It took an entire 3 months for the stolen ship to finally reach Twin Cape. Traveling with a full crew was hardly convenient, so Buggy decided not to greet the old ship doctor, Crocus. Instead, he slipped quietly past Twin Cape and set sail for his next destination. A week later, their ship finally came to a halt somewhere on the first half of the Grand Line. Buggy set the compass upright and watched as the needle tilted skyward. He called Dasbones over. After whispering a few instructions in his ear, Buggy launched himself into the sky, vanishing into the clouds as the crew watched in awe. Boss Bones, has that master left us already? The Moten Pirates captain asked cautiously. The boss has gone to take care of something on a sky island. He told us to wait here for him. Said he'd be back by tomorrow at the latest. Dasbones cast a cool glance at the captain, then gazed up at the sky with a hint of envy. He'd heard tales of sky islands back in the West Blue, always believing them to be mere legends, never imagining they could be real or that his boss could ascend to one with such ease. Walking on air was something most people wouldn't even dare to dream of. He wondered when, or if, he'd ever learn this ability himself. As Dasbones let his thoughts wander aboard the ship, Buggy had already soared through the clouds and arrived on an island made of dazzling white clouds and patches of solid earth. Yes, as soon as he set foot on the island, Buggy spotted a cluster of buildings not far off, with figures moving busily among them. This was no empty sky island, though it did float in the clouds. Buggy knew, for certain, it wasn't the sky island above Jaya. He made his way into the town, and it didn't take long for him to learn the name of this island, Burka. In the future, this place would be destroyed by Enel, the one who would gain the power of the Rumble fruit. But for now, the island was peaceful and harmonious. Determined to protect this tranquility, Buggy resolved to personally eliminate the threat that would one day bring ruin to this place. As for that future god of thunder, Buggy couldn't care less about his fate. Following the compass's guidance, Buggy soon arrived at the spot where the Rumble fruit would eventually grow. It wasn't hanging from a tree, though there were no trees on Burka at all. In fact, the island's land was so scarce that not even shrubs could be found dotting its barren surface. Naturally, the Rumble fruit wasn't suspended from a branch, but was instead hidden beneath the base of a pristine, hill-shaped cloud just outside the town. Buggy didn't know how the future Enel would one day manage to flip a 30-meter-tall cloud hill upside down, but for him, it was simple. He ran his hand gently along the cloud hill, found a crevice, and slipped inside. Once he had the rumble fruit in his grasp, Buggy wasted no time. He hurried to the edge of the island and leapt off without hesitation, plunging straight down toward a ship sailing the blue sea far below. 5 hours later, Buggy handed the rumble fruit to Das Bones. The iron-willed Bones took it with red-rimmed eyes, swallowing the devil fruit in a few determined bites. After a long moment, Das Bones placed his right hand over his heart and dropped to one knee before Buggy, a solemn ritual in the world of pirates, signifying a loyalty that would never be betrayed. 2 weeks later, at the gates of Tom's workers in Water 7 on the Grand Line, 2 tall men arrived. "Hey, who are you looking for?" A blue-haired young man, about Bucky's size, called out to them from a distance. "My name is Buggy. I'm here to see Uncle Tom about something," Buggy replied, stepping forward. "All right, follow me." The blue-haired youth gave them a quick once-over, but didn't try to make things difficult. He simply led Buggy and Das Bones toward the construction site of the sea train. Before long, Buggy found himself face-to-face with Old Tom once again. "Uncle Tom, it's been a while," Buggy greeted. Hearing Buggy's voice, Old Tom looked up from his work, his eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. "Uncle Tom, do you remember the Oro Jackson? I'm Buggy," Buggy said, pointing emphatically at his own bright red nose as he spoke. "Wahaha, so it's Buggy. Long time no see. I have to admit, I'm a bit surprised to see you safe and sound. A few years back, there were reports that all of you had been captured. I didn't expect you to escape." Old Tom broke into a hearty laugh. "Uncle, I was never captured at all. Those stories were just the world government making things up to boost their reputation. In reality, if Captain Roger hadn't turned himself in, those fools from the world government would never have caught a single one of us," Buggy said, shaking his head with pride. "So that's how it was. To be honest, when I first saw that news, it really startled me. Captain Roger? The Oro Jackson? Hey, old man, don't tell me this guy was a crew member on the Pirate King's ship?" The blue-haired youth and the young man beside him stared in shock. "Ha! 7 or 8 years ago, I was just an apprentice on the Oro Jackson. I didn't even make it on their final voyage, so if you're hoping to learn the whereabouts of one piece from me, you'll be disappointed," Buggy replied, chuckling. After hearing these words, the still young Frankie fell unusually silent. "So, what brings a former crew member of the Pirate King's ship to us? And don't even bring up shipbuilding again. Because of the Oro Jackson, the old man here was nearly sentenced to death," Icebug said, his face clouded. "I've heard about that, too. Uncle Tom, we really dragged you into this." Buggy apologized sincerely, though he knew the real reason was the blueprint for Pluton, which he kept to himself. "It wasn't your fault, but I truly can't afford to get distracted now. If you're here hoping I'll build you a ship, I'm afraid you're out of luck," Old Tom replied, well aware of why the world government had their eyes on him. "It's not about building a ship. Uncle Tom, your ships are indeed amazing, but I understand your situation and wouldn't make such an unreasonable request. This time, my purpose is simple. It's about the companion by my side. His name is Das Bones, and I hope he can stay here and learn shipbuilding from you," Buggy said, shaking his head as he revealed his intention. "We don't have time to teach a complete novice," Frankie immediately objected. "He may be a beginner who's never touched shipbuilding, but I'm sure Das Bones can be of help to you," Buggy said confidently. "How can an outsider possibly help us? Is he going to build ships for me? Besides, we already have enough trouble. We can't take in another pirate," Icebug replied clearly. Displeased, he really can. He's a Logia-type devil fruit user with the power of the rumble fruit, and he can use his abilities to weld metal objects together. I imagine you'll find that skill very useful. As for the matter of pirates, you can rest easy. I haven't formed a pirate crew yet, and Das Bones is nothing more than a bounty hunter from the West Blue, so he won't bring you any extra trouble. Bones, why don't you show them what you can do?" Buggy explained patiently, showing no sign of annoyance. At his words, Das Bones glanced around, then casually picked up 2 scraps of iron from the ground. After a crackle of electricity, the 2 pieces were fused together in a dazzling flash of light. "He can stay, and I'll do my best to teach him. But how much he learns, that'll depend on his own effort." Now that he knew Das Bones could weld with electricity and that he wasn't affiliated with any pirates, Old Tom immediately agreed. With the goal achieved, Buggy quickly wrapped up a few matters, handed Das Bones a din mushy, and hurriedly took his leave. In Bucky's own words, he didn't want to linger and become a bother to everyone. Water 7 was quite close to Food Island, and Buggy made the trip in barely an hour, strolling through the sky. Back on Food Island once more, Buggy had no particular purpose in mind. He just wanted to check up on Betty, see how she was doing. After all, he'd left a little girl here for over a year, and hadn't even called her once in all that time. Rather than approach her directly, Buggy chose to watch from the shadows. From morning till dusk, he observed her entire day of chores, quietly taking it all in. Only then did he nod in approval. There was no doubt that the owner of the modest restaurant had kept his word, he was raising Betty as his heir, treating her fairly and never going overboard. Although the workload was a bit much for a child her age, it was still within her limits, if only just, and, in its own way, it was helping to build her strength. Satisfied with his findings, Bucky still didn't reveal himself. Instead, he took out his din-din mushy and dialed the number he'd left for Betty. After 2 long hours of heartfelt conversation and countless unfair terms agreed to, Bucky finally managed to soothe the wounds in Betty's heart. When the call ended, Bucky lay back on his hotel bed, a tender smile playing on his lips. Next time he tried to trick the little one, it was bound to be much harder. He'd just have to see how it went. Being a captain was no easy task. Every crew member required his care and attention. Unlike those captains who attracted followers with sheer strength or reputation, Bucky sometimes felt like he was the most exhausted man in the pirate world. But the greater the investment now, the greater the reward down the road. Training his own crew meant he'd never have to worry about their loyalty, and he could trust in their strength as well. He was taking the elite route. Without the cheat codes that protagonists always seem to have, all he could rely on were what he knew and the time he put in. Night passed without incident, and early the next morning, Bucky quietly left Gourmet Island. When it came to choosing the right person for the role of intelligence agent, Bucky had struggled with the decision for a long time. Before his rebirth, among the characters who had already appeared in One Piece, there weren't many who were truly suited for information gathering and analysis, whether male or female. Considering the gender balance on his crew, Bucky intended to choose a woman. Yet, among the female characters who had appeared, those suitable for intelligence work were quite limited. Excluding the women in the Navy, there were only 3 or 4 candidates. Khalifa, who had graduated with honors from the CP9 Academy, Nico Robin, who had developed her skills while being pursued by the world government special agents, and Miss Doublefinger, Paula, who worked for Baroque Works. Right from the start, Bucky had ruled out Nico Robin. Not entirely because she would eventually join the Straw Hat Pirates, but mostly because he didn't want to draw the attention of the world government spies by recruiting her. That left Khalifa and Paula. After much inner turmoil, Bucky finally set his sights on Paula. To be honest, Khalifa's combat abilities were actually a bit stronger than Paula's, but Bucky truly wasn't confident he could recruit her. After weighing all the options, Bucky decided to seek out Paula. After all, poaching from Crocodile's crew once or twice didn't make much difference, and besides, Desbones and Paula could make a good team. Leaving Gourmet Island behind, Bucky followed the guidance of his compass, traveling swiftly toward his target. 3 days later, having returned once again to the West Blue, he followed the compass needle to a nameless island. Landing on the beach, Bucky glanced toward the heart of the island, and immediately, his expression grew rather peculiar. He had sensed several gazes fixed on him. It seemed that someone had spotted him as he flew overhead. Instead of moving forward, Bucky chose caution after feeling the chilly intensity of those stares. He decided to rest where he was. Using his observation hockey, he sensed that those watching him weren't particularly strong. Their auras were faint and posed no threat. Still, that didn't mean he could afford to be reckless. Who knew if there were hidden traps on this island? Putting safety first, Bucky resolved to rest and recover his strength before investigating further. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, perched atop several tall trees, 3 men watched Bucky through handheld telescopes as he rested on the beach. "Hey, monkey, go back and tell the boss lady that the man is resting on the beach for now and shows no sign of heading inland." "Got it." With that, Monkey swiftly slid down the tree and disappeared into the undergrowth. A few minutes later, on a patch of open ground in the forest, Monkey appeared before a girl in her early teens. "Boss, that man is resting on the beach for now. He doesn't seem to have any plans to come onto the island." "Got it. Keep watching him, and if anything happens, let me know immediately." The teenage girl waved her hand dismissively, then reached out her fingers. As her fingertips sharpened, she casually stabbed them into the roast meat hanging on the rack. Only after piercing through did she slowly bring it to her mouth and take a gentle bite. As she chewed thoughtfully, she considered how to deal with this unexpected visitor who'd suddenly arrived on the island. Honestly, just over 10 minutes ago, when a monkey had rushed over to tell her that someone was running through the air, she had been completely startled. Walking in the air? Seriously? Is that even something a human can do? Or could it be that this newcomer, like herself, possesses some kind of special ability? Well, whether he's a power user or not doesn't really matter, so long as he's not here to cause her trouble. "Young lady, that roast meat you're holding smells delicious. Would you mind sharing a piece with me?" Just as the last bit of meat was about to disappear between her teeth, an unfamiliar voice suddenly reached Bora's ears. "Boss, that man just vanished." The monkey, who had dashed over, froze mid-sentence when he saw Bucky standing right beside Bora. His words caught in his throat. "Help yourself to the meat on the rack." Bora tried to keep her composure, but the panic on her face was obvious, and her voice shook ever so slightly. She couldn't help it. Bucky's sudden appearance was just too uncanny. It had genuinely startled her. Following Bora's gesture, Bucky didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a piece of roast meat straight from the rack and began devouring it with gusto. In just a few quick bites, he polished it off, wiped his fingers with a napkin, and then turned to Bora. "Young lady, you're a devil fruit user, aren't you?" "That's right," Bora answered, her voice steadying a little as she noticed Bucky eyeing her fingers, which still held the meat. "What a coincidence. I'm a devil fruit user too." As he spoke, Bucky split himself apart for a moment, then reassembled, revealing his peculiar ability. Watching the man's head suddenly come apart in two, while he grinned at her, Bora's face turned a shade paler. "Aren't you the one who was walking in the air? How come your ability is this one?" Once again surprised, Bora found herself growing curious about Bucky. "You mean the way I travel? That's called moonwalk. It's one of the Navy's 6 powers, a technique anyone can master with enough training, not a devil fruit ability." Bora was taken aback by his answer, but quickly followed up, "So are you in the Navy?" The Navy aren't the only ones who can use the 6 powers. I'm a pirate, a man who's searching for companions and preparing to form a pirate crew. That's who I am, the future captain." With a shake of his head, Buggy answered with refreshing candor. "So what brings you to this island?" Bola pressed on with her questioning. "I was just passing by at first, but after seeing you, things changed," Buggy replied. "I think you have great potential, and I'd like to invite you to join my crew. What do you say?" Bola stared at Buggy in astonishment, never expecting such a direct invitation. "Why should I accept your offer?" Instead of turning him down outright, Bola threw the question back at him. "Why? That a bit hard to answer," Buggy mused. "Let's put it this way. If you accept my invitation, I'll take you away from here and bring you to a special place for training. If everything goes well, I can promise you this. By the end of your training, you'll have the skills to take down a Marine Admiral in a surprise attack, and at a relatively low cost to yourself." A Marine Admiral. The words sent shockwaves through everyone present, Bola included. "Boss, don't listen to him. He's obviously lying. Admirals are on a whole other level. No matter how strong you get, it's impossible to take one down." Before anyone else could react, Monkey was the first to shout out. "Shut it, you fool. Are you doubting my strength?" Bola's face darkened with irritation. "As a pirate, I won't claim to be a good person, but I'm a strong one," Buggy said, brimming with confidence as he shot Monkey a disdainful look. "I might deceive those stronger than me, but there's no point in lying to the weak. Do I really have the potential to kill a Marine Admiral?" Bola looked at Buggy's self-assured face, her heart pounding in spite of herself. "Let me put it this way," Buggy replied. "Even as you are now, you actually have a chance against an admiral who doesn't possess a Logia-type devil fruit. In other words, someone like the current Admiral Sengoku. If you were willing to risk your life, I could even tell you a way to take him out." "I'm not looking to die," Bola said immediately, shaking her head at Buggy's suggestion. Buggy chuckled. "That was just to show you. You don't truly understand the powers of your thorn fruit." "You know about my thorn fruit? Does it have other abilities?" Bola's curiosity was piqued. "I already told you my terms," Buggy replied. "Your decision will determine whether I share that information with you. So will you keep muddling along on some nameless little island in the West Blue, or will you follow me into the world of the strong? Think carefully." He paused, then added, "But before you decide, let me show you what it really means to be powerful. Use your ability, attack me just once, and you'll understand." No sooner had Bucky finished speaking than Bora's other hand suddenly transformed. Her 5 fingers grew long and razor-sharp in an instant, slashing straight for Bucky's face. The very next moment, with a sharp clang, Bora stared in shock at the palm that had blocked her attack. Just a second ago, that palm had looked completely ordinary, but now it was pitch black and gleaming with a strange metallic luster. If Bora hadn't just seen Bucky's body split apart earlier, she might have believed this was his special ability. This can't be a devil fruit power, can it? Right now, Bora desperately wanted to be sure. "Of course not," Bucky replied. "This is called hockey. In this world, it's the only real measure of strength. Everyone has this energy, called hockey, within them, but only a rare few can truly master it. Only those who have mastered hockey can be counted among the strong." It was Bora's first time hearing about hockey, and she could hardly imagine just how formidable it was. But seeing how it could fend off her attack, and witnessing the respect this man gave it, she couldn't help but feel both skeptical and intrigued. "So all I have to do is agree to join your crew? There aren't any hidden conditions, are there?" Bora's wary gaze made Bucky feel a bit exasperated. Did he really look that desperate? "There are no other conditions," he said, "but you'd better think it through. Once you agree, there's no turning back. Backing out means betrayal, and there's only one fate for a traitor. As he spoke, Bucky drew a finger across his throat in a cutting gesture. Bora glanced at the people around her, then back at Bucky. Determination flashed in her eyes. I agree to join your pirate crew. At last, the answer Bucky had been waiting for was spoken aloud. With her acceptance, he finally let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he'd fully prepared himself for a refusal. Meeting Bora had made him realize that, though she was a year or two younger, she was strong-willed and not easily swayed. If he hadn't demonstrated his abilities and sparked her desire to grow stronger, persuading her to join would have been a much rougher road. Bucky didn't take Bora away from West Blue, or even out of her own territory. Instead, he chose to stay put. From the very beginning, he'd envisioned Bora as his crew's intelligence officer. But this was a field he knew little about. He didn't even know where to find a proper mentor for her. Of course, in the world of pirates, there were renowned institutions for intelligence work. The world government's CP9 and CP0 were the best training grounds out there. But Bucky had never considered involving those organizations. One was out of his reach, and as for the other, he doubted Bora, untested and untrained, could survive their scrutiny. But these challenges were nothing for Bucky. In Bucky's eyes, for someone as talented as Paula, who had the potential of an expert, the focus of her training shouldn't be on intelligence gathering and analysis. With the right environment, those skills could be honed quickly. The real direction for her growth should be on strengthening her power. As an ability user, her progress would mainly depend on two aspects: her special abilities and hockey. Bucky had no intention of teaching her hockey himself, mostly because it didn't feel appropriate. After all, some things are best taught by women to women. He had already arranged for this before leaving Amazon Lily, having set things in motion with Gloriosa. His plan was simple. He would teach Paula how to improve her abilities, and as for hockey, she could spend some time training in Kuja City. The rest would take care of itself. Perhaps Paula was so gifted in intelligence analysis that her intuition in other areas lagged behind, leaving Bucky a bit exasperated. Either way, the plan he'd made, to leave West Blue for Amazon Lily within half a year, was dashed by reality. Looking back, Bucky realized it had taken him quite some time to master the chop fruits powers himself. Expecting Paula to do it in a short while was simply unrealistic. To be honest, after staying on a nameless island for just 6 months, Bucky had already thought about giving up. But when he considered how hard it was to find a crewmate who fit so well, he pushed through. It took a full year and a half before Paula could use her ability effectively on objects other than living beings. The power of the thorn fruit was truly impressive, especially after reaching the first stage, when it became almost impossible to guard against her assassination skills. Looking at Paula now, Bucky could easily imagine how much her assassination abilities would improve once she mastered hockey. At that point, even assassinating an admiral might not be just a theoretical possibility. Of course, Bucky didn't intend for Paula to become a killer. He simply hoped she'd be able to keep herself safe during intelligence missions, thanks to her abilities. That would be enough. In the spring of the year 1505 of the Sea Circle calendar, Bucky finally left West Blue with Paula and sailed into the Grand Line, then entered the Calm Belt. Standing on the sands of Amazon Lily, Bucky gave Paula his final instructions. This is the legendary island of the women's country. Just follow the main road and you'll reach the island's only city, Kuja City. Once you're there, go straight to Gloriosa and tell her that I sent you to learn hockey from her. She'll understand. If you happen to meet a girl named Hancock and she asks about me, just tell her I'm still searching for crewmates. When we meet again, I'll have a truly amazing gift for her. Hearing this, Paula looked at Bucky, a knowing smile lighting up her face. Captain, will that girl named Hancock become the captain's wife in the future? Paula asked with considerable curiosity. If nothing unexpected happens, she will. For once, Bucky answered with an uncharacteristically thick-skinned confidence. All right, I understand. I'll keep an eye on her for you. Clearly, Paula had misunderstood something. Hey you, this is Amazon Lily, an island of women. There are no men here. What exactly are you going to keep an eye on for me? The most important thing for you right now is to focus on learning and mastering hockey. You only have 2 to 3 years here, and I'll definitely come to get you out before 3 years are up. There's a special mission I'll need you for. It shouldn't be too dangerous, but it'll take a lot of time, maybe even several years. How long it takes will depend on your strength by then. Seeing Bucky's serious expression, Paula's curiosity was piqued. Captain, what's this mission? Can't you tell me now? Don't let it be something I'll hate. I can't tell you yet, but I can say this. This mission will have a very special meaning for you. I think that when I finally explain it to you in a few years, you'll be more than willing to take it on. Don't worry. I may not be a good person, but I'd never force a crewmate to do something they truly didn't want to do. Bucky patted Paula on the shoulder. With these words, he leapt into the sky, and in a flash, disappeared into the distance. The years 1504 and 1505 were, in the world of pirates, two relatively peaceful years since the Great Pirate Era began. Aside from the birth of the future queen of a certain desert kingdom along the Grand Line, the only thing of note was the fateful meeting of two future legends in a massive junkyard in the East Blue. Elsewhere, there were minor incidents on Fishman Island and Momwaro Island, events that caused some local ripples but meant little to the average person. So long as pirates didn't disrupt their daily peace, ordinary people considered themselves lucky. Not long after leaving the nameless island, Bucky sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He sought out an island with a town and settled there to focus on his progress. But breakthroughs rarely come easy. Everyday distractions, eating, drinking, and other mundane chores constantly broke Bucky's concentration. Finally, in a burst of determination, he ran for an entire day, dashing from the West Blue into a small island within the calm belt. There at last, he found the solitude he needed. It took a full year, but Bucky finally advanced from the peak of Mingjin to the early stage of Onjin. The breakthrough itself didn't consume much time. Most of the year was spent stabilizing and consolidating his new strength. In the spring of 1506, having fully grounded himself in the early stage of Onjin, Bucky left the calm belt and plunged headlong into the new world. Without pausing, he crossed the new world, ventured through the calm belt on the far side, and at last returned to the long mist. North Blue. Guided by the compass, Bucky found a special devil fruit on a certain island in the North Sea without any trouble. With this devil fruit in hand, Bucky once again set out on his journey to find his companions, a journey that had been on hold for over a year. In the summer of 1506, by the Sea Circle calendar, 10 kilometers outside the town of Fia, on the border of the Kingdom of Wit in the North Sea, a group of bare-chested farmers were swinging their hoes, digging furiously into the earth. In the distance, two squads of soldiers in protective suits and masks watched as ox carts trundled towards them, drawing nearer by the minute. "Tara, is this the last batch?" As soon as the ox cart pulled up, a masked man called out to another masked figure by the cart. "Oh, it's Woods. Yes, this is the last load. Finally, it's over. For a long while, we won't have to visit that cursed town." He glanced at the cart. "The bodies are yours now. Bury them quickly. I'll wait for you tonight at Lisa's tavern." "You're buying?" "Hell no. I've done all the heavy lifting, and you still want me to pay? I swear I won't bring a single coin tonight. If you show up penniless too, I bet that fat Lisa won't kill you. On the contrary, she'd be more than happy to let you work off your meal with your body. Cut it out, will you? I'm already sick to my stomach from these mountains of corpses. I'll pay, all right? Now get lost, and make sure you wash off that stench of blood, or Lisa will never let you through the door. If she turns you away, you won't get your meal, no matter how much I'm willing to treat." "Got it." Watching his friend walk away, the masked man looked back at the ox carts dumping bodies into the freshly dug pit. He allowed a long, weary sigh. The war is finally over. A while later, with the last of the corpses buried, the soldiers wrapped up their work to a chorus of cheers, leaving behind only a barren, lifeless patch of earth. After the army had gone, a solitary figure emerged from the distant grass, slowly approaching the edge of the cleared ground. The figure made no move, simply stood there, statue still, a silent sentinel gazing expressionlessly at the wasteland. Soon night fell. Chill winds swept in from all directions, carrying with them a mournful wail, as if the angry souls of the wronged were crying out in protest. Then, at the edge of the barren ground, a small mound of earth suddenly began to rise. A hand, caked in dried blood, broke through the surface and reached out from the soil. Anyone faint of heart would have been scared witless at the sight. Yet the statue-like figure, who had stood motionless all this time, finally showed a flicker of life. A glimmer of joy appeared on that previously emotionless face. In a flash, the figure darted over to the blood-stained hand, grasped it firmly, and pulled. In the next instant, like yanking a turnip from the ground, the statue lifted a child out of the earth that a frail, childish coughing echoed through the open ground, shrouded in a chilling wind. "Wait over there," the statue finally spoke, its voice breaking the silence. "I'll fill the hole, and we'll leave." "Who are you?" After the coughs subsided, a deep, hate-filled voice rumbled out, laden with endless resentment. "I'm the one who can save you," the statue replied, and as it spoke, it quickly found a stone and hurled it into the gaping hole, then swiftly leveled the ground. Once all was done, the statue walked over to the child, picked him up, and the two vanished into the vast darkness of night. A day later, aboard a small sailboat, two figures sat facing each other. "Who are you?" the boy asked once more. "My name is Buggy," came the unhurried reply, as he touched his red nose. "One day, I'll be a man whose name echoes across the world." "The future, huh?" "I have no future," the boy said calmly, as if reciting a stranger's fate. I only have 3 years and 5 months left to live. Buggy's interest was piqued. Is that so? Then, in the time you have left, what do you want to do? I want to kill as many people as I can, the boy answered, his heart already twisted by pain. To vent your anger and hatred? Buggy pressed, his curiosity undeterred. Mind your own business. If you ask again, I'll take you out too, the boy snapped, shooting Buggy a venomous glare as his fury erupted. Buggy burst out laughing, the sound loud and wild. Take me out, huh? If those words came from the legendary pirate Whitebeard, I might actually believe it's possible. But next time, don't say things like that to a real pirate. Otherwise, the very next second, you might lose even the little time you have left. His eyes narrowed, and a wave of invisible force exploded outward. Struck by the overwhelming pressure, the boy's eyes widened in terror, cold sweat instantly covering his pale face. Yet, just as Buggy expected, the boy did not collapse or faint. Even without the power of a conqueror, he clearly possessed remarkable potential. Buggy laughed again, deep and hearty. Not bad at all. For you to withstand my intimidation without passing out, you've got promise. I didn't expect an orphan from White Town, Flevance, to be so gifted. What's your name, kid? Still reeling from Buggy's fearsome aura, the boy could only stammer out his answer, terror-stricken. Trafalgar D. Water Law. Law, huh? That's a fine name, Buggy said, patting the boy's shoulder. He waited until Law had recovered before asking quietly. So how about it? Want to join my crew and become one of my men? Will you teach me how to kill? Law looked at Buggy as he spoke. Does killing require technique? Buggy replied, meeting Law's gaze with a question of his own. It doesn't. Law pressed on. At least I don't need it. Why throw a punch? I usually blow my target apart. There's really no need to study technique for that, Buggy said, his tone matter of fact. But let me tell you this. I don't actually enjoy killing. Pirate. Battles might be brutal, and yes, people die. But that's the clash of dreams, fighting for one's own ambitions. Not killing just for the sake of it, and certainly not killing to vent aimless rage. As he spoke, Bucky's expression grew solemn. If you won't teach me, I'll find someone who will, Law replied, paying no heed to Bucky's words. I never said I wouldn't teach you, Buggy said, his voice steady. Remember this, Law. Not every killer is a doctor, but for a doctor, especially a surgeon, becoming a killer is all too easy. If you want to learn how to kill, master medicine first. After that, all it takes is a blade driven into the most vulnerable part of the body. Hearing Bucky's answer, Law's eyes reddened briefly. He thought for a moment, then asked, Can you teach me how to fight? Have you even answered whether you want to become a member of my crew? Buggy switched topics, his tone teasing. I only have 3 years left to live. Does that make me useful to you? Law stared at Buggy, refusing to back down. Buggy burst out laughing, his voice booming. Ha ha ha. Kid, do you know who I am? I'm a man whose name will echo across the world. If you want to keep living, if you want to extend your life, do you think that's so hard for me? My father was the best doctor there was, and not even he could cure me. What could you possibly do? Law shouted, his voice raw and loud. Oh, so you're the descendant of a family of doctors? Even better. Buggy stroked his chin, confidence shining in his eyes. I can save you, but I'll expect something in return. If you can save me, I'll join your crew. Little Law replied, not a hint of hesitation in his voice. Good. But before I help you, I want you to read this book thoroughly. Afterward, I'll tell you something, and then I'll expect an answer. Only if your answer satisfies me will you become part of my crew. I need someone whose purpose for vengeance is clear, not someone who kills just to vent empty rage. With that, Buggy reached into his pack and tossed a book in front of Law. Staring at the cover that read, White Town, Law's tears began to fall silently, one after another. Even so, he followed Buggy's instructions and began to read without a word. 3 days later, after finishing White Town, Law closed the book and looked up at Buggy 100 years before the platinum lead mines mentioned in the book were ever excavated. The world government had already sent people to your country. They had long since discovered that this platinum lead was a poison. Yet the world government and the royal family concealed the truth, deceiving the people into continuing the mining of platinum lead. By the time the world learned the truth, it was already too late. This poison had all but consumed the entire nation. Worse still, the world government never revealed that platinum lead was toxic. They simply helped the royal family escape the country. Not only that, they even fueled misleading rumors, making neighboring countries believe it was some kind of contagious disease, so they sealed their borders and refused to let anyone from Flevance seek medical help. When people are pushed to the brink, panic erupts, and chaos soon follows. Platinum lead could be forged into powerful weapons, lead bullets. Hoping to break free and survive, Flevance erupted into war, which was exactly what the neighboring royal families had been waiting for. At this point, Buggy paused. Why? Little Law blurted out 3 whys in a row. Why did the world government and the royal family hide the truth against their conscience? Why, after the truth was revealed, did the world government refuse to make it public? Why did the neighboring countries hope for war? It's actually quite simple. The profits were enormous. The harm platinum lead brought to the White City also brought immense wealth. The world government and your country's royalty both cashed in handsomely. But once the truth came out, the world government, who claimed to stand for justice and righteousness, could never admit to such dirty deeds. So, letting all of you die was just what they wanted. As for why those neighboring countries chose war, it's simple, really. It's all about money. Sure, your royal family and the world government made a fortune from mining platinum lead, but not all of it ended up in their hands. Some of that wealth trickled down to the people. Once war broke out, the neighboring countries could invade openly, slaughter your people, and seize all the wealth you had managed to amass. After saying all this, Buggy fixed his eyes on Law, clearly waiting for a response. All those royals deserved to die, and the people in the world government even more so. Under Bucky's guidance, little Law finally found a clear target for his anger. Law, a man must know whom to love and whom to hate. The royal families of the neighboring countries who destroyed your home and killed your family surely deserve to die. And so does the royalty of Flevance, and those in the world government who took part in the Platinum Lead affair. But aside from them, no one else should be a target of your vengeance. If you can't make that distinction, you'll live a very hard life. Vengeance is necessary. A man must repay his grudges. But don't let hatred blind you, and don't let it consume your whole life. Seeing that his words hadn't completely changed little Law's perspective, Bucky's expression grew even more serious as he spoke again. A 10-year-old child had already endured a cataclysm that most people would never encounter in their entire lives. With a heart so dark, so full of hatred, it was understandable. When faced with such urgent need to vent these feelings, trying to simply block them out or telling him to forget his hatred was unrealistic. Besides, a child of 10 still lacked clear discernment. Rather than suppressing, it was better to guide, revealing the truth and the story behind it, so as to redirect his hatred. This was Bucky's approach. The greatest benefit of doing this was to transform Law's animosity toward the world, and incidentally, inspire his gratitude toward Buggy himself, thereby serving Bucky's own purpose. As for the saintly method of Don Quixote Corazon, Buggy knew he could never emulate that. I understand, Law responded, his voice clear. Evidently, Bucky's deliberate guidance was working. By narrowing down the targets of Law's hatred and greatly increasing his hope for revenge, Buggy could help Law channel all his anger into the drive to become stronger. Very good. Now that your target for revenge is clear, the next steps will be easier. Of course, though your enemies are few, they are all powerful and influential nobles. Killing them won't be easy. And rather than planning how to take them out, the most important thing right now is to ensure your own survival. Law, before I save you, we need to make a pact, just between men. Buggy continued. What kind of pact? Law asked. First, when I form my pirate crew in the future, you must become a member. Second, for 8 years. You cannot seek revenge for 8 years. Bucky's terms were simple, but Law clearly found them hard to accept after hearing them. Why? Why do I have to wait 8 years? Law demanded, his voice raised. First, your enemies would never want someone else to do the deed for them. Those royals are always surrounded by powerful warriors. Without enough strength, you'd be walking to your own death, not to vengeance. I won't go to all the trouble to save you just to see you killed like that. Second, I don't want you to expose yourself too soon. The most dangerous of your enemies isn't those minor royalty. It's the world government itself, that monstrous force. If you're not strong enough and reveal yourself too early, being killed is just a matter of time. Endure for 8 years. When you come of age, I promise you, I and the rest of the crew will do everything in our power to help you, Buggy said gravely. Are your comrades really that strong? Law stared at Buggy for a moment before finally asking. Yeah, if they weren't strong enough, they wouldn't be worthy of being my comrades. That goes for them, and for you as well. Let me make one thing clear from the start. If you don't work hard, if you fail to earn my approval, forget about revenge. I'll be the one to end you myself. With a trace of menace, Buggy gave this cold answer. Yet hearing these words, young Luo's gaze grew noticeably calmer. Can you save me now? Luo asked coolly. I can't save you. All I can do is give you a chance to save yourself. In the end, whether you survive is up to you. As he spoke, Buggy rummaged through his pack and produced a small box, which he opened and placed in front of Luo. What is this? Luo asked, confused, staring at the fruit inside that looked uncannily like a heart. This is a devil fruit. It holds mysterious, incredible powers. But once you eat it, the sea will reject you, and you'll never be able to swim again. Each devil fruit grants a different power. Right now, in the whole world, only a handful of devil fruits could possibly save you. This is one of them, the op fruit. Eat it, and I'll take you to someone. You'll study medicine under him from now on. Remember, only someone who truly masters the healing arts can unlock the full potential of this fruit. Whether you save yourself or not will depend on how much you learn. Now eat it. After Bucky finished speaking, Luo immediately picked up the op fruit and took a big bite. This tastes terrible. Luo grimaced after swallowing the first mouthful. Yeah, it's absolutely awful, Bucky replied, but eat the whole thing and you'll gain its power. Not a morsel left. Although just one bite would have sufficed, Bucky convinced Luo to finish the entire fruit. At the entrance to the Grand Line, in Twin Cape, Crocus was troubled. Ever since he brought back news of the Rumbar pirates after sailing around the Grand Line, Laboon's temper had only grown worse. If things kept going this way, there was no doubt that Laboon would eventually destroy himself crashing against the Red Line. Crocus couldn't just stand by and watch Laboon die. After all, Laboon had been his companion here for decades, and their bond ran deep. This couldn't go on. He needed to find a way to calm Laboon, perhaps with medicine. With that thought, Crocus resolved to embark on a major undertaking. He took out a pen and, sitting beneath the light of the lighthouse, began to carefully write out a list of needed supplies. Uncle Crocus, it's been a long time. Just as Crocus was making his list, a voice called out from behind him. Crocus turned, glanced back, and broke into a smile. Well, if it isn't Buggy, it's been such a long time. What a joy to see you again. Crocus could barely contain his delight at seeing his old comrade in arms. A few years ago, I met Shanks, and ever since then, I've been wondering when I'd get to see you again. It's a little late, I suppose, but at last, here we are. I'm really happy too, Uncle, Buggy replied sincerely. It feels like nearly 10 years have flown by, and seeing you still so full of life, it's wonderful. That's right. It's been over 9 years since the day the captain announced the disbanding of the Roger Pirates. Time really does slip by. By the way, Buggy, who's that little fellow behind you? From the very beginning, Crocus had noticed the wary, almost hostile look in the young boy's eyes. Uncle, this little guy's name is Law. He's an orphan from Flevance, the White Town. I found him among the dead. Buggy didn't elaborate further, trusting that the mere mention of White Town would be enough for Crocus to understand. In the world of pirates, any doctor worth their salt would have heard of White Town. Maybe they didn't know the name Flevance, but they'd certainly be familiar with the term amber lead. So he's from Flevance. That amber lead poisoning is truly a troublesome thing. I've studied that toxin myself, but even I haven't found a way to completely remove it. The best I could do was develop a medicine to suppress the spread of the poison. There was no denying it. Crocus was a first-rate doctor. While others were helpless against amber lead, Crocus had at least managed to slow its advance with his own medicine. Uncle, I haven't come to ask you to cure this boy. I'd like you to teach him medicine. He's got a real talent for it. And before we came, I even found the op fruit and had him eat it. If you teach him the medical arts, I believe it's only a matter of time before he's able to use the fruit's power to purge the poison from his body himself. Buggy's words left Crocus momentarily stunned. The op fruit was no ordinary thing. While most people might not recognize it, any top-tier doctor would know that it was the stuff dreams were made of. Buggy, what's your connection to this boy? Do you really understand what the op fruit is? Crocus's expression grew serious. Uncle, I know exactly what it is. The reason the 5 elders of the world government are still alive today is because, once upon a time, a doctor with the power of the op fruit performed the eternal youth operation on them. Don't worry, I have no intention of living that long, so I'd never force this kid to risk his life to make me immortal. But he's going to be the doctor on my future crew, and medical skills are a must. That's why I brought him to you. With a faint smile, Bucky spoke without reservation, revealing the secret of the Operation Fruit right in front of young Law. Your words put my mind at ease. As it happens, I need to perform a surgery on Laboon, and with the power of the Operation Fruit, it'll solve quite a few problems. I promise to teach him with all my heart. Crocus nodded, stroking his beard as he spoke. Then I'll have to trouble you with this, Uncle. But there's one thing to be careful about. Don't let the boy use his powers when there are people around. You know, the world government has never stopped searching for the Operation Fruit and its wielder not. Even for a second. If they find out, things will get very complicated. Even though the 5 elders wouldn't want another person sharing their power, they can't stop the celestial dragon's hunger for eternal life, Bucky warned, fully aware of the risks. Of course I know that. You don't need to worry. After all, the surgery will be performed inside Laboon. Unless someone goes into Laboon's body, there won't be anything suspicious, Crocus replied, showing his deep understanding of the Operation Fruit. Hearing you say that, I can relax, Bucky said, reassured. For the next half a year, Bucky was busy gathering the equipment Crocus needed. Truth be told, Bucky would have loved to just leave Law at Twin Cape and move on, just as he had once left Boa behind in Amazon Lily. But that wasn't possible now. Crocus had taken on the responsibility of teaching Law, so he couldn't spare the time to prepare the materials needed for La Boone's transformation. That task naturally fell to Buggy. After all, he was the one who brought Law here. When you ask others for help, you have to show the proper attitude. After months of hard work, Buggy finally managed to gather nearly all the materials Crocus required. Only then did he feel truly free. By the time Buggy left Twin Cape, it was already the spring of the year 1507. In the annals of pirate history, see calendar year 1507 stands out as a truly remarkable time. Why? Because that year, an event occurred that shook the world, a momentous incident. The Holy Land of Mariewa, perched atop the Red Line, was actually infiltrated, and the invaders were none other than fishmen, a race most nobles didn't even consider human. Since the birth of the world government 8 centuries ago, founded by 20 kings, not once had it been seriously challenged, let alone brazenly attacked in its own sacred grounds. Honestly, Buggy was quite tempted to go to Sabati Archipelago just to witness this spectacle. But at that moment, he was already on his way back to East Blues to Stanton. It wasn't that Buggy didn't want to see the commotion at Sabati, but rather, he discovered something even more important. Yes, Bucky's chop-chop fruit ability had reached the late stage of its first phase of training. Compared to the rising art of Bejequin and the steady, daily progress of hockey, what Buggy values most is still his devil fruit ability. This is only natural. After all, unlike Bejequin or hockey, only the chop-chop fruit's power holds any real hope of leading Buggy into deeper realms of strength. This depth far surpasses the uncertain future promised by hockey, or even the legendary Breaking the Void level of internal martial arts. The highest attainment of internal martial arts, Breaking through the Void, holds little appeal for Buggy. This is the honest truth, because he's not particularly interested in mastering his own strength to that degree. His practice of Bejequin in the past was less about the pursuit itself, and more about not letting hard-won skills from his previous life go to waste. Bejequin, for him, is a way to remember that world, and it doesn't matter how far he takes it. As for hockey, if he were to categorize it in terms of cultivation realms, it would certainly be promising. But this power is fundamentally different from spiritual energy, and Buggy can't be sure it can be cultivated in the same way. With the guiding principle that at the very least he shouldn't die from going astray, Buggy has pinned his hopes of reaching the summit on the powers of the devil fruit. Yet ever since leaving Distant a few years ago, Buggy's chop-chop fruit ability has been stuck at the very first stage, barely progressing for years. This stagnation is something he simply cannot tolerate. So after settling the matter with the ship's doctor, Young Law, Buggy didn't even bother recruiting a mascot or musician. He turned the ship straight back toward Distant, determined to shut himself away and break through this long-standing bottleneck. Buggy has a rough idea of what it means to truly understand a chop-chop ability. The most direct effect of the fruit on objects is destruction, shattering them apart. In Buggy's view, the chop-chop fruit could just as well be called the shatter-shatter fruit. But how should one develop this ability? At first, Buggy simply worked on basic control, using his power for fine tasks like turning a chunk of stone into a sculpture. He achieved this stage not long ago. Though the results were hardly beautiful and lacked any sense of artistry, he could, by sheer force of will, shape objects according to his imagination. Reaching this point meant he'd completed the first stage of macroscopic division. The next step was to move on to the intermediate level, microscopic division. Unlike macroscopic objects, which are visible to the naked eye, the microscopic realm is far trickier. It deals with molecules, atoms, and, well, let's not mention electrons for now. Buggy reckons that if he's ever lucky enough to reach the 4th stage, maybe he'll give those a try. The intermediate phase of the first stage, molecular division, doesn't mean splitting the molecules that make up an object. No, that's the goal for the later stage of the first phase. The midterm goal is to completely break apart all the molecules that make up an object in a single attempt. That is, to shatter the intermolecular forces, thereby achieving a level of fragmentation that is almost invisible to the naked eye. Some people might think Buggy is being a little too meticulous by dividing the stages so finely, since in a real battle, there's no way to be that precise. Buggy admits this is partly true. When it's just about destroying certain things, there's really no need for such detail. After all, violence itself is an art. But things are different when facing an opponent. The more deeply Buggy studies his power, the more advantages he gains in a fight. Let's put it this way. If he only understands his ability on a superficial level, then when using an emergency escape move, his body would split apart like Captain Buggy's, leaving each part still vulnerable to attack. This explains why, during Buggy's first fight with Luffy in the anime, Nami was able to tie up a part of his body. To avoid this kind of situation, Buggy wants to go a step further. After watching the One Piece anime, especially how Don Quixote Doflamingo explored and used his abilities, Buggy realized something important. For Devil Fruit users, the only limit is how bold your imagination is. As long as it falls within the scope of your Devil Fruit's power, nothing is really out of the question. So, is it possible to disperse your own body completely, vanishing from sight within your opponent's line of vision? That's roughly the midterm goal of the first stage. If he can truly reach this point, he'd actually gain two major benefits. The first is invisibility. Yes, you heard right. When reduced to molecules, the human eye can't see you, which on a larger scale is as good as being invisible. The second benefit is even more extraordinary: immunity to physical attacks. It takes a certain amount of energy to break the chemical bonds between molecules, and the required energy varies depending on the element. Electrolysis and burning, for example, are very different. But to sever molecular bonds with pure, non-elemental force, you need not only immense strength, but also the ability to focus all that power precisely on the chemical bond. In battle, if he disperses on the spot, his molecules would drift apart, leaving his opponent with nothing to strike, let alone focus their attack on a single point. Even if they somehow managed, it would be nearly impossible for an enemy to destroy even a few of Buggy's cells among countless scattered molecules. With these possibilities in mind, Buggy is so determined to develop the Chop Chop Fruit's power to its utmost. Of course, while this all sounds easy in theory, it's anything but simple in practice. Buggy has no clear idea how to shatter his body down to the molecular level. The only thing he can do is keep pushing his body to split apart endlessly, bit by bit. Feeling his way across the river, step by cautious step, was truly no easy feat on the red soil continent. Buggy spent an entire year before on the third day of 1508. He finally managed to split one of his fingers so finely that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Although he still had a long way to go before he could fully disperse his entire body, he had at last taken his first step, and it was that very step that truly laid the foundation for becoming a top-tier powerhouse. The year 1508 itself was also extraordinary, marked by an event that shook the world: the completion of the sea train Puffing Tom by Tom's workshop. This meant that ships were no longer the only means of transportation between islands. As spring arrived, Old Tom had Das Bones call Buggy for two reasons. One was to thank him for his help, with Das Bones himself being that very help, and the other was to invite Buggy to a celebration banquet. This banquet was a private affair, hosted by Old Tom to express his gratitude to those who had lent him a hand. There were no guests from the Navy or the world government, so even if Buggy attended, there would be no trouble. Although Buggy did want to go, in the end, he politely declined Old Tom's kind invitation. He had no choice. His training had reached a critical phase, and he wanted to seize the growing sense of mastery to accomplish the mid-stage goal of the first phase in one go. As time went by and the number of splits accumulated, Buggy finally achieved his mid-stage goal after the arrival of autumn. Feeling the newfound skill now under his complete control, he was tempted to close himself off again and charge toward the late stage of the first phase. But that could only remain a thought. Whether in previous years or the years to come, Buggy might have been able to set everything aside and focus solely on training, but not during this particular period. For on September 2nd of next year, Hancock would turn 18 and officially come of age. Buggy had to prepare a sufficiently surprising gift for her before then. Of course, that alone didn't require him to set out right away. The real reason for his departure came from a phone call, a conversation with Gloriosa 3 hours ago. Just thinking about that call made Buggy's head ache. 3 hours earlier, he'd been consolidating his control over his body's dispersal when the Den Mushy by his side suddenly rang. "Hello, is this Buggy?" "It's Gloriosa," came the slightly hurried voice, her identity made immediately clear. "Ah, Lady Gloriosa, is there something urgent?" Sensing her anxious tone, Buggy instantly became serious. A day ago, in the city's Colosseum, Hancock encountered a very strong opponent. Yes, it was the captain of the Queen's direct guard. The two of them fought, and Hancock emerged victorious. At this point, Gloriosa paused for a moment. "This is wonderful news. I didn't expect Hancock's strength to grow so quickly. You really are an excellent mentor, Elder Nyan," Buggy said cheerfully. "Of course, that part is good news. But let me finish," Gloriosa continued. "In Amazon Lily, the captain of the Empress's personal guard holds another important title, the Empress in Waiting. The ruler of Amazon Lily is always the strongest warrior. When the current Empress steps down, there's a customary tournament open to the entire nation, but almost every time the final victor comes from the personal guard, and the captain almost always has the highest chance of winning. That said, the position of captain isn't set in stone. Anyone who wins 20 consecutive matches in the arena within 2 years earns the right to challenge for it. At this explanation, even if Gloriosa hadn't continued, Bucky already understood what had happened. It was simple. Hancock had achieved 20 consecutive wins in the arena, earned her right to challenge, and defeated the current captain of the personal guard. Now, she had become the new captain and, by tradition, the Empress in waiting. Well, Bucky had to admit, the force of history was astonishing. Even though he'd intervened and changed the early fates of Hancock and her sisters, when it came to the matter of the Empress, the grand current of history hadn't shifted at all. Elder Nyan, does this mean that since Hancock is now captain of the personal guard, she can't leave Amazon Lily and can't accept my invitation? Bucky asked in a low voice. That's right. In fact, during her battle with the former captain, Hancock accidentally defied my orders and unleashed her conqueror's haki, knocking out almost everyone watching on the spot. You could say the entire nation has recognized her now. Even if she lacks governing experience, as soon as the current empress abdicates, Hancock could be crowned the very next day. Gloriosa replied, her voice tinged with pride. Is there any chance things could change? Bucky realized just how serious the situation was. It's unlikely. If Hancock hadn't insisted she didn't want to be captain, and if she were already of age, the empress might have already announced her abdication by now, Gloriosa said, shaking her head. Is the empress in such a hurry to step down because she wants to get married? Bucky genuinely couldn't understand her urgency. Nonsense. She's stepping down because she has no choice. A few years ago, during an expedition, she faced a formidable enemy and was badly injured. Although treatment brought her back to health, her strength has never fully recovered. In recent years, with dwindling resources at home, she stopped leading expeditions altogether. Now you see what Hancock's rise truly means, Gloriosa explained. After hearing Gloriosa's words, Bucky finally understood the gravity of the situation. Given the current circumstances of the reigning empress, it's safe to say that anyone who saw Hancock's potential would never let such a successor slip through their fingers. In the anime, Hancock's ascension to empress is largely attributed to her possessing conqueror's haki. This was undeniably a decisive factor. What do I need to do to achieve my goal? Bucky asked, getting straight to the point. Before calling you, I already met with the empress, Gloriosa replied. I also told her about the agreement between you and Hancock. Her position is crystal clear. She would never willingly let go of someone who wields conqueror's haki, as to do so would be tantamount to betraying the nation. In truth, if Hancock herself weren't so stubborn about upholding your agreement, the empress wouldn't be at such a loss, and I wouldn't need to discuss all this with you. There are 2 conditions. Fulfill them, and we can talk. Hearing Gloriosa's words, Bucky understood she must have gone to great lengths for this matter. Please, Granny NYU, go ahead, Bucky replied calmly, his gratitude evident in his voice. The first condition is to provide 2 sufficiently powerful devil fruits. The Empress has made it clear, even if Hancock must leave in the end, her 2 younger sisters must remain, as the next Empress will be chosen from among them. The second condition will only be revealed if you can accomplish the first. There's one more thing, Bucky, pay close attention to the time limit. If you can't meet the first condition before Hancock comes of age, before September 2nd next year, you'll lose your chance. Gloriosa emphasized each word with care. Granny NYU, what exactly counts as a sufficiently powerful devil fruit? Bucky asked. It's simple, Gloriosa replied. It must grant enough power to protect the nation's people. In other words, just by eating the devil fruit, the user should immediately gain the strength to defend the nation. Bucky, try not to bring Zoan-type fruits, and you should also consider whether the user would be able to handle the Sea Kings in the Calm Belt. The Empress herself will test this, and if necessary, there will be a trial by combat against Sea Kings. That's all there is to it. Gloriosa's explanation left no room for doubt. The devil fruits had to be so powerful that even someone with weak haki could defeat a Sea King. As for why weak haki, Bucky understood. Well enough, Hancock's sisters, after all, were only 16 at most. Even if their haki had awakened, it wouldn't be especially strong, since they didn't possess Conqueror's haki. This hard requirement left Bucky with a real headache. He mulled over the problem for 2 full hours, matching every devil fruit he could remember against the conditions. Suddenly, he found himself regretting some past decisions. Take, for example, the weapon fruit that had been sold off so cheaply years ago. Without a doubt, that would have counted as a powerful devil fruit. Should he go stir up trouble with the Vinsmoke family? Bucky immediately shook his head, because in this matter, he really couldn't bring any extra trouble to Amazon Lily, especially now that the candidates for eating the devil fruits have been decided as Hancock's 2 sisters. Any unexpected variables were out of the question. Of the remaining devil fruits, there was one that was absolutely necessary. With that one, The current snake princess would have nothing to complain about. As for the other, it could only be the last one left. Once he had decided which devil fruits to acquire, Bucky packed up his things and set out for the Grand Line. 3 days later, Bucky's first stop was at the Scrap Island branch of Tom's workers in Water 7. Daz Bones, who stood up from a pile of materials upon seeing Bucky arrive, called out to him with excitement in his voice, "Boss, long time no see." "Yeah, it's been a while. How's Uncle Tom doing lately? Has your craftsmanship improved, Bonus?" Bucky turned to ask Old Tom, who was nearby. Old Tom answered with a hearty laugh. "Bonus is making great progress. With his help, not only has our work advanced by leaps and bounds, but our workload has lightened up a lot, too." "That's good to hear. Uncle Tom, I'm actually here today because I need to take Bonus away for a while," Bucky said. As soon as Bucky finished speaking, Daz Bones came over and asked, "Boss, you mean you're taking me with you?" "I came especially to find you because there's something I need your help with," Bucky replied, his expression turning serious. "Go ahead, Bonus. But if you get a chance, you should study those things I mentioned before. It'll do you good," Old Tom said. Seeing the look on Bucky's face, he didn't try to keep Daz Bones, simply offering a word of advice before waving them off. After saying their goodbyes to Old Tom, Bucky boarded a small boat that Daz Bones had prepared, a practice piece, supposedly, by Frankie. "Bonus, aren't you going to ask me what this is all about?" As soon as they left Water 7, Bucky broke the silence, looking at Daz Bones, who had been quiet the whole way. "If you want to tell me, boss, you'll tell me whether I ask or not, right?" Clearly, Daz Bones had grasped the art of silence as golden. "I almost forgot what you're like. To be honest, another crew member's run into some trouble, and fixing it requires 2 devil fruits. One of them won't be too hard to get, but the other is going to be very difficult, too much for me to handle alone. That's why I need your help," Bucky explained, keeping it brief and to the point. "Just tell me what to do," Daz Bones replied calmly, nodding his head. "How's your mastery of the Rumble Fruit's powers coming along these past few years?" Instead of saying anything more, Bucky asked this question. "I've basically mastered all the techniques you mentioned to me." Daz Bones said this with confidence. After all, he had endured plenty of hardship over the past few years just to master the powers of the Rumble Fruit. "Very good. That means I have some assurance now. It's also a good chance for you to test yourself in real combat." As Buggy finished speaking, Daz Bones immediately perked up at the mention of a fight and asked, "A battle, you say?" "Of course there's going to be a fight. Maybe even a major one. This time, our target is a legend. We're going to hunt down someone. Straight out of myth. Ever heard of this guy?" As Buggy spoke, he pulled out a clearly weathered wanted poster from behind his back. Looking at the poster, Daz Bones frowned at the image of a man with a head of golden hair and a ship's wool perched atop his head, making him look like some strange rooster. "Golden Lion Shiki, Admiral of the Pirate Fleet. Is he our opponent this time?" Daz Bones' tone was noticeably more excited as he relaxed his brow. "That's right. He's the prey we're after this time." Buggy nodded gravely, his eyes fixed on the wanted poster. "So the boss is after him. Is your goal his float fruit power?" Daz Bones asked, sounding slightly shocked and almost unable to believe it. "Exactly. I'm after his ability," Buggy admitted candidly. "But," Daz Bones started, but Buggy waved a hand to cut him off and continued. "There's only ever one devil fruit of each type in the world. At any given time, if we want the power of the float fruit, taking him out is just the first step, but a necessary one. Bones, this fight will be unlike any other. You know as well as I do, this guy's an old-school powerhouse, even though he cut off his own legs. During his escape from Impel Down, with the float fruit, his strength probably hasn't dropped much. Don't take him lightly. I understand." It wasn't that Buggy didn't want to share his own theories about the devil fruits with Daz Bones, but he felt it wasn't the right time. After all, nothing had been proven. Yet, saying too much too soon would be pointless. Once they took down Golden Lion and he got to work on the body, Daz Bones would see for himself, far better than empty words. While Buggy was heading to a secret place on the Grand Line, preparing to hunt down the legendary flying pirate, on an island somewhere in the New World, a red-haired man was. Locked in battle. With a western sword in hand, he clashed fiercely with a man dressed like a wandering swordsman. Their wild, sweeping strikes had already torn the islands landscape to shreds. Explosions echoed, the ground quaking as if the battered island itself was crying out in protest. Desperate for these two rampaging madmen to finish their fight and leave it in peace. The history of pirates hold a particular record for the unusual year of 1508. It was a year marked as both the beginning and the end of legend. High above the secret realm of Vermal on the Grand Line, Golden Lion Shiki hovered directly above his base, gazing at a distant corner of the island. On that patch of land, a colossal mammoth was locked in a tense standoff with a giant bear with outlandishly long arms. The two beasts stared each other down for a long moment, each exhaling a blast of hot breath before turning away and ambling off in separate directions. Shiki watched this scene unfold, his expression growing somber. The evolutionary effects of the IQ plant were decent, but they still lacked the wild ferocity he desired. He would have to urge the doctor to speed up his research. With this thought, Shiki slowly descended, preparing to seek out the doctor for a heartfelt conversation. He needed the doctor to understand the fire burning within him. It had only dropped halfway when he suddenly stopped, turning his gaze toward the far side of the island base. 2 seconds later, a figure vaulted from the edge of a hovering cliff, landing deftly on the ground not far below. When a newcomer lifted his face, Shiki's eyes flashed with surprise. Well, if it isn't the timid, red-nosed brat from Roger's crew. How did you manage to find your way here? Shiki swooped down, looming over the newcomer as he spoke. Who would have thought the legendary admiral of the pirate fleet, Golden Lion Shiki, would even remember a nobody like me? I'm truly honored. Buggy looked up, responding with a cheeky grin. Brat, what are you doing here? If you're thinking of joining me, forget it. I don't take in cowards like you. While I'm still in a good mood, you'd better clear off, Shiki said, his eyes sharp and his tone inscrutable. Buggy burst out laughing. Old man, even if I wanted to leave, I doubt you'd just let me walk away. In any case, I came here for you, and I'm not leaving until I get what I want. Oh, it's been over a decade since I last saw you, and it seems the little crybaby from Roger's crew has grown some backbone. So tell me, how did you find this place, and what is it you want? Shiki eyed Buggy with mild surprise, but his tone was as casual as ever. Despite his seemingly nonchalant attitude, Shiki was on high alert inside. It wasn't that he wanted to overestimate Buggy, but he couldn't afford to underestimate him either. After all, his base floated nearly 500 meters above the sea. Without considerable strength, skill, or some special ability, reaching this place would be impossible. And that explosive sound he'd heard earlier, he knew it too well. It was the echo of Moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 powers. Coupled with that formidable presence, Shiki had to admit, grudgingly, that the once tearful kid from Roger's ship was no longer someone to take lightly. That I won't tell you how I found you. The only thing I'll share is my purpose. Old man, the world government has been recruiting candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea lately. I wonder if you've heard the news. With a hint of malice in his smile, Buggy fixed his gaze on Shiki as he spoke. What's the world government's business got to do with me? Are you planning to apply for the position? Shiki's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke, his aura beginning to intensify. Of course. Why else would I come looking for you? Becoming a warlord isn't something I can achieve just because I was once a trainee on the Pirate King's ship. It takes real strength. I gave it some serious thought, and realized you're my best ticket in. If I bring an escapee from Impel Down like you to Eni's lobby, I'm sure the world government would be more than happy to grant me the title of warlord. Don't you agree? Agree, my ass. Shiki roared, and with a furious yell, he lashed out with both legs. 2 sharp slashes hurtled straight for Buggy's head. With a whoosh, Buggy vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he reappeared behind and below Shiki, pushing off the ground with both feet. Soaring into the air, Buggy swung his fist down at Shiki. You're asking for death. Shiki spun around in a flash, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk as he watched Buggy charge toward him. With a powerful sweep of his right leg in Buggy's direction, he unleashed a massive slash. The tremendous attack shot forth, reaching Buggy in less than a second. It passed straight through him without resistance, slicing Buggy cleanly in half. Shiki was genuinely surprised to see Buggy split in 2 so easily. Judging by the aura Buggy had exuded as he boarded the ship earlier, there was no way he should have been this weak. Something's fishy. Having battled countless masters during the age of the original pirates, Shiki's experience far surpassed that of a rookie like Buggy. No detail in a fight could escape his notice. Naturally, he immediately caught the fact that Buggy's body showed no sign of blood when it was cut apart. Adjusting his position slightly lower, Shiki's fists darkened with armament, his lips twisting into a mocking grin as he watched Buggy fly toward him, eyes rolling back dramatically in exaggerated effort. Cheap trick. Boom! The next moment, 2 blackened fists collided with a thunderous impact. An invisible shockwave rippled outward, sending both figures flying apart. Suspended midair, they faced off once again. As expected of a powerhouse from Roger's era. Thinking I could catch you off guard with a sneak attack. Looks like I was being far too naive. Locking eyes with Shiki, Buggy's gaze burned with fighting spirit. Kid, when I was fighting Roger, you were still nursing somewhere. Your abilities did catch me off guard a bit. But if you think you can sneak up on me with just that, you're still too green. Shiki was full of confidence in his battle experience. The Chop Chop Fruit ability only makes you immune to being cut. It's convenient, but it can't compare to your Float Fruit. Still, it's the perfect counter to swordsmen like you who rely on blades. Otherwise, why would I dare to come looking for trouble with you? With those words, Buggy kicked off in midair, his fists, now as black as ink, swinging straight at Shiki. You reckless brat. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Shiki's anger flared, his aura surging. His jet-black fist collided head-on with Buggy's charging blow. 10 seconds of lightning-fast fists traded back and forth. In the end, Buggy took 5 hits from Shiki, and when the black faded from his face, a clear bruise stood out. But Shiki didn't come out unscathed either. He caught 2 punches from Buggy. Luckily, his armament haki absorbed the brunt of it, so on the surface, he didn't look injured. The moment they separated, Buggy steadied himself in midair, then lunged forward again, raining fists and kicks on Shiki. After decades of running rampant across the world, Shiki could swear he had never fought a battle quite so frustrating. Yes, right now, as he traded blows with Buggy, Shiki felt deeply stifled, and for one simple reason. He had fists but no feet. Normally, his twin swords, which replaced his legs, were far more powerful and threatening than any kick. That was true against anyone, except Buggy, who had no fear of being cut. Against him, it was useless, even counterproductive, leaving Shiki open to more attacks. After all, this damn brat could just split his body apart and dodge within a certain range. After 2 rounds of trading blows, Shiki saw through Buggy's tactics, rely on his youth and immunity to slashes, then stick close and pummel away, hoping to beat the old master through sheer persistence. Kid, you're still far too naive. Let me show you what a real devil fruit user can do. With the 3rd round, Shiki began to fight with a new strategy, not just trading blows, but also shifting positions, gradually descending and drifting farther from his stronghold. Throughout all this, Buggy didn't notice a thing, pouring all his focus into attacking. When they separated for the 3rd time, Shiki suddenly put some distance between them. Damn brat. Let me teach you how devil fruit users really fight, he roared. At some unseen moment, Shiki had landed on the ground. He raised his right hand and slammed it against the earth. A thunderous rumble echoed from all directions in the distance. Buggy watched in astonishment as Shiki unleashed one of his signature moves, Lion's Roar, Earth Scroll. With a thunderous crash, the ground around Buggy shot up in an instant, towering more than 50 meters high. At the very top, the earth shifted and twisted, transforming into 8 massive lion heads, each looming from a different direction and descending upon Buggy from above. As the 8 lion heads formed, Shiki had already taken flight, hovering just above them. His gaze was locked, unwavering, on the only weak point in the formation, a gap directly above Buggy's head, the sole opening before the lion heads could completely encircle him. Truth be told, even Shiki wasn't entirely confident about the success of this move. Although their battle had lasted only a few minutes, he had already witnessed Buggy's explosive power and knew that if Buggy wanted to escape through the gap before the lions closed in, nothing could really stop him. Precisely because of this, Shiki waited just above the opening, ready to strike with full force if Buggy tried to break through. Yet, to Shiki's surprise, Buggy made no move to escape. It was as if he had already anticipated an ambush at the opening and decided against taking the risk. All the better, Shiki thought to himself. Kid, you're still a bit too green. In a clash between true powerhouses, unless you have overwhelming strength, the key to victory lies in steadily wearing down your opponent's haki. My technique might not be able to trap you for long. Ordinary rock and earth would never hold back a master of armament haki, let alone the unyielding bedrock of the red line itself. But if you want to break free, you'll have to use your haki. Otherwise, prepare to suffocate down there. In a drawn-out battle, you can't afford to waste your haki, but, you troublesome brat, even if I've handed you this valuable lesson, you won't get another chance to use it. Down below, as the lion heads closed in, what was Buggy doing? He was rubbing his hands. Yes, you heard that right. Buggy wasn't panicking. Instead, a sly, triumphant grin played across his face as he massaged his hands, which had already grown numb from the exchanges. At last, the fight had entered the second phase he'd planned from start. Honestly, this old man truly lives up to his legendary reputation. After just a few minutes of combat, my hands are already numb from the impact. It seems my guess was right. After taking a brutal beating from Garp and Sengoku 10 years ago, plus over 700 days locked away and impelled down, and the self-inflicted loss of his legs, the Golden Lion's strength is a far cry from what it once was. This kind of high-intensity, head-on battle is already taxing for him. If not, with his domineering personality, why would he willingly end a close-quarters brawl and shift to a battle of abilities? 6 minutes and 37 seconds, no matter how much he's holding back, the fact remains, Golden Lion is no longer the force he was in his prime. If he still had the power to take on both Garp and Sengoku single-handedly, I'd never have come here just to get thrashed. Watching the 8 lion heads relentlessly pounding downward, Bucky's lips curled into a dismissive smirk. He extended his right hand, pressing it lightly against the rock wall beside him. With a subtle application of his power, enormous cracks split across the stone. Raising his foot, he kicked at the fissure, and, in the next instant, darted out through the opening he had made. Looking up at the sky, Bucky was momentarily taken aback. Shiki was no longer overhead. Following the trail of his aura, Bucky turned and saw that Shiki had already flown far away, heading toward a neighboring island. Damn it, that old bastard's making his escape a bit too soon. Bucky suppressed the urge to use his trump card. With a powerful push off the ground, he launched himself in pursuit. An instinct told him now was absolutely not the time to reveal his hidden hand. Shiki's retreat was suspicious, definitely not a desperate flight for life. At most, he was just changing the battlefield. Indeed, Shiki's goal at this moment was precisely to relocate the fight. Battling in his own lair meant some of his more destructive techniques were off limits, unless he was prepared to destroy his own stronghold. Otherwise, it was better to shift the battle to another island. With a clear plan in mind, Shiki's use of the Lion's Wrath Earth Roll maneuver had 2 purposes. The first was to wear down Bucky's hockey. The second, to stall him for just a moment, granting himself the time needed to set up his next move. Old bastard, if you got guts, don't run. No, wait, old cripple, if you got guts, don't fly. Bucky's shout behind him made Shiki's temple throb in irritation, and for a moment he wanted nothing more than to turn around and punch the brat flat. But in the end, he held back. Damn kid, soon you'll see my true power. With that thought, Shiki accelerated toward the edge of the next island, vanishing in a heartbeat into the dense jungle at its perimeter. You call this hiding, without even suppressing your aura? Old bastard, are you looking down on me? Bucky couldn't quite grasp Shiki's tactics, but he had no choice but to give chase. Bucky had his own strategy. If he was to defeat this legendary powerhouse, he had to follow the plan he'd rehearsed countless times. Until he achieved his goal, he couldn't let Shiki slip from his sight. Even if he knew there might be traps ahead, Bucky could only press on. He knew he had to display a burning fighting spirit to fool the wily old fox weaving through the jungle ahead. As the chase wound deeper into the heart of the island, a sudden, intense sense of unease welled up inside Bucky. So, the trap was finally about to reveal itself. Alert and prepared, Bucky readied himself for whatever might come. But what caught him off guard was that the trap didn't spring from the ground. It came from above. A vast shadow blotted out the sun, and Bucky, now deep within the forest's center, felt the world around him abruptly plunge into darkness that he looked up at the sky. Aside from the ever-growing shadow overhead, there was only the piercing howl of the powerful wind pressing down. Swallowing hard, Buggy could never have imagined that the trap Golden Lion Shiki had set for him would be so extravagant, so heedless of the cost. A deafening crash thundered above. When it comes to trap design, none can compare to the Lion King of the Grand Line, Buggy found himself thinking. As another island began to descend from the sky, a line popped into Buggy's mind. Phew. Damn brat, my lion's might. Double island sandwich is my greatest masterpiece. A move that cost me 2 entire research bases to pull off. I wonder if you'll enjoy it. Since I've invested so much in this, you'd better rest quietly at the bottom of the sea. Soaring just beyond the island, Shiki laughed uproariously, watching Buggy run with all his might, yet unable to escape the inevitable. Hearing these words, Buggy finally understood why that old scoundrel Shiki had led him in circles through the dense forest. The reason was simple, to block Buggy's view, and by time, making sure he wouldn't notice the island descending overhead as he was being herded right beneath the other, which was already upside down and falling. What's more, the cunning of an old hand like Shiki truly left no gaps. According to his words, even when the 2 islands collided, he wouldn't stop. He'd simply sink them both, leaving Buggy, a devil fruit user, no chance to escape. Impressive. When Shiki makes a move, it's always a killing blow. But did he really think the battle would end so easily? Did he even ask me? Revving up to full power, Buggy braced himself, and with a mighty leap, hurled his shadow-blackened fist straight at the falling island above. Outside the island, watching this unfold, Shiki burst out laughing even harder. The brat must have lost his mind from fear. Did he really think he was Whitebeard? Even Whitebeard might not be able to shatter an island falling from above in a situation like this. 2 seconds later, with a tremendous boom, Buggy's fist slammed violently into the underside of the island, but nothing happened. Or rather, there was a reaction. He spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Phew. Shiki was beside himself with laughter. So what if you're not afraid of being cut? You know, Swordmaster. If you were, I might actually worry you'd slice an island in two. But you're not. So in this situation, you might as well resign yourself to being crushed at the sea's bottom. Why bother resisting? Facing Shiki's ever more crazed laughter, Buggy, after a few moments of silent preparation, finally spoke. Break for me. In the next instant, Shiki's laughter froze on his lips, because countless cracks suddenly began to spiderweb across the island's surface, spreading in the blink of an eye to cover the entire landmass. Impossible. With an explosive bang, the massive island was shattered by Buggy's blow, breaking into countless chunks that rained down in all directions. Crippled or not, if we're talking about raw strength, I'm still a far cry from Whitebeard. But if it's about how many islands someone can destroy in a single breath, Whitebeard couldn't even hope to catch up with me. Did you think you were the only one who could use outside means to enhance your power? I can do the same. Suspended in midair, Buggy, who had just shattered an entire island, turned his blood-streaked lips towards Shiki and spoke. With those words, he dashed straight toward the Golden Lion's lair. Having witnessed such a devastating trap, Buggy had to admit, at this very moment, he didn't dare confront this legendary pirate on any island outside Shiki's stronghold. When Shiki saw Buggy take off, heading straight for his own headquarters, he had no time to be stunned. He immediately gave chase. After a half-minute's pursuit, they barely reached the edge of the island where the lair was located before Buggy and Shiki clashed again at close quarters. Unlike before, this time, it was Shiki who launched the first attack. I'll kill you. With a roar that shook the air, Buggy unleashed his full haki, his fists wrapped in Conqueror's haki, radiating an overwhelming presence as the two began their fourth close-range battle. Kid, did you really think you were the only one who understood Conqueror's haki? Shiki, who had fought countless powerful pirates in the old era, instantly recognized the force Buggy was wielding. As their fists collided, a surge of astonishing energy erupted from the point of impact. In an instant, the clouds above the island seemed to react, splitting apart and swirling into opposing halves, as if reflecting the clash below. As their battle intensified, the sky grew ever darker, the thickening clouds blotting out the dazzling sun, replaced by threads of lightning weaving silently through the stormy sky. After another fierce collision, Buggy and Shiki separated for a brief respite. They had no choice. After less than 2 minutes of intense fighting, both their haki and stamina were nearly spent. They had to catch their breath. By this point, Shiki was frustrated, but Buggy was even more so. Shiki's annoyance came from the fact that the two famous swords under his feet hadn't played the role they should have. Buggy, on the other hand, was even more upset that Shiki hadn't made full use of his blade's potential. By now, Buggy really wanted to yell at the Golden Lion. Other than slashing and hacking, can't you stab with those damn swords? Whether or not Shiki had suddenly developed telepathy, after the fight resumed, he actually incorporated thrusting attacks into his offense. As a chop-chop man, Buggy was subconsciously immune to slashing attacks, but he couldn't avoid point or area attacks. Now that he'd finally grasped the trick, Shiki naturally combined point attacks with wide-area strikes whenever slashes proved ineffective. With just the addition of thrusting attacks, Shiki almost instantly turned the tide of their stalemate, because for the first time since the battle began, he saw Buggy actually dodging. Yes, ever since the fight began, Buggy has never backed down in close combat. Even if he takes a few more punches, he always strikes back with equal force, never giving Shiki an easy time. He has truly mastered the essence of wild blows can fell even the greatest master. After several rounds, even Shiki had grown wary of Buggy's almost self-destructive style of fighting. So when he saw this wretched little brat finally dodging his blade attack, Shiki's excitement was beyond words. At last, he'd found a weakness. Now, it was time to bring this farcical death game to an end. Standing taller than Buggy and now on the ground, Shiki began his final flurry of attacks, circling his opponent. He didn't use his fists this time. Instead, he wielded his two famed swords, both imbued with armament and Conqueror's haki. How does one use a famed sword while standing on the ground? The answer, of course, lies in footwork. Shiki replaced his saws with the blade tips, swirling with haki, boosting their destructive power tenfold. Looking down from above, he aimed not for Buggy's head, but his heart, sweeping aside the helplessness of earlier. Now that he'd seized the initiative, Shiki's attacks grew ever more ferocious. With a sickening squelch and a flash of blood, Buggy's left arm was pierced clean through. It was the second time he'd bled since the battle began. Seeing his haki finally break through Buggy's defenses, Shiki pressed his assault even harder. Faced with each attack, swifter and colder than the last, Buggy gritted his teeth and endured with all his might. The next moment, as Shiki planted his left leg, raised his right, and drove Sakura 10 in a powerful thrust at Buggy, Buggy didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he swung his fist straight at the oncoming blade. This was the moment, the chance to decide victory or defeat. In the blink of an eye, Sakura Ten's tip passed straight through Bucky's body without the slightest resistance. But this time, not a single drop of blood appeared. Shiki was utterly stunned by what he saw. He had imagined many possibilities and assumed this troublesome brat still had cards left to play, but he never expected Bucky's trump card would be to shatter his own body to create an opening. The spot where the blade should have pierced Bucky's heart was utterly empty, a clear sign of a deeper mastery of his ability. But by the time Shiki realized this, it was too late. Bucky's fist was already crashing toward him. There was no way to dodge, no time to block. All Shiki could do was channel all his haki to the point of impact, hoping to soften the devastating blow. With a powerful step forward, Buggy unleashed his mightiest punch, an explosive Bajiquan strike aimed straight at Shiki. The ultimate Bajiquan, King's Step explosive punch. In the following instant, Bucky's jet-black fist smashed savagely into Shiki's body. A howl of pure agony tore from the Golden Lion, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. It was a pain he had never known in his life, a searing, bone-deep agony that shot straight to his brain, leaving him nearly breathless. Clutching his groin with both hands, and propelled by the force of the blow, the Golden Lion was sent flying before he could even lose consciousness from the pain, as expected of a legendary warrior. Buggy knew very well that if it were one of his own crew taking a punch like that, he'd probably be out cold from the pain, if not dead already. There was no way anyone else could still muster the strength to break free from his attack like the Golden Lion just did, let alone keep fighting. Yet, admiration was one thing. Buggy had no intention of showing mercy. Planting his feet firmly, he launched himself in pursuit, sprinting madly in the direction Shiki had been sent flying. After all this time and effort, he had finally wounded the Golden Lion so severely. There was no way he'd let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Cold sweat streamed down his brow as Shiki, pushing his powers to their absolute limit, skimmed along the ground, palms slapping the earth to conjure wall of rock in a desperate attempt to slow Bucky's advance. After suffering such a heavy blow, Shiki had given up all thoughts of revenge for the moment. All he wanted was to get off the island as quickly as possible. If he could just escape, he was certain he could shake Buggy off his trail. Though it stung his pride, though, rage and frustration threatened to consume him. Shiki had to admit one thing. He'd been beaten, and beaten badly. Revenge could wait. Survival came first. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning tore from the heavy clouds above and struck the island. The deafening thunder rolled as the bolt hit a boulder not far in front of the Golden Lion, shattering it into pieces. With his mastery of observation haki, Shiki knew the lightning wouldn't strike him, so he didn't even bother to change course, simply flying straight ahead. But then, something completely unexpected happened. A streak of lightning flashed out from behind the shattered rock, and in the blink of an eye it was right in front of him. Shiki had no chance to dodge. He crashed headlong into the blinding bolt. Instantly, a powerful surge of numbness shot through his entire body, and the scent of scorched flesh filled the air. As his vision faded into darkness, the last thing he saw was a dazzling bald head and a pair of emotionless eyes staring at him, while arcs of electricity crackled and danced, relentlessly channeling their force into him. Outmaneuvered yet again, Shiki realized, too late, that this cursed Logia user was Bucky's true trump card. Bonus, that's enough. He's done for. Don't roast his corpse to a crisp. Buggy shouted, sensing the ground beneath him suddenly tremble and give way, a sure sign that the island was starting to collapse. Retracting his powers, Bonus offered no words. He simply hefted the Golden Lion's lifeless body onto his shoulder and, without looking back, dashed after Buggy toward the distant sea. Back on the ship built by Frankie, Bonus immediately pushed the engines to full power, firing up the stern's spiral propellers. They narrowly avoided the massive tsunamis caused by several islands sinking into the sea, and only then did Buggy finally let out a sigh of relief. Captain, that was way too close. Thankfully, things went just about as you predicted. Otherwise, I would have had no idea what to do, Bonus said as he bandaged up Buggy's wounds. The old rivals from your era, the ones who stood shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard, they're never easy to deal with. If that guy hadn't taken half a ship's wheel to the head during the Battle of Edwar, and later lost both legs and impelled down, his strength wouldn't have waned so much. Frankly, I wouldn't have even considered coming after him otherwise. Legends don't become legends for nothing. None of them are easy prey. Winning this time took a lot of factors coming together, Buggy replied, his face still a bit pale, fully aware of how hard-earned this victory was. If he hadn't had some advantage in powers, and if he hadn't reached the mid-stage of his ability's first level, Buggy knew hunting down the golden lion would have been nothing but a fool's dream. Still, whatever the case, the goal was finally achieved. We'll head to the nearest island first and take care of Shiki's body before anything else, Buggy ordered, his voice resolute. Dasbonus wasn't entirely sure what Buggy meant by take care of, but he could guess that his captain intended to use some method to extract the power from the golden lion's corpse. 3 days later, Buggy successfully emerged from Birchy Island with a small box in hand, Dasbonus at his side as they set sail once more. A month passed. On some nameless island in the South Sea, a bolt of thunder split the clear sky, and a charred figure collapsed beneath a windowsill. Another month went by. Buggy returned with Dasbonus to the Grand Line. Captain, we've got 2 devil fruits in hand now. Shouldn't we be heading for the calm belt? Why are we back on the Grand Line? Is there something else we need to do? Dasbonus asked. Of course, Buggy replied, standing at the bow, deep in thought. Before we head to Amazon Lily, there are 3 things that absolutely must be done. Once we're finished, then we'll set course for the calm belt. First up, we're going to find the perfect birthday surprise. On the Grand Line, there's an island once known as Lunk. It was just another ordinary summer island, until a few years ago, when a certain someone came ashore. Since then, people began to call it Curse Place, a name that says it all, the Island of Curses. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight rose above the sea, a ship's silhouette slowly emerged from the thin morning mist. Captain, what exactly are we doing here? You've heard the rumors about Curse Place too, haven't you? Dasbones looked toward the distant island, his expression serious. It's just a bunch of talking toys, nothing to get worked up about, Buggy replied, his tone light, seeking to reassure. I read about a devil fruit in an encyclopedia once, a fruit that turns living beings into obedient toys. It's called a playful play fruit. The changes here are just the result of someone with that power fooling around. As long as that person doesn't touch you, nothing's going to happen. Dasbones immediately caught on to Buggy's intentions. The playful play fruit? Is that the birthday present you're preparing for the captain? Exactly, Bones. But there's something I haven't told you about the playful play fruit, Buggy said, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. The real reason it makes such a special birthday gift isn't just for its unique ability, though of course that's pretty amazing. What's truly remarkable is this. The moment anyone eats this fruit, their body stops aging. Do you get what that means? Stops aging. Dasbones considered this, but didn't see the significance. That doesn't seem all that special to me. Buggy grinned, leaning in conspiratorially. Maybe not for us men, but for women, it's a whole different story. Imagine a young woman in the prime of her youth. If she ate the fruit, she'd stay young forever. I doubt there's a single girl in her teens who could resist that temptation. You're right, there wouldn't be. Dasbones immediately understood, a look of realization dawning on his face. No wonder you chose this fruit as a birthday gift, Captain. It's perfect. Perfect, yes, but getting my hands on that fruit won't be easy, Buggy replied, nodding toward the distant island. What's the trouble, Captain? Is this ability user stronger than Golden Lion? Dasbones was surprised by Buggy's hesitation and pressed for details. They're no match for an old powerhouse like Golden Lion, at least not in terms of strength, Buggy explained. But their power is tricky, especially for someone like me who's all about close combat. Of course, that's just my problem. You, on the other hand, can attack from a distance, so I'm leaving this fight to you. He clapped Dasbones on the shoulder, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Fine by me. I've been itching for a good fight anyway. Ever since I got the Rumble fruit, I haven't had the chance to really cut loose, Dasbones replied, preparing to leap onto the beach in a flash of lightning. But as his body began to transform into a bolt of electricity, Buggy's obsidian black right hand shot out and grabbed him, stopping him in his tracks. Captain, is there something else you wanted to say? Dasbones came to a halt and turned to Buggy with a question. I told you to attack from a distance. Why did you go ashore? Just summon the thunderclouds and let the lightning scour the whole island. Look, see that house in the center of the island over there? Give it everything you've got and strike that house hard. After Buggy finished speaking, Dasbones was struck by a realization. Compared to the captain, he could practically be considered a gentleman. Of course, that was just a thought. Dasbones still followed the orders without hesitation. 30 seconds later, the sky, which had been on the verge of clearing, was suddenly shrouded in thick, rolling clouds. 3 minutes after the clouds had gathered overhead, a massive pillar of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the center of the island with unerring force. There was no doubt it had hit its mark. When the lightning faded, the distant mansion, which had stood out so clearly, had vanished without a trace. Just as Dasbones was getting ready to unleash lightning across the entire island, a strange glow burst forth from various corners of the land, and a chorus of shouts and cries filled the air. Hold it, Bones. Looks like your luck's not half bad. You took out the enemy in a single blow. Either that toy fruit user is gone, or you struck them so hard they've lost consciousness. If the toy fruit's power hadn't ended, those lights wouldn't be appearing. What you're seeing now is the ability's magic fading, Bucky explained. In truth, Bucky left out another possibility, that the ability user had deliberately released their power to lure them into a trap. But Bucky dismissed this idea. After all, the people and animals turned into toys would be filled with rage once they returned to normal, and they'd surely rush to find her before Bucky and his crew could even set foot on the island. And that's exactly what happened. Having been treated as playthings for so long, the toys harbored a deep and bitter resentment. Before Bucky and Daz Bones even reached the shore, the air was already thick with weeping and, soon after, angry roars brimming with cold-blooded fury. When Bucky and Daz Bones finally landed and made their way to the island center, they found nothing but the incomplete remains of a little girl's body. Bucky silently mouthed an apology. "Sorry, Doflamingo. Not only did I steal one of your future subordinates, now I've sent one of the Don Quixote family's most important members to her grave. But what can I say? I need the power of the toy fruit, so I have no choice but to apologize." He stepped up to the body, took out a prepared vial, and sprinkled its contents over the remains. Then, pulling out his compass, he set off in the direction it indicated. 10 minutes later, deep within the island's forest, Bucky plucked a fruit shaped like a little doll from a tree branch. They packed everything into the prepared box, and Bucky and Daz Bones made their way back to the edge of the beach. "Captain, it looks like we've got a few uninvited guests aboard our ship," Daz Bones remarked, gazing at the vessel in the distance as he stood on the sand. "So what? Without sails and without oars, who besides you could even steer that ship? At best, they'd just drift aimlessly," Bucky replied, his tone unconcerned. "Good thing I was cautious when we came ashore and didn't leave the devil fruit we found earlier on the ship, or we'd have a lot more trouble on our hands. Come on, it's time for the third task." Not far from Amazon Lily, in the calm belt near the Grand Line's southern edge, lay Rusicana Island, known as the Island of 48 Seasons. When Bucky brought Daz Bones here, Daz finally realized that this third task was actually about him. At last, the captain had found time to personally guide him in the art of hockey. Indeed, Bucky had finally freed up his schedule. Yet bringing Daz Bones to Rusicana served two purposes. Training Daz in hockey was only one part of it. Bucky also needed to carry out the late-stage training of his own abilities. All of this had been carefully mapped out long before they left Disdain. Now, with all the necessary fruit collected, over 3 months had passed in total. It was already January of 1509. Bucky planned to fully teach Daz Bones the basics of hockey training before Hancock's birthday arrived. 8 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Counting down the days on his fingers, Bucky finally welcomed September 1st, 1509. Only one day remained until Hancock's birthday. On Amazon Lily, nestled in the calm belt, a quaint 2-story villa stood in the heart of Nine Serpent City. There, a black-haired girl rested her chin on her hands, leaning against the balcony railing as she gazed into the distant sky. After a while, a girl with emerald green hair approached from behind. "Sister, your birthday is tomorrow. Do you think Brother Bucky will make it in time?" The green-haired girl's eyes brimmed with worry. "He'll come," the black-haired girl replied with quiet conviction. "He promised he'd come invite me, and he always keeps his word." A look of unwavering faith lit up her once-distant gaze. "But, sister, once your birthday comes, the Empress will begin the ceremony to pass the throne to you. If Brother Bucky doesn't arrive in time, it could be too late. Maybe we should go to Granny and call him, just to see if he's on his way. What do you think?" the green-haired girl suggested, unable to hide her concern. "No need to ask, Sandersonia. He said he'd come, and I believe him. I can feel it. He's almost here. By the way, where's Marigold?" "She's not home." Hancock, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, turned to ask Sandersonia. "Marigold has gone outside the city. She said she's waiting for Brother Buggy, so she can return and inform us right away." After hearing Sandersonia's words, Hancock straightened up, her flawless figure, a sight most women would envy, suddenly on full display. "Let's go. We should join her outside the city. It's not good to let her wait alone." "But sister, the Empress has forbidden you from leaving the city lately." As she hurried after Hancock, Sandersonia reminded her anxiously. "She's only worried I'll go looking for Brother Buggy. There won't be any restrictions if the National Guard comes along. Let's go." With that, Hancock prepared to move forward, but just as she lifted her foot, she stopped abruptly. "Sister, what's wrong?" Sandersonia asked, puzzled. "Marigold, you're here, aren't you? Why can't I see you?" Hancock's next words completely took Sandersonia by surprise. "Marigold's back? But there's no one here. Sister, are you sure you're not imagining things?" Sandersonia glanced around, confused. "Hiding from Big Sis is still beyond me, it seems. My training in concealing my presence isn't good enough yet." As the words echoed, a figure suddenly materialized in the empty hall. Who else could it be but Marigold? Sandersonia's jaw dropped. She couldn't keep her composure. In a flash, she rushed forward, grabbed Marigold, spun her around twice, examined her closely, and finally asked, "How did you do that?" "It's the power of a devil fruit, isn't it? Brother Buggy must be here already." Hancock's eyes sparkled with a joy she couldn't hide, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she questioned her sister. "Big sis, you guess everything. Takes all the fun out of it. Brother Buggy is just outside the city gates. This invisibility fruit was a gift he prepared for us." Marigold pouted as she spoke. "So, it's a devil fruit power. How amazing. By the way, Marigold, did you tell the National Guard to inform Her Majesty the Empress when you returned?" Sandersonia asked quickly. Not yet. I wanted to surprise you first. I'll go inform the guard right away." With that, Marigold spun around, and in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from the hall. "Let's be on our way, too," called Granny and Boa. They must be growing impatient as well. Hancock strode purposefully toward the door as she spoke. Half an hour later, outside the gates of Amazon Lily, Marigold arrived with the current Empress at the exact same moment as Hancock and her group. Not far away, the sight of that glaringly red nose made the Empress's gaze darken ominously. "Your Majesty, we meet again," Buggy called out, striding boldly forward after a long wait. "Pirate Buggy, who gave you permission to set foot on this island? I made it clear the first time we met, you're allowed at most to wait by the shore. As for the man behind you, he doesn't even qualify to land here." The current Empress spoke with clear displeasure. "Pirates are free spirits. There's no place we can't go. Not just Amazon Lily, even the Holy Land Mary Geos. If I wanted to stroll through it, who could possibly stop me?" Although Buggy had agreed to the Empress's harsh terms, that was only to avoid making things difficult for Hancock regarding the two devil fruits. As for the Empress herself, Buggy preferred to keep things amicable for everyone's sake. But if she wanted to show him a cold face, well, Buggy wasn't exactly known for his good temper. "You know why I'm here? Two devil fruits, as promised." Marigold chose the clear fruit. The remaining one, the float fruit, is for Sandersonia. With that, Buggy opened the box in his hands, took out the fruit inside, and held it out to Sandersonia. Float fruit? Pirate Buggy, I remember my condition was for two powerful fruits. Never mind the float fruit, but what's so powerful about the clear fruit? The current Empress glared at Buggy, her expression dark and stormy. I asked Elder Nyan about it. She said that powerful means being able to protect your people above all. The clear fruit can render anything it touches invisible. If Marigold masters its abilities, hiding the entire island wouldn't be impossible. If nobody can see you at the very least, it keeps enemies at bay. Would you not call that powerful? Buggy's eyes narrowed as he challenged the Empress. "Buggy, you're not even certain it can be done. And even if it could, that's just passive defense. That's not the outcome we're after." The Empress's words made Elder Nyan, who had been about to speak up, stop in her tracks. "If I hadn't thought it through, would I have come here? Sandersonia, eat the float fruit now. Once you've eaten it, you'll understand its true power." Buggy didn't bother arguing further. He simply placed the float fruit in Sandersonia's hands. Sandersonia looked at Buggy, then Hancock, and then at those around her. Finally, she ate the float fruit. In the next instant, Sandersonia began to levitate, her entire body floating gracefully in the air. Wow, Sandersonia can fly now. But what's the point of flying? Even if she can float, if the fruit doesn't give her any attack power, these two devil fruits are nothing compared to someone born with Conqueror's Haki. As the group of Amazon warriors chattered on, Buggy hadn't yet found a chance to speak, but the man behind him, Des Bones, simply couldn't hold back any longer. "That's enough. You ignorant women. Do you think devil fruits are just lying about on every street corner, something you can get just because you want them?" he snapped. "Do you have any idea how many places the captain and I had to scour for these two fruits? Let me tell you, we crossed the comm belt back and forth at least 2 or 3 times. We even had to fight a legendary warrior. The captain nearly lost his life." Dazbone's anger crackled around him like lightning, his whole body radiating an overwhelming force. "Huh, a legendary warrior, you say? If you really fought one, then tell us, who was it? Who did you fight exactly?" The warriors, their pride wounded by his accusation of ignorance, immediately shot back with biting sarcasm. "That's enough. All of you, hold your tongues," came a firm voice at last. Granny NYU, who had been silent for some time, finally stepped forward. "Bucky, did you really fight that so-called flying pirate Golden Lion?" As one of the elder generation, Gloriosa quickly pieced things together. Combining Sandersonia's new power with Dazbone's words, she guessed at the truth and spoke up at once. "Granny, The captain and Golden Lion Shiki did indeed have a fierce battle not long ago. Des Bones replied immediately, utterly loyal to Buggy. They fought so hard. They sank 2 islands before the captain finally found an opening to deal a heavy blow to Golden Lion and claim victory. That explains it, Gloriosa nodded. There's never more than one of the same devil fruit in the world at a time. If Golden Lion was still alive, Sander Sonia couldn't possibly have gotten this fruit. 30 years ago, back in the old pirate era, I met Golden Lion myself. I know his power well. The power of the float fruit is formidable. Golden Lion was the perfect example. Still, I never expected you, Bucky, to reach the level where you could defeat such a legendary figure in just a few years. Bucky, embarrassed by Gloriosa's praise, blushed for the first time in ages. You flatter me, Granny. Since Golden Lion broke out of him, impelled down and cut off his own legs, his strength has waned. Even so, I couldn't keep him from escaping. If it hadn't been for Bones stepping in, he would have gotten away. Though as Bones had gone out his way to sing Bucky's praises in front of Hancock, Bucky himself was a straightforward man. He didn't claim credit for what he hadn't achieved, nor did he covet empty glory. Now that even Gloriosa had spoken up, the current Empress, her face gloomy, could only sigh in resignation. Let it go, Your Majesty. I know full well that when you made those demands in the first place, you never truly expected Buggy to fulfill them. After all, both you and I understand how rare devil fruits are, even more so with your restrictions and heightened requirements. The fact that Buggy agreed at all already showed his sincerity. Now that he's accomplished the task, we really have no grounds to make things any harder for him. Sensing that the Empress's expression had softened a little, Granny Nyan seized the opportunity to press her point. I heard that Buggy has prepared an absolutely astonishing birthday gift for Hancock. Although her birthday isn't until tomorrow, I don't think it's a problem if we reveal a bit early. As long as your gift meets everyone's approval, I'll never stand in the way of Hancock leaving again. Unexpectedly, the current Empress didn't respond to Gloriosa's words, but instead shifted the subject. Hancock, you don't mind if I give you your birthday present ahead of time, do you? Noticing that Hancock seemed about to say something, Buggy stepped forward and gently spoke. I hope you don't mind, Hancock. Not at all, Buggy, she replied, feeling reassured by the confidence in his voice. A rosy blush crept across her cheeks as she gave a small nod. Well then, happy birthday in advance. This is a gift I prepared especially for you, and I hope you'll like it. As he spoke, Buggy reached into the bag, slung over Daz Bones' shoulder, and took out a plain wooden box. Hancock, why don't you open it and show us? Prompted the current Empress as Hancock accepted the box. With a gentle twist of the latch, there was a soft click, and the wooden box opened. No glittering jewels, no weapons or armor. Inside, everyone saw only a strangely shaped fruit. Judging by the markings, it had to be a devil fruit. Huh, another devil fruit? When did devil fruits become so commonplace? At the sight of it, even the Empress and Granny Gloriosa were taken aback. Buggy, why don't you tell us? What's so special about this devil fruit? Without waiting for the Empress to speak, Gloriosa jumped in to ease the atmosphere. I was going to explain, even if you hadn't asked, Granny. As you can see, this is a paramecia-type devil fruit. To be honest, its name is the playful fruit. Its power doesn't lie in physical enhancement. The reason I chose it is because it's truly unique among devil fruits. Normally, a devil fruit only has one drawback. It turns you into a landlubber. But this playful fruit comes with 2 side effects. Buggy paused dramatically. Captain, what's the other side effect? Just tell us already and stop leaving us hanging. After standing quietly for so long, Paula finally found her chance to speak up after glancing at Boa. Buggy nodded in satisfaction. Her aura had grown much stronger. It was clear that this young woman had devoted herself to her training with the Kuja over the past 2 years. The previous owner of this devil fruit was a child, around 7 or 8 years old when she first ate it. When she died, her body remained exactly as it was when she consumed the fruit, locked in the form of a 7 or 8-year-old. Now, does everyone understand? Of course they understood. The moment Buggy finished speaking, every woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. They quickly snapped their own boxes shut. A hint of wariness appeared in Hancock's gaze, but her suspicion wasn't directed at Buggy. It was aimed at all the women behind her. It was undeniable. The love of beauty is every woman's nature. Whenever an object could be linked directly to a woman's looks, it was enough to drive them wild. Among all the women present, only the elderly Gloriosa seemed relatively unaffected. The others, including the current Empress herself, couldn't help but shift their attention from Buggy to the box in Hancock's hands in an instant. Captain, you're just so biased. So biased. Boa was the first to protest. Oh, come on. Even if I gave it to you, would you dare eat it? Don't forget, you're already a devil fruit user. The thorn fruit wasn't something I found for you. When we met, You already had your powers. Where's the favoritism in that? Buggy would never admit to any special treatment, especially not in front of Hancock. Big brother Buggy, may I eat this fruit? Hancock suddenly turned to Buggy with her question. I found this fruit for you, so you could preserve your most beautiful moment. When you choose to eat, it is entirely up to you. But in my eyes, you're already plenty beautiful and adorable as you are. Wouldn't you agree? Buggy's final words were whispered softly into Hancock's ear. A blush blossomed up Hancock's neck in an instant. She gave a subtle nod, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she gazed at Buggy. Looking at the stunning Hancock, Buggy suddenly took a step back. Miss Boa Hancock, graced with both wisdom and beauty, unmatched in strength and presence. Would you be willing to join my pirate crew and become one of us? With a gentlemanly bow, Buggy extended a formal invitation to Hancock. I would. Hancock placed her hand gently into Buggy's palm, pouring all the words she had bottled up in her heart into that simple answer. Then it is with pride and joy that I announce, from this day forward, Boa Hancock is a member of my crew. In all his years since his rebirth, Buggy had never been this exhilarated. Taking Hancock's hand, Buggy spoke to her gently. Go say a temporary goodbye to Sonda Sonia, Marigold, Granny New, and the others. We'll have to leave soon. But don't worry, I promise I'll bring you back at least once a year. Now that his goal was achieved, Buggy had no intention of lingering in a place where he wasn't welcome. With Buggy's reassurance that they'd return, before long, Hancock cheerfully said her brief farewells to her two sisters and the others, then followed Buggy as they made their way off the island. When they arrived, it had been just Buggy and Daz Bones, but as they left, their group had grown by two. In addition to the newly invited Hancock, Paula, who had spent almost 3 years in Amazon Lily, also chose to depart with Buggy. Their party had grown to 4, but that didn't hinder their departure at all. They boarded Daz Bones' high-powered speedboat, and, with a lively send-off from a group of sea kings, they dashed out of the calm belt. Once they entered the Grand Line, the boat's speed noticeably slowed. Captain, where are we headed next? Daz Bones, his hands on the helm, turned to ask Buggy. Before you decide our next destination, there's something I need to ask you first, Buggy replied, not rushing to reveal their goal. Go ahead, Captain. When I sent you to Uncle Tom, I told you about my future pirate ship. Are you confident you can build it now? Daz Bones scratched his head, a rare gesture for him. Captain, the pirate ship you designed is still tough to build. Mainly, there are 2 issues we haven't solved. First is the material for the hull. The kind of hard aluminum alloy you wanted, Frankie and I finally managed to develop it over these past 2 years. But building the ship would require a huge amount of raw materials and manpower. There's no way just a handful of people could pull it off. And then there's the main weapon you mentioned, the electromagnetic cannon. I still don't quite understand how it works. Seeing Daz Bones' troubled look, Buggy realized he'd been asking too much. He had already written out the theory, and only a few experimental parameters were missing, yet it still couldn't be accomplished. It seemed that when it came to scientific research, it really was best left to the experts. Bones, you and Paula should join the Navy, Buggy announced, leaving the other 3 speechless with his unexpected decision. Captain, did I hear you right? Paula was the first to find her voice after snapping out of her shock. Captain, is there a reason you want me to go? Unlike Paula, Daz Bones was already ready to follow orders. When it comes to scientific research, why not make full use of professionals? If you don't understand something yourself, just go find someone who does and study it with them. And in the whole world, the place with the most experts is probably the Navy Science Division. Bonus, the reason I decided to send you to the Navy was based on your answers. As I see it, if you join the Navy, not only can you find people to help you with the parts you lack, but you can also take advantage of their vast resources to start building ships right away. What do you think? Buggy spoke with Daz Bonus in a tone of discussion rather than command. Captain, joining the Navy is fine, but achieving everything you mentioned won't be that easy. You know just as well as I do that in the Navy, your rank is tied directly to your access to resources. Daz Bonus wasn't objecting to Bucky's plan. He was just concerned that Buggy might be a bit too optimistic. I understand that, but that's actual part of my plan. Bonus, you should have realized this by now. You're at the stage where you need a lot more combat experience. Whether it's awakening your hockey or integrating your powers in a battle, you need enough opportunities to fight. And in the Navy, you'll get far more of those than you would following me. While you hone your skills, you can build up military merit. With your strength, I think you could reach the rank of Rear Admiral in just 2 years at most. Then, you could start building the pirate ship. Isn't that right? After Buggy finished, Daz Bonus fell silent, clearly tempted by the proposal. Captain, even if you're not worried about that bald-headed brood, aren't you afraid that I might never come back once I join the Navy? And I'm curious, if the bald guy is going there for the ship, then what am I infiltrating the Navy for? Paula chimed in, her curiosity piqued. There are 3 reasons. First, help me find a solution to a certain problem. Second, help Bonus seek out researchers for the main canon. And finally, through these 2 objectives, you'll be sharpening your intelligence-gathering skills. As for whether you betray us, honestly, I'm not the least bit worried about that, Buggy replied confidently. Oh, Captain, you have that much faith in me. Paula drew out her words, half teasing. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have invited you. And besides, I'm confident in the reward I promised you. Even though you can't eat the childlike fruit in Hancock's hands, I have other ways to help you. Keep your youth. But first, you'll have to find that method yourself. That's actually the main reason I want you infiltrating the Navy. With that, Bucky told Paula exactly what he needed her to investigate. After listening, Paula stared at Bucky for a long moment. Captain, I'll do my utmost to accomplish what you've asked. But you'd better not let me find out you were lying to me in the end. Otherwise, you'll find out just how terrifying a woman's wrath can be. Seeing Paula's stern expression, Bucky simply smiled. As long as you complete the mission, I promise you won't be disappointed. Bonus, what's your decision? After reassuring Bola, Bucky turned to Daz Bonus and asked, I'll join the Navy. Once he'd made up his mind, Daz Bonus didn't hesitate for a moment. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Nodding in satisfaction, Bucky found himself looking forward to his plan more and more. Take Hancock and me to Water 7, and after that, you 2 can go your separate ways and join the Navy. Water 7 on the Grand Line, famed as a shipbuilding island, had grown even more prosperous since the sea train began operating its already thriving economy, soaring to new heights. Upon arriving in Water 7, Bucky didn't intend to visit Old Tom. Instead, he simply wanted to accompany Hancock on a ride aboard the sea train to Gourmet Island. Inside the train car, Bucky found himself captivated by Hancock, who sat beside him clutching the fun fruit box with childlike delight. The goddess he had always dreamed of was now shyly sitting right next to him. In that moment, Bucky felt as if he were in a dream. Brother Bucky, is something the matter? Unable to bear his steady gaze any longer, Hancock lowered her head and asked him softly, I was just wondering, when do you plan to eat the fun fruit? Realizing he was staring, Bucky's face flushed with embarrassment, and he blurted out the first question that came to mind to break the awkward silence. I haven't decided yet. Hancock's cheeks were already tinged with pink, and as she thought it over, her face grew even more radiant. There's plenty of time for you. You can take your time and decide, Bucky said, nodding, making no attempt to rush her. Oh, right, Brother Bucky. Why didn't you just ask Brother Bonus to take us straight to Gourmet Island yesterday? Hancock, too, changed the subject. With the sea train now running, Bonus played a part in its creation. I wanted to see what it felt like to ride it myself. Why? Don't you like the sea train? Is it uncomfortable? Bucky was genuinely concerned for Hancock. It's not that. I just found it a bit strange. Feeling Bucky's gentle care, Hancock was deeply content. So you saw through me after all. If I'd suggested we head straight to Gourmet Island, I wouldn't have been able to shake off those 2. Today's your birthday, and I wanted to spend it with you, just the 2 of us. That's why I took a roundabout route. Thinking his little scheme had been exposed, Bucky confessed his hidden intentions openly. Thank you, Brother Bucky. Hearing this, Hancock's heart grew even sweeter, and all her other words faded away. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters, Bucky replied gently. A while later, when the sea train pulled into the terminal, Bucky led Hancock off to begin the rest of their day together. Yes, the overall plan went something like this. First, they spent the day shopping and having fun. When they'd had their fill, they booked out a high-end restaurant, enjoying a sumptuous candlelit dinner together. Afterwards, they took a leisurely stroll along the beach, letting the mood deepen between them. Finally, they returned to their reserve hotel to rest for the night. What is that all? Well, what happens after returning to the hotel is best left to the imagination. Except for those with the restraint of a saint, feel free to fill in the details as you wish. After all, in the world of pirates, Buggy had been celibate for 10 years. Now, finally able to be with the goddess of his dreams, how could he possibly keep holding back? Oh, and as for Hancock's figure, it's certainly not as exaggerated as in the anime, but at 185 centimeters tall with measurements of 107, 60, 89, she's still quite striking. The next morning, when Buggy opened his eyes and saw Hancock resting her head on his arm, a deep sense of satisfaction and pride welled up inside him, something words could hardly express. Sleepyhead, you're awake now, aren't you? Sensing a change in Hancock's breathing, Buggy knew she was already awake. Good morning, Buggy. Instead of the coyness one might expect, Hancock greeted him with a bright, natural smile. Good morning. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Buggy gently brushed a stray lock of hair from Hancock's face as he asked, his tone soft and caring. Let's start with the devil fruit. Hancock replied. She slipped her hand from around Buggy's waist, and reached for the box under her pillow containing the childlike fruit. Opening the box, she took out the fruit. "You're going to eat it right now?" Buggy asked, eyeing the fruit. "I want to keep my appearance just as it is, to remember this moment of becoming your woman." With that, Hancock ate the childlike fruit. "It really does taste awful," she exclaimed, her face contorting with bitterness. Buggy simply pulled her into his arms, letting his embrace speak for the love he felt. 3 days later, the two, utterly shameless and blissfully content, finally left the hotel and boarded a ferry bound for a nearby island, marking the start of their honeymoon journey. As for the other chefs still undergoing training back on Gourmet Island, Buggy had already conveniently forgotten all about them. 3 months later, in the plaza of Marine Ford, the headquarters of the Navy, Buggy accompanied Hancock there for one reason: to hear the toll of the ox bell ringing in the new year. As the echoes of the bell faded, it marked not only the end of the year, but also the close of Buggy and Hancock's honeymoon. It was time to get back on track. They found a modest little ship, recruited a handful of dolls who had no choice but to obey, and once more, Buggy and Hancock set sail, this time to seek out new companions for their journey. Although this time Bucky's goal was singular and clear, it still took him more than half a year to track it down. There was no helping it. Without Daz bonus and unable to use Moonwalk to travel, relying on nothing but wind-powered sailing made for slow progress. If only their target had stayed put, it would have been fine, but this fellow insisted on roaming all over the place, forcing Bucky to change course again and again to keep up. Had it not been for Hancock's company, Bucky would have long since switched back to his usual, faster methods of travel. Half a year later, on Jaya Island in the Grand Line, Bucky and Hancock finally arrived at this island, beyond the reach of the Navy. After making a circuit around the island, they spotted that familiar little boat on a secluded beach. Bucky then steered their ship into a port on the other side of the island and, with Hancock, headed into the nearby town. No sooner had they entered the town than Bucky noticed a large crowd running in the same direction. With a few quick strides, he caught up to the last straggler and grabbed his arm, asking, "Hey, brother, what's going on? Why is everyone running that way?" "What else could it be?" the man replied, shaking off Bucky's hand. "We're going to see the commotion. Someone's challenging the great swordsman Dracula Myhawk." With that, the man dashed off toward the crowd. "Brother Bucky, let's hurry too." Hancock, clearly intrigued, urged him on. "All right." Bucky nodded, grabbed Hancock's hand, and the two of them sped after the throng. 2 minutes later, the town square was packed, the townsfolk encircling the scene 3 rows deep. At the very center stood the challenger, an utter nobody, in the challenge the great swordsman Dracula Myhawk, clad in his trademark ranger's attire. From the rooftop of a nearby house, Bucky and Hancock watched the unfolding drama with great relish. "Hawkeye Myhawk, I've been searching for you for ages," the soon-to-be-forgotten challenger shouted excitedly at the master swordsman before him. "Another challenge? How tiresome. Your skills don't even stir the slightest interest in me." Myhawk stared at his opponent, unblinking, his answer brutally honest and icy cold. "You bastard, are you looking down on me?" the challenger retorted, clearly enraged. "So, you wish to challenge me? Are you truly ready?" With a sweep of his languid tone, Myhawk's gaze grew sharper and more threatening. "Ready? Of course I'm ready. Ready to take you down," the challenger cried, drawing the sword at his waist with a flourish. "Very well, let's begin," Myhawk replied coolly, pulling the tiny cross-shaped blade from his neck and pointing at his foe. "Damn you! How dare you look down on me?" Clearly provoked, the bystander raised his sword high and charged straight at Myhawk. To be fair, his courage was commendable, and his running stance was rather impressive. He had even memorized the hero's lines perfectly, ready to play out the classic tale of an underdog's comeback. Yet, what he never expected was that before he could even finish uttering those lines, he'd be forced off the stage. In an instant, the bystander realized that the scoundrel who'd been at a distance just moments ago was now standing right before him. A chilling pain radiated from his neck. Lowering his gaze, he saw a dagger embedded in his throat. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, but not a single word escaped his lips. With a look of bitter unwillingness in his eyes, he collapsed to the ground. "Brother Buggy." Hancock's face showed a trace of pity, for she had clearly sensed the strength of the man known as the great swordsman. Seeing the faint reluctance in Hancock's eyes, Buggy spoke calmly. "This is a world ruled by the strong. If you want to climb to the top by standing on the shoulders of the famous, you must be prepared to risk your life. His death isn't the strong bullying the weak. It's just an ambitious man paying the price for his own foolishness." Having never endured the darkness of being trafficked to the Holy Land, Hancock was far less cold and indifferent than in the anime, and so she couldn't remain completely unmoved. "Brother Buggy, I understand. It's just that I'm not used to it yet," she replied. After all, As a warrior from the Kuja tribe, Hancock wasn't overflowing with compassion. She simply found it hard to adapt. I get it, Buggy said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. But you'll have to get used to it. Otherwise, once you become famous, if you don't show a ruthless side, the number of people pestering you will only grow. If anyone dares to come after me, I'll just turn them into obedient puppets. I'm sure the feeling of a fate worse than death will leave an impression much deeper than dying in an instant. Chuckling, Buggy replied, I almost forgot how terrifying your power is. Come on, the duel's over. Let's get back to what we came for. Glancing at the dispersing crowd below, Buggy led Hancock in pursuit of Mihawk, heading in the direction he had gone. Outside the town, Mihawk strode toward where his ship was anchored. Suddenly, he halted mid-step. The next instant, an invisible wave of force swept toward him, a blast of Conqueror's haki. Sensing its nature, Mihawk's eyes sharpened with both alertness and excitement. Slowly, he drew the black blade, strapped to his back, fixing his gaze on the two figures approaching from afar. Mihawk, sheath your sword. I haven't come here to fight. I wonder if you still remember the old friend you met a decade ago. For the sake of that promise we made back then, I've been searching for you for a very long time. When Buggy was about 4 or 5 meters away from Mihawk, he pointed at his own nose and spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice. To be honest, when it comes to making others remember him, 1,000 words aren't as effective as simply drawing attention to his trademark nose. Clearly, Mihawk's impression of that red nose ran deep. You're Buggy, that's right. 2 years ago, I even discussed you with red-haired Shanks, Mihawk said, recalling the red-nosed fellow after a moment's thought. Buggy burst out laughing. Ah, that's right, I'm Buggy. How's that guy Shanks doing these days? I heard all about your duel back then. Actually, years ago, I already guessed the two of you would end up fighting one day. Sure enough, I was right. By the way, Shanks' haki isn't easy to handle, is it? Mihawk replied with utter confidence. Yes, his haki is incredibly strong. But that's what makes the fight interesting. If an opponent is too weak, I don't even feel like lifting my sword. That guy's become quite a legend in the new world these past years. I'm really looking forward to meeting him again. Well, let's put that aside for now. The reason I came to find you today is because of the promise we made all those years ago. Now that we've met again, what do you say about my old invitation? After reminiscing for a moment, Buggy quickly got down to business and asked Mihawk directly. Gazing at Buggy, Mihawk suddenly said, What if I propose a duel? If you beat me, I'll say yes. I bet that's a condition you'd love to hear. Buggy immediately understood Mihawk's meaning. So, I guess that bastard Shanks couldn't recruit you. So now you're here to give me a hard time instead. Mihawk sounded surprised. How did you know he tried to recruit me? Buggy grinned. That guy might act carefree and easygoing, but he's no fool. There's no way he'd tell you everything about my abilities if he didn't trust you. For someone like him, not inviting you would be out of character. But I bet what he told you was that I'm not afraid of being slashed. He wasn't wrong, but that's just the most basic use of the chop fruit. These days, I've taken my mastery of it much further than that. Oh, so you've reached a higher level? Mihawk asked with genuine curiosity. At the very least, I can instantly shatter the black blade on your back into pieces, just like this. As he spoke, Buggy pressed his hand lightly against the ground. Suddenly, cracks snaked out from beneath his palm, spreading across the earth in an instant. Mihawk watched Buggy's movements closely, and he was well aware that Buggy hadn't used his own strength just now. In other words, it was all thanks to his devil fruit ability, the nemesis of all swordsmen. In that brief instant, Mihawk had already come to this conclusion, and it made sense. He wasn't afraid of getting slashed, and as long as he made contact, he could even damage a weapon. Any swordsman would be more than just troubled facing this man. Precisely because of this, Mihawk fell silent after witnessing Buggy's performance. If I remember correctly, this is what I said back then. If we ever meet again, and you prove yourself to be a worthy captain with your own strength, I'll consider it. After a long pause, Mihawk finally looked up at Buggy and spoke. That's right, Buggy nodded, still unable to forget that moment from over a decade ago. To be honest, Mihawk continued, whether it was Shanks or you, I never intended to accept your invitations. After all, I've already made a name for myself and sailed freely across the seas. There's simply no need to join another pirate crew. But both you and Shanks have earned my respect with your strength. Even though I haven't truly fought you yet, anyone who possesses Conqueror's haki can't possibly be weak, unless they're a fool. Here, Mihawk paused for a moment. I never agreed to Shanks' invitation, so there's nothing more to say there. As for you, just refusing outright won't make you give up. So if you can do one thing for me, I'll accept. Only after careful consideration did Mihawk give his answer. What is it? Seeing his dream of recruiting Mihawk dashed before it even began, Buggy could only ask helplessly. Give me a reason to come aboard. As long as you can provide one, I'll join your crew. Hearing Mihawk's condition, Bucky frowned. This was even trickier than he'd expected. He understood exactly what Mihawk meant. It all came down to offering something that truly interested Mihawk himself. As for his so-called reason, that was just empty talk. If Mihawk wasn't interested, he could refute any reason Bucky gave. Standing face-to-face with Mihawk for a long time, just as Mihawk was beginning to lose patience, Bucky suddenly spoke. Mihawk, in your eyes, what does the way of the sword truly mean? Mihawk looked at Bucky in surprise. He hadn't expected a question like that. But it was a difficult question to answer, especially since Mihawk himself still harbored doubts. Yes, doubts. Despite his current reputation as the world's greatest swordsman and his formidable skill, it was precisely his growing power that had brought him to a bottleneck on the path of the sword. When he was weaker, he became stronger by constantly challenging powerful opponents. But now he wondered how he could continue to grow, how he could travel further down the path of the sword. This was the question troubling Mihawk. You're not even a swordsman. Why would you be interested in the way of the sword? Mihawk didn't answer, but instead posed a question to Buggy. Whether I'm interested or not doesn't matter. What's important is that you are. That alone can be your reason to join my crew, can't it? Buggy's counter-question made Mihawk even more puzzled. What are you really trying to say? Mihawk asked in a low voice. It's simple. If you accept my invitation, I'll share with you some information I once obtained about swordsmanship. Buggy's words made Mihawk pause, and then he let out a dry laugh. So this was the man's real aim. You want me to agree to your invitation for a so-called piece of information? Don't you think that's a bit ridiculous? Mihawk genuinely found Buggy's offer laughable. I don't think so. Not at all, Buggy replied, his expression deadly serious as he looked at Mihawk. But I do. Mihawk replied just as solemnly, locking eyes with Buggy. Did you know that the power of devil fruits can grant immortality? Or that haki, when cultivated to a certain level, can shatter the very fabric of space? Or the 5 great realms of swordsmanship? Do you know of them? You don't, because the world you've known so far, its grasp of strength, is far too crude. You can laugh at what you don't understand, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Take me, for example. Do you really think what you just saw was the extent of my abilities? Open your eyes and see for yourself just how far the powers of a devil fruit can be pushed. With those words, and under the watchful eyes of Mihawk and Hancock, Buggy slowly began to fade away, starting from his feet. He vanished completely, only to gradually reappear once more. The sight was so astonishing that even Mihawk, usually the picture of stoic composure, found his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Buggy's command of his powers truly challenged everything Mihawk thought he knew. This was nothing like the split described by Shanks. After Lowtown, in the next 10 years, I traveled across the great seas and encountered countless wonders and remarkable people. But what left the deepest impression on me was a nameless sea in the New World. I was using Jeppo to hurry along, when suddenly a golden beam of light shot up from the seafloor, and then a small island slowly emerged from the water, Buggy recounted, his eyes clouding with reminiscence. Curious, I landed on the island. The damp ground stretched less than 100 meters in any direction, and there was nothing there, nothing except 5 stone. Steels at the center, 1 large and 4 small. On the largest stone, these words were carved. For over 30 years, I roamed the 4 seas, slaying foes and traitors, besting all heroes and champions, with no rival left in the world. Left with no choice, I now dwell in the deep sea, making friends of fish alone. Alas, throughout my life, I have sought a worthy opponent, yet none could be found. Such solitude is truly hard to bear. I am the sword demon, Dugu Chiobai. It was merely this brief inscription, yet as Mihawk listened to it, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Sword demon. I've never heard such a title before. Driven by curiosity, I continued reading. There were 4 small stone tablets, arranged from left to right. The inscription on the first tablet read, "Sharp and fierce, indomitable and unstoppable. Before my coming of age, I wielded this blade to challenge heroes across the 4 seas." Behind this stone tablet lay a small pit, within which rested a battle-worn sword, its blade mottled with rust. The second tablet bore the words, "Ziwei soft blade, used before the age of 30. Unwittingly wounded a righteous man, an ominous sign." Thereafter, I cast it into the deep sea. After reading this inscription, I glanced into the pit behind it. Sure enough, it was empty. Then came the third tablet, which stated, "Heavy blade without a sharp edge. Great skill appears clumsy. Before the age of 40, I relied upon this to roam the world unchallenged." At this point, Buggy fell silent and stopped speaking. "Brother Buggy, what about the 4th tablet?" Unable to contain her curiosity, Hancock spoke up, even though Mihawk was still holding his tongue. Casting a faint glance at Mihawk, Buggy replied to Hancock. Now is not the time to speak of that. You must understand, the 5 realms of the sword have their mysteries. The contents of the first 3 tablets pale in importance, compared to what's inscribed on the last one. If you wish to know, I'll tell you later. As for Mihawk, he's still an outsider. Knowing about the Edge realm, the Soft Blade realm, and the Heavy Blade realm is already more than enough. Well then, Brother Buggy, if we're not talking about the tablets, what became of that island in the end? Did it sink into the sea? Realizing Buggy's intent, Hancock naturally knew how to play along. The island lasted barely 2 hours before it disappeared beneath the waves. Had I not stumbled upon it by chance, I would never have discovered such a secret place in the New World seas. Recalling this, Buggy let out a wistful sigh. Brother Buggy, do you think you could find that place again? I really wish I could see it myself. Hancock blinked her eyes, gazing at Buggy with hope. Chancing upon such a hidden place, even once, is luck beyond measure. I doubt I'd have the fortune to find it again. Shaking his head, Buggy's expression was utterly sincere. And indeed, how could it be otherwise? After all, the place was entirely made up. If he could really find it, that would be the true miracle. What a pity, Hancock said softly, her tone tinged with genuine regret. Watching Buggy and Hancock playing their well-rehearsed act, Mihawk couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement, exasperation, and resignation. As a swordsman, no matter how much Mihawk doubted Buggy's words, he could not help but believe deeply in the descriptions of the first 3 realms of the sword. He had been stuck at a bottleneck, but after hearing about these 3 realms, even without grasping their full substance, just having a direction to pursue was of immense value to Mihawk. The realm of the sharp blade. This must be the level I have reached now. Unconsciously, Mihawk reached back and touched the black blade strapped to his back, momentarily lost in thought. Seeing Mihawk's absent-minded expression, Buggy let out a sigh. Hancock, let's go. It seems there's nothing more we can do, Buggy said, not out of pretense, but because he truly believed there was no hope of convincing Mihawk. Buggy had pondered for a long time before finally coming up with the idea of using the legendary figure from Mr. Jin Yong's stories, Dugu Chiobai, as bait to pique Mihawk's interest. But judging from Mihawk's reaction, apart from that slight distraction, there was not the slightest hint of excitement. To Buggy, that look spelled utter hopelessness. It seemed the position of vice captain would have to go to someone else. Turning away, Buggy set off with Hancock at a leisurely pace towards the harbor. But they had barely gone a few steps when, all of a sudden, a voice rang out with a sharp, mechanical trill. Brrring, brrring, brrring. Snapping out of his reverie, Mihawk reached into his pocket and pulled out a den mushy. Lifting the receiver, he uttered a name that made Buggy stop in his tracks. What is it, red-haired? Ha ha. Mihawk, it's like this. I've just returned from the East Blue, but about our duel. It might have to wait. Why? Mihawk asked, his face devoid of emotion. Ha ha. Well, back in the East Blue, I, accidentally let a fish take my left hand. But in exchange, I did manage to snag myself a real treasure. Hearing Shank's carefree response, Mihawk was stunned. His left hand was gone. Shanks, a lefty, had lost his left hand. That was as good as crippling himself. You idiot. What on earth was so precious that you'd sacrifice your own hand to get it? For the first time, Buggy saw the world's greatest swordsman, always as calm as a gentle breeze and clear sky, in a fit of rage. Ah, if only he had a camera, to capture this once-in-a-lifetime moment. In fact, more than Mihawk's anger, Buggy now regretted not having a camera to record a scene that might never happen again. Come on, don't be so upset. I may have lost my left hand, but I've still got my right, haven't I? And even if I lost them both, I'd say it was worth it. That little guy, he reminds me so much of the captain. For his sake, I'd give up anything. Shank's tone, usually so light and carefree, suddenly turned deep and earnest. Anyone who didn't know him would find it hard to keep up with such a sudden change. Turning around, Buggy strode quickly up to Mihawk and extended his hand, making it clear he wanted to speak to Shanks himself. Mihawk handed over the den mushy without a word. The thought that his rare opponent was now out of commission and that he might go a long time without a worthy rival left Mihawk's heart in turmoil. Shanks, it's me, Buggy, Buggy announced as he took hold of the receiver. Buggy, huh? It's so good to hear your voice. By the way, how did you end up with Mihawk? Did he accept your invitation? The moment Shanks heard Buggy's voice, his carefree and gossipy side returned in full force. No, he turned me down. I was about to leave, but then, by coincidence, you called. Buggy answered honestly, his voice tinged with disappointment. That's a shame. I invited that guy too, but he turned me down as well. So, how have you been lately? It's been years since I heard from you. What have you been up to? My pirate crew's been established for ages, just waiting to go head-to-head with yours. Shanks laughed heartily. You idiot, don't you know what my abilities are? I'm basically a swordsman's worst nightmare. Plus, my hockey has awakened. Even my hawk doesn't want to fight me. So what are you going to use to fight me, you with one arm? Buggy had no patience for Shank's usual lightheartedness. Ah, I totally forgot about that. But no worries, I've still got my right hand, don't I? Give it a few more years, and I'll be ready. Shanks replied breezily. All right, let's leave this topic for another time. I haven't even formed my own crew yet. Faced with Shank's easygoing attitude, Buggy found himself at a loss. What? Buggy, you still haven't formed your own pirate crew? Don't tell me you've been waiting all this time for my hawk. Shanks exclaimed. Of course not. It's just the preparations aren't done yet. I don't plan on having many people in my crew anyway. I'm in the final countdown now. That's all I'll say. Who knows if this transponder snail is being tapped? That's it for now. With that, Buggy hung up, handed the transponder snail back to my hawk, and turned to leave with Hancock. Wait, I have something to say. Just as Buggy was about to leave, my hawk's voice rang out unexpectedly. Something else? Buggy turned around and asked calmly. I want to change the conditions for boarding my ship. I wonder if you're up to the task. To Buggy's surprise, my hawk actually suggested changing the terms. Let's hear it. Buggy looked at my hawk, as if he already had an inkling. Red-haired's arm. That man shouldn't be someone left crippled in the East Blue. If you can find a way to restore his arm, I'll accept your invitation. Before my hawk even spoke, Buggy had a rough idea what he'd say. Still, he was curious about my hawk's motivations for setting this condition. Why? I really want to know why. Buggy's two whys weren't just repetition. One asked why my hawk was making this request of him, and not someone else. Another reason for asking is why. Shanks was worth such a decision from you. You're a mysterious person, you know many secrets, and your understanding of devil fruits is far greater than anyone else's. If there's any way left to restore Shank's fighting strength, it would probably have to be through a devil fruit. Of all the people I know, if anyone has the answer, it's most likely you. That's why I'm asking. As for Shanks, to truly improve one's strength, you need a worthy opponent. He's exceptionally rare in that regard. He's not someone who should be ruined so easily. My hawk was a clever man and naturally understood what Buggy was getting at. Is it really worth it? Buggy pressed again, wanting to be sure. Of course it's worth it. If you can find a way, wouldn't that be perfect? I figure for the duel you two agreed upon, that guy probably won't want to fight you anyway. I'd be more than happy to take his place, my hawk replied. After hearing my hawk's response, Buggy was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that true swordsmen had little regard for his abilities. In the second half of the Grand Line, there's an island called Dressrosa. Its king, King Riku III, has a very good relationship with the Tontata tribe on the neighboring green. Bit Island. Strictly speaking, only the Riku royal family is able to interact with the Tontata tribe. The princess of the Tontata, Mancheri, possesses the Heal fruit. By sacrificing a small portion of lifespan, she can restore anything to its original state. Regrowing a missing arm is hardly a challenge for her. Buggy's words carried two meanings. One was the information about the healing, and the other was where the opportunity to obtain such healing could be found. The real problem is how to persuade King Riku, isn't it? My hawk immediately caught the implication. That's right, Buggy nodded. Dressrosa is a peaceful country, a free country, and the thing they despise most are pirates. So there's no chance at all? My hawk pressed further. It's not quite like that. I've done some digging on this country. Before King Riku's reign, Dressrosa was ruled by the Don Quixote family. 800 years ago, this family, along with 18 other royal families, went to the holy land of Mariehua and established the world government, becoming celestial dragons. Is there something special about this connection? My hawk asked, puzzled by Buggy's words. Of course there is. Around 30 years ago, a rather unusual celestial dragon appeared. He actually thought exploiting commoners was wrong and chose to leave the Holy Land. This Maverick was a descendant of the Don Quixote family. Unfortunately, his story ended tragically. Unable to accept being treated like a commoner, his eldest son shot him dead. You're talking about Don Quixote da Flamingo. Does he intend to retake Dressrosa then? Upon hearing this, my hawk suddenly saw the whole picture. Whether or not there's outside help isn't what matters. The crucial point is that King Riku doesn't have the strength to resist. He needs reinforcements, a force capable of standing up to the Don Quixote family, to exchange a tiny bit of a dwarf's life for lasting peace between two nations. That king and that princess ought to make the right choice. When you try to persuade them, you might as well emphasize the strength of the Don Quixote family. I've done my homework. The regular crew are unimpressive, but their officers are all devil fruit users. The weaker ones are worth at least 100 million in bounty, and the stronger ones rival the captains under Whitebeard. As for Don Quixote da Flamingo himself, he awakened Conqueror's Haki when he was only 7 or 8 years old. At this point, Buggy paused and looked at my hawk. When Red-Haired's arm is healed, I'll come find you. Now that he had heard about the treatment, Mihawk naturally wouldn't break his word to Buggy. "There's no need to rush to me. Once the pirate ship is finished, I'll come find you." Though there had been a few twists and turns, at last, Buggy had managed to invite the not-yet warlord master swordsman Dracula Mihawk to his cause. With the position of first mate secured, Buggy's plan to form a pirate crew had taken a big step forward. Now all that remained was to wait for the ship's completion and to search for the remaining companions. Among those still missing, apart from the musician and mascot who had yet to be decided, Buggy still hadn't settled on a navigator. The Monet he'd sent off to the sky island of Iselia couldn't really be counted as a future crewmate. It wasn't that Buggy didn't want to invite Monet. In truth, little Monet's dream was to become the navigator on the Pirate King's ship. But Buggy had never planned on chasing after that title himself. Under such circumstances, it was hard for Buggy to even bring up the idea. After all, he wasn't someone who liked to force people. Because of this, Buggy would have to add a professional navigator to his list of people to find. Leaving Jaya Island behind, Buggy and Hancock continued to drift along the Grand Line, not in a hurry to search for the remaining members. Instead, Buggy was guiding Hancock toward the halfway point of the Grand Line. This time, his destination wasn't the Sabeti archipelago to seek out Rayleigh. He was simply heading for the Red Line. The devil fruit he'd buried atop the Red Line a few years ago should be ready to dig up now. As for the one who'd received this fruit, it certainly wouldn't be the soon-to-join master swordsman Mihawk, but rather Betty, who'd been forgotten on Gourmet Island for years. Since 1503, when Buggy brought Betty, whom he had picked up in the North Blue, into the Grand Line and promptly left her on Gourmet Island, nearly 7 years had gone by without a single meeting. Indeed, just thinking about going to pick up Betty made Buggy reflect. From his rebirth in 1498 to the year 1510, he'd already spent 12 years. In this world, back then, she was only 5 years old. The little girl who used to run around calling him Big Brother is now already 12. 7 years have passed. He wondered how much her cooking skills had improved. Filled with anticipation, Buggy led Hancock to the base of the Red Line. Alone, he climbed to the summit of the Red Line, found the place marked on his map, and unearthed the devil fruit he had buried 7 years earlier. Gazing at the fruit, which looked as pristine and fresh as the day he had hidden it, Buggy couldn't help but marvel. If only ordinary fruit had the same shelf life as devil fruits, it would be a blessing to sailors everywhere. Carrying the devil fruit, Buggy descended from the Red Line. As he broke through the clouds and caught sight of the surface below, the sound of cannon fire pierced through the air and reached his ears. Trouble. Reacting instantly, Buggy sped up, bursting through the clouds and plummeting swiftly toward the sea. As soon as he cleared the cloud cover, 2 ships came into view. One bore no pirate insignia. It was the temporary vessel that Buggy and Hancock had been using. The other, however, sailed beneath a flag emblazoned with a menacing skull grinning broadly, a scar slashed across its round face. There was no mistaking it. The Don Quixote pirates. From high above, Buggy didn't immediately recognize the pirate flag. But as he dropped lower, he realized with a start that he was all too familiar with the crew attacking Hancock's ship. The skull with the toothy, arrogant grin and the distinctive scar. There was only one pirate crew in the world with that symbol, the Don Quixote pirates. Without hesitation, Buggy accelerated again, landing at Hancock's side in the blink of an eye. The Don Quixote pirates, startled by his dramatic arrival, ceased their attack. Even Don Quixote Doflamingo himself strode to the bow, fixing his gaze on the descending Buggy. "Hancock, are you all right?" Buggy's first concern was for Hancock's safety. "I'm fine, Brother Buggy," she replied cheerfully. But her eyes quickly grew cold as she glared fiercely at the Don Quixote pirates, who had opened fire on her. "What happened while I was gone? Why did a pirate crew attack you?" Buggy asked at once. "Brother Buggy, not long after you left, that ship surfaced from the sea. Maybe they failed at coating their ship at Sabeti Archipelago, or perhaps they're pirates returning from the New World. As soon as they appeared, they attacked us for no reason. Only your dramatic entrance made them stop firing," Hancock explained, clearly annoyed by the unprovoked assault. A low, mocking chuckle echoed across the deck. Fu, what an entirely unexpected encounter this is. At first, he thought he had found a truly worthy prey, but in the blink of an eye, the target had become too formidable. Opponents. This is going to be quite a tricky situation now, isn't it? Standing high above his pirate ship, Don Quixote Doflamingo let out his distinctive laughter as he looked down at Buggy and Hancock. "What's the problem, Doffy? It's just one more guy popping up out of nowhere. Let's just take them both out together," said a man with a long strand of snot hanging from his nose and sunglasses perched on his face, clinging to the mast as he glanced up at Doflamingo. "That's right, Doffy. Even though this newcomer seems pretty strong, he's no match for us. We'll just deal with them together," chimed in a tall man dressed in Native American attire, stepping forward. Don't underestimate them. That one wields conqueror's hockey, you know. And as for the red-nosed guy, he's got a devil fruit in his hand. This fight would only be a loss for us, a pointless battle with nothing to gain. Let's go. With a twist that caught Buggy off guard, Doflamingo made no move to continue the battle. Instead, he chose to retreat. As Doflamingo and his crew departed, Buggy remained perfectly still, making no move to stop them. Brother Buggy, why didn't we teach those guys a lesson just now? Unlike the calm Buggy, Hancock was fuming. Buggy let out a hearty laugh. Hancock, even if we could win that fight, it would have been a close call. Now isn't the time to reveal our hand. That pirate crew isn't just any ordinary group. They're already on the radar of the world government's elite. Fighting them too soon would do us no good. Besides, back on Jai Island, I already arranged for someone powerful to give them trouble. Someone else will take care of them for us. Brother Buggy, do you mean those people just now were the Don Quixote pirates? Hancock immediately understood. Exactly. Let them suffer a setback first. Once our own crew is assembled, we're bound to cross paths with them again. And next time, it'll be far more than just a lesson. Anyone who dares lay a hand on my woman is courting death. Half a month later, as evening fell over Gourmet Island in the Grand Line, Buggy and Hancock appeared at the back door of the restaurant where Betty was honing her culinary skills. Betty, who was just taking out the trash, dropped her bin right where she stood. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, making sure she wasn't seeing things, and then her eyes quickly filled with tears. With a cry, she rushed straight into Buggy's arms. It's been 7 years, Brother Buggy. I thought you'd abandoned me. From that simple sentence, Hancock could hear deep, abiding affection, like a little dog, abandoned for years, suddenly catching sight of its master once more. Although the comparison isn't entirely accurate, the feeling Hancock experienced from Bucky and Betty's reunion was just like that. After comforting the little girl warmly in his arms, Bucky didn't linger. He simply turned and led Betty and Hancock away from the shop. As for the agreement he'd made with the shopkeeper, Bucky did have some tianxiang on him. True to his word, and with a firm belief in keeping promises, Bucky would never break his word without a compelling reason. However, when Betty told him that the shopkeeper had married a wife in the past 2 years, and her own life had become much harder since, Bucky decided he would first fulfill his promise and deliver the goods, but afterward he intended to settle accounts with the shopkeeper. Yet Betty shook her head, generously expressing that she didn't wish to pursue the matter any further. With Betty's comfort taking top priority, Bucky could only acquiesce and turn away from the matter. They boarded the sea train and arrived at Water 7. After spending 2 joyful days there with Betty, Bucky finally set off with Hancock and Betty toward the calm belt. A year ago, when Bucky had left Amazon Lily with Hancock, he'd promised her that he would bring her back within a year. Now, having finished his search for Mihawk, it was only right that he honored his word. The journey back to Amazon Lily went smoothly. Once the ship was swept into the calm belt, Bucky carried Betty and Hancock on his back, stepping lightly through the air with Moonwalk, leaving the ship behind. As for the remaining toys aboard the vessel, they quickly sank beneath the tranquil surface of the calm belt, lost to the gathering of sea kings below. Soaring upward, they climbed nearly 3,000 meters before Bucky and Hancock finally glimpsed Amazon Lily, floating amidst the clouds. As soon as they landed on the island, Sandersonia, now the new empress, came out to greet them, accompanied by her sister Marigold and Gloriosa, among others. "Sister, it's been so long." The two sisters immediately pulled Hancock aside, chatting away with bright smiles. "Elder Nyan, it's been ages. How have you been lately?" Seeing Gloriosa and her little attendant by her side, Bucky's face flushed with embarrassment as he greeted her. "Bucky, the little one you're carrying must be the last, right?" Gloriosa asked calmly, fixing him with a steady gaze. "I swear, she's definitely the last one." Bucky quickly raised his hand to the sky, vowing earnestly and trying to curry favor. "Oh, right, Elder Nyan. When did Monet arrive here?" Bucky asked, a little sheepish, glancing at the girl beside Gloriosa. "Not long after you took Hancock away," Shaki called. "Thankfully, the ability you gave Sandersonia has made things much easier. Otherwise, Shaki or I would have had to make the trip ourselves. By the way, this girl says she isn't one of your crew. If she isn't, why have you been training her?" Gloriosa finally voiced the question that had been lingering in her heart. "I want to be a crew member on the Pirate King's ship. Brother Buggy told me he never intended to become the Pirate King himself, so of course I couldn't stay with him." Monet, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. Granny, this is a bit complicated to explain. Simply put, I had some fateful encounter with this kid back then. She struck me as pretty ambitious, so I just lent her a hand in passing," Buggy replied. Indeed, Buggy's claim of just lending a hand wasn't wrong at all. In fact, if Monet hadn't managed to find Shaki and eventually make her way to Amazon Lily on her own, Buggy would have completely forgotten about the green-haired girl he'd sent off to the sky island of Visalia. All right, I don't really get how your mind works, just like when you sent Porla to Marineford. Speaking of which, about a month ago, Porla called me to say that Bonus had been assigned as the commander of a base in the South Blue. Before leaving, Bonus told her the ship's weapon blueprints and construction plans were all settled. The only thing missing was funding. If he had to raise all the money himself to buy the resources, it could take a very long time. So he asked Porla to see if you had any way to help with the funding. The shortfall is about 5 billion berries, Granny said. Wow, Brother Buggy, what kind of ship are you building that needs 5 billion berries? Monet blurted out, unable to contain her curiosity before Gloriosa could even ask. 5 billion berries. That's really not a small sum, Buggy mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Exactly, Buggy, 5 billion berries is no small amount. What on earth are you building that costs that much? Gloriosa echoed, her curiosity piqued. It's a special warship designed to maximize Bonus's abilities. Most of the cost is in the construction materials. Nothing else particularly unusual, Buggy replied offhandedly, though his mind was already working on how to gather the funds. Though 5 billion berries was a hefty figure, it wasn't beyond Buggy's reach. In fact, he already had at least 4 ways to get his hands on that much money rather quickly. The first method, kidnapping a celestial dragon. Those guys love to stroll around Sabeti Archipelago for no reason, so the opportunity is always there. Buggy was sure he could demand a hefty ransom, but the problem was it had put him squarely in the world government's crosshairs. The second option also involved the celestial dragons, but instead of kidnapping, it was robbing the heavenly tribute that member nations send to the world government every year. The upside? He could easily get enough to build 2, 3, or even more ships in a single stroke. The downside? Same as before. He'd have to live every day under government scrutiny. The third method, heading to the Gem Ice Gap in the New World, the legendary treasure vault of the Hapo Navy. The advantage is that the money would be more than enough, but the downside is that it's a bit far, making transportation and logistics rather inconvenient. The fourth option is to return to Gaia Island and head up to the Sky Island above it, then empty out the legendary city of gold that's been buried for centuries. After weighing his choices, Buggy found that out of the 4 options, only the second and the fourth were truly feasible. The second option would work as long as any loose ends are taken care of swiftly. It wouldn't be so easy to trace back to him. But if anything went wrong, Buggy couldn't guarantee absolute safety. On top of that, if Bonus suddenly acquired a large sum of money, it would definitely arouse suspicion. If anyone connected the dots, they'd be in trouble. After careful consideration, Buggy finally decided on the fourth option. He would go to the Sky Island, move the City of Gold to the South Sea, and then have Bonus put on an act as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Having settled on his plan, Buggy wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that Sandersonia had become the Empress, Buggy could easily obtain permission to enter the city, so he simply traveled back to Amazon Lily with everyone else. However, being the one man entering a city full of women turned out to be anything but pleasant, as Buggy quickly realized the moment he set foot inside. There was no way not to notice, since he instantly became the focus of intense scrutiny from every direction. And it wasn't just staring. Most of the women ignored the Empress's orders and boldly reached out to touch and prod him. Seeing her man being harassed by other women, Hancock couldn't care less about old friendships. She immediately unleashed her power, and in the blink of an eye, the boisterous warrior women surrounding Buggy were all transformed into a heap of cloth dolls. This sudden turn of events frightened quite a few of the onlookers. Watching as a pile of dolls appeared, all of them wailing loudly, the women who managed to escape Hancock's grasp went pale with fear. When Sandersonia had used her powers to lift the island 3,000 meters into the sky, she had earned the respect and admiration of the city's residents. Then Hancock's display left only fear in the hearts of the warrior women. Buggy is my man. If anyone dares approach him without my permission, be prepared to live as a doll for the rest of your life, she declared with imperious authority. After giving the eager warrior women a much-needed lesson, Hancock finally allowed Buggy some peace, linking her arm with his. With a wave of her hand, Hancock restored the women who had been turned into dolls, and then, still holding on to Buggy, she followed Sandersonia and the others into the palace. They enjoyed a delicious feast of Amazonian specialties, and afterward, Buggy called Betty to his side. "Buggy, are you leaving again?" Over 7 years of living on her own had changed Betty. She was no longer the naive little girl she once was. "Betty," Buggy said gently, "there's no place for the weak on my ship. This devil fruit is what I promised you long ago. Eat it, and you'll gain a unique power. Stay on the island and learn how to fight from Granny New for a while. All right. Your brother promises you. This time he absolutely won't leave you behind for years again." As soon as the ship is ready, I'll come back. To get you right away, okay? Looking into Betty's irresistibly adorable eyes, Bucky felt the pressure mounting. In truth, Betty could have stayed by his side. After all, Hancock could teach her too. But Bucky still wanted to enjoy a bit more time alone with Hancock. So, with a heavy heart, he decided to leave the little girl he'd always treated as a sister behind for now. Hearing this answer, Betty naturally protested, but Bucky's expression was resolute. When all her attempts to act cute and plead proved useless, Betty could only agree to stay, tears shimmering in her eyes. After swallowing the devil fruit Bucky had prepared for her in a few quick bites, Betty paused, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. So what do you think? Do you like the power your brother picked out for you? Bucky asked. 10,000 meters above Jaya Island on the Grand Line, the other half of the island floated in the sky, known to its airborne inhabitants as Appiato. Beneath some part of Appiato's surface, shrouded within the clouds, lay the legendary golden city of Shandora, untouched by visitors for centuries. But today, in the year 1510, the ancient city finally welcomed 3 guests after hundreds of years. Standing at the edge of the clouds, looking down, Hancock and her companion Sandersonia were left speechless by the scene Bucky had revealed. There was no blinding brilliance, no dazzling gold, but the city, bathed in a soft, hazy golden glow, left every visitor awestruck. Brother Bucky, I finally understand why you never worried about a lack of funds. So you actually knew the whereabouts of the Golden City all along, Sandersonia said after a long pause, her voice brimming with excitement she could barely contain. And who could blame her? The value of the Golden City's treasure was estimated in the hundreds of billions of berries. Bucky had promised Sandersonia, as long as she transported gold bricks worth 10 billion berries to the South Sea, the rest would belong entirely to Amazon Lily. Without a doubt, if such a fortune made it back home, it would bring an unprecedented leap forward for their tribe. That was precisely why Sandersonia, now the Empress, had agreed to join Bucky on this journey. With the Golden City discovered, the next challenge was figuring out how to transport the gold back. Bucky asked Sandersonia for her thoughts. Full of ambition, she suggested taking the entire Appiato back to the Combelt. But Bucky immediately dismissed the idea, not because he feared she'd make too much noise, but simply because moving an entire island to the Combelt would be far too time-consuming. They circled the outskirts of the Golden City, after Bucky used his powers to separate Shandora. From Upper Yard, Sandersonia piloted the Golden City to carry Bucky and Hancock back toward the Combelt. But moving the Golden City was no subtle affair, although it might not have affected the people of the blue sea below. The deafening roar could be heard by every native on Skypea. All the island's inhabitants, including the people of Shandora, rushed toward the source of the tremendous noise. It was all in vain. The combined strength of Bucky, Hancock, and Sandersonia utterly overwhelmed the islanders, who knew nothing of armament hockey. It was almost effortless. There wasn't even a real battle. Whether Shandorans or Skypea's natives, once they were knocked down, all they could do was watch helplessly as Bucky and his companions vanished from sight with the Golden City. Oh, and the grand golden bell whose melodious peal lingered in the air. Half a month later, in the city of Amazon Lily within the Combelt, the entire city was thrown into uproar when the legendary Golden City appeared at its gates. The celebrations lasted for a full 3 days before things gradually settled down and everything returned to order. Bucky decided not to meddle in the matter of transporting the gold to the South Sea. He had already given the lion's share to Amazon Lily, and he had no worries about the small portion destined for the South Sea. After all, Sandersonia was Hancock's own younger sister. Besides, with such a hefty reward at stake, even Granny Nine and the original members of the Kuja Pirates volunteered to personally escort the gold, ensuring it would reach Das Bones safely. The combined strength of the old and new Kuja Pirates was formidable indeed. With such a band of experts flying escort, what could possibly trouble Bucky? After the festivities, Bucky took Hancock and departed from the Combelt, heading straight for the entrance to the Grand Line. It had been over 4 years since Bucky dragged Law out from a graveyard in the North Blue in 1506. Unlike his occasional calls with Betty, Bucky hadn't kept in touch with Law at all, not even a single phone call in all that time. When leaving Twin Cape, Bucky had said to the old ship Dr. Crocus, "Once he's cured himself, give me a call, and I'll come pick him up." For years had passed. Only recently, while escorting the Golden City back to the Combelt, did Bucky finally receive Crocus's call. So much for his plans of a quiet world for two. Once again, life had thrown him a curveball. Traveling with Hancock by moonwalk, it took them less than 5 days to reach Twin Cape. For years had gone by, and Law had grown much taller, but the resentment burning in his eyes made him instantly recognizable. "Law, it's been 4 years. How have you been?" Bucky asked him. It's going well. Uncle Crocus has taught me a great deal, and not long ago, I finally managed to heal myself using what I learned from him. Now that my worries are behind me, I think it's time I studied something new. Locking his gaze on Bucky, Law asked quietly. Even if you hadn't brought it up, I'd still have you start learning about combat. That's exactly why I came to take you away this time, Bucky replied without hesitation. But your ability is closely tied to medical skills, so you can't neglect your training as a doctor. That's something you must keep in mind. No matter how much you study combat, your medical practice comes first. Bucky understood exactly what Law meant and answered him directly. Uncle Crocus, it's been a while. After finishing with Law, Bucky turned to greet the old ship's doctor. It really has been some time, Crocus replied with a warm smile. Then, his eyes twinkled with curiosity. By the way, Bucky, who's the young lady with you? He didn't comment on Law, but the old doctor seemed quite interested in Hancock. She's my future wife, Bucky declared without a hint of embarrassment. His words made Hancock's cheeks flush a deep red. Hello, Uncle Crocus. My name is Boa Hancock, and I am Bucky's fiancée. Hancock stepped forward and introduced herself, her voice tinged with shyness. Ha ha. Ah, to be young again. Bucky, you mustn't forget to invite me to your wedding. Crocus chuckled, stroking his beard with delight. Uncle Crocus, I promise I won't forget, Bucky replied with a bright smile and a nod. Good, as long as you remember. I suppose you won't be staying here any longer. As for Law, I have nothing more to say except this. Please guide him well. The boy has a good heart. Crocus's eyes were filled with affection as he offered his advice. Don't worry, Uncle Crocus. After all, he's practically your disciple now. Well, we'll be off, Bucky said, and with that, he swept Law up and headed along the red line toward the East Blue. When Crocus saw Bucky and Hancock take off with swift, weightless steps, he had a feeling their method of departure would be unusual, but he hadn't expected them to head straight for the calm belt along the red line. Bucky has come a long way in these past years. Crocus mused to himself as he watched them disappear into the distance. Traveling onward, Bucky and Hancock didn't even bother to bring the usual giant driftwood. When they needed to rest, Bucky simply used his powers to carve out a cave in the rocky wall of the red line. The trio made quick progress toward the East Blue. In just one day, they had already entered the calm belt near the East Blue. Inside the makeshift cave, the three of them sat in silence, sharing a quiet meal as they rested, the only sounds coming from their steady breathing and the faint rustle of their food. Seeing that they had rested enough, Buggy stood up, ready to set off once more. But just as Buggy was about to depart, a piercing cry echoed in the ears of all three. That's the call of a Sea King. Having spent many years battling Sea Kings in the calm belt, Hancock was no stranger to their voices. That's the sound of a fight, and not one between Sea Kings. Buggy sensed something different after a brief moment of focus. Should we go take a look? Hancock turned to ask Buggy. There's no need. Let's wait a bit and see. That ship is heading right toward us, Buggy replied, confident in his own intuition. Hancock nodded and said nothing more. Together with Law, she stood at the entrance of the cave, gazing into the distance. About an hour later, a ship with its sails furled was rowing steadily beneath them, passing just below where they hid. Peering down through his monocular, Buggy's expression shifted to one of surprise in the next instant. Law, wait up here for a moment. Hancock, let's go. Without waiting for a response, Buggy leapt out of the cave and plunged down toward the sea. At that moment, several people standing on the deck below instinctively looked up, scanning the sky above them. Just a few dozen seconds later, those on deck watched as two figures landed squarely among them. Ah, what a fateful encounter this is, Buggy announced with a flourish. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Buggy, once an apprentice on the Pirate King Roger's ship, a contemporary of red-haired Shanks, and a pirate destined to be remembered in the annals of history. This is my fiancée, the warrior from Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock. Before anyone on deck could get a word in, Buggy had already launched into his self-introduction. For a moment, the brashness of Buggy's words left everyone speechless, unsure how to respond. After an awkward pause, a man of medium build finally stepped forward. Brother Buggy, may I ask your purpose in coming here? Do you need our help? His voice carried a distinctive timbre as he addressed Buggy. I don't need any help from you. I'm here for one reason. A transaction, Buggy replied, shaking his head. This answer clearly took the people on deck by surprise. Buggy boy, you don't even know who we are, yet you want to strike a deal with us. Do you really think there's any basis for a transaction between us? A new voice chimed in, a large-headed figure, cloaked from head to toe, standing behind the medium-built man. Buggy laughed heartily. Ha ha, the reason I introduced myself is because you don't know me. But as for you, I never said I don't know who you are. Especially you, my trading partner, Her Majesty, Queen of Kamabaka Kingdom on Peachy Island of the Grand Line. Emporio, Ivankov. With a dramatic flourish, the cloak was thrown aside, and Ivankov stared at Buggy in utter disbelief. In his memory, Ivankov was certain he had never met this red-nosed fellow before. Precisely because of that, his astonishment was all the greater. "Who exactly are you?" Ivankov demanded, fixing his gaze on Buggy. "Buggy, Pirate Buggy. Enough with the introductions. Let's get down to business. I have my eye on a recipe, one unique to the Kamabaka Kingdom. I think you know exactly what I'm referring to." Listening to Buggy's words, Ivankov's eyes widened even further, and he stared at Buggy for nearly a full minute before finally speaking. "The 99 Vitality menu isn't something we just trade to outsiders. You'd best give up. You're rejecting me outright, without even hearing my offer? I think you should at least listen before you decide." Buggy didn't seem the least bit upset by the refusal. "There's nothing more to discuss. No matter what price you name, my decision won't change." Ivankov was clearly unwilling to negotiate. It was hardly surprising the 99 Vitality menu was indeed a closely guarded secret of Kamabaka Kingdom, and Ivankov was extremely wary of how Buggy seemed to know so much about him. 3 kingdoms plus a source of rare ingredients. Would that be enough? "I told you we won't deal with outsiders. Wait, what did you just say?" Ivankov was midway through his refusal, shaking his head, when Buggy's offer left him utterly stunned. "Brother Buggy, 3 kingdoms and a source of ingredients? You're not just making this up, are you?" The man of average build at the head of the group suddenly asked. "Of course not. If I say it, I'll make it happen. But it won't be right away," Buggy replied, full of confidence. "Well then, let's talk when the time comes." But Buggy shook his head at Ivankov's words. "The 99 Vitality menu. I'll retrieve it as soon as I have time. But the deal itself won't be completed until the year 1516. Whether you have any objections or not. That's how it's going to be. If you want to give the folks on the island a heads up in advance, that makes it a fair deal. But if you don't, and I have to force the transaction, I don't mind either way." Ivankov started to protest, but the man of average build quickly held him back. "Why 1516? And how do you plan to complete the trade? 1516 is just the latest possible deadline. It might happen sooner. How you complete the transaction is your business. When the time comes, I'll do what I need to do, and I won't concern myself with anything else. But I can promise you this. During the entire process, we won't take a single piece of your property. That's the biggest concession you'll get from me." Hearing Buggy's words, the man of medium build seemed to get a sense of what was going on. He frowned, then asked, "Where will the transaction take place?" "Right here," Buggy replied, coolly, taking out a book and handing it over to the man. As soon as he saw the book, the man's eyes flashed with a strange look. "Very well, we accept this deal. I hope you'll keep to your word. Before we part, allow me to introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Dragon. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bucky the Great Pirate." After a moment's thought, Dragon extended his hand. "It's my pleasure as well, son of Vice Admiral Garp. I hope we meet again at our next transaction. With that, we'll take our leave." With these words, Bucky and Hancock soared into the air. After bidding their farewells behind the sheltering rock face, they grabbed Law and headed east, toward the East Blue. From what Bucky knew, when it came to battles involving the power of the Ope fruit, stamina was far more important than skill. That was precisely why Bucky was taking Law back to Distant in the East Blue. Originally, when Bucky left the base of the Red Line and built his stairway to the sky, it was only to leave proof of his presence, a bit like carving. So-and-so was here, at a scenic spot. Honestly, Bucky had never imagined that this stairway would serve such an important purpose a few years later. As for how to effectively train stamina, endless fighting alone didn't work all that well. So Bucky decided to put Law through a regimen reminiscent of the Tower of Corinne training from Dragon Ball, climbing up and down to build foundational endurance. Having scaled the summit himself, Bucky knew the true height of the Red Line. He tailored a training plan for Law based on that reality. Aside from occasionally giving Law pointers on hockey, Bucky spent his days either sparring with Hancock or pushing himself to the limit in physical training. At night, they continued studying medical knowledge. Bucky himself was far from idle. Determined to leave a lasting mark on the history of pirates, he had already come up with a way to pass the time, by digging tunnels. Yes, during Law's training, Bucky intended to tunnel a passage from the base of the Red Line all the way from the East Blue to the North Blue. For anyone else, it would have been sheer madness to claim they could carve a tunnel straight through the Red Line, connecting 2 great seas. But Bucky was not just anyone, perhaps the world government could pull it off, but they would never do so. For the moment they did, more than 90% of the annual tolls collected by the Holy Land would vanish overnight. But Buggy dared to try. With the power of the chop fruit, Buggy could pierce through obstacles with ease. His only real trouble was moving the stones out of the way. As for concerns about tunnel collapses, those never even crossed his mind. Buggy had tested the hardness of the Red Line's rock face himself. The surface layer might be unimpressive, but the deeper you went, the tougher it became. Some sections were as hard as steel. If a large tunnel, wide and high enough for 2 or 3 vehicles side by side, were to be carved out, Buggy would definitely consult an expert for precise calculations. But for a narrow passageway, no more than 5 meters across, none of that was necessary. This was precisely why Buggy felt confident taking on the task single-handedly, sleeves rolled up and ready for work. A new day dawned. Law began his ascent, climbing the makeshift sky ladder Buggy had crafted, eager to take in the scenic vistas of the Red Line. Hancock turned to her duties in logistics, while Buggy himself picked out a fresh spot and set to work on his grand project of digging tunnels. Time slipped by as the three of them pursued their plans in steady, methodical fashion. The year 1511 passed with little in the way of major events. The only occurrence worthy of note was that Jinbi the Fishman answered the call of the world government and became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, all for the sake of rescuing his old comrade Arlong from the depths of the underwater prison. Compared to the gentle breezes of 1511, the year 1512 erupted into a storm. In March of that year, all 4 sea train routes surrounding Eni's lobby on the Grand Line were finally completed. Yet old Tom, the man who made it all possible, received no reward. Instead, due to the blueprints of Pluton and his association with Frankie, he was accused of attacking a judicial ship, sent to Eni's lobby, and sentenced to death on the spot. In May, a global outcry erupted when a ship carrying the celestial dragon, St. Mjosgard, was wrecked at sea. July brought further turmoil in the New World. In Dressrosa, the red-haired pirates, counted among the 4 emperors, joined forces with Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords, to launch a sudden assault on the Don Quixote family. The Don Quixotes had seized the country only 2 days prior and had not even had time to crown themselves. This surprise attack ignited a war involving the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, and yet another warlord. For a whole day, the 3 great powers clashed. Outnumbered 2-1 and caught off guard, the Don Quixote family was forced into retreat, and Dressrosa was restored to the rule of the Riku royal line. That battle set off a ripple of unrest among the powers of the New World. Eventually, the Navy dispatched 2 newly appointed admirals, Akiji and Kizaru, to bring the stormy seas under control. Only then did the swelling chaos begin to subside. In the aftermath, the upper echelons of the world government, enraged by the upheaval, stripped Dracul Mihawk of his title as a warlord of the SEIN. September of that same year, Colonel Das Bones of the South Sea Navy was promoted to Rear Admiral thanks to his accumulated military achievements, setting a new record in naval history for the fastest rise from sergeant to Rear Admiral based on merit alone. As December drew to a close, the turbulent year of 1512 finally ended with the tolling of the Ox Bell at Marineford, the Navy's headquarters, ushering in a tranquil 1513 across the world. The peaceful year of 1513 passed with little to shock the world, save for one incident. The former Admiral Zephyr lost an arm to a pirate, and an entire ship of trainee Marines perished. Aside from these events, nothing else truly startled the world. In the blink of an eye, the sea calendar reached the significant year of 1514. In the town of Sicht, near the Grand Line in the South Sea, things had undergone a radical transformation over the past 3 years. Once known as a pirate's paradise, Sicht was changed fundamentally when an obscure Navy major was assigned there. The former haven for pirates became their graveyard. Major Das Bones of Navy headquarters swept away the criminal underworld of Sicht and then, with overwhelming strength, guarded the entrance to the Grand Line, crushing all pirates who dared to venture forth. In less than 3 years, that once unknown major had risen to the rank of Rear Admiral. Originally, Navy headquarters intended to transfer this exceptional talent back to the Grand Line's main base. But the new Rear Admiral refused to transfer with a simple reason. He wanted to build a warship that could fully unleash the power of his devil fruit. Faced with a rising star, Navy headquarters chose not to force the issue. Instead, they granted him enormous authority in the South Sea, allowing him to gather resources and construct his new vessel as long as it posed no threat to civilians. With the Navy's approval, Das Bones finally let out a sigh of relief and brought his secret project into the open, recruiting shipwrights and starting the construction of the warship, Thor. As for the ship's name, Das Bones originally planned to let Buggy, his companion, choose it. But Buggy declined, insisting, "Only you can command this ship, so the name should come from you." After some thought, Das Bones named the vessel after his own power, the Thor. Standing at the mouth of Dock 1 in Sicht, Das Bones gazed at the warship taking shape before him, unable to suppress a surge of excitement in his heart. "Captain, it's nearly ready. Our pirate ship will soon be complete." By the start of next year at the latest, I promise I'll sail the Thor to the East Sea and join you. On the other side, at the Navy Headquarters Science Division, a beautiful woman wearing glasses was flipping through a record book. Beside her, a short man with thick lenses addressed her. Miss Bola, I've brought you the experimental record you wanted. You promised to have dinner with me tonight. I wonder what kind of cuisine you like, so I can book a table in advance. After finishing the documents in her hand, Bola looked up at the short man and said, Thank you so much, Dr. Weber. If it weren't for you, I truly couldn't have gotten what I wanted so quickly. These past 3 years, you've really worked hard. To show my gratitude, tonight I promise you'll have an evening you'll never forget. Miss Bola, do you really mean it? This is such a wonderful surprise. I can hardly wait to finish work now. By the way, where should I make the reservation for dinner tonight? Dr. Weber, though excited, hadn't forgotten the important details. Dr. Weber, of course, it will be at my place. Otherwise, how could it be an evening you'll remember forever? Bola reached out, hooking her finger under Dr. Weber's chin as she spoke. I'm absolutely delighted. Please excuse me. I need to get ready for tonight, Dr. Weber exclaimed, pushing the door open and dashing out. All right, 6 o'clock tonight at my doorstep. I hope you won't keep me waiting, Bola called after him with a faint smile, waving as he disappeared. It seemed that two kindred spirits were finally about to come together. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely think so. But as for what would really happen, only those involved could know for sure. The next day, a shocking incident sent ripples through everyone. Dr. Weber West, the third-ranking official of the Navy Headquarters Science Division, was found brutally murdered in the home of Navy intelligence analyst Bola. The initial investigation pointed to Bola herself as the prime suspect. Meanwhile, in the arena of Amazon Lily, a female warrior collapsed to the ground in pain. While not far away, Betty raised her arms in a gesture to the crowd. In the viewing stands, Sandersonia watched Betty claim yet another victory, her face full of helpless resignation. Marigold, you're up next. If we let this continue, it won't do Betty any good. Even Elder Nyan said it. It's important for Betty to understand that hockey is the true foundation of strength, and abilities are always just a supplement. Big sister, is this really okay? If Brother Buggy finds out, will he be angry with me? Marigold asked, a bit worried. After all, her ability had been found by Buggy, and now she was about to use it to put one of Buggy's people in their place. It just didn't sit right with her. Don't worry. I'll explain everything to Buggy. I believe that even if he finds out, he'll only be grateful to you both. No one knew when Gloriosa had approached the throne, but she was already standing nearby and spoke up. Then I'll go right away. With that, Mary Jared's figure began to fade, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from their sight. Mary Jared has improved, Gloriosa remarked with satisfaction, sensing for a moment and realizing that Mary Jared's presence was now nearly undetectable. Granny Nyan, what do you think of the letter the world government sent 2 days ago? Sandersonia asked, turning to Gloriosa. It's about the Shichibukai, isn't it? I didn't expect that after your very first expedition, you'd already caught the world government's attention. This is something that needs careful thought. After all, things aren't the same as before. If it were in the past, I would have urged you to accept their offer without hesitation. But now, with the island's dangers eliminated, the title of Shichibukai isn't as vital as it once was. And there's also Hancock to consider. With her talent and the power she's acquired, it's only a matter of time before she becomes famous across the world, though perhaps not for the best reasons. If it's for the sake of Amazon Lily, my advice is to accept, but that's just my suggestion. The rest is up to you. Having said her piece, Gloriosa turned and left, leaving Sandersonia deep in thought. On the Grand Line, in the ruins of the Kajiga Kingdom on Kurigana Island, within the only ancient castle that remained relatively intact, Mihawk was lost in thought, a glass of red wine in his hand. It had been exactly 4 years since they parted ways at the ruins of Jaya Island, and the man still hadn't come to find him. Has he forgotten his promise to invite me? No, that man isn't like the others. He would never forget something like that. But then, why hasn't he come yet? Could it be that he can't find me? That's possible. In hindsight, I shouldn't have put so much faith in his confident expression back then. I should have left him a Viver card. Things are getting a bit dull. What should I do? Maybe I'll pay a visit to the New World. It's been a while since I sparred with that guy, after all. With that thought, Mihawk took a small sip of his wine, then stood up and strode out. At the base of the red line in the east blue, from the depths of a dark, shadowy cave, the sound of heavy breathing grew closer and closer to the entrance. A moment later, a tall young man emerged from the cave, dragging a handcart behind him. Damn it, Captain. The labor you assign me takes far longer than our training bouts. You owe me an explanation, or I swear you'll regret it. Law, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, shouted at Buggy, who was resting just outside the cave. Law, how many times is this now that you complain? Buggy replied with a grin. Remember, the first time you grumbled, I told you already, your abilities demand a lot of physical strength. All this work is for your own good. It's to toughen you up. If you don't believe me, just wait until you've recovered, then have a match with Hancock. You'll see for yourself how much you've improved. Bucky answered with a faint smile. All right, I'll give you that. You make a fair point. But if it's all about physical training, why can't I go climb the red soil continent instead of hauling these damn chunks of rock? Isn't there that toy strongman Hancock made? Law was still fuming. Kid, this is your chance to make your mark in history. If you don't take part, how am I supposed to put your name down? You know exactly what we're doing here. Once we break through this tunnel linking the East Blue and the North Blue, we'll be rewriting history. Doesn't that get your blood pumping? Bucky fired back. Law pursed his lips, clearly unconvinced. I couldn't care less about any of that. I just want to know when I can finally get my revenge. It's been 8 years. I can't wait. Another day. Those scenes from the past haunt my dreams every night. The moment Law spoke of revenge, a chill swept over him, turning his entire presence cold and menacing. I know, just hang in there a little longer. Bonus won't let us down. I figure, by early next year at the latest, he'll be sailing our ship straight to the East Blue to meet us. Gathering. The rest of the crew won't take long either. As soon as the pirate crew's put together, the first thing we'll do is help you settle the score. Does that work for you? Bucky promised. Hearing Bucky's answer, Law finally let the rocks tumble off the cart, then grabbed the handles and headed back into the tunnel to keep hauling debris. Watching Law disappear into the tunnel again, Bucky rubbed his temples, already feeling a headache coming on. Just as his hands went up, a gentle force, accompanied by a subtle, sweet fragrance, pressed soothingly on his sore temples. That kid Law, bringing up revenge again? Hancock's soft voice floated over. He hadn't even noticed her approach. Can't blame him, Bucky replied with a sigh. He went through hell at 10, watching friends and family die right in front of him. The fact that he's not gone mad is a miracle. I can tell he's reaching his limit, though. His strength may not be growing as fast as yours, but at least he can hold his own now. Once we find someone to watch his back, he'll be all right. Bucky was well aware of Law's progress. As for his hockey, there was nothing more to say. He'd only been training for a few years, and if he'd already mastered it, that would be downright monstrous. But what really took Bucky by surprise was Hancock's development. When it came to her, there was only one way Bucky could put it. Unexpected, yet perfectly logical. It wasn't strange to be surprised. Bucky had never imagined Hancock would advance to the second stage of her toy fruit powers so quickly. He himself had trained tirelessly with the chop fruit for years and still hadn't reached its second stage. But half a year ago, on a certain day, when Hancock brought into the tunnel a toy that seemed to be made entirely of rock and shattered in front of Bucky with a few swift kicks, Bucky finally understood what true genius meant. They both possessed the play fruit, yet while Sugar had held the fruit for who knows how many years and still operated at the most basic level, turning animals into toys, Hancock, who'd only had it for less than 6 years, had already advanced far beyond that. She had moved from transforming animals into toys to creating toys from inanimate materials out of nothing. Of course, Bucky wasn't all that surprised by this outcome. From the very beginning, he had suspected that the play fruit could reach such heights, and as long as Hancock put in the effort, it was only a matter of time before she achieved it. What truly astonished Bucky was Hancock's ability to partially tweefy objects as part of her attacks. He recalled offhandedly mentioning, based on a scene from the anime, where Hancock used her love fruit to kick someone, that something similar might be possible. Honestly, Bucky hadn't believed Hancock could pull it off, and he himself wasn't even sure if it could be done. To achieve this, one needed perfect control over the fruit's power, ensuring the ability transformed only the targeted part during an attack, rather than turning the whole victim into a toy. Strictly speaking, partial toy transformation was even more difficult than the second stage of toy creation. But a genius is a genius. Even after the devil fruit's power changed from the love fruit to the play fruit, Hancock still demonstrated an extraordinary level of understanding and control. Bucky, enjoying Hancock's massage, looked off into the distance. Everything was almost in place. Years of staying beneath the radar had all been for the moment when he would astonish the world. Shanks, don't get too comfortable just because. You're one of the 4 emperors now. I'll soon catch up to you, both in reputation and in strength. Damn, speaking of which, there are still 3 candidates I haven't settled on. I'll have to think it over carefully when I have some free time. May 1514. At the shipyard, Daz Bones was working overtime when he received a call from Navy headquarters. Hello, this is Daz Bones. After years of training, Daz Bones had become much more reserved. Rear Admiral Bones, it's time again for the World Council, which takes place every 4 years. The date is set for October 10th. What does that have to do with me? Bones asked in a low voice. Originally, You were only assigned to escort one of the kings. But several kings from the South Blue have taken notice of your strength and requested your protection for the journey. After discussion at headquarters, it's been decided that you'll gather all the kings at Sick Town, your jurisdiction, and then escort them together to Mary Geos. You must arrive before October. If they want me to escort them, fine. Tell those kings to send me the best shipwrights from their kingdoms. As long as my warship is completed before September, escorting them will be a mere trifle. With the warship at my command, I'll be much more confident. With that, Bonus hung up the phone without another word. He lifted his head, and for once, a faint smile broke through the stern expression on Das Bonus's face. With this order, the Thunder God could finally be finished within a year. Captain, I promise I'll be in the EC before October. 3 months later, at Dock Number 1 in Sick Town, a warship unlike any of its age was finally completed. It had no sails. Instead, it was driven entirely by high-pressure electric-powered propellers, and except for the interior, it was constructed wholly from a new alloy. Gazing at this marvel of technology, so out of place in its time, Des Bonus felt a surge of excitement. The warship designed by the captain was at last complete. Now, they only needed to finish sea trials before he could finally shed the uniform he'd worn for years. Touching the cape draped over his shoulders, Bonus shook his head with a wry smile. Life in the Navy wasn't bad, but it could never match the exhilaration of true freedom. Leaving the shipyard, Bonus called his loyal adjutant over. Go and inform the kings that the warship is ready. After a week of final adjustments, we'll depart. Tell them to tie up any loose ends and prepare for my arrival. I'll be picking them up soon. But Lord Bonus, didn't we agree they'd all rendezvous here in Sick Town? The adjutant seemed puzzled by his superior's change of plan. The others can wait, but the kingdom of Ukiah is all the way near the far side of the Red Continent. Who knows how long it would take for their king to make the crossing? Don't worry, I made adjustments the moment. They sent their shipwrights. I already informed them in advance. Go and notify them now. In a week, we set sail. Once all the kings are aboard, we'll head straight across the Calm Belt to Holy Land, Mariewa. After hearing Bonus's words, the adjutant voiced his concern. Sir, the Navy headquarters hasn't delivered the sea stone yet. Isn't it risky to cross the Calm Belt without it? I value my life more than you do, Bonus replied, his tone calm. To me, the sea kings of the Calm Belt are less of a threat than the fierce currents of the mountain passes. As for the sea stone, instead of waiting for those slackers to send it, we'll just go to headquarters and get it installed ourselves. He glanced at his adjutant, his voice unhurried. Yes, sir. Golden October, a season of harvest. As the only port of the Duchy of Disdain, Victor buzzed with energy during this special time of year. Workers moved between fishing boats and the docks, their faces alight with the joy of abundance. It was plain from their smiles. This year had brought another bountiful harvest, as the sun set. In the west, the golden afterglow of the evening bathed the entire pier in a radiant light, as if it had donned a cloak of abundance. While the workers going were chatting about whether to head to the tavern for a drink after finishing up for the day, 3 figures slowly made their way down the main road from afar. Hey there, you 3. You're late. The passenger ship leaving for Distan already departed this afternoon. The next boat won't arrive until noon tomorrow. If you don't mind, why not stay at my inn for the night? No sooner had they entered the town of Victor than Bucky was called out to by the owner of a roadside inn. Thanks for your kindness, but we've already booked a boat out of here. It'll be here soon, so we won't be able to give you any business tonight. Maybe next time, if fate allows. Waving to the innkeeper without breaking stride, Bucky and his 2 companions continued walking toward the docks. Say, are you sure you haven't been swindled? I've run this inn in Victor Town for decades, and I've never heard of a ship leaving the harbor at night. Old man, just because no ships are scheduled to leave doesn't mean that's the end of the story. Who's to say another ship won't arrive and then set off again? Roe, unmoved by the innkeeper's goodwill, turned his head for a cold glance before replying in a chilly tone. With that, he turned back and, with a hint of sarcasm, asked Bucky, Captain, seems like the ship still isn't here. Are you sure Rear Admiral Dasbones is actually coming? Bro, what are you so anxious about? We've waited 8 years. What's a few more days? And what's with your attitude just now? Apologize to Brother Bucky. Hancock gave Roe a sharp knock on the head, scolding him without the slightest courtesy. No need to apologize to me, but you should say something to Bones when he gets here, Bucky said sternly, turning to face Roe. Roe turned away, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Ever since Captain Roger sacrificed himself at Lowtown in 1498 and ushered in the age of the great pirates, Shanks and I have each set off to sea in search of our own companions. Unlike Shanks, I didn't gather my crew just based on camaraderie. If that's all it took, I could have formed a pirate band a decade ago and sailed the world. To me, A companion is like family. Family members can have their little spats and joke around, but there's no place for sarcasm or betrayal. You and Bones haven't met yet, but once you do, you'll understand he's a man of his word. If he makes a promise to me, it's as good as if I made one to you. A man's promise is his code. Once spoken, he'd sooner die than break it. He's that kind of person, and I'm this kind of person. In my eyes, you, free from hatred, are yet another kind of person. I think of you as family, and that's why I don't want hatred to cloud your vision. Please, don't let me down, all right? Seeing Bucky's utterly sincere expression, a strange light flickered in Law's eyes. If he doesn't show up tonight, don't expect me to apologize to him tomorrow. He said he'd be here today, after all. Law turned away, cheeks puffed in annoyance as he answered. Bucky burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, looks like you'll have to say you're sorry after all. Look there, see that speck on the horizon? That's him. Pointing toward the distant sea's edge, Bucky laughed heartily. As he spoke, the tiny black dot on the horizon grew rapidly larger. In just a few seconds, the outline of a warship became faintly visible. What incredible speed! During his years at Twin Cape, Law had watched countless ships sail off into the Grand Line, shrinking to mere dots, and then vanishing from sight. But never, not once, had he seen a single ship even approach a tenth of this one's pace. So this is the new warship the captain mentioned. Whatever else it may be, its speed alone is in a league of its own. Let's go. With those words, Bucky suddenly accelerated on the spot, dashing straight toward the pier. Hancock followed immediately, and after a brief moment of surprise, Law also launched forward, using the shave technique he'd learned over the years. In no time, the three of them had reached the dock and rushed to the water's edge. But Bucky didn't slow down at all. He simply stepped off the pier and continued forward, using moonwalk to skim across the air. Hancock and Law lagged, just a little behind, but kept close on Bucky's heels. The approaching warship seemed to spot the three figures darting from the dock. It slowed down, then executed a sharp turn on the water, swinging its stern around so that the bow now faced the shore and gradually eased its speed, waiting for their arrival. A few minutes later, the trio landed on the metallic deck, which gleamed with a cool luster. Captain, it's been a while. Sorry I'm late. I ran into a fierce storm on the way, so I was delayed a bit. Good thing I made it in time. A figure stepped out from the pilot house. Ha ha, perfect timing. In fact, we only just arrived at the port of Victortown ourselves, Bucky replied, his laughter echoing with joy. Captain, why didn't you let me dock in the port earlier? Bonus asked, wasting no time on small talk. We didn't want to cause a commotion, did we? You know better than anyone. This warship looks nothing like the usual vessels. By the way, does the Navy know you've left? Bucky asked, his concern clear in his voice. They probably still don't know yet. After all, as soon as I embedded the sea stone at Navy headquarters, I immediately took my men back to the South Sea. I brought the subordinates who had followed me for years back to Sick Town. Only after we'd stocked up on supplies did we set out overnight to find you. Right now, I'd guess the Navy in the South Sea is searching for my whereabouts, rather than suspecting anything else. That's more or less how I imagine the Navy's response after my escape, Des Bones concluded. Where's Paula? Didn't she come with you? Not seeing Paula around, Buggy asked with some curiosity. She finished her mission a few months before I did, took care of the guy who'd made her life miserable for years, so there was no way she could wait for me to reach Marineford. Granny Yo told me Paula returned to Amazon Lily a few months ago. Captain, are we heading straight for Amazon Lily now? Daz Bones continued. Hold on, no need to rush. Let me do some introductions first. You already know Hancock, but now she's my fiancée. This grumpy-looking guy is Law, our ship's doctor and an OP fruit user. In fact, he's got something to say to you. Law, this is our ship's chief shipwright, a Goro fruit user, Des Bones. With that, Buggy turned to look at Law. I'm sorry, Brother Bones. Before you came, I said some bad things about you. Law didn't disappoint Buggy. Though his voice wasn't loud, he was absolutely sincere. Bad things, huh? I can pretty much guess what you said. Rear Admiral of the Navy. I only got that position after fighting alongside and against other pirates for years. To outsiders, someone like me, who switched sides halfway, making it this far is no small feat. Of course I wouldn't give it up easily. Your suspicion isn't baseless. You just slightly underestimated my loyalty to the captain. Law, my Goro fruit power was something the captain personally climbed to Skypiea to get for me. I only mastered hockey after the captain taught me. Without him, at best I'd just be a bounty hunter in the West Blue. Forget about any glory. I might have gone unnoticed my whole life. I, Daz Bones, am not someone who forgets a debt of gratitude. I'll accept your apology this time, but don't let it happen again. After Daz Bones finished, Buggy clapped his hands twice and said, all right, that's the end of that. Next, it's time to set our course. Our first stop will be Logtown. Logtown? Buggy, aren't we going straight to Amazon Lily? Hancock looked puzzled. Daz Bones and Law were also confused, but before they could speak, Hancock jumped in. Lowtown is Captain Roger's hometown, the place where his journey both began and ended. No matter what anyone says, I was once a member of the Roger Pirates. Now that I'm finally about to officially form my own pirate crew, I simply must make a trip to Lowtown and report the news to Captain Roger. This is a journey I ought to take. After Bucky finished speaking, the other three nodded their agreement. Let's rest for the night and set out tomorrow morning. Bonus, show us to our rooms for now. All right. The next day at noon, just outside Lowtown, a strange-looking warship glided slowly into the harbor, immediately rousing the town's navy into action. Perhaps pirates. In the East Blue might find this bizarre ship unfamiliar, but every Navy man, no matter where he's from, would instantly recognize the fastest warship in naval history. After all, the Thunder God, a ship built by Daz Bones, had accomplished the legendary feat of crossing the calm belt at breakneck speed without even being equipped with sea prism stone. The term legendary here wasn't just for charging into the calm belt without sea prism stone, but for what happened next. After entering the lair of the Sea Kings, the Thunder God escaped their furious pursuit at a speed never seen before, making the crossing in just 2 hours and setting an unprecedented record. According to the recollections of a certain king from the South Blue, Rear Admiral Daz Bones had defied everyone's objections and steered straight into the calm belt. Within 2 minutes of entering the Sea King's territory, dozens of the monstrous creatures rose to the surface, surrounding the ship on all sides. Witnessing the scene, the king was convinced he would never make it out alive. But in the very next instant, with a thunderous roar, the Thunder God surged forward, accelerating so rapidly that the Sea Kings had no time to react, bursting straight through their encirclement. Though the infuriated Sea Kings gave chase, the speed difference was overwhelming, leaving them far behind, left only to churn up the waves in the warship's wake. Such a warship, already a legend in its own right, had vanished from the South Blue just 2 days prior. Even during the World Conference, this was sensational insider news. Now, with its sudden appearance in Lowtown, it was little wonder that the entire local navy had mobilized to respond. Leaving behind an address and a message, Bucky instructed Bones to handle the navy and then take Law to procure weapons. As for himself, he slipped away with Hancock before the navy even received the report, heading straight for the town square. 1 hour later, Bucky arrived beneath the massive execution platform, 2 bottles of rum in hand, with Hancock by his side. With a nimble leap, he landed alone atop the platform. Uncorking 1 bottle, he slowly poured its contents over the execution stand. Captain Roger, 16 years have passed since we parted. It's only today that I've finally come to see you. I hope you won't mind. I suspect, knowing your nature, you wouldn't hold it against me. Ha ha ha. Today, I bring good news. I'm about to form my own pirate crew. I've already decided on the name, the Red-Nosed Pirates. Ha ha. Yes, I named it after my own nose. But don't get the wrong idea. I'm not copying that bastard Shanks. He called his crew the Red Hair Pirates just because it was easy, but I spent ages thinking this through. After all, my nose is unforgettable at first sight. As he shouted this, Buggy paused, then cracked open another bottle of rum and took several hefty swigs. Captain Roger, today has really been a good day. I don't know when I'll get the chance to come here and drink with you again, but if I get the opportunity, I promise I'll be back. If possible, I'll bring the old crew along, well, if I can actually find them. Now, this is the last sip, and then I have to go. I hope you're watching over us from the pirates' heaven above. Shanks and I, yeah, that bastard, will carry your will to the very end. Time for me to head out. With that, Buggy jumped down and landed right beside Hancock. By now, a small crowd had gathered around the execution platform. Not Marines, but onlookers drawn in by Buggy's booming voice. This was only natural. Ever since the Pirate King was executed here, not a single soul had dared bring a bottle to pay their respects. Buggy was the first in 16 years, which was enough to make anyone take notice, especially when he loudly proclaimed himself a former crew member of the Pirate King's ship. The crowd's reaction was a mix of shock and wariness. Some people even backed away, but curiosity drew the braver ones closer. Captain, is it true you were once a crew member on the Pirate King's ship? May I have the honor of knowing your name? A reporter, brimming with professional zeal, rushed up the moment Buggy set foot on the ground, snapping photos as he fired off the question. The crowd instinctively took several steps back, half expecting the captain to lose his temper. Ha ha ha. This is the first time in 16 years that anyone's ever interviewed me. Never thought it'd happen under these circumstances. Not bad, I must say. Listen up, bold reporter. Remember this name. Buggy, captain of the soon-to-be-formed Red-Nosed Pirates. That's all for now, but I've got a feeling our paths will cross again soon, and next time, I'll give you plenty to write about. Hancock, let's go. Meanwhile, after brushing off the Marines who'd come over, Bones led Law to a weapons shop in Logtown. The owner, ruddy-nosed with a shock of split hair, looked a bit younger than he would a few years down the line. As Bones and Law entered, he called out in a booming voice, "Welcome." But just as he was about to launch into his sales pitch, Bones cut him off. "I heard you about the famed sword, Yubashiri. Is it for sale?" Facing Bones's directness, the shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, then spoke up, "Sir, you don't seem like a swordsman who uses blades. I'm the one who needs a sword." Law stepped forward and declared, "My dear customer, there's never been a merchant who turned away business, but this family heirloom of mine doesn't come cheap." The owner rubbed his hands together, then raised his palm, finger splayed, to show his asking price. "Deal. Bring me the sword, and I'll pay you right now." The moment he saw the gesture, Bonus, who had seen prices soar into the billions of berries, knew exactly what was being asked. 5 million. Berries was nothing to him. Without hesitation, he took out the money, and Law obtained the fine blade, Shusway, a sword that, in a few years, the shopkeeper would have given to Roranoa Zoro. The idea to have Bonus bring Law here to purchase the sword was a spur-of-the-moment decision from Buggy. He wasn't particularly sentimental about the fate of the blade. Rather, he simply needed to find a suitable weapon for his crew. Had he not already given both of Golden Lion's famous swords to Sandersonia and Marigold, Buggy wouldn't have needed Bonus to take Law shopping for a blade. After all, if they didn't buy Shusway, one of the 50 grade swords, it would only end up being squandered by Roranoa Zoro anyway. Better to let Law put it to good use. As for the cursed blade, Sandai Kitetsu, sitting in the display case, Buggy had never harbored any thought of taking it. Hadn't Law already almost lost his life in Dressrosa wielding a nameless cursed sword? Let alone the Kitetsu the Third cursed. Swords turn on their masters. If you don't have what it takes, it's best not to touch one. On that point, Buggy was clear-headed. 3 hours later, the Thunder God set sail from Logtown once again, vanishing swiftly beyond the coastline, leaving the Navy completely unprepared. At that very moment, Smoker, newly promoted to Major, was listening to a report from his subordinates. "Major, sir, we've just received word. A red-nosed fellow climbed atop the execution platform. Claiming to have been a member of the Pirate King's crew, he performed a memorial for the Pirate King himself and loudly declared his intent to form the Red-Nosed Pirates. According to eyewitnesses, this man seems to have close ties with red-haired Shanks, the infamous pirate." A bad feeling crept up on Smoker. "I have a sense that big trouble is on its way." He bit down on his cigar as he spoke the words, but inwardly his mind turned to the man he'd glimpsed at the harbor. Hopefully, that person wasn't involved in this mess. Otherwise, who could say what might happen next? After leaving Lowtown, Hancock asked, "Brother Buggy, are we heading straight for Amazon Lily now? Before we pick up Boa and the others at Amazon Lily, we should make a stop at Peach Island on the Grand Line. Remember our deal with Ivankov? We kept putting it off, but now it's time to make good. On our word. The secret recipe to boost physical strength is a rare treasure. Let's get the recipe first, and then head for Amazon Lily." In mid-October of 1514, the atmosphere on Peach Island was nothing like the usual joy and excitement that came with the approach of a new year. The reason was no mystery. Months earlier, the island's residents had read in the newspapers that their beloved Queen had been captured by the Navy and thrown into the underwater prison. Although Her Majesty had arranged for a regent before her misfortune, the island's Okama still carried a sense of gloom. On the 17th of October, an unusual warship sailed into the waters of Peach Island. Standing on the shore, Buggy shivered at the sight of the island, with its unique, pink-hued theme. Hancock, on the other hand, was utterly enchanted by the rosy landscape. With heavy steps, Buggy and Hancock hurried toward the island's center. Before long, Buggy spotted 2 Okama deep in conversation beneath a tree, discussing the meaning of life. Stepping forward, Buggy was the first to speak. "Excuse me, ladies, may I ask if your regent is available? Lady Caroline doesn't just meet with nobodies." "You should leave," replied one of the Okama curtly. "Are you here to see Lady Caroline?" "Oh wait, a red nose. Now I remember. Years ago, Her Majesty Ivankov told Lady Caroline that someone with a red nose would come here," the other Okama suddenly said. "That's right. I made a deal with Her Majesty Ivankov a few years back, and I'm here now to collect what was promised. Would you be able to take me to see your regent, Lady Caroline?" Buggy replied, his face twisted in an expression of discomfort as he looked at the 2 Okama. "With pleasure," said the Okama, noticing Buggy's polite demeanor. "Thank you for your help. Here's a small gift as a token of my appreciation," Buggy added, signaling Hancock to hand over 2 sets of the carefully prepared cosmetics. My, Red-Nosed Handsome, you really are thoughtful. Please, come with me. I'll take you to Lady Caroline right away," exclaimed one of the Okama, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the latest cosmetics featured in the newspapers. Following their guides to Caroline's castle, Buggy soon found himself face-to-face with Lady Caroline, who was dressed in all her finery. "Good day, Lady Caroline," Buggy said calmly, addressing her with the respectful title as he took in her elaborate attire. "Oh ho ho ho, so you're Buggy the pirate, the one Her Majesty told me about. I thought you wouldn't arrive for some time yet. It's a pleasure to finally meet you," Lady Caroline said, fluttering her small folding fan as she laughed softly. "Yeah, the pleasure's mine. But to save time, why don't we get straight to business? I'm here for the item from our deal. I trust Her Majesty Ivankov has already explained everything to you," Buggy said, getting right to the point. "You're talking about the 99 Vitality menu, right? Although I don't quite understand why Her Majesty the Queen wants me to hand it over to you. Her orders will be carried out." With Ivankov's prior greeting, Caroline didn't give him any trouble at all. She simply closed her fan, clapped her hands lightly, and right away a burly man in women's clothing walked in carrying a scroll. "This is the legendary 99 Vitality menu, a secret of the Kamabaka Kingdom." Holding the scroll in her hands, Caroline introduced it to Buggy. "Thank you very much," Buggy replied, reaching out his hand as he spoke. "You'll get the scroll right away, but Her Majesty instructed me to ask you for a specific time frame before handing it over." "So when will it be?" Caroline asked Buggy, withholding the scroll for the moment. "It's October now. The deal can be completed by December at the latest. Since the location is relatively far, it'll take some time to get there. If you need to inform someone or make preparations, let them know. Barring any surprises, I'll make my move in early December, as soon as those attending the World Conference return, and I'll act in 3 places at once." After hearing Buggy's answer, Caroline snapped open her fan, covering her mouth in feigned shock. "Pirate Buggy, are you sure you want to proceed in 3 locations simultaneously? Do you really understand what you're up against?" It was clear that Caroline was privy to some inside information. "Then how much do you know about my pirate crew? I've met that person before, and he knows I don't make empty boasts. So let's get this deal over with. I'm in a hurry," Buggy replied, clearly displeased at being questioned. "Young Captain, I apologize for my words. Here's the 99 Vitality menu, as promised. I'll relay your message word for word to that person later." After making a gesture of apology, Caroline handed the scroll to Buggy. Without another word, Buggy signaled Hancock to set down the gifts they had brought, then turned on his heel and left. Meanwhile, at Marineford, in the Grand Line, inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku rubbed his brow as he read a fragmented report sent from the East Blue by a certain gravely injured Vice Admiral. "Garp, do you think this is all just a coincidence? When you put these pieces of information together, it paints a troubling picture." Sengoku handed the file to Garp, his tone grave. Taking the file, Garp's brow furrowed deeper the more he read. After a while, he set the papers down and leaned back on the sofa. "I've fought Roger plenty of times, and to be honest, it doesn't surprise me at all that red-haired Shanks reached his current level. But that red-nosed brat who was on Roger's ship back then? I never thought he'd amount to much. Looks like I misjudged him. Guess I really am getting old." "Ha ha 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 ha." Carp's deep, rumbling voice gradually turned into hearty laughter as he spoke. "Carp, I'm showing you these documents to ask for your opinion, not to hear your sentimental sighs," Sengoku said, utterly helpless in the face of Carp's carefree nature. "The pieces are already in place. Right now, the only person we can identify for sure is that man, one of the red-nosed pirates. As for Daz Bones, Sengoku, you must have noticed his personnel file as well. He joined the Navy not long after the defector, Paula. It's hard to believe, but I think you'd better prepare for the worst," Carp said, his expression darkening as he let out a heavy sigh. "So you think the same as I do? If that's the case, that brat we all used to underestimate has really pulled off something extraordinary. Who knows in what way he'll reveal himself to the world? It's a pity we know so little about him or his crew. There's simply no way to guard against what we don't understand," Sengoku said, a note of resignation in his voice. "To have the patience to wait 16 years before founding his pirate crew. He's far more troublesome than red-haired Shanks. Roger really was a handful. Not only did he usher in this era of great pirates, he also left behind 2 exceptionally thorny successors," Carp remarked. While Carp and Sengoku were deep in discussion in the Fleet Admiral's office, a man in the medical ward suddenly snapped his eyes open. "Vice Admiral Mole, you're finally awake. That's wonderful news," the nearby nurse exclaimed, her voice brimming with relief and excitement. As he tried to sit up, Mole winced at the pain coursing through his body, drawing in a sharp breath. "So, I survived after all." The confusion in his eyes was quickly swept away by the pain, and with clarity returning, Mole turned to the nurse and said, "Hurry and inform the Fleet Admiral, the great swordsman Dracul Myhawk, and the defector Paula are part of the same pirate crew. Their captain is Buggy, Yes, the same Buggy who, along with red-haired Shanks, was a member of Roger's pirate crew. Go now, this can't wait. As he watched the nurse dash from the room, Mole's mind wandered back to the moment he fell in battle. Former Naval Intelligence Agent Paula had, for reasons unknown, suddenly murdered Dr. Weber of the Science Division and fled, leading headquarters to issue a warrant for her arrest. In such cases, unless the defector willingly turned themselves in or the Navy received solid intel, most could still evade capture for a time. After all, with such a vast organization, there were always a few who deserted each year, not many, but never none. The Navy simply didn't have the resources to chase after every defector day and night. That sort of business was usually handled by special agencies under the world government. It certainly wasn't something that a vice admiral, like Mole, would normally be called upon to handle personally. But luck just wasn't on Paula's side. On her way back from Navy headquarters, heading toward the comm belt, she happened to run into Mole, who was returning from a mission. A tiny boat that could barely hold one person stood no chance against a Navy warship. It was almost laughable to think Paula could escape. After a round of cannon fire, Paula had no choice but to leap onto Mole's ship herself, and the two quickly clashed. Though Bucky once claimed Paula's abilities could even take down an admiral, that was only under the advantage of a surprise attack. Now exposed and fighting face-to-face against the Navy Vice Admiral, Paula found herself in a tough spot. No matter what, Mole was a pillar of the Navy and a veteran powerhouse, far stronger than Paula, who'd only recently mastered hockey. That she managed to hold her own for a while was entirely thanks to the relentless training Bucky had put her through. As Mole saw Paula gradually faltering, he actually felt a surge of good fortune that such a windfall landed in his path on the way home. Today was shaping up to be a lucky day indeed. Just as Mole thought he was about to finish the job and claim the credit, a voice rang out unexpectedly. "It's taking you this long to handle a single woman? Seems a Navy Vice Admiral isn't all that impressive after all." At the sound, Mole immediately halted his attack and turned, looking up at the figure who had somehow appeared atop the mast without anyone noticing. "Hawkeye, you're no longer one of the 7 warlords, yet you swagger onto a Navy warship like this. Are you trying to provoke the Navy?" Mole couldn't quite figure out what Hawkeye was up to, but he wasn't about to let the Navy's dignity be challenged. "I'm just passing by out of boredom, watching a dull fight and offering a few comments. As for provoking the Navy, well, I'm not in the mood for that today," Hawkeye replied, fixing Mole with a considering look before shaking his head. With that, Paula saw Hawkeye leap down from the mast and head toward the side of the ship. "Master Swordsman Mihawk, please wait," Paula suddenly called out to him. "I have no interest in saving you," Mihawk replied without so much as a backward glance. "I'm not asking you to help me fight, but could I trouble you to deliver a message? I doubt news of my capture will ever make it to the papers, and I'm afraid my captain won't be able to find me. You can speak to red-haired Shanks, can't you? If you run into him, please ask him to let my captain know that I've been taken by the Navy. My captain once told me he and Redhair are good friends. He'll definitely help if he hears." Mihawk suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to Paula, his gaze sharp. "Your captain, what's his name?" "Buggy. Pirate Buggy." Breathing heavily, Paula no longer cared about revealing any information about Bucky. Realizing something was off in the conversation between the two men, Mole quickly signaled to the soldiers nearby, telling them to stay alert. Sure enough, in the next moment, Mole saw Hawkeye turn around and draw the black blade strapped to his back. "I always thought my first companion would be someone that Bucky introduced to me, but it turns out fate brought me to you first. Life really is full of surprises," Mihawk muttered to himself. With that, he swung his black blade, and a massive slash appeared out of thin air, bearing down on Mole with unstoppable force. As darkness closed in before his eyes, Mole couldn't help but think, "Damn it, these two strangers are actually in cahoots. There's a plot afoot." When Mole came to his senses again, he found himself face to face with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. Though he struggled to sit up, Garp easily held him down. "Mole, you're badly wounded. You should be resting. The report you had someone deliver. In fact, you already relayed most of it while you were unconscious. But it was all muddled. You kept repeating the names Hawkeye, Pola, Red-Haired, and Captain Bucky. There are still some crucial details we don't understand. Do you have the strength to recount everything that happened?" "There are things I need to confirm," Sengoku said. "Yes, Admiral. The story starts when I return from my mission," Mole replied, his mind drifting back as he began to recall the events. 2 days later, in Amazon Lily, Bucky was in the palace with Betty, Pola, and Monet, whom he had summoned. "Captain, you're too much. You never even told me that the great swordsman Dracula Mihawk was our ally. If I hadn't risked everything, you'd probably be fishing me out of Impelled Down by now," Pola blurted out the moment she saw him, recounting her ordeal. Hearing this, Bucky was stunned as well. He hadn't expected Mihawk, of all people, to be out wandering aimlessly and to run into Pola. He left this Viver card for me. I tried to convince him to come with me to Amazon Lily, but he only escorted me to the edge of the calm belt before leaving, saying he was off to challenge red-haired Shanks. Pola explained, producing a small slip of Viver card as she spoke. Bucky didn't take the card, but he nodded thoughtfully. Sandersonia, Marigold, could I ask you for a favor this time? I'm in a hurry, and I need to cross the red line to the North Blue as quickly as possible. Not just myself, but with the warship Rygene as well, Bucky said, turning away from the topic of Mihawk and addressing Hancock's two sisters. Bucky, that's no trouble at all. What do you plan to set out? Do you just need us to fly you across the red line? Sandersonia asked. If possible, let's set out tonight. This time, I really just need your help to get the Rygene across the red line. Bucky nodded as he replied. Then we'll depart tonight. Don't worry, with Mary Geo's cover, no one will notice the warship. By the time you show up in the North Blue, I'm sure everyone will be astonished. 2 days later, a warship burst out of the calm belt near the West Blue, shaking off a furious pack of Sea Kings before vanishing swiftly into the seas of the New World. Inside the cockpit, Polar stood beside Daz Bones, holding a Viver card and staring at it, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters, Bucky lounged on a cushioned sofa, while Hancock gently massaged his shoulders with her delicate hands. Across from him, Monet watched Bucky with an anxious expression. I haven't forgotten what I promised you. Bucky suddenly spoke. Once I finish my business in the North Blue, I'll make good on my word. I know who Shanks values. When the time comes, I can take you to the seas where he's located. Whether you're invited onto his crew will be up to you. Brother Bucky, there's really no need to rush, Monet replied, not with joy, but with a slight frown. I'd actually like to intern on your warship for a while first, if that's all right with you. Bucky was intrigued by her answer. I don't mind you staying on as an intern, but I'm curious. Does this mean you're ready to give up on your original dream? Are you no longer aiming to join the Pirate King's crew? His interest in Monet was genuine. From what he'd seen in the anime, although her strength might not measure up, and she could be cold, cunning, and even ruthless toward outsiders, Monet possessed one rare quality, an unwavering loyalty. Once she'd made up her mind, she was devoted enough to lay down her life for Don Quixote Doflamingo's orders, a devotion that had left a deep impression on Bucky and was the very reason he decided to help her in the first place. My dream hasn't changed, and I don't intend to give it up, Monet replied earnestly. But I want to gain more experience, to become someone truly indispensable for the future Pirate King's crew. So I hope you'll let me stay and intern here for a while. Bucky didn't refuse her request. He simply nodded and sent her off to the cockpit. After Monet left, Hancock moved from behind Bucky to sit lightly on his lap. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she asked softly, Brother Bucky, are you planning to wait until you find Mihawk before announcing the formation of your pirate crew? That's only right. After all, he was the very first one I invited. Before he joined us, I couldn't just go ahead and form a pirate crew. It's fine if I've already waited 16 years. What's a few more days before we raise our flag? I have a feeling we're about to find him. No sooner had Buggy's voice faded than Law's shout drifted down from the crow's nest. Captain, there's a small boat about a nautical mile ahead. There's a guy on board, wearing a ranger's hat. Can't see his face, but he's heading straight for us. You see? I told you, he's here. In a new world, the weather could turn on a whim. One moment, the sky was dazzling and bright. The next, torrential rain could come pouring down. In the more treacherous seas, it was not unheard of for gigantic hailstones to crash from the clouds. In this world, you didn't need to consult a fortune teller to pick an auspicious day for founding a pirate crew. But even so, no one would choose a day of storm and fury for a decision that would shape their whole life. With Mihawk's arrival, Buggy could have announced the formation of the crew right then and there, raise the unique flag bearing his emblem, gather everyone for a celebratory drink, and complete the ceremony. But the weather in the new world shifted too quickly. Just as Buggy opened his mouth to speak, the brilliant sunshine vanished, replaced by a sky heavy and dark. Buggy wasn't one for superstition, but he had no desire to let his declaration be drowned out by a raging storm. Naturally, the announcement would have to wait a little longer. Without hesitation, he ordered Bonus to turn the ship around, and the Rygene barreled into the calm belt. Thanks to the sea stones set into the hull, the Rygene sailed into those monster-infested waters without attracting the attention of the Sea Kings. Gathering everyone together on the deck, Buggy took in the faces of the 7 before him and drew a deep breath. All my life, I've been waiting for this moment. Truly, ever since I left Lowtown 16 years ago, I've imagined this scene 1,000 times, wondering what words could possibly express what's in my heart. His gaze lingered on each member in turn. Dracula Mihawk, Betty, Boa Hancock, Monet, Des Bonus, Paula, and Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. 16 years. 6 official crew members and 1 apprentice. Whether by time or by numbers, I'm still nowhere near that bastard Shanks. But I, Buggy, never care about numbers. I don't mind that it's taken me 16 years to get here, because I know that this is a world ruled by the strong. A single true power can outshine countless weaklings. And each of you are the strong ones I chose. Tell me, will you let me down? Buggy's voice rose with passion, and the others couldn't help but be swept along with his fervor. I never will. Hancock was the first to answer. We'll never disappoint you, Captain. Bonus was quick to follow. I certainly don't want to let you down, Captain, Paula replied at once. Neither will I, Law answered in a low, steady voice, cradling Snow in his arms. I will become the person Brother Bucky needs. Betty finally spoke up, her voice carrying a quiet determination. From the moment I set foot here, my mind was already made up, Mihawk declared. Though he was the last of the 6 to speak, the determination in his eyes left Bucky very satisfied. Only Monet lowered her head, unable to voice her resolve. Although it wasn't the unanimous, resounding answer Bucky had hoped for, and there was even some uncertainty, it did nothing to dampen his spirits. Very well, I hereby declare that from this moment on, the Red-Nosed Pirates are officially established. Bonus, go and raise our pirate flag. As Bucky finished speaking, Bonus hoisted the carefully prepared pirate flag to the highest mast of the Thor. Though there was no wind to set it fluttering, everyone stared at the rising flag with inexplicable excitement in their hearts. My friends, Bucky proclaimed, after 16 long years, the Red-Nosed Pirates have finally been born. Every pirate crew has its code, and we are no exception. I see you all as family, so there's no need for excessive rules on my ship. Only 2 matter. First, never betray your comrades. Second, share fortune and hardship alike. Have you all understood? Yes, Captain. This time, the response was much more unified than before. Excellent. Now, let's divide the ship's duties. I will serve as captain. The position of first mate goes to Dracula Mihawk. Hancock will be the bosun. Betty, you're our cook. Bonus, you're the shipwright. Paula, you'll be our intelligence officer. Law, you're the doctor. And Monet, for now, you'll act as our apprentice navigator. With the roles assigned, Bucky promptly declared the start of their inaugural gathering, paying no mind to the fact that the Thor was still adrift in the calm belt. The whole crew sat together on the sun-drenched, windless deck, gazing out at the distant new world, where storms raged and monstrous waves crashed, a banquet with a flavor all its own. When the feast was done, Bucky climbed onto the dining table. My friends, the purpose of our crew is clear. Never betray one another, and share both blessings and hardships. Now, one of our brothers bears a deep and bitter grudge. Tell me, what should we do? At his question, the crew roared as one. Avenge! 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 Excellent. Our doctor, Law, is the last orphan of Flevance, the White City. Because of the greed of the world government and neighboring kingdoms, disaster befell Flevance, leaving the nation in ruin. Aside from the royals who abandoned their people, Law is the sole survivor. When the nation fell, I happened to be in the North Sea myself. I witnessed the tragedy unfold with my own eyes. Based on my investigation, of the 4 countries surrounding Flevance, aside from Treposa, which, due to the mountains blocking its path, could not send large forces deep into Flevance and settled for merely sealing its borders, the other 3 nations all dispatched troops and invaded Flevance, carrying out a merciless policy of 3-all's destruction. As Bucky spoke, Law's face twisted into a ferocious scowl. Bucky, what does the 3-all's policy mean? Betty, clearly oblivious to Law's expression, asked with innocent curiosity. Burn all, kill all, loot all. The one who answered Betty wasn't Bucky, but Law himself. Hearing the words, like a wrathful cry from the depths of hell, Betty was thoroughly frightened by Law's voice. At that time, chaos reigned in Flevance. Those who entered wore biohazard suits, and neither Law nor I could tell which country any of those soldiers belonged to. Not knowing who the true enemy was became a serious problem. So I decided, aside from Treposa, the other 3 countries would all be targets for the Red-Nosed Pirates' retribution. But I want to be clear, we're not blindly seeking vengeance for Law. After all, we're pirates with principles. So our targets for this act of revenge are just one, the royal families of the 3 major kingdoms around Flevance. As Bucky finished, everyone present visibly reacted. Hancock, who had followed Bucky for years, naturally understood his plans. Her face was lit with eager anticipation. Law's expression needed no explanation, pure expectation. Daz Bonez and Paula looked surprised, clearly not expecting the Red-Nosed Pirates' first battle to be against the 3 major kingdoms. But their surprise went no further than that. Betty, still young and not quite grasping the concept of kingdoms, looked mostly bewildered. Only Mihawk and Monet's faces darkened. Monet, unlike Mihawk, was only a trainee crew member. She never imagined that this newly formed pirate crew would be so bold as to attack 3 kingdoms at once. Her face clouded with regret. Mihawk's stern expression, however, was for a different reason. Having decided to join the Red-Nosed Pirates, Mihawk would never oppose any of Bucky's decisions. Right now, he wore his usual serious look, deep in thought. "Captain, do you have a plan?" After thinking it over and realizing he knew little about the other crew members, Mihawk spoke up directly. "There's only one plan. We split into 3 groups, simultaneously attack the royal cities of all 3 kingdoms, and eliminate their royal families," Bucky declared. He had barely finished when Monet finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Are you insane?" Bucky glanced at Monet, then calmly replied, "This act of revenge is nothing more than a test, a way for me to gauge the strength of everyone on this crew, except for Mihawk and Monet. Let's see just how much my investment in all of you will pay off. Captain, if we're splitting into 3 groups, how do you want us divided?" As soon as Bonus understood Buggy's plan, he asked this question. "I'll go to the kingdom of Oba alone. Hancock, you'll take Betty and Bonus to the kingdom of Sarkozy. Mihawk, you take Law and Paula to the kingdom of Fonsaire. As for the last one, Monet, let me ask you, are you still sure you want to continue your internship on this ship? If so, I'll take you with me to Oba. If not, once we enter the North Sea, I'll leave you on an island. Wait there for us, and after we accomplish our goal, I'll take you to the East Blue." Faced with Buggy's question, Monet's face showed a hint of hesitation, but she quickly steeled herself. "I've made up my mind. I won't go to the kingdom of Oba." In the end, Monet decided to pursue her own dream. "All right, understood. Bonus, let's move out. We'll head straight for Whitetown." A few days later, in the North Sea, at the ruins of Whitetown, Law set foot on his homeland once again. From the moment he entered the ruins, he couldn't stop trembling. An aura of fierce hostility radiated from him without end. Buggy walked around the ruins, but found no sign that the Revolutionary Army had been here. It seemed impossible to encounter their leader in this place. With waiting pointless, they might as well head straight for their destination. Before setting out, Buggy called Hancock and Mihawk aside and gave his instructions in a low voice. "I don't know what kind of strength the royal families of the other 2 kingdoms possess, but I have faith in your abilities. You'll be the leaders, but try not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. The main thing is to observe the progress they've made." With Buggy's words, Hancock and Mihawk immediately understood. While Hancock's trust in Buggy was absolute, Mihawk's eyes still showed a trace of doubt. It was no surprise. After all, he'd rescued Paula from the mole's hands himself and knew her abilities well. As for Law, ever since joining the crew, he'd been asking Mihawk for swordsmanship guidance, but had never shown his true strength, leaving Mihawk unsure whether the mission could really succeed without his own intervention. "Don't worry. On this mission, Law will be the main force. As for Paula, I doubt she'll fight directly. She's more likely to use the skill she excels at. Just keep a close eye on them. If not for the sake of caution, I wouldn't need you to go at all." Noticing the doubt in Mihawk's eyes, Buggy smiled as he reassured him. Mihawk nodded without further comment and strode over to join Law and the others. Soon after, Hancock set off with Daz, Bonus, and Betty. Once both groups had departed, Buggy slowly made his way toward the kingdom of Oba. There was no need to rush. He and Hancock had already agreed on a time to act. 1 week from now, they would all make their move. Together, a week was more than enough time for Bucky to make his way from the outskirts of the White Town to the royal capital of the Oba Kingdom. In fact, even though Bucky wasn't rushing, he had already arrived at the capital by the 5th day and used a din mushy to contact the other 2 parties. Hancock and her group hadn't arrived yet, mainly because Betty's playful nature had delayed them more than once. As for Mihawk's group, they were even faster than Bucky, having reached the capital just the day before. If Mihawk hadn't kept Law in check, there probably would have been headlines breaking out by the time Bucky made his call. After hanging up, Bucky began to wander around the city. A casual stroll and some inquiries soon revealed to him that the Oba Kingdom wasn't much different from the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue. The city was divided into 4 major districts. The palace stood at the very center, surrounded immediately by the noble district, followed by the bustling commoners district, and finally, the squalid outskirts formed the outermost ring. Unlike the unique arrangement of the Goa Kingdom, the Oba Kingdom had no way to dispose of its trash outside the city's boundaries. As a result, the outskirts had become a gathering place for filth, ugliness, darkness, and crime. Though Bucky was a pirate, his soul hailed from the real world, and he had no love at all for such foul-smelling, dirty environments. Having grasped the general layout of the Oba Kingdom, Bucky made his way straight through the outskirts and into the commoners district. Just as he was about to look for a restaurant to quiet his rumbling stomach, a line of 7 or 8 young girls suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Following the line to its end, Buggy spotted a gypsy-style tent pitched by the roadside. The astrology sign hanging atop the tent instantly reminded Buggy of someone. Although he doubted that person would actually be inside, his curiosity about astrology was piqued. With nothing pressing to do, Buggy decided he might as well get his fortune told before taking any further action, though certainly not right now, and he had no intention of waiting in line. He found a restaurant, enjoyed a satisfying meal, and by the time he stepped back outside, the afternoon was well underway. The heat had driven most people indoors, leaving the streets much quieter. Returning to the street where he'd seen the fortune-teller's tent, Buggy found that there wasn't a soul waiting outside. Lucky, he thought. He'd expected to wait until evening for the fortune-teller to finish for the day, but seeing the tent empty, he naturally walked right up. "Is there something I can help you with, sir?" A deep, calm voice, not at all weary, sounded in Bucky's ear. He turned toward the voice and saw only a man cloaked head to toe, his features hidden beneath a heavy mantle. Yes, that was definitely a man's voice. "I'd like to know if my upcoming journey will go smoothly," Bucky replied offhandedly, not bothering to peek beneath the cloak to see who was speaking. "Please shuffle the tarot deck 3 times, then return it to its place," the cloaked man instructed, asking no further questions and simply proceeding with the usual ritual. Bucky didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he knew nothing about fortune-telling. He figured he'd just do whatever the cloaked man instructed. After shuffling the tarot cards 3 times, Bucky placed them back where they belonged. As soon as the cloaked man picked up the tarot cards and flipped over the top one, Bucky's pupils constricted slightly. It wasn't because he saw anything particularly outrageous on the card, but because he noticed a few stalks like straw rise up in front of the cloaked man. In the next moment, the cloaked man gently pressed the card onto this suddenly appeared straw. This fortune-telling scene was not unfamiliar to Bucky. Given the larger context, being in the North Sea and the cloaked man before him, it was becoming obvious who he was. In a few years, this man would become one of the worst generation, the magician from the North Sea, Basil Hawkins. Judging by Basil Hawkins' age, he should already be 23 this year. By Bucky's reckoning, this guy should have formed his own pirate crew and be freely roaming the seas by now. What on earth was he doing in the kingdom of Oba, still working as a fortune-teller? It just didn't make any sense. While Bucky was racking his brain for an explanation, Hawkins' voice broke the silence. "Sir, you are about to face bloodshed, fire, and destruction yet. The cards suggest your journey will be smooth and untroubled. It's strange, but there's no need to worry. Everything will fall into place naturally." After hearing Basil Hawkins speak, Bucky was momentarily stunned. He sat there, unmoving, deep in thought. A long while passed before Bucky finally spoke. "My name is Bucky, captain of the Red-Nosed Pirates. I'd like to invite you to join my crew. What do you say?" Faced with Bucky's invitation, Hawkins didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gathered up the tarot cards from the straw, shuffled them a few more times, and began laying them out again, pressing each one down as he went. "If I refuse, there's an 87% chance I'll be entangled, a 13% chance I'll be killed, and a 0% chance I'll escape," Hawkins said, letting out a long sigh. "Captain Bucky of the Red-Nosed Pirates, may I refuse?" Hawkins asked after a sigh. "I value your fortune-telling abilities highly, so I hope you'll accept," Bucky replied in a low voice, fixing Hawkins with a steady gaze. "Isn't it because I'm a devil fruit user?" Hawkins was clearly surprised by Bucky's response. "Whether your fortune-telling skill is linked to a devil fruit or not, it's your gift for divination that interests me," Bucky answered. If it were any other fortune-teller, Bucky wouldn't have bothered with an invitation. But Hawkins was different. His divination was unique. Maybe not reliable enough to determine every move, but certainly valuable for reference before taking action. "You'll have to prove your strength, and that of your crew, if you want me to join you. If you're strong enough, I see no reason not to." After a moment's consideration, Hawkins gave his answer with refreshing straightforwardness. "That's no problem. 2 days from now, I'll show you just what the Red-Nosed Pirates are capable of. But before that, there's something I'd like to ask you." Buggy had indeed been harboring a question for Hawkins. "Go ahead," Hawkins replied calmly and unhurriedly. "With your abilities, founding your own pirate crew shouldn't be difficult. So why settle for being a fortune-teller here?" Buggy's knowledge of Hawkins' reputation and his likely future made his curiosity only natural. 2 years ago, when I considered starting my own crew, I suddenly had a strong feeling. So, I drew a fortune for myself, and that brought me here. Hawkins' answer didn't reveal the details of that fortune, but Buggy didn't doubt him for a second. Though Buggy's arrival in this world hadn't drastically altered its course, his actions had certainly nudged a few things off their original path. Whether this was for better or worse, he couldn't say. But for now, the good seemed to outweigh the bad. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the nobility district in the kingdom of Oba, Buggy and Hawkins met as planned. Today's the day for you to prove yourself and your crew. So, what do you plan to do that? And why don't I see any of your crewmates around? Hawkins glanced about, but saw no one else accompanying Buggy. The proof is about to begin, Buggy replied, taking out his din mushy and dialing a number. Hancock, is everything ready on your end? Buggy asked. We're all set, came Hancock's voice from the snail phone. Then let's begin, Buggy nodded in response, then hung up and dialed another number. Hey, Captain, took you long enough to call. I was getting impatient. Before Buggy could say anything, Law's voice rang out. Well, I'm here now. Go ahead and let off some steam. You'll feel better after a good rampage, Buggy replied, understanding Law's mood, and promptly hung up. As Buggy made 2 quick calls, Hawkins began to sense something was afoot, but before he could ask, Buggy strode confidently toward the noble's district. Wait here. A spectacular show is about to begin. With that, Buggy's figure flickered, and, in the blink of an eye, he had slipped past the guards at the boundary and vanished into the noble district. Before the guards could react, Buggy had already disappeared from Hawkins' sight. Watching Buggy walk away, Hawkins felt a bit puzzled. Still, since Buggy had spoken, and with nothing else to do, Hawkins simply stood where he was and waited. At the entrance to the noble's district, the 2 gate guards had finally come to their senses. In a panic, they hurried to strike the alarm bell, a bell rarely ever used. The ringing of the bell meant one thing: an enemy had invaded. Immediately, the patrolling guards began rushing toward the eastern gate of the noble's district, gathering as quickly as they could. But compared to Buggy, their speed was utterly lacking. In less than a minute, Buggy, striding straight down the broad eastern avenue, had already arrived at the gates of the royal palace. At this moment, the palace guards hadn't even had time to close the doors. With a swift leap forward, Buggy dashed through the entrance just as the gates began to swing shut. Without pause and without clashing with any of the pursuers, Buggy's body soared upward. Angling himself, he shot swiftly to the very center above the palace. His hands turned pitch black as he poured his power into them. In the next heartbeat, Buggy flipped headfirst toward the ground, using moonwalk to plummet down at blinding speed. A single breath later, a tremendous crash echoed out, shaking the entire royal city. The soldiers and guards who had rushed to encircle Buggy were thrown into disarray by the shockwave before their formation could even close in. Just as the soldiers were scrambling to regroup, something astonishing happened. Cracks began to spread from the spot where the intruder had landed, snaking outward in all directions. As the fissures widened, the ground split, and buildings all around began to collapse. Within less than a minute, the air above the palace was filled with the wails of the injured and the cries of the frightened. Standing at the edge of the noble's district, Hawkins watched as a spreading fissure crept closer and closer to his feet. His pupils contracted sharply. Meanwhile, King Sakatsi IV of the North Sea Sakatsi Kingdom was in excellent spirits these days. Ever since his raid on White Town 8 years ago, the royal treasury, once nearly depleted, had been replenished. Overnight, add to that the support he'd received from the highest echelons of the world government at the recent 2 world conferences, and he'd managed to suppress the neighboring Treposa Kingdom. For Sakatsi IV, this rise in influence was truly something to celebrate. And what's a celebration without a lively crowd? Freshly returned from the Holy Land, he'd had no time to prepare, and a hasty gathering would hardly display the might of the Sakatsi Kingdom. Preparation was in order. He had sent out invitations well in advance, and today was the day he'd been waiting for. Standing atop the highest tower of the palace, Sakatsi IV gazed down at the bustling crowd below, immensely satisfied. Once the nobles arrived and presented their gifts, the celebration could begin in earnest. Looking up at the sky, he saw an endless blue, unmarred by a single cloud. The winter sun was warm but not harsh, a rare and splendid day. It occurred to him that after the banquet, he ought to reward that law officer who predicted the weather so accurately. Just as Sarkozy IV was reveling in high spirits, the sky suddenly darkened. What's going on? Sarkozy IV, who had been gazing upward, was infuriated by this abrupt change in the weather. Yes, truly furious. Compared to many other kings, Sarkozy IV was considered a rare strongman among them. Well-versed and widely experienced, he refused to believe that the northern seas of his own kingdom could be as unpredictable as the weather of the New World, changing in an instant and without the slightest warning. Clearly, there had to be some other cause behind this sudden shift. In the blink of an eye, Sarkozy IV concluded that an attack was underway. As for who the assailant might be, or what their strength was, Sarkozy IV couldn't have cared less. At this moment he was ablaze with anger, and desired only one thing: to drag out the wretch who dared ruin his banquet and execute them in the cruelest way imaginable, so the world would know the price of arousing his wrath. You worthless fools! Why are you still standing there gawking at the sky? We're under attack. Guards, relay my orders. Prepare our defenses and hunt down the intruder. I want them executed in the most brutal fashion possible. Before Sarkozy IV could finish speaking, a colossal bolt of lightning tore through the rolling storm clouds above and crashed straight down toward him. As the lightning struck, Sarkozy IV did not panic. With lightning speed of his own, he sidestepped a few paces and narrowly avoided the deadly bolt, escaping unscathed. Who exactly did you say you wanted to execute so cruelly? No sooner had he dodged than a voice, crackling with thunder, echoed in Sarkozy IV's ear. How could it be you? He cried out in shock as he caught sight of the figure not far away. And why couldn't it be me? Standing atop the highest tower, Desbones looked down with chilling composure, addressing Sarkozy IV. Major Desbones, don't you know who I am? I am a member of the World Alliance, and the upper echelons of the world government even honored me this year. Do you have any idea what will happen if you cause trouble in my country? Sarkozy IV certainly recognized the Navy's rising star, Desbones. After all, it was he who had created the Navy's fastest warship. Whether I know or not is irrelevant. What matters is that I'm not actually a Navy man. Sure, I spent a few years with the Navy to build the warship that the captain required, but that never made me one of them. From the start, nothing has changed. I, Desbones, am a member of the Red-Nosed Pirates. So, please don't get it twisted. Uncharacteristically patient, Desbones took the time to explain all this to Sarkozy IV. As his face darkened, Sarkozy IV understood all too well the meaning behind Desbones' words, no matter whether you're a Marine, a pirate, or even a bounty hunter from the West. Blue, I only have one question for you. What do you intend to do, coming to my country and my royal palace? King Sarkozy IV asked, struggling to contain his mounting fury. 8 years ago, your Sarkozy kingdom, together with the Oba kingdom and the Von Saleh kingdom, sent troops to destroy Flevence, the town known for its white cityscape. That's true, isn't it? Desbones asked calmly and unhurriedly. Yeah, that's right. So what? Do you red-nosed pirates intend to meddle in affairs that even the world government refuses to touch? Sarkozy IV retorted with a cold, mocking laugh. We don't interfere in such matters, but our ship's doctor happens to be the sole survivor of that war. He wants justice, and as his crewmates, we have every reason to help him, Desbones replied, still in that steady, deliberate tone. Damn it, we weren't the only ones who sent troops back then. Why did you have to come here first? Sarkozy IV's anger was reaching a boiling point. Who told you that you were our first stop? Desbones shot back. Isn't that the case? You came straight for the palace. If this weren't your first target, I would have received word already, Sarkozy IV said, barely keeping his composure. Do you really think our captain is foolish enough to attack one place first and give the rest a chance to escape? Not a chance. That's why all three kingdoms that sent troops are being attacked at the same time. Relax. None of you will get away, Desbones answered, his voice as calm as ever. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, Sarkozy IV's expression eased noticeably. Ha ha, who do you think you are? The Whitebeard Pirates. You dare wage war against 3 kingdoms at once. Is your captain insane? Even the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't withstand the pressure of fighting 3 kingdoms at the same time. You're doomed. Thinking you can wipe out all 3 of our kingdoms is pure delusion, Sarkozy IV said, now clearly amused. Running into a pirate crew led by a madman is troublesome, he mused, but facing a crew led by a madman and a braggart is far less frightening. Who told you we plan to wipe out all 3 kingdoms? Desbones' voice remained utterly composed. Aren't you here for revenge? Don't you intend to kill those soldiers? Now was Sarkozy IV's turn to look puzzled. Our captain made it clear. We, the red-nosed pirates, believe in fairness and reason. Soldiers are nothing more than blades in the hands of rulers, mere tools. There's no point in seeking retribution from a tool. If it breaks, the ruler can simply pick up another. So, our real targets are the ones wielding the tools, in other words, the royal families. As for the common folk, our captain has no interest in oppressing them whatsoever. At this moment, Sarkozy IV finally understood what Desbones meant. In truth, it wasn't that Sarkozy IV couldn't grasp Desbones' intent earlier. It was just that his mind hadn't gone in that direction at all. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought a former rear admiral of the Navy would be so clever. Idiot, just look around. I spent a fortune to get these sea stone nets, and now they're proving their worth right away. You didn't even notice I was stalling for time. And you call yourself a rear admiral? How laughable. Sarkozy IV was positively elated at this point. If he hadn't recently received a commendation from the upper echelons of world conquest, and used the opportunity to buy a batch of sea stone nets, specially designed to restrain ability users. He would have been in real trouble this time. As an endless barrage of sea stone nets shot toward him, Dasbone's expression remained unchanged. You're stalling for time. But do you think I'm not? He retorted coolly. You're celebrating too soon. No sooner had he spoken than Dasbone's figure blurred, transforming into a streak of lightning that flashed before Sarkozy 4 in the blink of an eye. Without launching an attack, Dasbones vanished again, reappearing just outside the area covered by the sea stone nets. Heavenly thunder falls. As Dasbones pointed skyward, a ring-shaped web of lightning crashed down, encircling the entire noble district in a heartbeat. Sarkozy 4, unfamiliar with such a wide-ranging assault, couldn't discern its real threat. While he was still puzzling over it, tongues of fire suddenly erupted skyward. In less than 3 breaths, the blazing flames, guided by an unseen force, converged and swept over the entire palace, sealing it within a dome of fire. Outside this fiery barrier, Betty stood, sweat streaming down her face, her hands transformed into vapor as she continually channeled unknown gases into the flames. "Betty, can you hold on?" asked Dasbones, who stood nearby, channeling electricity into the fire with a hefty iron rod. "Brother Bones, this is too much. I can't keep it up much longer," Betty replied, her voice trembling with strain. "You won't need to last long," Hancock interjected from the other side, calm and unhurried. "Once the flames have consumed all the oxygen inside, that'll be enough. At this intensity, it won't take long." The Thunderfire Dome. This was a technique born from the combined abilities of Dasbones and Betty, devised by Buggy. The flames conducted electricity, so anyone forcing their way through would be paralyzed by the current, while the burning gas would draw the air thin, suffocating those trapped inside. With such properties, the Thunderfire Dome was nearly inescapable for ordinary people. A trump card Buggy had developed for situations where he needed to trap and overwhelm an enemy despite being outnumbered. When Buggy originally designated Betty as the chef, what he actually obtained was the gas fruit that Caesar would later use. Reality isn't like an anime. Without electricity, how could there possibly be a refrigerator? Without fuel, how could you cook? Bucky had anticipated these issues from the very start, ensuring the ship was equipped with all the necessary capabilities. Hancock was ultimately assigned the role of bosun, not just for her skills, but because she could conjure up all sorts of helpers to keep the deck and cabin spotless. As for promoting her to captain's wife, Bucky certainly had plans for that, but he'd need to secure a suitably impressive engagement gift first. 5 minutes later, when the Thunderfire shield finally faded, Betty collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Dasbones, meanwhile, frowned slightly as he watched wisps of smoke curl up from the noble quarter. "Quite a few people seem to have survived," he remarked. Hancock was just about to say something. "There must be an escape tunnel of some sort," Dasbones quickly deduced. "They probably sealed off the entrance after getting inside. Still, that's much more manageable than facing a horde of ordinary guards." "Looks like I have no choice but to step in myself," Hancock said, flexing her wrists as she eyed the steady stream of people emerging from below. "I prefer not to intervene if I can help it. I'll handle things as best I can," Dasbones replied, taking a step forward, his presence growing stronger with every word. Compared to the Oba Kingdom, where a single thunderous blast would leave the air thick with dust all day, or the Sakosi Kingdom, where enormous thunderfire shields left nothing but lingering smoke, the scene in the Fonsair Kingdom was far more brutal. The moment Bucky hung up the phone, Law unleashed his signature move, Room. With 2 swift teleports, Law was already at the heart of the palace. With a furious shout, he cast a giant circle that enveloped the entire royal compound. In the next instant, slashing attacks flew from Law's hands without restraint, one after another. After 10 seconds, breathless and unable to muster even a single more slash, Law withdrew his power. What followed was a sudden cacophony, the clash of steel, explosions, cries for help, echoing through the palace ruins. The once splendid and impregnable fortress now lay in complete ruins. As Mihawk approached from a distance and took in the devastation, he finally understood what Bucky had meant. Along with Mihawk came Paula. Unlike him, Paula moved light as a shadow through the wreckage of the palace. Wherever she landed, the wailing would abruptly fall silent. Needless to say, Paula had begun her cleanup. Mihawk strolled unhurriedly up to Law and asked calmly, "Is that enough? Do you need to keep going?" The red haze had faded from Law's eyes. His composure returned as he surveyed the aftermath and listened to the all-too-familiar cries of pain. Only then did he nod. "For today, this is enough. But someone still has to pay the price," Law said quietly. Mihawk understood perfectly. This chapter was closed for now, but any who slipped away would not be spared. As for those who slipped through the net, there's no need to spell it out. There. Surely the white-clad royal family of the city who fled to marry Geos long ago and secured the right to reside there, along with some high-ranking officials of the world government. Of course, even if Buggy hadn't said it, Law isn't a fool. He knows that their current strength as a pirate crew is nowhere near enough to storm Mary Geos. That's why he didn't say when they'd wipe out the next target. In fact, after venting his anger so thoroughly, Law felt much lighter inside, and the murderous glint in his eyes was nowhere near as intense as before. Since that's the case, let's get out of here. He turned around and looked at the assembled noble guards. Mihawk let out a dismissive snort. Today's attack was a personal feud between the Red-Nosed pirate crew and the Von Zar royal family. If anyone has a problem with that, step forward now. I, Dracula Mihawk, will take you all on. If not, get out of the way. He drew his black blade and held it across his chest with a gentle sweep. In that instant, the unrivaled aura of the world's greatest swordsman radiated forth. None of the nobles surrounding the trio were fools. To step forward would mean facing the pressure of a world-renowned swordsman, and likely losing men in the process. With the royal family now wiped out and no heirs left, the nobles would have to compete amongst themselves to become the new rulers. No one would be foolish enough to stick their neck out now. Instead, they eyed each other warily, each one calculating, ready for the scramble to decide whose claim would prevail. As for the trio from the Red-Nosed pirate crew, they'd leave those worries to the world government and the Navy. Almost as one, the nobles pulled back from every direction. Not just one, but 4 or 5 escape routes instantly opened up before Mihawk and his companions. Let's go! Mihawk sheathed his sword and strode ahead, with Bala supporting the exhausted Law close behind. The 3 of them quickly became the team that finished their mission the fastest. Meanwhile, the royal palace of the Oba Kingdom, once the seat of power for the kingdom's nobles, had already been reduced to ruins. As the billowing dust slowly settled, faint human figures began to emerge amidst the debris. Who are you, and why have you attacked the Oba Kingdom? A tall figure called out to Buggy, who stood motionless at the center of the palace. One person attacking the royal palace? Brother, you've got the wrong idea. I'm just here for a bit of killing, not to conquer a whole country. Don't pin that on me, or I might just sue you for slander at Eni's lobby, Buggy retorted, scratching his head as he turned to face the burly man who'd been the first to crawl out of the rubble. You damned red-nosed freak. Who sent you to cause trouble in my country? Tell me, and I'll make your death an easy one. The burly man growled, while behind him, a disheveled figure, clearly at a loss about what was going on, shouted out. So you're Oba the Third, huh? Honestly, if you hadn't spoken up, I wouldn't have been able to tell which one of you was the real king just by your clothes. I should thank you for saving me the trouble. I, Buggy, captain of the Red-Nosed Pirates, am a fair man. Since you've helped me out of jam, I naturally owe you an answer to your question. As he spoke, Buggy turned around and strode toward Oba 3. Your Majesty, look around you. This is a formidable foe. Guards, assemble. Block this red-nosed fellow for me. The burly man by Oba 3 was certainly sharper than his king. If nothing else, he clearly knew there was no way he could smash the ground, including the palace and the noble district, with a single punch. Sheltered by the burly man, Oba 3 finally realized that this so-called ugly freak he had mocked was no one to trifle with. Guards, get over here and protect me. Damn fools, where's all your training gone? I don't see a single one of you. If you're not in front of me within 10 seconds, I'll have you all strung up. Seeing Oba 3's frantic reaction, Buggy suddenly understood. This time, it seemed his target was just another good-for-nothing royal brat. Buggy couldn't help but be delighted. He loved dealing with people like this. After all, someone like Oba 3 was hardly likely to treat his own subordinates well, so when push came to shove, only a handful would step forward, making Buggy's job that much easier. King Oba 3, rest easy. Until I tell you why I come to kill you, I won't lay a finger on you. So call your guards by all means, see how many are willing to risk their lives for you. It'll be a good test of your character and how you've treated those around you. Oh, and let me tell everyone still conscious here. I came today solely to wipe out the royal line of Oba. This is a strictly personal vendetta. If possible, I'd appreciate it if you all stayed out of it. In return, I won't take a single coin from the royal treasury. Nothing moves the human heart like self-interest. How true that is. Those who had been struggling to their feet, eager to prove their mettle before the king, were now quietly slinking away. It's a simple situation, really, not unlike what happened with Mihawk's group in the kingdom of Treposa. There was a slight difference, though. Law had struck harder than Buggy, taking out the opposing king in one blow, and with Mihawk's presence, the nobles of Treposa started plotting their own schemes. But Buggy had destroyed the entire area, noble district included, in one fell swoop. The loss wasn't just the palace, but the fortunes of countless nobles as well. In truth, most of the nobles actually want to step forward and help. Because if they didn't act now, once that royal brat started settling scores, it wouldn't just be a matter of coughing up a little money. Just the thought that the cost of rebuilding the palace might fall on their own heads was enough to make any noble restless. Yet Buggy's words gave them pause. The feud with the royal family is purely personal, and not a single coin from the royal treasury will be taken. On second thought, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only can I rid myself of that insatiably greedy wretch, but I might even seize a chance to rise in rank. And even if I don't get the chance to ascend, as long as I find a royal treasure, it'll be enough to make up for the losses this ordeal has brought. For these nobles, who can conjure up such schemes with a flick of their minds, how could any of them possibly dare to step forward after Bucky's words? As for the kingdom, escaping unscathed, don't be ridiculous. Someone who can shatter the ground of both the palace and the noble quarters with a single punch. Could that person be a mere weakling? Say what you will, but just the fact that he dared to come here alone and make trouble, without real strength, who would have such nerve? And don't forget, only the captain of the Red Nose Pirates has shown himself. None of his crew have appeared yet. Oh wait, one has standing outside the noble's district that cloaked figure who looks like some kind of sorcerer. Comparing and analyzing the situation all around. After King Oba III's words faded, among those still able to stand, not a single soul dared to step forward, except for a handful who survived solely thanks to their ties with the king. Some who struggled to their feet even had the shamelessness to groan and flop right back down, playing dead. It seems, Your Majesty Oba III, that your reputation isn't all that impressive. No one's willing to come to your aid. You really have failed as a person, haven't you? I'm in a hurry, so let me be brief. There's an orphan from White Town on my ship. I'm sure you aren't unfamiliar with that place, so you must know why I've come to find you. Bucky had barely finished speaking when Oba III erupted in fury. Curse you, you bastard. I wasn't the only one who sent troops to destroy White Town. 2 other countries were involved. Why aren't you going after them? In that battle, Sarkozy and Treposa reaped far more than I did. Why come to me first? To be precise, I simply chose to come to you first, nothing more. As for the other 2 kingdoms, don't worry. By now, their kings might already have met their end. See, I'm a fair man. Revenge must be complete. No nation that sent troops will escape retribution. Now, then, let's begin. With that, Bucky brought his right hand down on the ground, and a faint tremor rippled through the earth around them. All eyes turned to Bucky, eager to see what this move would amount to. A few seconds later, Bucky dusted off his hands and stood up straight. In the very next instant, the ground beneath King Oba III, surrounded by soldiers and guards, suddenly cracked open. Everyone standing there was swallowed up, vanishing into the earth in a heartbeat. Damn. What's going on? What did he do? Why is the ground suddenly acting like quicksand? Someone help pull me out. I swear, I'll reward you handsomely. I don't want to die. As soon as his body began to sink helplessly, Oba III let out a piercing scream. Phew. Wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead with his right hand, Buggy finally spoke up. This is my newest move, one I just developed. I call it Earth Burial. Judging from the results, it seems to work pretty well. Thank you all for helping me test it in person. Now I know this technique is only really effective against ordinary folks. By channeling the power of the split fruit beneath the ground, Buggy micro-fractured the earth where Oba III stood, creating a trap that mimicked the deadly grasp of quicksand. Once you were caught, there was almost no way to break free. This was Buggy's latest creation, Earth Burial. For Buggy, this move was no small undertaking. He'd originally planned to use it more often only after reaching the 3rd stage of his abilities. He unleashed it now because there were no real experts by Oba III's side, so he could act without restraint. Your Majesty, run. This is all I can do to help. The first loyal retainer to scramble out from the ruins grabbed the sinking Oba III. With all his might, he hurled him toward the direction closest to the town, desperate to save his king. But it was no use. In the entire pirate world, the number of people who could escape Buggy's pursuit from the air could be counted on 2 hands. Thinking you could simply toss someone to safety, like that burly man tried, was pure wishful thinking. In the blink of an eye, Buggy disappeared from where he stood and reappeared right in front of the airborne Oba III. With a single, devastating punch, he sent Oba III crashing back to the ground. Before the king had flown 5 meters beyond the Earth Burial's range, Buggy's fist struck, slamming him into the earth. With a thunderous crash, His Majesty the King was dead beyond all doubt. With that done, Buggy landed lightly on the ground, dusted off his hands, and paid no more attention to the others. He strode straight toward where Hawkins was waiting. The tragedy at White Town demands justice. The royal families of all 3 great kingdoms must be wiped out. Oba 3 is dead. As for the remaining small fry, I don't care to deal with them. I'll leave that to you, the fine gentleman ready to collect your rewards. Remember well how you stood by and watched just now, and consider the wealth of the Oba royal family. If you want your payment in peace, don't let any member of the Oba family survive. Of course, if you truly don't mind them living, I won't make a fuss. But next time, I won't come alone. If our entire pirate crew takes action, the price will be steep. Only all the royal wealth would suffice, and that includes your own lives. That's all I have to say. Gentlemen, I hope you think carefully before you act. Buggy takes his leave. No one was going to clean up Bucky's mess for him, and he had no real desire to carry the slaughter too. The bitter end himself. That's why Bucky came up with this plan to find someone else to tie up the loose ends. He believed the nobles would surely make the right choice. They had, after all, already shown remarkable judgment just moments before. Compared to Bucky, an unknown outsider, the nobles would be absolutely certain they could make all the royals disappear. After all, eliminating these people wasn't just about avoiding future troubles. It was also a matter of power and wealth. Human greed knows no bounds, and to gain more, Bucky was confident they would do everything in their power to finish the job for him. Bucky walked up to Hawkins and asked, "Well, do we still need to wait until tomorrow to confirm news from the other two kingdoms?" "No need, Captain. Your strength has already more than proven you're up to the task," Hawkins replied. He was no fool. He could see the situation clearly. Although Bucky's actions seemed reckless to him, Hawkins actually admired this kind of captain. Who wouldn't really? Bucky looked out for his crew like family. For the sake of a single crew member, he didn't hesitate to risk being hunted by the world's conquerors in the Navy, a reckless move that led to the destruction of 3 royal families. Anyone in Hawkins' shoes would be moved by an invitation like that. Then welcome aboard, Basil Hawkins. From now on, your role on my ship will be the fortune teller. There aren't many rules on my ship, just don't betray us, and we'll all be as close as siblings. Now let's get out of here. Today is a truly great day, Bucky said with a smile. As you wish, Captain, Hawkins replied, pulling his cloak closer as he fell and stepped behind. Meanwhile, the ruins of the royal palace of the kingdom of Sarkozy were plunged into utter chaos. This was a stark contrast to the kingdom of Oba, where Bucky had gone, or the kingdom of Vontaray, where Mihawk and his group were headed. King Sarkozy IV's grip on his realm far surpassed that of the other 2 monarchs. Naturally, Hancock and her companions didn't have the smooth experience Bucky and Mihawk had enjoyed. Daz Bones had thought he could handle the remaining opposition on his own. But who could have predicted that the moment King Sarkozy IV emerged from his escape tunnel, he immediately summoned the nobles' guards and the city garrison? Although the city garrison couldn't arrive so quickly, the guards were stationed right in the noble quarter. While they weren't as formidable as the royal palace guards, they were certainly numerous. At King Sarkozy IV's command, before Daz Bones could even reach him, more than 20,000 soldiers had completely surrounded Hancock and her group. This left Daz Bones with no choice but to unleash his fury. With a single devastating move, Heavenly Thunderstorm, he struck the attacking soldiers, leaving them charred on the outside and scorched within. Slightly out of breath, Daz Bones stared at the 5 people not far away, his expression grave. He had never expected that Sarkozy IV would know how to use hockey. Although the man's strength didn't seem particularly overwhelming, the 4 people at his side were all ability users. One of them, a fellow with a beaming smile, cane, and a top hat, had a pair of wings sprouting from his back, darting through the air with ease. His swordsmanship, infused with hockey, carried a sharp and unyielding edge, forcing Daz to stay on guard at every moment. Among the remaining 3 Zoan-type ability users, one was shockingly a rare ancient Zoan, the saber-toothed tiger fruit user. When transformed, he became a saber-toothed tiger, boasting not just ferocious attacks and resilience, but also remarkable speed. Lightning barely fazed him, and even when it did strike, it left nothing but a charred mark, having little real effect. 4 ability users, plus Sarkozy IV, who so far had only revealed his mastery of observation hockey, made this fight unexpectedly tough for Daz Bones. Rushing in with his ultimate move before understanding the enemy's full strength and causing Betty to be weakened now seemed a clear miscalculation. Standing on the sidelines, guarding Betty, Hancock frowned slightly as she mulled over the situation. In her eyes, those 3 animal-type ability users weren't too difficult to handle. The real problems were the ever-smiling Birdman and Sarkozy IV, who had yet to make a move and whose abilities remained a mystery. At this stage of the battle, Hancock found it hard to believe Sarkozy IV wasn't an ability user himself. With 4 ability users under his command, it was likely he was one as well. Having spent much time at Buggy's side and heeding his oft-repeated advice to always prepare for the worst, Hancock was not one to indulge in wishful thinking. Betty, take the din mushy. Call Brother Buggy and tell him we need reinforcements. Making her decision without hesitation, Hancock had no intention of entering the fray herself. With Betty weakened and in need of protection, either Sarkozy IV or that smiling man could easily harm her, and neither of them had taken their eyes off Betty for a second. Hancock was well aware of how much effort Buggy had invested in mentoring. This girl, chasing after glory by charging into battle herself, had never crossed her mind. Without delay, she handed the din mushy to Betty. Betty picked up the receiver and dialed the number. After the familiar brew sound, the call connected. Moshi, Hancock, are you guys finished too? My Hawk just called. He and the others are already heading back. I just wrapped up here myself, and I even found a new crew member. Today's really been. Before Buggy could finish the word great, Betty interrupted him. Brother Buggy, Sister Hancock asked me to tell you, we need reinforcements. The moment Buggy heard Betty's weak voice, his expression grew dark. Betty, are you hurt? Buggy asked in a low, serious tone. Brother Buggy, I'm fine. I'm just a bit drained, Betty replied softly. Let Hancock take you and retreat. Bonus will cover the rear. Head toward Trier, the border city between Von Sarai and Sarkozy. Wait for us there. We'll catch up in no more than a day. And point the transponder towards where Sarkozy IV is, Buggy instructed. Betty followed his instructions, though even without them, Sarkozy IV, who had been keeping a close eye on Betty, would have heard every word. I know you can hear me, so listen up. Your strength has surpassed my expectations and caught me off guard. But that's fine. Our pirate crew's first battle must be a spectacular one, so I'll make sure you witness the true power of the red-nosed pirates. Brace yourself, wash your neck, and wait. We'll be meeting very soon, Buggy declared. After hearing Buggy's bold words, Sarkozy IV didn't react with arrogance like Oba III had. Instead, his face darkened, and he frowned deeply. From the moment this inexplicable attack began, his expression had rarely softened. He had already witnessed Das Bonus's strength, his verdict, formidable. Even in her weakened state, Betty had earned his grudging respect. After all, nearly everyone in his palace had been wiped out, and that frail girl had played a major role in it. Two Logia-type devil fruit users, plus a calm, composed, and seemingly dangerous young woman who had yet to make a move. Just these three alone were already on par with any renowned pirate crew in the North Sea in terms of strength. Sarkozy IV was thoroughly wary of this unknown red-nosed pirate crew. Fortunately, the trio seemed to be retreating. That would at least give him a little time to regroup, even if it was precious little. At this moment, Sarkozy IV had only one thought. As soon as Hancock and the others withdrew, he would immediately contact the world government to send someone to drive these pirates out. And that wasn't enough. He should also reach out to the Vinsmoke family. It might cost him dearly, but he absolutely could not allow those who threatened his life to remain at large. But before Sarkozy IV could put his plan into action, Hancock took the transponder and spoke up. Brother Buggy, it's just a few ability users. There's no need to make it so complicated. I just need you to watch over Betty. I want to have some fun with him myself. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Buggy, who had been fuming, and Sarkozy IV, who was plotting his next move, both paused in surprise. All right, I'll be right there, Buggy replied. He hung up the transponder and tossed it to Hawkins. We'll rendezvous in Whitetown. With that, Buggy vanished in a flash. 1 second he was there, and the next he was dozens of meters away in the air, quickly disappearing from Hawkins's line of sight. Watching Buggy vanish from sight, Hawkins drew out his tarot cards, then sat down unhurriedly and began to shuffle them with slow, deliberate motions. After a while, Hawkins finally stood up again, and on his usually impassive face, a rare smile appeared. It seemed that his decision not to start his own pirate crew back then had been the right one. The red-nosed pirates were destined to leave a bold mark in the annals of pirate history. While Hawkins was caught up in this reflection, Sachai IV's expression grew increasingly troubled. The captain of the red-nosed pirates was coming in person. Although he didn't know how long it would take for that man to arrive from the kingdom of Oba, Sachai truly didn't dare to simply wait around. After all, there was an unwritten rule among pirates. The strongest member of any crew was always the captain. With a Logia-type user already tying up most of his strength, and another formidable foe yet to join the fray, Sachai had no real confidence in victory. And now, an even more powerful captain was on his way. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. The battle needed to be decided quickly. With this thought, Sachai darted forward in a blur, throwing himself into the melee that had formed around Das Bonus. Raising his hand, he aimed directly at Daz, who was now only a breath away. In the next instant, shimmering beams of light shot out, radiating toward Das Bonus. Damn! The moment Sachai began to move, Hancock realized things had taken a turn for the worse. She grabbed Betty and sprang backward in a flash, retreating straight into the midst of the stunned soldiers. With a sweeping motion of her hands, the soldiers she touched began to shine, their bodies glowing all over. In the blink of an eye, Hancock had transformed them into two towering tin toys, each several men tall. "Obey the orders of the red-nosed pirates. Eliminate the enemy," Hancock declared, sealing their contract as she hurled the giant toys straight into the thick of Bonez's battle. The next moment, Bonez was caught in the path of the light beams, while Hancock's creations soared overhead. Realizing danger, Daz Bonez tried to pull back instantly, but he had already spent too much energy and was a split second too slow. He managed to retreat only a few meters before Sachai IV's light beams caught him. "Damn it." Bonez's voice in that instant betrayed the true nature of Sachai IV's power. It was nothing other than the slow fruit, the very same devil fruit Bucky had once used for experiments. Years ago, after Bucky got his hands on the slow fruit, he'd tested its power by forcing a mountain bandit to eat it, confirming its abilities before disposing of the bandit. But he hadn't reclaimed the fruit. Back then, Bucky already had plans for his crew, and those plans included devil fruit abilities. Of course, if Bucky had known he'd later need to find devil fruits for Sandersonia and the others, he surely would have kept that slow fruit. After all, using the slow fruit against the Golden Lion would make the battle much easier. Although Hancock had never seen the power of the slow fruit firsthand, it was not unfamiliar to her. After all, when Buggy had told Hancock about his past, he had gone into great detail, especially about the abilities of devil fruits. So, the moment Bonnie's was hit, Hancock immediately realized that Sarkozy 4 possessed the power of the slow fruit. As for how to counter the slow fruit, Hancock figured it out right away. That was why she swiftly retreated and deliberately revealed her own abilities, creating toys to draw attention. Of course, that alone wasn't enough. Before Hancock's toy puppet could even reach Bonnie's, Sarkozy 4 had already landed a heavy, hockey-infused punch square on Bonnie's jaw. This happened even though Sarkozy 4 wasn't yet in sync with his new subordinates. If Sarkozy 4 and that ever-smiling fellow had coordinated perfectly, Bonnie's predicament would have been much worse. He wouldn't have just taken a single punch, but would likely have ended up with a few more holes in him. As for the attacks from the other 3 Zoan-type users, they could be disregarded entirely. They simply weren't skilled enough to use hockey-infused attacks, so their blows posed no real threat to Bonnie's. Up in the air, the squinty-eyed man noticed Bonnie's getting hit and immediately swooped down, intending to deal a decisive blow. However, his slender sword was blocked by a massive tin toy that sprang up in his way. At the same time, from the ground behind Bonnie's, a giant hand made of earth and stone suddenly burst forth. Grabbing hold of Bonnie's, it flung him backward, sending him flying toward Hancock's position. This was a new way for Hancock to use her power, not by creating a full toy, but by manifesting just a part of one, something she called the Mudrock toy arm. It wasn't strong enough to harm a master or fully block attacks, but it could create a brief obstacle, just enough to shift the tide of battle, and as now it could be used to pull an ally out of danger. Seeing Bonnie's sent flying, Sarkozy 4 wasn't content to let him escape so easily. He released another wave of slow energy, trying to keep Bonnie's suspended in midair even longer. But Hancock had anticipated this when she conjured the Mudrock toy arm. As Sarkozy 4 unleashed his slow beams, the toy arm rose high, intercepting every last ray of energy. Even though the arm was slowed, it didn't matter to Hancock in the slightest. Of the remaining 3 Zoan-type users, only the saber-toothed tiger was agile enough to give chase. The other 2 were stopped by another iron toy blocking their way. Watching the massive saber-toothed tiger leap toward him, Bonnie's might have had countless strategies in mind, but his body was still sluggish. There was nothing he could do, just as the saber-toothed tiger's massive fangs were about to clamp down on Bonnie's head. Hancock vanished from where she stood. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared beside the beast, her gleaming black high heel landing squarely on the tiger's neck. With a piercing cry of agony, the enormous creature was sent flying by Hancock's kick, crashing into the distant ruins, blood gushing from its mouth. Grabbing Bonus, Hancock quickly brought him back to Betty's side. She said nothing, simply flickered away in a flash, reappearing among the other soldiers. Her palms struck out again, and one by one, the 10 soldiers sprang to their feet, marching resolutely toward Sarkozy 4. Watching this relentless army of indestructible tin toys closing in, Sarkozy 4 realized from the very beginning that this would be a tough fight, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. He had thought, as long as he kept his abilities hidden and waited for the right moment to strike, he'd have a good chance to take out Daz Bonus in a sneak attack. Yet the moment he made his move, unleashing his power for the first time before these foes, the quiet girl who'd never fought back responded with astonishing speed. Not only had his ambush failed, but now the silent girl had revealed a terrifying ability of her own. Sarkozy IV couldn't help but admit he had miscalculated. On the other hand, from a different perspective, perhaps this wasn't all bad. At least now he knew. This girl, who'd stayed on the sidelines until now, was by far the most dangerous of the three. Having gathered enough intelligence, Sarkozy IV quickly analyzed the situation and understood. The battle shouldn't go on any longer. If they kept fighting and the enemy's captain arrived, there was a real risk their whole plan would fall apart. Buggy, Salut, Liane, Lafitte, stop attacking. We're switching strategies. Retreat now, he shouted, turning on his heel and sprinting away at full speed. The four still tangled with the tin soldiers were caught completely off guard by their boss's sudden flight. It wasn't just them. Hancock's group hadn't expected Sarkozy IV to make such a decisive retreat either. Watching as Sarkozy IV slipped away and disappeared from view, Hancock made no move to pursue. She even blocked Das Bonus, who was itching to give chase. Hancock, are you really just going to let them go? Bonus grumbled, rubbing his sore chin where Sarkozy IV's attack had landed. Chasing them now would only expose our weaknesses. Brother Buggy wants a flawless victory, one where no one gets hurt. As for those four, they won't get far. With you here, even if they make it to sea, it's only a matter of time before we catch up, Hancock replied with quiet confidence. But they might contact the Navy or even some violent agency of the world government. That could make things much more complicated for us. Des Bones didn't even need to think to guess what kind of plea for help would come from Sarkozy IV. If they want to beg for help, let them beg. Anyone that Big Brother Buggy wants dead, even if they run all the way to the holy land of Mary Geos, they'll still meet their end. In fact, I think this is even better. Attacking the three great kingdoms is one thing, but nothing makes a bigger impact than taking someone out right under the Navy's or world government's protection. Let's go meet up with Big Brother Buggy. With that, Hancock hoisted the still weakened Betty onto her back and leapt atop the head of a large tin toy. Das Bones jumped onto the head of another. With a wave, Hancock released the rest of the toys, then directed the remaining two to march toward the outskirts of the city. A few hours later, on a hillside dozens of kilometers from the royal city of Sarkozy, Buggy caught up to the trio as they rested. Big Brother Buggy, they retreated on their own. Betty was still in bad shape at the time, so I didn't give chase. My guess is they've gone to seek help from the world government, Hancock reported. Buggy gave a faint smile, gently ruffled Betty's hair, and replied, no one can save him. Let's head to White Town and regroup, then set out to hunt them down. In December 1514 of the sea calendar, atop the holy land of Mary Geos, the five elders, the supreme rulers of the world government, were deep in discussion in the council hall, exchanging views on all manner of issues raised at the recent World Conference. Every 4 years after this gathering, the five elders would hold a week-long discussion with a singular purpose, to decide which powers in the seas the world government would support most in the coming 4 years, ensuring their influence and authority remained unchallenged across the world's oceans. But this year, things were different. What should have long since ended was still dragging on. The reason for the delay was simple: a man known as Monkey D. Dragon. The five elders wanted to devise a plan that could thoroughly neutralize this dangerous individual. Yet, the world was vast and unpredictable, and no matter how many times they debated, they couldn't settle on a flawless solution. Today marked the final discussion on this vexing issue. Whether they found an effective strategy or not, the five elders were determined to put this headache to rest. Just as the debate began, before they could even touch on the main topic, a man in a black suit came running in, his footsteps hurried and urgent. The five elders, far from weak themselves, heard the rapid approach from well down the hall. Commune, what's happened? Why the rush? Asked the bald elder with the sword, fixing his gaze on the black-suited man as he reached the doorway. A major incident has occurred, Your Excellencies of the five elders. Just moments ago, word arrived from Sarkozy IV of the North Sea. The neighboring kingdoms of Oba, Fonsaray, and Sarkozy, adjacent to White Town, have all been attacked by a pirate crew calling themselves the Red-Nosed Pirates. According to the latest report from Sarkozy IV, he has already been forced to flee the kingdom of Sarkozy, and he is now the only surviving member of the royal family. As for the royal families of Oba and Fonsaray, though we haven't confirmed their fates, the word from the Red-Nosed Pirates themselves suggests they were completely wiped out. Sarkozy IV is now appealing to the world government for help, urgently requesting that we dispatch enough forces to drive out the Red-Nosed Pirates, whatever it takes. Having delivered his report, the man in the black suit fell silent. At these words, the five elders' expressions grew grim and heavy. Damn it, they hadn't even found a way to handle the matter of Monkey D. Dragon, and now this red-nosed pirate crew had suddenly stormed onto the scene. Were they truly not meant to have any peace this new year? Do we have any concrete intelligence on the red-nosed pirates? After a brief pause, the elder with the forked beard, standing sharply upright before the sofa, addressed the man in black. "Reporting to your excellencies," the man replied respectfully. "Before I arrived, several CP0 agents managed to obtain some information from Marine headquarters, combined with King Sarkozy IV's report. We know this. The red-nosed pirates were formed by Buggy the Clown, once an apprentice on the Pirate King Roger's ship. As for their crew, we can confirm 7 members for now. An orphan from White Town whose name remains unknown, the famed swordsman Dracul Myhawk, former Marine Rear Admiral Das Bones, former Marine Intelligence Analyst Paula, a mysterious Logia-type devil fruit user named Betty, a woman named Hancock who can turn people into toys, and finally, Buggy himself, the so-called Red Nose, once an apprentice alongside red-haired Shanks, and now possessor of the Chop Chop fruit." Upon hearing the details of the red-nosed pirate crew, the 5 elders' faces darkened even more. The captain was once an apprentice aboard the Pirate King's ship, and among the crew, apart from a few whose backgrounds remained murky, there was a disbanded warlord of the sea and 2 defected Marines. And these weren't even the entirety of the pirate crew's strength. Clearly, this was not a foe they could afford to underestimate. "You may go." The elder with the walrus mustache waved his hand, dismissing the man in black. "So, what now?" asked the bearded elder with a scar on his forehead, leaning forward with his elbows on the table. "Sarkozy IV is a crucial ally for us in the North Sea. We cannot let him die," declared the only blonde among the 5 elders, his hair yet untouched by gray. "But who should we send for the rescue?" "The red-nosed pirates are a formidable challenge," muttered the bald elder, frowning as he clutched his sword. "Let the Navy handle this. It's still too early for CP0 to take action. After all, we haven't yet figured out the full strength of the red-nosed pirates. Besides, there are 2 Navy defectors among them, and Sengoku should take responsibility for that. Tell someone to inform him and have him make the necessary arrangements." The elderly man with the inverted trident beard spoke after a moment's consideration. "And add this. Tell him to pay particular attention to this incident. Isn't Borsellino currently in the North Sea looking for some special material needed by Vegapunk? Have him put the science divisions work on hold and focus on rescuing King Sakatsi IV first." When the elder with the bushy beard finished speaking, the others all nodded, signaling their agreement. The matter was thus settled. 2 days later, at the ruins of White Town, every member of the red-nosed pirates, including their newest recruit, Hawkins, had arrived. "Before we set out in pursuit, let's hold a brief battle debriefing. Everyone, share your own experiences completing the mission." With that, Buggy took the lead, recounting his own battle in the Kingdom of Oba. After Buggy finished, Myhawk summarized the events of the fight in the Kingdom of Von Sale. When the 2 had finished, Hancock began to slowly describe the battle at the Kingdom of Sakatsi. "As the first battle of the red-nosed pirates, the unexpected developments at Sakatsi Kingdom were my fault. I didn't anticipate that King Sakatsi IV would both possess Haki and the powers of the sloth fruit. This led to a tactical error. It was my oversight. I didn't put enough emphasis on gathering intelligence, or else this wouldn't have happened." For this first battle, which didn't end in total success, Buggy certainly wouldn't lay the blame on Hancock, Betty, or Das Bones. Instead, he looked for the cause in himself. "Captain, it was my mistake. I underestimated the enemy. If I'd been more cautious, we wouldn't have been delayed until now," Das Bones admitted, guilt heavy in his voice. Would caution have helped? Sakatsi IV, with both observation Haki and the sloth fruit, wasn't exactly an easy opponent. Not to mention, he had several other ability users at his command. Buggy's words were direct and fair. He showed no favoritism toward Das Bones. Perhaps with the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit and mastery over Haki, Das Bones still had a significant gap compared to the top fighters, but he certainly wasn't weak. Yet, Sakatsi IV, who also wielded Haki, was no pushover either. In the anime, Monkey D. Luffy, who had only learned Haki for less than 2 years, could dodge point-blank laser beams as easily as sipping water. So for Sakatsi IV, who'd mastered Haki for who knows how long, evading a lightning strike from the sky was just as effortless. With ranged attacks proving ineffective, Das Bones could only choose close-quarters combat, relying on the devastating paralyzing effect of the Rumble Rumble fruit to land a fatal blow. Yes, if it weren't for Lafitte's ever-smiling presence holding things in check, there probably wouldn't have been any suspense left in the situation. But the reality was that insufficient intelligence led to a tactical blunder. Of course, Buggy wasn't bothered by this at all. The pirate crew had just been formed, and it was only natural that there were gaps in mutual understanding among his companions. The purpose of Buggy's brief summary meeting was simple: to make sure everyone remembered this mistake, so it wouldn't happen again. At Navy headquarters, inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku, the Fleet Admiral, was nursing a headache as he pored over the intelligence reports in his hand. As expected, the red-nosed pirates were heading straight down the most disastrous path he had feared. He had used his highest authority, even going so far as to reach out to the CP0 he so disliked, and spent 2 full days gathering and organizing information on the red-nosed pirates. Yet the results left him utterly shocked. "What's your take on this pirate crew, Tsuru?" Sengoku asked as he massaged his temples, handing the intelligence dossier to Vice Admiral Tsuru, who sat on the sofa. After a while, Tsuru finished reading the report and finally looked up at Sengoku, saying, "They're a real headache. With Daz Bones and their crew, any normal pursuit will be fruitless. Their speed at sea is unmatched, and we simply can't catch them. In my view, taking down this crew is no less difficult than waging war against the Yonko. But difficulty doesn't mean we do nothing. The bounty notices need to go out, but not yet. We should wait for news from the North Blue before making a decision. If the information about King Sarkozy IV is accurate, the red-nosed pirates will soon cross paths with Borsellino. I trust you've already warned him. All we can do now is wait, and once Borsellino has tested the red-nosed pirate's strength, we'll know what steps to take." What if the red-nosed pirates manage to avoid Borsellino? Sengoku's question was not without reason. In the world of pirates, most avoid direct confrontation with the Navy unless escape is impossible. After all, why else would Calypso, with his Meyer fruit, be so notorious for killing Navy soldiers? That, too, is an outcome, and frankly, it would be the best one. But I doubt that's what will happen, Tsuru replied with a shake of her head. Based on the intelligence gathered, the red-nosed pirates were far from ordinary. With fewer than 10 members, they had the audacity to storm the royal palaces of 3 different nations, wipe out their royal families, and even split their limited forces into 3 separate groups. A crew like that must have absolute confidence in their own strength. They were not the type to abandon their goals just because of the Navy. The white-haired old lady could already foresee that in a few days, or perhaps even sooner, news would arrive from the North Blue, a great battle between the red-nosed pirates and a Navy admiral. The only thing she couldn't predict was who would emerge victorious when the dust finally settled. While Vice Admiral Tsuru and Fleet Admiral Sengoku were deep in discussion, far away in a certain part of the North Sea, on a small island, King Sarkozy IV finally caught sight of naval ships approaching in the distance. Once he could clearly see who it was and confirmed that it was none other than Admiral Borsellino, known as Kizuru, Sarkozy IV finally let out a sigh of relief. Compared to Sarkozy IV's sense of reassurance, Borsellino himself felt far less pleased. Since when had an admiral of the Navy become a mere errand boy to be ordered about? Just because Vegapunk needed a rare material, he'd been dispatched all the way to the North Sea, and before there was even any news about the material, the world government had forcibly assigned him to this rescue mission. Did any of these people ever consider the position of a Navy admiral? Did being easygoing mean he was easy to push around? It seemed that, once he got back, he'd have to show some people exactly what dissatisfaction looked like through action, not words. Still, no matter what he was thinking, none of this dissatisfaction showed on Borsellino's face. He remained as languid and nonchalant as ever. "Admiral Kizuru, thank you for coming to our aid. Should we depart for the kingdom of Sarkozy right away?" Having been driven from his own home, Sarkozy IV was understandably frustrated. Now, with powerful reinforcements finally here, he was eager to turn the tide and reclaim his home at once. "Oh, King Sarkozy, your suggestion is a bit of a headache, you know," drawled Kizuru in his signature tone. "I came from quite far to rescue you, and I haven't even had a chance to resupply along the way. Not only are our supplies running low, but the soldiers need a proper rest too. After all, they've been pushing themselves hard for your safety. I'd say we'll need at least a few days to recover before we can continue." Kizuru fixed Sarkozy IV with a lazy glance as he spoke. Looking at the soldiers in the distance, bustling with energy and high spirits, Sarkozy IV had to fight the urge to slap Borsellino. Those lively, eager men. Were they the so-called exhausted troops he was talking about? Was he just playing games with him? Swallowing his anger, Sarkozy IV turned on his heel and walked away. He'd had quite enough of the Admiral's uncooperative attitude. Rather than keep pestering him, it made more sense to wait and see when the Admiral would finally decide to set out. After all, since he had already been driven out, returning a little sooner or later probably wouldn't make much difference. With that thought, Sarkozy IV headed back toward his own ship. But just as he was about to board, an icy chill crept up his spine. Instinctively, he sprang back, putting more than 10 meters between himself and the ship. An instant later, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the air. In the blink of an eye, Sarkozy IV's vessel was blown to smithereens by a cannonball that had come hurtling in at incredible speed. No one would dare believe the power of a solid cannonball could reach such an extent, unless they saw it with their own eyes. As he gazed at the shattered remains of the ship and listened to the belated, piercing whistle through the air, Sarkozy IV's face grew dark and heavy with gloom. His eyes turned toward the distant horizon. There, a black speck was rapidly growing larger as it sped in their direction. "We're under attack," a Navy sailor, who had just come to his senses, shouted at the top of his lungs. In that instant, everyone on the island knew the enemy was coming. But as for who exactly was attacking, it seemed only Sarkozy IV and Borsellino truly understood. Sarkozy IV's expression remained ashen, his features set in disbelief. He could hardly accept that the red-nosed pirates could be so brazen, daring to pursue him so relentlessly. Even when faced with a Navy warship, they showed no hesitation. By contrast, all traces of laziness vanished from Borsellino's face, replaced with grave seriousness. The sheer power of that last cannonball had deeply surprised him. As an admiral, Borsellino knew the specifications of Navy warship cannons by heart. Even the most powerful among them could never fire at such a range, nor could any deliver such devastating force. With the same solid shot at best, a warship's cannon would have blasted a gaping hole in Sarkozy IV's vessel, not shattered it outright. In a split second, Borsellino made up his mind. After today, the Reborn could not be allowed to exist, not if it threatened Navy warships. He acted as soon as the thought formed. In a flash, Borsellino soared into the air above the island, facing the swiftly approaching Reborn head-on. Yasakani no Magatama. Transforming into a massive cross-shaped burst of light, Borsellino prepared to unleash his signature move, determined to sink the red-nosed pirate's Reborn in one fell swoop. But before he could release his laser, a gigantic slash arced out from the Reborn, flying straight toward his brilliant cross of light. A colossal blade of light instantly coalesced in Borsellino's hands, colliding head-on with the incoming slash the very next second. With a thunderous crash, both the glowing blade and the slash vanished in midair. In the blink of an eye, Borsellino flashed back to the shore. Jurakul Mihawk, the master swordsman himself. I never thought you'd willingly join someone else's pirate crew. As far as I know, you even turned down an invitation from red-haired Shanks. So why would you stoop to serve under the red-nosed pirates? Staring at Mihawk, who stood with sword in hand at the bow of the Reborn, Borsellino couldn't hide his surprise. He had heard the rumors, but to see the world's greatest swordsman actually aboard the red-nosed pirate's ship still left him stunned. You must understand, before Dracul Mihawk was stripped of his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was a world-renowned lone wolf. The notion of him joining a pirate crew and serving under someone else was simply unimaginable. The reason is quite simple. The day after the Pirate King was executed, I received an invitation from Captain Buggy. I just didn't accept it at the time, Mihawk replied, gripping his black blade and fixing his gaze intently on Borsellino. Haha, that's right. I invited Mihawk years before that bastard Shanks ever did. As long as Mihawk hadn't refused me, there was no way he'd join any other pirate crew, not even Shanks' red-haired pirates. Do you get it now, Admiral Kazuru? Buggy laughed heartily as he swaggered over to Mihawk's side, pride radiating from him. Oh, so that's how it is. Seems you have quite the eye for talent, for a pirate, Borsellino commented, his expression growing ever more serious as he sensed the force of Buggy's presence. Buggy's judgment is certainly better than yours, Kazuru. Hand over Sarkozy IV now, and we'll let you leave safely. Otherwise, we'll settle the score for the damage you tried to do to the Thor, too. Hancock called out loudly to Borsellino as she stepped forward from behind Buggy. What a bold young lady. No wonder you once sailed on Roger's ship. Your crew really has inherited Joe L.D. Roger's wild spirit. I'd actually like to see how you plan to settle the score with me. In all my years, I've never seen a pirate crew with the nerve to tell the Navy to get lost. Now that's something new, Borsellino replied, raising his hand as brilliant beams of light began to gather at his fingertips. You're courting death. Before Mihawk could even move, Hancock darted forward, using the Navy's signature technique, so, in an instant, she flashed from the prow of the ship to Borsellino's side on the shore and lashed out at his waist with a fierce whip kick. Truth be told, before Hancock made her move, Borsellino hadn't taken this young woman, who looked barely 20, seriously at all. The only thing about her that caught his attention was the ability she'd already shown. But Borsellino was supremely confident in his own powers, certain that his shifting, luminous body was untouchable by a girl like her. That's why he deliberately provoked Hancock, hoping she would attack first. If he could capture her, knowing how much the red-nosed pirates value their comrades, he might seize the initiative in this confrontation. In provoking Hancock, Borsellino had certainly succeeded, but the outcome was nothing like what he had planned. Feeling the force of Hancock's whipping kick, Borsellino was taken aback. He couldn't help but be surprised, for he sensed from Hancock's attacking aura the same presence as the two people standing at the prow of the ship not far away, a presence Borsellino himself possessed, one known as Conqueror's Haki. Without missing a beat, Borsellino spun on the spot and raised his leg, meeting Hancock's strike with a whipping kick of his own. A thunderous crack echoed as their shins collided, sending powerful shock waves rippling outward. The surging currents of energy that burst forth made it clear just how overwhelming the clash between their Conqueror's Haki truly was. Suddenly, just 2 seconds after their legs met, Borsellino's expression changed dramatically. In a flash, he withdrew his leg and darted back, putting a wide distance between himself and Hancock. The moment he stopped, his gaze immediately dropped to his calf. What he saw left him astonished. The fabric of his trousers had transformed, as if it had turned to a sheet of cracked iron. It was obvious that if he'd been just a fraction of a second slower in pulling away, it wouldn't have been just the outer pants leg turning to metal. His own leg might have shared the same fate. What a terrifying power, Borsellino said gravely, fixing his eyes on Hancock. Is it only her power that's terrifying? Came a voice from the ship's prow. Buggy, who hadn't even joined the fight, looked at the stunned Kizaru with unconcealed pride. Her Haki is no weaker than yours, Borsellino. Did you really think Hancock would be easy to deal with? How could Buggy not be proud? It had taken him more than 16 years to gather companions like these. If his crew didn't have a few members capable of shocking the world, Buggy felt he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. The red-nosed pirates really are something else, Borsellino remarked, sounding casual, though inwardly he was reeling. Out of just a handful of members, 3 possess Conqueror's Haki. No wonder they're so brash. In all his years with the Navy, Borsellino had never once felt so powerless when facing pirates. 3 users of Conqueror's Haki, each one nearly his equal. Confronted with a crew like this, Borsellino was acutely aware of one thing. There was no way he could save Sokochi IV. In fact, the idea of a rescue was now pure fantasy. It was time to think about how to retreat with minimal losses. It seemed the legend of the invincible marine admirals was about to end with him. Thinking of this, Borsellino had no intention of saving face. He understood very well that this was an era where only the strong were respected, and that justice was decided by the fist. As for the notion that the Navy itself represented justice, that only held true as long as it served to protect the basic interests of ordinary people. Once the focus shifted away from the common folk and onto the nobles, concepts like justice and evil lost any clear boundaries. Still, he believed his subordinates shouldn't be sacrificed for the sake of rescuing these despicable individuals. With this in mind, Borsellino made his decision immediately. "Little lady, what's your name?" Borsellino suddenly asked, just as Hancock was preparing to make her move. Hancock. She didn't reveal her family name, deliberately holding it back to avoid causing trouble for the people of Amazon Lily. Then, does what you said earlier still count? Borsellino pressed on. What do you mean? Hancock asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Obviously. I mean, if I ignore Sarkozy IV situation, you'll let me leave. Isn't that what we agreed on? Borsellino replied with a relaxed expression. You're really willing to back off? Hancock's skepticism was plain to see. It wasn't just Hancock. On the ship's prow in the distance, both Buggy and Myhawk found this hard to believe. If I brought 2 vice admirals with me this time, I definitely wouldn't be wasting words with you. Unfortunately, I didn't, and I don't think my men should be sacrificed for those who have nothing to do with us. So isn't choosing to back out the most logical decision? Borsellino explained nonchalantly. After hearing Borsellino's response, Buggy narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. At this moment, he was weighing whether it was worth risking heavy losses to keep this admiral from leaving. Originally, Buggy had thought Akainu Sakazuki was the toughest of the admirals. But from Yellow Monkey's conduct, it was clear this guy was the most difficult to deal with. He knew exactly when to advance and when to retreat. If Sakazuki were here, he'd probably fight to the bitter end and never back down, no matter how bad things got. Yet Borsellino made his choice after only a single exchange with Hancock, which was truly surprising. You can go, Buggy decided after a moment's thought. Capturing an admiral would certainly make the red-nosed pirates legendary overnight, but the price was more than Buggy was willing to pay. For a debut battle, forcing an admiral to retreat was already achievement enough. There was no need to risk everything just for fame. No sooner had Buggy finished speaking than Borsellino flashed away, retreating several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. In an instant, his figure vanished from Buggy and the other's line of sight. Far off in the distance, Sarkozy 4 watched Borsellino's departure in utter shock, completely at a loss for words that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sarkozy 4 would never have believed it. With hardly any fighting, Admiral Borsellino simply fled in the face of just a handful of pirates. Did the honor of the Navy mean nothing to an admiral? Did that bastard not realize what kind of consequences awaited him when he returned after running away like this? Damn it. If he was going to run, couldn't he at least have taken me with him? Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Just because of some unknown red-nosed pirate crew? He sacrificed his own reputation as an admiral just to help this no-name pirate gang. Was that red-nosed guy his illegitimate son or something? As the red-nosed pirate crew rushed toward him, Sarkozy 4 felt utterly hopeless. He had every reason to be. 2 days ago, after fleeing the kingdom of Sarkozy, that damned Birdman had vanished overnight. The remaining 3 ability users disappeared as well, slipping away unnoticed at the next island they passed. Now, aside from a few sailors from the kingdom of Sarkozy, Sarkozy 4 had no fighting force at all around him. It was over. Everything was over. Though he was filled with unwillingness and even considered fighting to the death, taking down at least one enemy with him, the oppressive aura radiating from the figures appearing on both sides of him suffocated any such thought. Sarkozy 4 shut his eyes tight, bitterly resigned. If only he hadn't coveted the riches of White Town. With 2 muffled thuds, a wave of searing pain and endless darkness swallowed Sarkozy 4 whole. Captain, was it really necessary to do that? Myhawk, who had arrived moments later, frowned as he looked at Buggy and Hancock, who had struck together. His slow fruit isn't that big a problem, but even so, any one of us would have a bit of trouble if we fought him one-on-one, Buggy explained, sharing a glance with Hancock. Kizaru retreated far too easily. It makes me uneasy. The sooner we settle this, the sooner we can leave. Buggy had his reasons for acting alongside Hancock. He didn't care about notions like whether someone of his status should dirty his hands with such a man. Buggy was nothing if not pragmatic. Meanwhile, Borsellino, having retreated to his own ship, wasted no time issuing orders to prepare every possible defense. Retreating never crossed his mind, nor did he consider having his crew leave in a hurry. He didn't know Buggy well enough to trust his word, and even if he did, Borsellino wouldn't have risked a hasty escape. Buggy's promise was simply not to interfere with Sarkozy IV's affairs if Borsellino left, but that didn't mean he wouldn't attack if they met again at sea. With the threat of the Raijin looming over him, Borsellino figured it was better to stand firm and wait for Buggy and his crew to leave, rather than risk a reckless retreat. Even if, in the end, the red-nosed pirates break there. Word, a battle on land is still far preferable to being used as target practice out on the open sea. After personally overseeing the defensive preparations, Borsellino finally picked up the Din Mushi and made the call. Moshi, is this Kizaru? How did the battle go? Before Borsellino could say a word, Sengoku at Marine Headquarters couldn't hold back his eagerness to hear the outcome. Fleet Admiral, this is a real headache. If you don't hear from me within a day, please send someone to Mex Island to recover our bodies, Borsellino replied, his words so grave they left Sengoku on the other end of the line with a thunderous expression. Has the red-nosed pirate's strength really reached such a level? Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was nearby, hurried over and asked with a stern look. Ah, Vice Admiral Tsuru, perfect timing. Maybe you can help me think of a way to get out of this in one piece. As for the Raijin's range, we're not sure yet, but it managed to destroy the royal ship of the Sakosi Kingdom with a single solid shell from so far away that it appeared as nothing more than a black speck on the horizon. I won't even mention its speed. That's what I've learned about their vessel. As for the crew, I haven't fought Red-Nosed Buggy or the great swordsman Myhawk. I only had a brief encounter with a girl who turns things into toys. She managed to turn part of my trousers into sheet metal. I didn't get a chance to test the rest, because standing in my way were 3 Conqueror's hockey users, Borsellino finished. Tsuru was momentarily speechless, and Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. What's the situation now? The door to the Fleet Admiral's office suddenly swung open, and Garp strode in, his face set in grim lines as he addressed the Din Mushi. I gave up on Sakosi 4, and, for now, secured a promise that we'll be allowed to leave safely, Borsellino replied, his tone casual, but the 3 senior officers listening were all brimming with frustration and helplessness. The tension lingered for a while before Sengoku finally spoke, his voice low and heavy. You've been through enough. What happened to Teacher Zephyr a year ago was more than enough. We can't let something like that happen again. It's just too hard to cultivate new talent. Besides, even if I didn't have the interns with me, with Daz Bones around, I still couldn't guarantee I'd get Sakosi 4 out alive on my own, Borsellino admitted. If Buggy were here to hear this, he might finally understand why Borsellino withdrew so decisively. A year ago, in a certain sea of the Grand Line, Zephyr, leading a group of graduating interns, encountered Edward Weevil, the man, who would later claim to be Whitebeard's son. Not only were all the interns wiped out, but Zephyr, once a man of admiral level strength, lost an arm in the battle. It was an incident that became an unparalleled disgrace within the Navy. Precisely because it was such a tremendous humiliation, the Navy strictly forbade any mention of the incident within its ranks. As for the outside world, apart from those connected to Edward Weevil, virtually no one knew what had happened. Of course, even though the event was never reported, the losses were all too real. Not only did Zephyr lose an arm, but those cadets he lost during his lowest point were a truly devastating blow. It was because Zephyr had fallen into this slump that Borsellino was temporarily assigned to lead the interns on their training mission. Helping Vegapunk find some special material was merely a side task. The Navy had already lost a promising batch of its future core strength. No matter how vast its resources, it simply couldn't afford to lose another group of future elites. So, no matter how much criticism came his way, later, Borsellino could only grit his teeth and accept it for the sake of these young naval recruits. After all, one of the duties of a senior is to look after the juniors until they're ready to stand on their own. Borsellino, pray for luck, and if fate really turns against you, remember your own importance. Vice Admiral Tharu voiced what Sengoku could not say aloud. Her meaning was crystal clear. If those pirates decided to break their word, Borsellino should save himself. No matter how great the loss of ship full of cadets, it would pale in comparison to the Navy losing a current admiral to pirates. Borsellino understood this perfectly, though he didn't say so. The real reason for his call was twofold: to report the strength of the red-nosed pirates and to obtain these very instructions. With these words, if things went south, he'd have official backing to put the survival of key personnel above all else. Understood, he replied, ending the call. Then he settled in to wait. While Borsellino was reporting the battle to Navy headquarters, Buggy and Hancock had already dealt with Sarkozy for himself. Thus, the red-nosed pirates' very first battle since their formation had come to a perfect close. Though there were a few bumps along the way, the outcome was more than satisfactory. The only minor regret was that Daz Bones wanted to have a chat with Lafitte, but the surviving sailors informed him that the man with perpetually narrowed eyes had slipped away long ago. No one bothered to figure out what Kizaru planned next. Once Sarkozy IV was defeated, Buggy led his crew back to the Reborn and swiftly departed from Max Island. A day later, after being suppressed by the world government for 3 whole days, the news finally exploded across the world. By then, almost everyone knew that a vicious group, called the Red-Nosed Pirates, had attacked the palaces of the 3 major kingdoms near the White Town in the North Blue, wiping out every last member of the royal families. On a deserted island somewhere in the North Blue, Buggy glanced at the headline and curled his lip. The people in the world government are truly shameless. Our feat of driving back the Navy admiral has been completely erased from the reports. I wonder how Sarkozy IV would feel if he saw this article, Hancock said with evident dissatisfaction. This is just the way the world government operates. They always handle things like this. It's nothing out of the ordinary, Myhawk replied, clearly knowing far more about the world government than Hancock did. No matter what they write, our pirate crew finally made a splash, didn't we? Bola said with pride. The captain struggled for 16 years. If we couldn't make this much of an impact, how could we call ourselves members of the former Pirate King's crew? Daz Bones declared with blind admiration. Brother Buggy, everyone, the food's ready. Come try Betty's new dishes. I made these with a twist on the energy recipes. The young Betty paid no mind to the news, her heart set only on perfecting her culinary skills. Captain, where are we headed next? As the most recent addition to the crew, Hawkins hadn't contributed much during this mission, and so he asked the question without much enthusiasm. We'll head to Vic Island to pick up Monet first, then set sail for the East Blue, Buggy decided after a moment's thought. In the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line, countless factions had taken notice of this report from the North Blue. Upon the vast sea, the massive Moby Dick glided forward, as hearty laughter rang out above its deck. Gururara, that little red-nosed brat has finally shown himself. What a surprise. Gururara. Looks like things are about to get a lot more lively here in the New World, Whitebeard exclaimed, and then took a mighty swig from the bottle at his side. I never imagined he'd even manage to recruit the great swordsman Myhawk. I have to admit, I'd love to cross paths with them on the sea, Flower Sword Vista said, his fighting spirit burning bright. Vista, if we do run into them, things might not go as smoothly as you hope. As much as I hate to admit it, the Reborn built by Navy defector Daz Bones is already a headache, just judging by its speed. If we encounter them, we'll have to be cautious, said Marco, the ever-calm captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division. Marco's right. This isn't just any rookie pirate crew. With Pops here, we're sure to win any fight, but we should still try to keep our losses to a minimum, added the hulking Diamond Jozu. As more and more voices joined the discussion, the Moby Dick slowly vanished into a thick blanket of fog. Elsewhere in the New World, on another island, a giant man with horns upon his head held the newspaper delicately between two fingers. The Red-Nosed Pirates, Yes, now that a crew worth challenging. I really wish something exciting would happen soon. Life has become unbearably dull, so dull that I almost want to destroy the whole world. Captain Don Quixote da Flamingo of the Seven Warlords of the Sea has suddenly appeared on the beach. He says he wants to see you, came a voice. The Seven Warlords, you say? I think I smell something interesting in the air. Grabbing the bottle beside him, the man took a deep swig, stood up, and strode toward the outer beach of the island. Still in the New World, on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom lay sprawled across an enormous sofa, having just listened to her subordinate read a report about the White City of the North Blue. Get someone to contact the Vinsmoke family. I want detailed information about the Red-Nosed Pirates, she ordered after a moment's thought. Are you planning to send them an invitation, Mama? Asked a long-legged man nearby, dressed in an eggshell and balancing a teacup on his head. Of course, this is a pirate crew worth inviting. With them on our side, we might finally have a chance to defeat the Whitebeard Pirates head-on. As she spoke, a murderous fury flashed in Big Mom's bloodshot eyes. Elsewhere, on an island in the first half of the Grand Line, a man whose footsteps sounded suspiciously like flatulence picked up a newspaper. Seeing the cold expression in the photo, he muttered, Captain, those despicable cowards who ambushed you will pay for what they've done. I swear I'll get revenge for you. If Buggy were here, he'd immediately recognize the speaker as Dr. Indigo, the trusted right-hand man of the Golden Lion Shiki, the same Dr. Buggy never encountered during his adventure in the hidden depths of Vermal. Meanwhile, in other corners of the Grand Line's first half, two elderly men had very different reactions upon reading the news, one at Twin Cape, the other at the Sabati Archipelago. Crocus read the paper with a faint smile. Now that revenge has been taken, perhaps Law's heart can finally be at ease. Such a rare disciple. Crocus couldn't help but hope he wouldn't lose himself to hatred. But in the amusement park of Sabati Archipelago, white-haired Rayleigh gazed at the headline with calm indifference, his thoughts impossible to discern. Far away in the calm belt, in Amazon Lily's Kuja City, Sandersonia sat high upon her throne, the corner of her mouth curling into a subtle smile as she read the news. Elder sister, Brother Buggy, and the others have finally formed their own pirate crew. I'm so happy for them. Marigold chirped joyfully at her side. You careless thing, now's the time to worry about them, not celebrate. Buggy never makes a move unless he's sure of victory, and this time he wiped out 3 great kingdoms. I met Sarkozy IV at the World Summit, and the upper ranks of the world government hold him in high regard. If Brother Buggy took out the others, the world government would, at most, be furious for a while, then casually have the Navy issue a wanted notice, and that would be the end of it. But Sarkozy IV is a key figure in the world government's plans for the North Blue over the next few years. I suspect this time the world government won't let things go so easily. After accepting the world government's invitation to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sandersonia, as the Empress of Amazon Lily, also attended the recent reverie. Having heard her second sister's words, Marigold pursed her lips and said, Sister, don't you know how strong Brother Buggy's red-nosed pirates really are? Just to take on Brother Buggy, Big Sis, and the great swordsman Dracula Myhawk, you'd need considerable force to have any hope of winning. I'm not sure about the full strength of the world government, but if we measure by the Navy, it would probably take all 3 admirals acting together to put them in real danger. As long as we keep an eye on the admiral's movements and inform Big Sis and the others in time, there shouldn't be any real danger. Pirates don't just have the Navy as enemies. They're also each other's rivals. With Brother Buggy and his crew making such a splash this time, it's only natural that other pirates will target them. But with their strength, as long as they don't go head-to-head with the other 3 emperors of the New World, there shouldn't be any major problems. While Sandersonia fell into thoughtful silence, on an island in the West Blue, the brilliant red-haired Shanks was reading the newspaper. So, this is the Buggy you mentioned? He's quite something. To think that with just a handful of people, he managed to storm 3 royal palaces in a single day, and eliminate the 3 royal families surrounding White Town. Looks like we're in for a tough fight. Ben Beckman, a cigar dangling from his lips, stood by Shank's side. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough battle. Even I didn't expect Myhawk to accept his invitation. Now that's a real headache, ha! Shanks suddenly burst in a hearty laughter. Boss, I don't see anything strange about Myhawk agreeing to Buggy's offer, Yassop analyzed with a broad grin. I heard Myhawk say that Buggy sought him out the very day after the Pirate King's execution and invited him, then waited for 16 years. That kind of patience is enough to move almost anyone. Looking at it now, the wait was well worth it. No point overthinking it, Lucky Roo said with his mouth full of meat, turning to Shanks. Didn't the captain already say it? When we run into them, we'll have a good fight, then share a drink. Buggy and the captain are brothers from the same era. Two outsiders, our red-haired pirates and the red-nosed pirates are allies, not enemies. Either way, it's all good, right, Captain? Ah, that's right. Speaking of which, I still haven't thanked him for my arm yet. Next time we run into him, remind me before the fight begins. I need to thank that Bucky guy. With carefree laughter echoing, the Red Force slowly set sail under the radiant morning sun, gradually disappearing over the horizon. 3 days later, in the Fleet Admiral's office at Naval Headquarters, a naval officer stood before Sengoku's desk. Admiral, may I ask if the bounties on these wanted posters are a bit too high? After all, this is the first time the red-nosed pirates have been issued bounties, the officer asked loudly, standing straight as a rod before Sengoku. Too high? I don't think so. If anything, they might even be too low. Just send them out as they are, Sengoku replied, waving his hand dismissively. He looked at the stack of wanted posters on his desk, rubbing his brow with a weary hand. Without another word, the mid-ranking officer turned to leave. Before he walked out, he cast a quick glance at the wanted posters laid out on Sengoku's desk. There were 8 posters in total, arranged from left to right. The first showed a sunny-faced young man with blue hair. Well, if it weren't for that glaring red nose, the photo would be nearly perfect. But what really made the officer's eyelid twitch was the text beneath the picture. Red-nosed Bucky, dead or alive, bounty 500 million berries. Right next to Red-nosed Bucky was the former warlord of the sea, the master swordsman Dracula Mihawk, who had been stripped of his title by the world government after the Dressrosa incident. His bounty was set at 385 million berries. Following, that was the only poster among the 8 that the officer truly couldn't make sense of. Toy Empress Boa Hancock, with a bounty of 300 million berries. After receiving the posters, the officer had done his homework. Apart from not knowing exactly what had happened on Mex Island, he'd made sure to learn all the details. That's why he couldn't understand, why would such a delicate and beautiful young woman, with no serious crimes to her name, have such a high bounty on her first wanted poster? Higher even than the Navy's 2 defectors? It was said that the bounty amounts for this round of posters had been set personally by Admiral Kazuru. It looked like, once the Admiral returned, he'd need to speak to those close to him to get a better understanding. After skimming past the baffling Toy Empress poster, he came to the wanted poster of the Navy trader Thunder God Das Bones, with a bounty of 287 million berries. Next was the infiltrator Paula, with a bounty of 130 million berries. Then came the death surgeon Trafalgar Law, with a bounty of 110 million berries. After those 6, all with bounties over 100 million, came the suffocating chef, Betty, at 96 million berries, and finally, the last-minute addition, the astrologer Basil Hawkins, with a bounty of 5 million berries. It must be said that the Navy's intelligence-gathering abilities are truly formidable. In just 3 days, they not only uncovered Hancock's surname, but even dug up information on Hawkins, who had only recently joined the crew. A day later, as the world was on the verge of welcoming the new year of 1515, a shocking bounty notice was distributed into countless hands by the newsbirds. Seeing the red-nosed pirates, with only 8 members, but a total bounty of 1.813 billion, almost 2 billion, berries, countless people were left stunned by the Navy headquarters' audacious move. While the public puzzled over why such an exorbitant bounty was set for this newly established pirate crew, news of what had transpired on Max Island in the North Sea was finally reported by a little-known newspaper. Although the paper was almost immediately shut down, the jaw-dropping story it broke swept across the world at lightning speed. It turned out that among the 3 kings who had been wiped out, Sakosi IV, after fleeing his own country and seeking refuge, was given protection by Admiral Kavaru, only to be forcefully slain by the red-nosed pirates, who arrived hot on his heels and confronted the Admiral himself. Only after this news came to light did people understand why the Navy headquarters had set such a staggering bounty for this newly formed pirate crew. Not only did they wrest someone from the hands of an admiral, they even forced the admiral to retreat, a piece of news so sensational that it left everyone reeling. Just as the world began to question whether Admiral Kazuru was truly up to his post, yet another revelation emerged, one that swiftly overshadowed even the retreat of an admiral. On the second day of the new year, in the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, at Area, one of the Sabeti archipelago, while most journalists from around the globe had flocked to Navy headquarters in hopes of interviewing Admiral Kazoo, a man calling himself Dr. Indigo gathered a crowd of reporters. He announced that he was about to reveal the secret behind the Red-Nosed Pirates' formidable strength. Having forewarned every attending journalist that if word of the event leaked to the Red-Nosed Pirates in advance, the expose would be cancelled, Dr. Indigo managed to keep the gathering under wraps until the very last moment. Even the Navy and world government only caught wind of the event after noticing the unusual movements of most reporters. At 10 o'clock in the morning of January 2nd, outside an auction house in Area 1, Dr. Indigo, footsteps punctuated by a series of comical flatulent noises, approached the assembled journalists. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Indigo, companion to the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. The unusual opening instantly electrified the entire room. Every reporter understood that even if they learned nothing today about the Red-Nosed Pirates, the appearance of the Golden Lion, who had broken out of the great underwater prison, was reason enough for their journey. Just as the crowd of journalists prepared to raise their questions, Dr. Indigo spoke again. There's no need for you to ask questions, because I won't answer any of them. The only thing you need to do is listen carefully to every word I say. The first thing I want to announce is this. My captain, the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, was ambushed over 5 years ago by Red-Nosed Buggy and Thunder God Das Bones, and met his tragic end in the secret reaches of the Grand Line at Vermal. The explosive news sent another wave of shock through the audience. But no matter how frantically the reporters shouted or pressed for answers, Dr. Indigo remained silent, his expression cold as he looked on. When the furor had subsided somewhat, Dr. Indigo spoke once more. Now it's time to expose the secrets of the Red-Nosed Pirates. After our captain was killed 5 years ago, I went into hiding and began investigating everything about this crew. Only recently have I drawn my conclusion. Red-Nosed Buggy must have mastered some method or technology to seize the abilities of devil fruit users after killing them. I'm certain of this. The most direct evidence is Boa Hancock. She was born in the Calm Belt, in the land of women, and has 2 sisters. One of them is the current Shichibukai Boa, Sandersonia. Sandersonia's abilities are identical to Captain Shiki's. Of course, you may have doubts about this, but the recording I brought from Skypiea should be enough to prove a few things. With that, Dr. Indigo played the secretly recorded audio. If Buggy were present, he would have immediately recognized the voices. Conversations between himself, Shiki, and Das Bones before and after Shiki's demise. After listening to the entire recording, the reporters' faces once again lit up with excitement, especially at Buggy's final words, "Let's head to the nearest island, deal with Shiki's body first, then discuss everything else." Earlier, Buggy had said he wanted Shiki's head as a token to join the Shichibukai, but no one had ever heard of such news. In fact, not even Shiki's death had been reported. Coupled with that final remark and the fact that Sandersonia had acquired Shiki's exact abilities, all these clues together made it impossible not to suspect the true motive behind Red-Nosed Buggy's attack on the Golden Lion. Some of you may have already heard the rumors about the so-called cursed place in the Grand Line. In truth, there's no curse there at all. It was merely the mischief of someone with the power of a toy. After she was defeated, many who were freed could testify to this, and now this very ability has appeared in the hands of Boa Hancock. Friends from the press, the secret of the Buggy Pirates has been revealed to you. What are you waiting for? Go and publish your stories. To be honest, when Buggy, far away in the North Blue, saw the news that Dr. Indigo had exposed his method of seizing devil fruit powers, he genuinely had the urge to rush straight to the Sabaody archipelago. But then Buggy gave up on the idea. He knew that going there would do no good and might even land him in a trap. Even if no one set a trap, Dr. Indigo would hardly be foolish enough to wait for him at Sabaody, just a hand over his head. Standing on the deck, looking at the pirate ship still smoldering and not yet completely sunk in the distance, Buggy now truly understood just how valuable his half-formed secrets were to all the great powers of the world. "Brother Buggy, we can't go on like this," Hancock said as she walked over, worry evident in her tone. "So far, we've only faced ordinary pirates. Once the major powers make their move, we'll be in much more trouble. The Vinsmoke family from the North Blue may not have acted yet, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time. We're not afraid out here at sea. But if things continue like this, your plans will have to be put on hold. There's really nothing to worry about," Buggy reassured Hancock. "Dr. Indigo's appearance did catch me off guard, but it's not like I have no solutions at all. I'm just considering other things." Comforting Hancock, Buggy quickly made up his mind. "Bonus, we're getting close to the entrance of the Grand Line, aren't we?" Buggy turned to Das Bonus, who was steering the ship. "Yes, Captain," Bonus replied, "but I suspect there may be people guarding the entrance." After the constant attacks in the past 2 days, Das Bonus was feeling quite frustrated himself. "It doesn't matter," Buggy said. "Whoever it is, give them a proper welcome with your railgun. If the weak wish to covet the secrets of the strong, they'll have to pay the price. The Thunder God is The undisputed ruler of the seas, but many still don't understand that. We'll need enough wreckage to prove it. Don't hold back. Whoever stand in our way, let them be ready for the consequences. When it came to battles at sea, Buggy had absolute confidence in Das Bonus and the Thunder God. 2 hours later, at the entrance to the Grand Line, Buggy felt a pang of disappointment as he gazed out over the empty, shipless sea. It was worlds apart from what he'd imagined, a gauntlet of warships lying in wait. Shaking off his gloom and thinking carefully, Buggy suddenly understood. News spreads quickly, of course, but those with ulterior motives can't react as fast as they'd like for one simple reason. The speed difference between an ordinary pirate ship and the Thunder God is just too great. So even if someone wanted to rush to the entrance of the Grand Line to lie in wait, it wouldn't be a matter of a day or two. After all, Dr. Indigo's revelation had come far too unexpectedly. Of course, it was even better that no one was lying in ambush, saving Buggy and his crew a great deal of trouble. They charged straight into mountain-climbing sea current, rode the flow into Twin Cape, and Buggy didn't even bother to greet Crocus, who was stationed there. He simply told Das Bones to go full throttle toward the East Blue. After 2 pieces of earth-shattering news rocked the world, in Lowtown of the East Blue, the reporter who had once interviewed Buggy after his tribute found the captain himself touring his own room at home. "So, brave reporter, didn't I say we'd meet again?" Buggy grinned, taking a seat as he spoke to the returning journalist. "It's an honor to be remembered by the famous Captain Rednose. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rox, a news reporter here in Lowtown." As Rox spoke, he pulled out his trusty notebook and pen, his intentions as clear as day. "Since you're already getting ready, let's skip the small talk. I'm here to bring you an exclusive story, news about devil fruit powers," Buggy said, settling comfortably into his chair. "Captain Buggy, when you mention news about devil fruit powers, are you referring to that technique you've mastered?" Rox wasted no time, getting straight to the point. "Absolutely. But if I just blurt it out, it might sound too abstract, so let me start from the beginning." Buggy paused, then began recounting his well-prepared tale. As everyone knows, devil fruits are classified into 3 main categories: the Logia types that allow the body to become elemental, the versatile Paramecia types, and the Zoan types, which let users transform into other animals. Among these 3, the Logia fruits are particularly noteworthy, not just because their elemental power makes them immune to physical attacks, but because there is one Logia fruit that stands out above the rest. It is said to be the most sinister devil fruit in pirate history, the Logia Dark fruit. At this point, Rox adjusted his glasses and said, "Captain Buggy, if the information you're about to share concerns this fruit, then please tell me everything you can about it in detail." Rox's response made it clear he'd already guessed at least part of what was coming. Nodding his head, Buggy continued, "The dark fruit is the only Logia-type devil fruit that doesn't allow its user to become intangible and immune to physical attacks. Not only that, but there are several drawbacks for those who possess its power. For one, the darkness it produces has no offensive force on its own, and it absorbs any damage taken. But the cost is that the pain is doubled. A fruit that seems riddled with flaws, yet it's called the most malevolent of all. That's because its greatest feature is the ability to absorb the powers of any other ability user. In other words, no matter who the opponent is, as long as they're touched by the dark fruit user, their ability is instantly nullified." At this point, Rox frowned, for he couldn't find any mention of hunting abilities in the written notes he'd studied. "Captain Buggy, forgive my ignorance, but I really don't see any connection between the dark fruit's power and what you're looking for," Rox said boldly, his tone showing no sign of fear toward Buggy. "My journalist friend, patience is the virtue you need most right now. Just listen to the rest, and you'll understand once I'm finished," Buggy replied, not at all annoyed by the interruption. He patted Rox on the shoulder and carried on. "The only reason I've managed to grasp a half-baked skill is thanks to a passage I found in an old record about the dark fruit. It said that a user who gains this fruit's power can, after killing another ability user, extract their power and transfer it to someone without any abilities. But exactly how the extraction and transfer works, I have no idea. Still, that doesn't stop me from seeing the essence hidden in those words, which is that devil fruit abilities are in fact a special kind of power that never dissipates." At this, Rox suddenly sprang to his feet. "Captain Buggy, are you saying that the fruit itself is merely a vessel, just like a human body? That eating a devil fruit is simply the devil's power moving to a new vessel. Is that it?" It had to be said, Rox's ability to grasp the core of things was quite impressive. "Precisely. And that also explains why, at any given time, there's only ever one instance of each ability." With that conclusion, I began to speculate boldly and started experimenting. I came to the realization that, As long as you kill a devil fruit user and then destroy their body, the devil's power attached to them will be released. And then, if you place fresh fruit nearby, the devil's power will enter the fruit and reform as a new devil fruit, right? Rox, with his vivid imagination, had already guessed the next step in Bucky's experiment. I'm sorry to disappoint you. While you've correctly guessed my experiment's procedure, the actual results turn out to be nothing like that. The Yami Yami no Mi is able to reconstitute a devil fruit because it possesses its own unique space. In other words, achieving the result you mentioned requires a prerequisite, a special space that can completely contain and isolate the devil fruit's power from escaping. Without that, you can only rely on luck, as I did. I wasn't nearly as relaxed as Dr. Indigo made it sound. The only thing he got right was that I understood the true nature of devil fruits, and then used that knowledge to extract the devil's power from the user's body. Nothing more, nothing less. At this point, Bucky had said almost everything he wished to share. Once Rox was done recording, Bucky stood up and spoke. Reporter Rox, it's been a pleasure talking with you. If you want another scoop that could shake the world, come to the Duchy of Distan in half a year. I'll be waiting for you at the Tianxiang plantation. As long as you show up, I promise you will get the surprise of a lifetime. But remember, this only works if no one else knows about our half-year agreement. Thank you for your trust. I will absolutely keep our arrangement secret, Rox replied, standing up with a sense of certainty. He felt as if luck was finally on his side. After all, how else could he have caught the eye of the sensational red-nosed captain? Leaving Rox home, Bucky made his way to the tavern where Mihawk and the others were waiting. Brother Bucky, did everything go smoothly? As soon as he entered the tavern, Hancock stood up from her seat and walked over to ask. There shouldn't be any big problems now. Once those other factions try the method, some lucky ones are bound to see that it works. With the critical step resolved, those folks have no reason to keep pestering us. After all, we're not exactly easy to mess with, Bucky replied, his words carrying weight. He wasn't speaking without reason. In this era, people still don't fully grasp the true nature of devil fruits. Even those who are on the right track would never reveal their findings. That's why Dr. Indigo's statement struck with such force. But now that Bucky had made the essence of devil fruits public, those who understood would stop chasing after the red-nosed pirates for so-called technology. And even if a few still tried, they wouldn't be part of any major power. Bucky had no qualms about teaching such small fries a lesson. Hancock nodded in agreement, equally tired of the endless stream of pirates. From the North Sea to the East Blue, Desbone's railgun had already sunk at least 20 pirate ships, and that was without any big factions getting involved. It was easy to imagine what kind of forces those powerful factions who always go for a decisive strike would send. Although Bucky wasn't afraid, he had no interest in pointless clashes. Revealing his research results wouldn't really harm him at all. After all, Bucky had found the devil fruit mainly thanks to his miraculous compass, not because of some supposed stroke of luck. As for whether the Navy and the world government, who had already been researching devil fruits, might hold a grudge against him, Bucky simply couldn't care less. The next day, when Logtown's local newspaper published an exclusive interview with Bucky the Red-Nosed Pirate, the story was swiftly picked up by the world news, and with the help of the newsbirds, the headlines spread across the globe. As the third explosive announcement to shake the world, Bucky's generosity left every major power dumbfounded. In their eyes, anyone who had mastered the art of hunting devil fruit abilities would keep that knowledge tightly under wraps. For Bucky to openly declare it like this, it was beyond foolish. It was downright unthinkable. Of course, no matter how baffled they were by the red-nosed pirate who refused to play by the rules, every faction did the same thing first. They found devil fruit ability users to test whether the theory of extracting abilities was true. Although the vast majority failed, there were still a rare few who succeeded, and that was enough. These successful cases prove that Bucky hadn't been deceiving anyone. As for those who failed, it couldn't really be called a failure. It was simply a matter of bad luck. With things having reached this point, no major power was willing to pick a fight with the red-nosed pirates over a slim chance. And just like that, the deadly trap Dr. Indigo had set for Bucky's crew was completely unraveled by Bucky himself. Sitting quietly on the sandy shore of an island in the Grand Line, Dr. Indigo stared at the newsprint for a long time, deep in thought. With the danger resolved, except for groups like the Navy who were duty-bound to cause Bucky trouble, almost no one was paying attention to the red-nosed pirate crew anymore. Now, all eyes were on the devil fruit ability users. What once seemed impossible, the rise of armies composed of ability users, had become a reality under Bucky's influence. Power-hungry factions everywhere turned their sights to ability users outside their own ranks, quietly launching a worldwide hunt for devil fruit powers. A silent storm, named the Hunt for Devil Fruit Abilities, swept across the entire world. In East Blue's disdain, Bucky sat at the foot of the red line, scanning the latest newspaper with a faint smile on his lips. Was all of this part of your plan? Myhawk, seated beside him, looked over and asked, It's not scheming. Honestly, I never wanted things to go this far. But unfortunately, Dr. Indigo has already opened Pandora's box. If I don't go with the flow now, even if we make it through unscathed, we'd still be exhausted beyond belief. Opposing the whole world for a secret that's not worth protecting and that we couldn't keep anyway. Do I look that foolish to you? Bucky shot the question back at Myhawk. The captain could still choose not to make it public and sell the technology instead. That way, we might at least make some money, Paula chimed in. Bucky glanced at Paula, fully aware that money wasn't her real motivation. Unlike Nami, she never cared much for gold. Paula only had one goal in mind, to look out for Myhawk. Ever since Myhawk saved her, the way she looked at him was different from anyone else's. Bucky figured everyone but Myhawk himself had noticed. That was exactly why, on their trip to White Town, Bucky had deliberately put Paula in Myhawk's team. There was only so much he could do for her. Whether or not she succeeded was out of his hands. Right now, he had just one focus, to finish the tunnel they'd left incomplete. If you want to carve your name into pirate history, you need to do something truly worth remembering. Carving a tunnel through the Red Line and connecting two seas, that would be a feat worthy of the ages, something sure to go down in the annals of pirate lore. Bucky understood that perfectly, which is why he was throwing himself into it with everything he had. With his team, Bucky left Lowtown and had Dazbone steer the Thunder God straight toward Distant. Of course, they didn't dock at the port. Instead, Bucky and his crew dragged the Thunder God ashore near the Red Line, hiding the ship in a massive pit created by his own Earth Sink technique. With relocated trees providing cover, no one would ever spot the Thunder God from above. Only after securing the ship did the entire Red-Nosed pirates follow Bucky to the original tunnel site and settle in. Besides Bucky, the main force behind the digging, the rest of the work was left to toys created by Hancock. The other crew members weren't involved in the tunnel at all. Even if they wanted to help, Bucky wouldn't allow it. They had their own task, to use this window of time to grow stronger. Looking back at the White Town incident, Bucky figured that if their hockey had been stronger, Betty and Hancock's team wouldn't have collapsed from exhaustion, and Daz Bones wouldn't have been in such dire straits. Myhawk's team may not have had those problems, but Law's hockey was still immature, Paula was lacking as well, and now they had Hawkins, who didn't know a thing about hockey. The pressure was mounting, and Bucky felt it keenly. You should know that. Bucky's expectation for them was to reach the strength of a Navy Vice Admiral as soon as possible. Undoubtedly, to achieve this goal, everyone except for Bucky, Myhawk, and Hancock, including Daz Bones, would need to work hard. Although Daz Bones' strength was already on par with an ordinary Vice Admiral, Bucky's expectations for him were far from low, especially since he possessed the formidable Goro no Mi, one of the strongest Logia-type devil fruits. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of the mystical compass, Bucky's tunnel excavation project proceeded smoothly, and the direction of the digging never once went astray. In the dim tunnel, Bucky once again placed his hand on the solid rock wall, steadily extending his powers outward in a straight line. He planned to use his ability to its fullest extent, then wait for Hancock's creations to help transport the shattered rocks away. In the past, this part of the work would only have taken Bucky a few seconds, but today he found himself unexpectedly frozen in place before the rock wall. Brother Bucky, is there a problem? Not far behind him, Hancock, who rarely came in to check on their progress, looked quite surprised to see Bucky standing there motionless. There's no problem at all. If there is, it's a good one, Bucky replied, withdrawing his right hand before swinging it forward at lightning speed and striking the rock wall. With a thunderous crash, a deep crimson sunlight pierced the gloomy tunnel for the first time. Shielding herself slightly from the flying debris, Hancock gazed through the slowly settling dust and caught sight of the sunset on the distant horizon. At last, the tunnel through the Red Line, connecting the East Blue and the North Blue, was complete. Hearing the tremors rumbling through the tunnel, everyone seemed to realize what had happened. They hurriedly dropped what they were doing and rushed inside. After a frantic dash that lasted several minutes, they reached the far end of the tunnel, where everyone lined up and silently admired the breathtaking beauty of the setting sun. Comrades, we are the makers of miracles, destined to leave our mark on the history of pirates, Bucky declared loudly, gazing at the sunset in the distance. Captain, this really has nothing to do with us. It's all thanks to you and Sister Hancock. Including us in the credit feels a bit much, Paula interjected, breaking the mood a little. Paula, we are all members of the Red-Nosed Pirates. This is the glory of our crew, and everyone shares in it, Hancock replied, shaking her head and refuting her. Captain, are we going to have to stay here from now on? Compared to Paula's fuss over who deserved credit, Law was more concerned about whether he'd be stuck in this place. After all, the opening of This tunnel meant an endless flow of wealth, and even if Law wasn't particularly sensitive to money, he knew full well how valuable it was. That's why he couldn't help but ask, barely able to contain his excitement. Are you an idiot, Law? If the captain really cared about money, would he have given up so much of the Golden City's treasure to Amazon Lily back then? Opening this tunnel is bound to bring in a fortune. In tolls, but do you really think the captain would stay here just for that? All he wants is for our crew to be remembered in history. That's it, nothing more. So stop worrying. Hawkins explained to Law. You're the idiot here. You don't even know how to use hockey, yet you have the nerve to lecture me. Instead of wasting time talking, you'd be better off training, Law shot back, glancing at Hawkins with clear disdain. Hawkins rolled his eyes, rendered speechless by Law's retort, and looked thoroughly innocent. Captain, what are your plans next? Myhawk had been wanting to ask this for a while. As for that, it's been on my mind lately. Hey, Myhawk, what do you think? What if I just disbanded the crew? Myhawk's face went pale before he even had time to react. Nearby, Perona and Dazbones nearly keeled over in shock. Ha, relax, I'm just kidding. As for what's next, honestly, I don't have any special plans. I just want to meet a few special people. After that, if any of you have somewhere you'd like to go, say the word and we'll head there together. For now, I have no interest in settling down and claiming territory, Buggy replied, fully understanding Myhawk's meaning. Myhawk was simply asking whether Buggy intended to keep wandering or settle down with a base. Satisfied with the answer, Myhawk nodded and added, now that the tunnel's finally finished, shouldn't we bring that reporter over? He's been hanging around the town outside the forest for 3 months now. He hasn't tried to ask about us directly, but he's been loitering both in and out of town every day. Rox really did show up early. But, well, a piece of news that could shake the world is worth the wait. Bonus, could you go fetch him? Once the interview's done, it'll be about time for us to set off, Buggy said, stroking his chin and taking his time. Understood, Dazbones replied. With a flash like lightning, he vanished quickly into the dim tunnel. 5 hours later, at the foot of the Red Line in East Blue's Disdain, Dazbones brought Rox to the temporary base of the Red-Nosed Pirates. At that moment, Bucky and the others were enjoying a hearty meal lovingly prepared by Betty. Oh, there you are. Haven't seen you in a while. How have you been lately, Rox? Bucky looked up after polishing off the last bite on his plate and greeted Rox warmly. Captain Bucky, thanks to you, I've been living the high life these past 6 months. Well, except for all those guys pestering me for news about you. That part I could do. Without, Rox answered with a wry smile. Seeing the bitterness on Locke's face, Bucky immediately knew things hadn't been easy for him. That was only natural. Half a year ago, the Red-Nosed Pirates vanished without a trace, and as the last person to have contact with them, indeed, the only one to have acquired information from them, Locke was destined to be hounded by countless factions. Bucky had no idea how this guy managed to shake off all that trouble, but it was clear enough. He'd had more than a share of headaches. Have you eaten yet? Want to grab a bite while you're here? Our ship's suffocating chef might have a terrifying reputation, but her dishes are truly a rare delight, Bucky offered, polite and warm. Locke shook his head. As much as I'd love to, what I want even more is to get straight into that tunnel behind you. My instincts as a reporter are screaming that the big news you hinted at half a year ago is directly tied to that enormous hole. Hole? What hole, you fool? That's a tunnel our captain spent years digging for the sake of everyone in the world. A miraculous passage linking the East Blue and the North Blue. Bola, standing nearby, huffed irritably, lips pursed in annoyance. A tunnel connecting East Blue and North Blue, even though Locke had already guessed that the cave behind Bucky was something out of the ordinary. He never imagined it would be anything like this. He'd originally assumed the cave hid something like an ancient weapon. The idea that it was a tunnel, he hadn't even considered it. Ridiculous. If the Red Line could be tunneled through, the world government would surely have done it long ago. An event so momentous, one that would reshape the world's connections, should never fall to a mere pirate crew. That was, well, almost too ironic for words. The real reason the world government hadn't tunneled through the Red Line wasn't, as Locke imagined, that the Red Line was impossible to excavate. The issue lay with the holy land of Mary Geos and its unique position. As long as there were no other passageways, anyone wishing to travel safely from south to north had to pass through Mary Geos, or else gamble their fate on the treacherous undersea route beneath it. Digging any alternative route connecting the south and north would not only cost a fortune, but would also undermine Mary Geo's status as the world center. On top of that, it would mean losing the hefty tolls collected from those passing through the Holy Land. Whether celestial dragons or the Five Elders, none of them would ever dig into the Red Line for the sake of the common people, people for whom they had nothing but contempt. For them, such an act would be self-destruction on the grandest scale. After a few moments of stunned silence, Lox snapped back to his senses and dashed madly into the tunnel. An hour later, peals of jubilant laughter echoed from within. Captain Buggy, I'm truly grateful for your generosity. Without it, how would I have ever had the chance to take part in an event that could change the course of history? From now on, if you ever need anything or require my help, just say the word. I'm always willing to be at your service. As he spoke, Rox handed a small, trembling white slip of paper to Buggy. A Vivre card? Buggy was taken aback in turn, for the Vivre card Rox produced was clearly not something an ordinary reporter from the East Blue should possess. Yes, this is my Vivre card. If you ever need me, you can use this card to find me. Also, Mr. Dragon asked me to send you his regards. With a sly grin, Rox delivered a statement that made Buggy's expression change ever so slightly. Oh, so you're part of the Revolutionary Army. Only now did Buggy understand why this man had a Vivre card in the first place. That's right, but I'm not a combatant, just an intelligence officer, Rox admitted without hesitation. I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to have expanded so quickly. Looks like the Five Elders really underestimated you all. Well, there's no need for more words. Have something to eat first. In a bit, I'll have Bona see you out. After that, I'll leave the rest to you. I trust you know how to write it up, Buggy said, steadying himself after the surprise. How about this for a headline? Miracle of the World. The legendary pirate with the red nose. Rox had even thought up the title. I like it, Buggy bro. Legendary. Once the paper comes out, you'll put even the four emperors to shame. After all, they're still just legends, but you're a living legend. They can't even compare. Betty clapped in delight. Then let's go with that headline. But make sure you clarify one thing. This tunnel is offered by the Red-Nosed Pirates for everyone to use, free of charge. No tolls, no fees, and no one's allowed to collect anything from anyone. If someone dares try, the Red-Nosed Pirates will teach them a lesson they won't forget. Before I go, I should leave something here for future generations to admire. With that, Buggy sprang away and vanished. Soon, above the tunnel, hidden in the darkness where no one could see, small stones began to tumble swiftly from the surface of the red line. 2 hours later, Buggy descended from the cliff and made his way to the other end of the tunnel. After Buggy left, Mihawk casually picked up a torch from the campfire and tossed it into the darkness above. As the flickering torchlight rose, a relief sculpture emerged before everyone's eyes, gradually becoming clearer. Where the torch lit up the stone, 3 faces appeared. Buggy, roaring with laughter. Hancock, her face sweet with happiness. And Mihawk, his poker face as ever, eternally unchanged. As the torch continued to rise, the light revealed a large, round-nosed skull, a motif instantly recognized by everyone from the Red-Nosed Pirates as the emblem on their own flag. Who would have thought the captain was so talented? It's a pity the torchlight is a bit dim, or I'd have seen if he got my likeness right. No, this won't do, I want my turn. 2. With that, Bola drew another torch from the fire. Instead of throwing it, she gripped it tightly, leapt into the air using moonwalk, and darted toward the relief. As Bola's torchlight swept from left to right, Buggy's masterpiece was unveiled in its entirety. Furthest left stood Hawkins, cloaked and brooding, shrouded in mystery. Next was Betty, beaming with a cheerful smile, clad in an apron and chef's hat. Then came Daz Bones, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. Only after that appeared Hancock, Buggy, and Mihawk, and finally, it was Bola's turn. But the depiction of Bola on the relief caught everyone completely off guard. She was shown gazing at Mihawk with a look of unabashed infatuation. At this revelation, no one paid any attention to the final figure, Law, depicted at the end with eyes closed, seemingly resting. "Captain, you scoundrel!" Bola shouted at the top of her lungs toward the tunnel entrance, her face burning with embarrassment as she jumped down from the relief. A faint, intermittent laughter echoed from the far side of the passageway. In the year 1514, with the birth of a pirate crew called the Red-Nosed Pirates, the world was plunged into utter shock. The crew numbered only 8, yet they boldly split into 3 groups and succeeded in toppling the royal families of 3 famed northern kingdoms, leaving the world in disbelief. When rumors began to swirl that the reports must be exaggerated, an even more staggering piece of news broke. Of the 3 royal families destroyed, one had managed to escape, and even secured the intervention of a marine admiral. But it was all for nothing. The Red-Nosed Pirates stormed in, defeated the admiral, and finished off the last survivor. So, in the end, darkness triumphed over light. Evil overcame justice. This was like reading a story with the script flipped upside down. In the days leading up to the new year, the entire world was gripped by a strange, creeping dread. What did a marine admiral represent, if not absolute justice? Now that even absolute justice had fallen, pirates would only grow more brazen. Where was the safety people once relied upon? Since the dawn of the great pirate era, never before had a new year been marked by such a stifling, joyless atmosphere. At long last, after the 16 chimes of the great oak's clock had rung in the new year, a scoundrel named Dr. Indigo made his appearance. His arrival exposed the secret of the red-nosed pirates and unveiled a scheme so ruthless that every power in the world would be compelled to take action against them. In those first few days, nearly everyone was grateful to this so-called king of flatulence. Dr. Indigo, for his intervention, had utterly suppressed the red-nosed pirates, and it even seemed possible that they might vanish for good. With absolute evil gone, justice would once again prevail, and everyone could feel safe. With this belief, the world's wise men regarded Dr. Indigo's brilliance with genuine gratitude. Yet this gratitude lasted scarcely 3 days before it was swept away by a new wave of fury. The captain of the red-nosed pirates, Buggy, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, actually revealed his secret to the world through the newspapers. Now, by rights, no matter what the secret was, it ought to have remained far removed from ordinary folk. After all, it concerned the mystery of devil fruits. But who could have guessed that it was precisely this secret that set off a chaotic scramble among all the restless powers of the world? They had only one goal: to seize the power of the devil fruits. Looking back, as for the red-nosed pirates who had sparked this turmoil, they had, astonishingly, vanished from the seas without a trace. In an instant, whether it was the world's weaker factions or the common people, everyone hated the red-nosed pirates with a gnashing bitterness. But it was all in vain. The red-nosed pirates had simply disappeared, and even the greatest powers had no leads. The only thing known was that their last appearance was in Logtown, East Blue, and Captain Buggy's final contact was with a journalist called Rox. Soon after, that very journalist, Rox, vanished as well during an attack on the Logtown Marine branch by an unknown faction. Half a year of turmoil passed, and as the world sank deeper into chaos, a new article appeared. Titled, "The Miracle of the World, the Legendary Pirate, Red Nose," this report was published just as the world was beginning to forget the red-nosed pirates after their 6-month disappearance, and it took everyone by complete surprise in the world news. After reading this article, the world was thrown into a frenzy of shock. In the hallowed halls of Mary Geos, within the office of the 5 elders. That damned scoundrel! How could he? How dare he? A disaster falling from the heavens while we sit at home. If only we'd known, we should have erased that madman and his pirate crew at any cost from the very beginning. How could anyone have predicted this? You know, this project was budgeted out centuries ago. Apart from us taking the lead, no other power could possibly complete it. Who could have imagined that damned pirate's ability would be such a perfect fit? And on top of that, he was actually bored enough to go through with it. That's enough. Instead of pointing fingers, we should focus on how to handle the situation. My suggestion is to seal off this tunnel. Sealing it off isn't possible. The entire world knows about it now. Even if we represent the world government itself doesn't represent the entire world. The significance of this tunnel is enormous, so great that anyone who tries to destroy it will become a global enemy. Let's be practical. For example, we could dispatch enough forces into the Principality of Disdain in the East Blue to help them. What about the Kingdom of Kabah in the North Blue? Trying to keep all the benefits for ourselves will only lead to disaster. There are too many interests tied to this tunnel. Even we can't monopolize it. All we need to do is secure our influence on the East Blue side and maintain our presence. As for the other side, we'll have to let it go. Otherwise, we'll never be able to settle in peace. And the warning from the red-nosed pirates? If they start charging a toll, that lunatic will definitely follow through with it. That's precisely why we need to leave the North Blue side for other powers to fight over. It helps keep the balance and draws attention away from us. As for Disdain, if we don't collect tunnel tolls, surely we can still charge a road maintenance fee. After all, building a road through the great forest of Disdain is an enormous investment. I support this. I agree. Seconded. It's a good plan. Let's have someone carry it out. Digging a tunnel connecting East Blue and North Blue, Buggy's one and only goal from start to finish was to ensure that he and the red-nosed pirates would go down. In history, weakening the world government was never his real intention. If Buggy knew that the first thing the 5 elders of the world government thought to do, upon receiving this news, was to wipe him out, he would shout his innocence at the top of his lungs. But after venting, he'd probably just go find Rox and spill some major secrets. As for the headline of his exposé, Buggy would have to carefully consider. After all, the world government has plenty of skeletons in its closet. Fortunately, Buggy was blissfully unaware of all this, and the 5 elders could spare themselves another shock, at least for now. At this moment, Buggy stood at the prow of the Reborn, gazing out across the distant sea. After leaving Disdain, He hadn't ordered Das Bones to take the Raijin out of East Blue. That was because most of the people Buggy wanted to meet were still in East Blue. After all, what's the point of coming to the world of pirates if you haven't even met the Straw Hat Pirates? It would feel a bit like visiting the Great Wall and never climbing it, a hero's journey left unfinished. Although the Straw Hat Pirates will be formed in just a few years, Buggy doesn't want to wait that long. Besides, Buggy is curious to see just how exaggerated the so-called crushing force of history really is. With this in mind, Buggy chose his first stop after leaving Distant Island, Arlong Park, which already had something of a notorious reputation in the East Blue. After bringing Monet from a North Blue to Logue Town, Buggy only mentioned the Goa Kingdom and the pirate with the straw hat to her, then let her leave on her own. As for whether Monet would eventually become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Buggy admitted he was quite looking forward to it. Of course, this playful scheme to replace the Straw Hat's navigator couldn't rely solely on Monet. Nami had to be cut off as well. That was the real reason Buggy was leading the Red-Nosed Pirates to Arlong Park. Once he informed the crew of their new destination, the Raijin set sail from Distant Island, following the course charted on the map. Arlong Park. Hancock, standing on the deck with a wanted poster of Fishman Arlong in her hand, asked in surprise, "Buggy, isn't Arlong Park the domain of the Fishman Arlong? Are you going there just to meet him?" "Meet him? Ha ha ha." Buggy burst into laughter. "Even if it were Jean Bay, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, I'd have no interest in meeting him. Why would I go out of my way for Arlong? I'm not there to meet anyone in particular. Or maybe you could say I am, but honestly, I don't care if I run into him or not. I just can't stand those leeches who feed off others." At this, Buggy's eyes flashed with deep disgust. For Buggy, not even the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo, a major villain in the pirate world, was all that abhorrent. But people like Arlong, who used a bit of strength to enslave others, always rubbed him the wrong way. He'd never planned to interfere with Nami's fate, but that didn't mean Buggy enjoyed watching her suffer. The idea of swapping out the Straw Hats Navigator was just a pretext for action. What he really wanted was to fulfill a wish he'd made while watching the anime all those years ago. Barely half a day had passed since leaving Distant Island when Betty, bored and perched atop the lookout, suddenly shouted that she'd spotted a small boat ahead, with a fainted little girl aboard. Without waiting for Buggy's approval, Betty insisted Das Bones slow the ship and bring the Raijin alongside the drifting boat. Betty was just about to jump down and rescue the girl herself when Law intervened. Stretching out his hand, he opened a room and, with a quick swap, brought the unconscious girl safely onto the deck. Buggy approached, sensing the girl's shallow breathing as Law held her in his arms. "Law, you can put her down," Buggy said. Law, as always, showed no particular expression, but he obeyed without hesitation. After Law set the girl down, Buggy finally spoke to her. When a person is nervous, their heartbeat quickens. Usually, only the person themselves can hear it. But that's just in ordinary circumstances. In front of people as strong as us, not to mention your heartbeat, even the faintest breath can't escape our notice. Little sister, you managed to fool Betty and the others because their training isn't complete yet, but you're still far from being able to deceive us. Although I don't know why you're pretending to be unconscious. If you don't open your eyes soon, I won't mind turning you into a toy first, and then questioning you after," Hancock added, having walked over to the girl's side with Buggy. Clearly, Hancock's words frightened the little girl. She quickly opened her eyes, her face full of fear as she clung to Law's trouser leg, gazing anxiously at Hancock and Buggy. "Introduce yourself. Where are you from? What's your name? Why did you pretend to faint? And what were you hoping to achieve by doing so?" At some point, Paula had sidled over as well, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she fixed her gaze on the girl. As she spoke, the thorns on her fingers grew longer, the tip coming to rest right at the girl's neck. "Paula, don't scare the little sister like that, okay? Otherwise, I'm going to get really upset," Betty protested, her protective instincts flaring up at the rare sight of a girl even younger than herself. All right, I won't scare her. But the questions still need answering," Paula conceded, withdrawing her powers, though her eyes remained sharply fixed on the girl. Buggy was quite pleased with Paula's reaction. This was exactly how an intelligence officer should act. "My name is Nami. I'm from Kokoyashi Village in the East Blue. Are you the Red-Nosed Pirates?" The fear in the little girl's eyes suddenly gave way to an unwavering determination as she looked at Paula. "If there's no other Red-Nosed Pirates in the world, then the crew you're talking about is us," Buggy replied with interest, having recognized the orange-haired girl from the very beginning. "Can I join you? Can I become one of you?" Nami asked, her eyes shining with hope as she looked at Buggy. Buggy was taken aback by Nami's request to join them. Wasn't this the wrong way for the story to go? Wasn't this little girl supposed to hate pirates more than anything? Why would she be so desperate to join his crew? Why? I really want to know why. Bucky asked Nami, his tone turning serious. I want revenge, but I don't have the strength to get it myself. The newspapers say the Red-Nosed Pirates are the most protective crew in the world. If I join you, you'll help me get my revenge, right? Seeing the seething hatred in Nami's clenched jaw, Buggy wasn't surprised. After all, he'd known the truth from the very beginning. What had catch him off guard was the fleeting glimmer in Law's otherwise icy gaze. My little sister, why don't you tell us what you're good at? And who is it you wish to take revenge on? Paula, changing her expression to one of gentle warmth, addressed Nami kindly. But don't be fooled. Her shift in attitude was no sign of being moved by Nami's glare. It was simply one of Paula's usual tactics. I know your crew doesn't have a navigator yet. My navigation skills are top-notch. I've been sailing alone across the East Blue since I was 9. I'm 13 now, Nami declared with unwavering confidence in her abilities. Oh, that's truly impressive. So, who is it that you wish to take revenge on? Paula praised her and pressed on with her questioning. Arlong the Fishman. The moment Nami uttered that name, everyone present could see both fear and hatred blazing in her eyes. Captain, my intelligence gathering is temporarily complete. The rest will have to wait until we reach Kokoyashi village, of course. That's only if you think it's necessary, Paula said, dropping her smile and looking thoroughly unenthusiastic as she addressed Buggy. Ha ha ha. Excellent work, my intelligence officer. Once we reach another island, how about I have my hawk accompany you on a shopping trip? Buggy replied with an easy grin. Really? This time, it was Paula's turn to be pleasantly surprised. Hey, Hancock, would you mind if I sliced up that loudmouth next to you? My hawk, though, looked far less amused despite Paula's joy. I don't mind at all, Hancock replied, shrugging her shoulders and stepping protectively in front of Buggy, her eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Ahem, Captain, shouldn't we deal with the little girl situation first? Hawkins, seeing the conversation veering wildly off course, stepped forward, instantly making his presence felt. Nami, to be honest, our crew doesn't have an urgent need for a navigator, Buggy said in a relaxed tone. Before joining us, my hawk was a lone wanderer on the Grand Line for years. Even I, back in Roger's heyday, roamed the seas with them. Your skills might be impressive for your age, but they're honestly of little use to us. And there's another thing. You're too weak. The softer Buggy's demeanor, the more cutting his words became. Facing his easygoing expression, Nami's tears began to fall, one after another. I won't join you then. But could I beg you? Please, I'm begging you, save my village. Once the floodgates of her sorrow opened, Nami's tears poured forth uncontrollably. Crying, she poured out all the heartache she had kept hidden within her. Although he had known about Nami's situation from the very start, hearing it again made even Buggy's nose tingle with sorrow. If even Buggy felt this way, it was no wonder the rest of the crew, apart from my hawk and Law, were either glaring with anger or silently shedding tears. Captain, I want to help her. Law spoke up of his own accord, his face hardly showing any emotion. It wasn't surprising. Having lost family before his own eyes was tragedy enough, but being forced to work for those who wronged you, such a fate resonated deeply with him. After learning that Nami's circumstances were even more tragic than his own, it was only natural for Law to offer his help. Since even Law had spoken, Buggy knew he couldn't say much more. He simply nodded. Thank you. Thank you all, truly. Nami's words of gratitude were barely out of her mouth before Betty gently led her into the kitchen and cooked her a delicious meal. As the warmth of the food spread through her body, Nami's tears fell once more. There, no more crying, Betty soothed. We were planning to go to Arlong Park and give Arlong some trouble anyway, so there's no need to thank us. We're pirates. After all, free-spirited pirates. We'll destroy a country to avenge a crewmate, or dig tunnels for years just to make a name for ourselves. There's no need for thanks. Then why are you going after Arlong? Nami asked, her curiosity clear in the first half of her question. As for the second half, about how dangerous Arlong was, no one on the crew agreed with her. 8 years ago, the Fishman Fisher Tiger caused an uproar in Mariehua and played a crucial role in freeing the slaves. Even though he was a fishman and in the end died refusing to accept human blood out of hatred for humans, I still admired him from the bottom of my heart. That's exactly why I can't stand Arlong, who was once his comrade. An overreaching fishman who dreams of enslaving humans. He's just asking for death. I was too busy digging tunnels before to pay attention to what was happening in the East Blue, so I didn't know about him. Now that I do, there's no way I'll let him keep on like this. As for him being dangerous... Oh, so that's how it is. Captain, can I take a shot at him too? I'd love to teach someone like that a lesson. Hawkins chimed in, eager to show off the results of his half-year of hard training. Hawkins, you bastard, I've already called dibs on this one. If you dare get in my way, I won't let you off easy. And don't forget, your substitute ability won't do you any good against me. Law's voice was low and menacing as he spoke to Hawkins. Captain, I just realized my training really isn't enough. I think I need to practice a while longer. Faced with Law's threat, Hawkins wilted. Immediately. He definitely didn't want to experience that nose-to-the-backside humiliation ever again. A day later, as Bucky gazed at the distant building crowned with a giant shark's head and the bold characters spelling Arlong Park, he knew he had arrived at his destination. As the thunder god slowly approached Arlong Park, a sea cow suddenly burst forth from the water, and standing atop its head was an octopus man with 8 arms. Hey, who are you people? What business do you have at Arlong Park? The octopus man called down, his arms waving as he spoke. Wait a minute, isn't that Nami? How come around this ship? From his high vantage point, Hachon the octopus glared down at Bucky's crew, speaking in his peculiar accent. Captain, can I just slice this guy up? I've had enough of him. Law muttered with a look of utter disgust, stepping out of the cabin and coming to stand behind Bucky. That fishman is the only one in Arlong Park we absolutely can't get rid of, Bucky replied, shaking his head at Law's request. Hancock, go and catch that sea cow for us. That way, when we head to Fishman Island in the future, we won't have to waste time hunting for a sea beast. Understood, Brother Bucky, Hancock replied. With a swift movement, she vanished from sight and reappeared beside Mamu, the sea cow. With a graceful press of her hand, the enormous creature vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a cuddly, half-human-sized plush toy of the sea cow. Hachon, suddenly finding nothing beneath his feet, tumbled into the water. As he caught sight of Hancock and the sea cow plush in her hands, the memory of Mamu slipped from his mind, but it didn't stop him from recalling exactly who Hancock was. Hey, you're the toy empress, Boa Hancock of the Red-Nosed Pirates, Hachon exclaimed before plunging into the sea. Fishmen were truly a different breed. For ordinary people, falling into the sea, swimmer or not, spelled trouble. But for a fisherman like Hachon, it was a mere inconvenience. Less than 15 seconds after his fall, Hachon reappeared inside Arlong Park. Hey Arlong, bad news. The notorious pirate Bucky and his red-nosed pirates are right outside the main gate. Hachon bellowed in his gruff voice, the sound echoing throughout Arlong Park. It wasn't until Hachon's warning rang out that Hancock returned to the deck, having sealed her contract with the sea cow plush. A few moments later, the grand water gates of Arlong Park swung open. Arlong himself strode to the shore, flanked by a group of fishmen. Pirate Bucky, Arlong sneered, his expression darkening even further as he spotted Nami at the bow of the ship. What business do you and your red-nosed pirates have with me? Bucky met his gaze calmly. Fishman Arlong, I'm here for one reason. I have just one question for you. On what grounds? On what grounds? Arlong echoed, not quite understanding. Bucky's voice was steady. You, a mere fishman, what gives you the right to enslave us humans? Just because you're a little stronger than the average person, you think you can do as you please? And then there's your claim that fishmen are superior to humans. Do you really think so little of us? Even Jinbi, one of the 7 warlords, wouldn't dare speak so arrogantly. What gives you the right? There were 2 things about Arlong that Buggy simply couldn't stand. First, that a mere fishman dared to enslave humans. And second, his outrageous belief in fishman's superiority. So, you're here just to pick a fight? Arlong's face had darkened, and the air around him started to crackle with tension. He was clearly ready to strike. You're not even worth it. I'm here to clean up the trash. With that, Buggy's eyes flashed, and an invisible wave of power swept out toward the shore in an instant. With a heavy thud, one after another, Arlong's fishmen collapsed onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Arlong, Hachi, Chu, and Karubi were left standing. Conquerors, Haki. A chill ran down Arlong's spine. Having sailed with the Sun Pirates through many ordeals, he was no stranger to this power. Buggy paid no heed to the 4 remaining fishmen. He turned to Law and said, except for the octopus, Hachi, you can kill the rest. Understood. Room. Law nodded, and in the next instant, his ability space snapped open. Before they'd arrived at Arlong Park, Law had already asked Buggy and Mihawk what he should be wary of when fighting fishmen. Buggy had no idea what advice Mihawk had offered, but he himself had been clear on one point. Don't let the fishmen reach the sea. In terms of strength, Law alone could have taken down the entire Arlong pirates. The only real concern was that the fishmen might escape into the water and vanish beneath the waves. That's why Buggy insisted on keeping them away from the sea, and why Law opened his ability space from the outset. As long as they were inside, Law could move them at will, and any chance of escape would come down to luck alone. Even if they managed to break free from Law's space, there was no escaping Daz Bones' range. He'd already blocked off the Arlong crew's escape at their own doorstep, and for Daz Bones, electrocuting every drop of seawater in that small area would be child's play. But would Law even give Daz Bones a chance to act? The answer was obvious, of course not. As soon as his ability space was in place, Law drew Shui and, without hesitation, launched into a wild assault on the four fishmen still standing on the shore. In no time at all, he'd sliced them into pieces, their bodies now drifting, suspended in the air inside his space. Nami, go ahead. Take your revenge. They're completely helpless now. Retracting his power, Law glanced at the fishmen, their limbs and heads separated from their bodies, and handed Shui to Nami, speaking in a calm, even voice. And remember, Hachi, the octopus, is not to be killed. When Nami took hold of Snow Walk, Buggy finished speaking and had Paula take Nami to the shore. What followed was a scene that turned rather bloody. After Nami had exacted her revenge, Hachi turned his head, twisting slightly, and asked Buggy, "Hey, great pirate Buggy, why didn't you kill me?" "Of course, it's because you once saved Rayleigh. Both Uncle Rayleigh and I were members of the Roger Pirates. Back in those days, Uncle Rayleigh taught me a lot about hockey training. How could I possibly kill the man who saved his life?" Buggy answered Hachi straightforwardly, with no intention of hiding anything. "How do you know I saved Rayleigh? Did Rayleigh tell you himself?" Hachi asked in surprise, continuing his questioning. "Of course," Buggy replied, this time honestly. Back when Rayleigh was guiding him, Buggy had brought up the topic once or twice, and Rayleigh had confirmed it himself. "All right, Law, put his body back together and let him go. Hachi, this time, for Rayleigh's sake, I won't kill you. But don't linger in the East Blue. Go back to the Grand Line." Hearing this, Hachi said nothing more. He cast a sorrowful glance at his comrades lying in a pool of blood, then turned and dove into the sea. "Paula, come back. We're done here. It's time for us to leave as well." With that, Buggy turned, ready to head back into the cabin. "Wait!" Nami, her eyes brimming with tears after her revenge, suddenly called out. Buggy turned to look at her, saying nothing, just watching Nami in silence. "I can't." Though she didn't finish her sentence, the meaning behind Nami's words took Buggy by surprise. He paused, thinking for a moment before responding slowly, 1 month. "Hancock, you all will stay here for a month. During this time, I want you to guide Nami in her training. Ever since Hawkins joined my crew, I decided there's no room for weaklings. Training up the weak is far too troublesome. If you want to join us, you can't be too feeble, even if you haven't mastered hockey yet. Hancock will teach you for a month, if you truly have what it takes. Then when we meet again and you still wish to join, I'll extend the invitation. But if you still can't grasp hockey, then let's not talk about this again. Brother Buggy, you won't be here for this whole month?" Hancock, ever perceptive, picked up on the hidden meaning in Buggy's words. "Yeah, the next place I have to go is a bit sensitive. I can't let anyone know I've been there. So you can't come with me, especially not on the Rygene. It's too conspicuous. That's why you'll all stay here and wait for me. I promise I'll be back in a month." Buggy nodded as he explained. "Captain, should we hide the Rygene before you leave?" Daz Bones asked Buggy before his departure. "Do you have faith in yourself and your crewmates?" Buggy shot back at Daz Bones. "I do. So why even ask? We did something truly terrible, but at the same time we also did something great. For a pirate crew like ours, who walk the line between good and evil, it's already impressive if we don't go looking for trouble ourselves. And if anyone dares to mess with us, well, if they really try, we'll just wipe them out." With a smile, Buggy finished speaking, turned, and headed into the cabin. A short while later, when Buggy reemerged, his appearance had completely changed. Had Monet been there, she would have instantly recognized this as the very outfit Buggy wore when he traveled on foot across the great seas. Leaping into the air, Buggy soared off, quickly vanishing on the horizon. A day later, in Syrup Village of the East Blue, Buggy was walking down the village road when he spotted Usopp, wrapped in a pirate's bandana, shouting at the top of his lungs that pirates were coming. Buggy felt a twinge of guilt toward this boy, who would one day become a legendary figure. After all, the event that would set Usopp on his path to greatness, Sugar, had already been taken care of by Daz Bones on Buggy's orders. Perched atop a tree, Buggy watched as Usopp dashed into the village, mulling over his options. In the end, he hopped down from the tree and sauntered boldly toward the village. At that moment, the villagers were playing their usual game of chasing after Usopp. But as soon as the people at the front caught sight of Buggy, everyone stopped in their tracks, as if by silent agreement. Usopp, still full of energy, kept charging toward Buggy. Of course, he wasn't looking ahead. His head was turned back, making all kinds of funny faces at his pursuers as he ran. Ever since his mother's passing, young Usopp had kept up this daily routine. He'd walked the path into the village so many times that he could do it with his eyes closed, never once straying, so there was no need for him to watch where he was going. It wasn't until he ran headlong into something that he finally turned his head and saw the man standing before him. Sir Red Nose, please forgive this child. He didn't mean to offend you." Clearly, one of the villagers had recognized Buggy. None of the villagers could have imagined that, for once, Usopp's warning had come true. A pirate had really arrived, and not just any pirate, but a legendary figure whose exploits were splashed across the newspapers. The moment they thought of the 3 countries in the North Blue that had been wiped out, their faces went pale as ghosts, and their legs began to shake uncontrollably. It was only now that Usopp finally realized what was happening. He stared at Buggy, mouth hanging open, then let out a piercing scream. In that instant, a warm rush soaked the seat of his pants. "Kid, if your father Yasopp saw you like this, I bet he'd tan your hide into 4 pieces, Buggy said, shaking his head with a smile. Red-nosed. "Mister, you know my dad?" Usopp's eyes grew even wider at those words. He struggled to close his gaping mouth before stammering out the question. "The #1 sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates. Even though I haven't met him yet, that doesn't stop me from knowing about him. After all, he's one of the most trusted warriors under the great pirate, red-haired Shanks." Hearing Buggy's answer, Usopp was so excited he forgot he'd wet his pants. He jumped up and rushed to Buggy's side, blurting out, "Really? Mister, is what you said true? I don't want to talk to someone who's peed his pants. Go home and change first, then come back. There's a place to eat in the village, right? Take me there. I need some food." The first part was directed at Usopp, the rest at the villagers standing frozen in place. Soon enough, Buggy was led to the only restaurant in the village. He sat down and waited for his meal to be served before he began to eat. By then, Usopp had already changed and came running back, breathless with anticipation. "Red-nosed uncle, can you tell me something about my dad?" Usopp sat right across from Buggy and asked eagerly. "I'm afraid I can't tell you much," Buggy replied, shaking his head. "You'll have to set out to see yourself if you want answers. The only thing I can say for sure is, if you want to meet your father, you'll need to reach the second half of the Grand Line. But whatever you do, don't go alone. You're far too weak. If you set out by yourself, you might not even make it onto the Grand Line before you're dead." As he spoke, Buggy ate at a leisurely pace. "Then, Uncle Buggy, will you take me with you?" Usopp asked cautiously, hope flickering in his eyes. "Don't even think about it. My ship doesn't take on weaklings. This is a world for the strong. You can only rely on yourself. Asking others always comes at a price, and you don't have anything to offer that could interest me. So let's drop the subject," Buggy replied flatly, shaking his head in refusal. Rejected so directly, Usopp lowered his head in disappointment. "Do you want to get stronger?" Buggy suddenly asked after a few more bites of food. "Yes. Would you teach me, uncle?" Usopp's spirits soared, his eyes lighting up with hope. "No way. The best I can do is leave you with some basic training methods. If you stick to them, you'll get stronger sooner or later. If you really want it, listen carefully, I'll only say this once." At that, Buggy shared some of his training insights: daily long-distance running, cliff climbing to build Usopp's arm strength, evasion drills, and more. If Usopp followed Buggy's regimen, he might not awaken Haki ahead of time, but he'd certainly be much stronger than he was in the original story when he first set out. Finishing his last bite, Buggy paid the bill, then strolled out of the village at a leisurely pace. In the astonished eyes of Usopp and several villagers, he stepped into the air and vanished into the distant sky. Buggy's second stop after leaving Shellstown was Frost Moon Village in the East Blue. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Kushiru's dojo, he could already feel his excitement rising. It was true, although he had yet to meet Monkey D, Luffy, or Portgas D. Ace. It was the soon-to-appear Roronoa Zoro who had always been Bucky's favorite character in the anime. Evening had fallen. Bucky had expected that the dojo would be nearly empty by now, but to his surprise, as soon as he stepped inside, he saw a green-haired boy of average height dueling an adult man in glasses, wielding 3 bamboo swords at once. This was Zoro in his youth, his skills still rough, but his fighting spirit was fierce and untamed. The match itself wasn't anything special to watch, but Bucky found himself captivated. Soon, the bout ended with Zoro's defeat. It was only then that the two inside the dojo noticed Bucky's presence. "You are," Kushiru began, but his expression darkened as realization struck him, and he couldn't finish a sentence. "Sensei, who is this guy? He looks kind of familiar," Zoro asked, oblivious and straightforward as ever. "Please don't mind him. Children can be rude sometimes," Kushiru said with humility, quietly moving to shield Zoro. "May I ask what brings the esteemed red-nosed lord to our humble dojo? People only know me for being protective of my own, but few realize how generous I actually am. If I lost my temper over every little thing, I'd have died of anger long ago," Bucky replied with a grin. "Relax, I'm just passing through. I stopped for a rest and was drawn in by your match. But the kid behind you is pretty interesting. Tell me your name, boy." Undaunted by Bucky's question, Zoro met his gaze. "I'm Roronoa Zoro, and my dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. The world's greatest swordsman, eh? Bucky chuckled heartily. I bet that Mihawk fellow will be very interested in you. But kid, you've got a long way to go. Do you know what the 3 great shames of a swordsman are? Clearly, Zoro was stumped. He glanced at Kushiru, hoping his teacher would supply the answer. But Kushiru could only shake his head. I don't know. Can you tell me? Zoro asked without hesitation. First, to fear your opponent in battle. Second, to be wounded in the back. And last, to have your weapon damaged. Just like those bamboo swords you're carrying at your waist, Bucky answered, pointing at Zoro's trio of shurnai. A swordsman who's afraid to fight isn't worthy of the name. And it's true that being wounded in the back means you've failed. But how could a weapon never break? Zoro, though only 14, was already starting to think deeply about such things. Draw one of your bamboo swords for me, and then bring me a real blade. Seeing that words were pointless, Buggy cut straight to the chase and made his request. At first, Zoro was visibly reluctant, but Koshiro keenly sensed that Buggy seemed to intend to give Zoro some guidance. Advice from a world-class master like this was truly priceless. So Koshiro hurriedly handed Buggy a bamboo sword, and then asked Zoro to fetch the Wado Ikemanji. Now, draw your sword and strike the bamboo blade in my hand. Then you'll understand, Buggy said, wrapping his bamboo sword in a powerful aura of armament haki as he spoke. In an instant, the once plain bamboo sword turned jet black, gleaming with a metallic luster. Zoro hadn't even raised his sword yet. He was momentarily stunned by Buggy's magic, but in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure, drew the Wado Ikemanji, and brought it down upon Buggy's bamboo blade. A ringing clang echoed in the ears of both Koshiro and Zoro. How did you do that? Retracting the Wado Ikemanji, Zoro stared intently at the spot where his sword had struck. Everyone has a kind of energy within them, Buggy explained. It's called haki, a threshold that separates the powerful from the ordinary. What you just saw was haki wrapped around a weapon, a technique called hardening. The effect on this bamboo sword is only passable, but on a real blade, the results are extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Zoro immediately raised his voice. Old man, how can I do that? Do I have haki too? Everyone possesses haki, and you're no exception, Buggy replied. Maybe you have more talent than most, but talent alone means nothing. To do what I just did, you first need to awaken your haki. Don't bother asking how. If there were a surefire method, haki would be common knowledge, not a secret among the strong. That said, long-term training and moments of intense emotion are your best bet. When your sword can easily cut through a warship, then you'll be worthy of challenging the strongest swordsman. Zoro wanted to ask more, but Buggy gave him no chance. As he finished his last sentence, he was already gone, vanishing from the scene. Light-footed as moonlight, he soared away into the open sky. After 2 days away from Shimatsuki village, Buggy finally arrived at the final destination of this impromptu journey, the Goa Kingdom. He didn't take the uncertain route through the kingdom's back alleys, nor did he climb up Mount Kalubo from Fusha village. Instead, Buggy headed straight for the mountain from the sea. Guided by a mysterious compass, he had no fear of losing his way among the towering peaks. An hour later, deep in the mountains, Buggy spotted the infamous brothers with the blood of outlaws, grilling meat over an open fire. Ace, is that crocodile meat done yet? I am starving. Luffy's voice carried from far away, drifting straight into Buggy's ears. It's almost ready. Just wait a little longer. Ace, on the other hand, wasn't in any rush. He calmly turned over the meat roasting on the rack. It smells pretty good. Say, you two, would you mind sharing some of that barbecue with me? As it happens, I'm feeling a bit hungry myself. With a flash, Buggy appeared right next to Luffy, then looked at Ace as he spoke. No way. Where did you come from, anyway? This is my barbecue, and I'm definitely not sharing it with you. Before Ace could get a word in, Luffy snatched the roasted meat from the rack, eyeing Buggy warily. Luffy, don't eat it yet. This guy is strong, really strong. Be careful. Ace picked up the iron smoking pipe at his side, eyes locked on Buggy, ready to strike at any moment. In another swift movement, Buggy, now next to Luffy, snatched the barbecue from his hands. He raised a hand toward Luffy and, with a flick, snapped his finger against Luffy's forehead. Just as Luffy was about to react, pain shot through him and he cried out. At the same time, Ace leapt into the air, swinging his iron pipe down at Buggy's head. With a casual sweep of his hand, the same one he'd used to flick Luffy, Buggy's dark palm met the descending pipe. In Ace's utter astonishment, the pipe shattered into countless pieces. Buggy placed the barbecue back on the rack and sat down. With one hand, he blocked Ace's incoming kick, and with the other caught Luffy's fist. With a powerful push, both Luffy and Ace were sent flying back over 10 meters, as if swept up by a sudden, unstoppable force. Only then did Buggy finally sit down, saying, I don't mean you any harm. To be honest, if I wanted to kill you, it would be far too easy. The gap in our strength is just that wide. So don't push your luck, or I might just give you a beating you won't soon forget. And I promise, I won't go any easier than that old man Garp. At the mention of Garp, Ace and Luffy finally stopped. You know the old man? Ace asked cautiously. How could I? He's been wanting to catch me for years. I wouldn't dare get close. But I do know red-haired Shanks. In fact, I came here for you too, on his behalf. Buggy answered, slowly turning the meat on the rack. Shanks? You know Shanks? How's he been lately? At the mention of Shanks, Luffy immediately perked up and crowded around, firing off questions at Buggy. Before we get into that, let me take a look at the straw hat you're carrying on your back. Without even glancing up, Buggy made his request. Oh sure. Luffy obediently took off the straw hat and handed it over. Buggy gently brushed the dust off the hat. How many years has it been now? About 17, give or take. Ever since Logtown. I haven't seen this hat again. Kid, you must be the one Shanks said resembles Captain Roger the most. Remember this, no matter what happens, you must cherish that straw hat. It's the only keepsake left from Captain Roger. With those words, Buggy handed the hat back to Luffy, his expression full of nostalgia. The feeling was genuine. After all, Buggy hadn't seen that straw hat in 17 years. Really? So the Pirate King wore this hat too? Ah, wait, you're Buggy, the captain of the Red-Nosed Pirates. Only at that moment did Luffy notice Buggy's distinctive nose, and he shouted out loud. Red-Nosed Buggy, a member of the Pirate King's crew. No wonder you know red-haired Shanks, Ace said, his tone turning somewhat somber. Luffy, is it true that Shanks lost his arm, saving you back then? Buggy suddenly changed the subject. Yeah, Shanks lost his left arm to a sea monster when he was protecting me. As Luffy recalled the memory, tears welled up in his eyes. Let's not bring that up anymore. His arm's already been restored, so don't be too shocked the next time you see him, Buggy replied casually. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief at Buggy's words. Really? That's amazing. But how could a severed arm possibly be restored? He exclaimed, unable to contain his curiosity. There are all kinds of devil fruits out there. Some can heal, and those with the healing fruit can regenerate lost limbs in exchange. For small price. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Anyway, let's eat. The meat's ready, Buggy said, breaking off the conversation. After a hearty meal, Buggy spoke up before Ace or Luffy could say anything. Monkey D. Luffy, I came here for one reason, to tell you. About Shanks's arm. Now that I've done that, there's nothing more between us. Pork-ass the Ace, may I have a word with you alone? Recognizing Buggy's sincerity, Ace nodded and sent Luffy off into the forest to look for dinner. Once Luffy was gone, Ace turned to Buggy and asked, Can we speak now? I know you're Captain Roger's son, Buggy said calmly, his first words hitting Ace like a bolt from the blue. There was no denying the impact. Ace was completely stunned, caught off guard by Buggy's bluntness. You don't have to say anything, and you don't need to explain yourself. I don't care whether you admit it or not. I'm just letting you know that I'm aware. Nothing more, Buggy added quickly, seeing the sudden tension in Ace's expression. Ace realized that if this kept up, he'd drive himself mad with frustration. What exactly do you want? He rasped, his voice suddenly hoarse. I'll guide your training for 3 weeks, but that absolutely does not include Luffy. As for what you do after I leave, that's your own business. But for these 3 weeks, you must accept my guidance. Bucky's expression remained calm, yet what he said left Ace completely baffled. Why must I accept it? And on what ground should I? Ace roared, furious. In truth, with Bucky's words laid out so plainly, Ace already understood. Bucky intended to repay the bond from years passed through him. But that was precisely what Ace found hardest to accept, because he had never acknowledged Roger as a father. And as for standing in Roger's place to receive someone else's repayment, he'd sooner die than agree to that. Do you really think I'm helping you just to repay Captain Roger's kindness? Bucky asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Isn't that the case? Ace glared at Bucky, his eyes burning. It's obviously not. Bucky shook his head, making it clear that wasn't his intention at all. Repaying a debt, yes, but not to the Pirate King. For Bucky, those hazy memories of his youth hardly compared to the days when he had just set sail and was forging his own path. It's not. Now it was Ace's turn to be surprised. Of course not. Since you don't even acknowledge Captain Roger, if I wasted my time on you for his sake, I'd have to be out of my mind. Bucky shook his head again. Then why are you guiding me? Ace pressed on, unable to accept it without a clear answer. To repay a debt, of course. Bucky replied with the same calmness as before. Once again, Bucky gave Ace an answer that nearly made him cough up blood. You bastard, are you messing with me? Didn't you just say it wasn't? Now you're contradicting yourself. Even Ace, who always tried to be polite, was driven to fury by this answer. In your mind, you think I'm guiding you to repay Captain Roger's kindness to me? Sorry, but just giving you guidance is nowhere near enough. I never intended that. Without Captain Rogers' approval, I never would have gotten my devil fruit powers. Sure, there was some luck involved, but that's not the whole story. Compared to the power of a devil fruit, guiding you is nothing. I'm not someone who forgets a debt, so I won't do anything unfair. Bucky explained again. Then whose debt are you trying to repay through me? Ace shouted at Bucky. To old Dr. Crocus, and to the former first mate of the Roger Pirates, Silvers Rayleigh. Bucky answered just as calmly as before. Hearing the names, Ace only recognized Rayleigh's. After all, the Dark King was renowned far and wide. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Ace finally asked in a low voice, Can you just explain everything at once? You've got me completely confused. I really don't understand it all. I've done my best to guide you for 3 weeks, and in return, all I ask is that when you arrive at Twin Capes one day, you visit Uncle Crocus and tell him who you really are. The same goes for Uncle Rayleigh. Though he isn't at Twin Capes, he's at the Sabati Archipelago at the end of the first half of the Grand Line. Before I leave, I'll tell you how to find them. Buggy laid out his request plainly, without pretense. What's the point of all this? Ace asked sincerely, unable to understand Buggy's intentions. Was he really after? Both uncles were Captain Rogers' closest friends. They're getting on in years, and neither has any children by their side. While their lives have hardly been lonely, I know that learning of your existence would bring them real joy. Over the years, those two have helped me a great deal. I've always wanted to repay them. Somehow, and even if all I can do is give them a pleasant surprise, that would be enough. Gratitude filled Buggy's words. He truly appreciated Rayleigh and Crocus, but both men had simple needs, and Buggy had never found a good way to repay them, until he looked toward the East Blue and stumbled upon this opportunity. After listening to Buggy, Ace wanted to refuse. He truly did. He simply couldn't bring himself to reveal that he was that man's son. But when he saw the faint redness in Buggy's eyes, the hope flickering there, Ace found the words of refusal stuck in his throat, blocked by some inexplicable force. I hope you'll say yes. To be honest, I could have told the uncles about you long ago. But I know that if I did, Uncle Crocus might not react much, but Uncle Rayleigh, he might just leave the Grand Line and come to the East Blue to see you. I don't want to cause you too much trouble, especially since I know how much you struggle with anything related to the captain. Buggy's request was sincere, his gaze steady and earnest. Ace's eyes were clouded with uncertainty in that moment. It's just keeping two old men company for a chat. It can't be that hard for you. If you really can't bring yourself to say it, how about this? I'll tell them for you. Buggy's words were cut off as Ace shook his head. Let me think about it, all right? Everything that's happened today has been overwhelming. I'm a mess right now. I need some time to sort things out. Take all the time you need. You can even take a few years if you want, as long as you make up your mind before you enter the Grand Line. But don't be late for tomorrow's special training. Even if you won't admit it, you're still the captain's son. You've got the potential to become strong. You just haven't found the right direction yet. Garp would actually make a great teacher, but he doesn't have time to teach you. So for these next 3 weeks, you need to give it your all. I'll show you what the world of the strong is truly like. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at Ace before him, Buggy couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Not with Ace, but with himself. They had both awakened. Conquerors Hockey, both received their first guidance, spent the same amount of time training, yet their progress was worlds apart. Although Buggy was reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that personal talent truly does make a difference. It seemed Ace had a natural affinity for understanding hockey, as though he was born to leave others in the dust. That's it for today. 3 weeks are up. I have to leave now. How far you go from here depends on your own efforts, Buggy said, turning to leave as soon as he finished speaking. Wait, Buggy. Ace suddenly called out to him. Is there something else? Buggy turned back, curious about what Ace wanted to say. That thing you mentioned 3 weeks ago. I've decided I'll go visit them, but I'll never acknowledge that person, Ace said, his tone stubborn but determined. Hearing this somewhat prideful response, Buggy nodded, a satisfied smile on his lips as he left MT Kolbo behind. It took Buggy 3 days to return to Kokoyashi Village. The village, inside and out, was peaceful and harmonious. Thanks to the intervention of the Red-Nosed Pirates, Kokoyashi had been freed from oppression years ahead of schedule. Even though it was the Red-Nosed Pirates who had defeated Arlong, the villagers were deeply grateful to them, and were more than happy to let the pirates stay for a while. Over the course of a month, the pirates and villagers formed a surprisingly strong bond of friendship. As for the concerns Dasbones had before leaving, they never came to pass. It wasn't that those aware of the Red-Nosed Pirates' strength weren't tempted to make a move. The truth was, none of them had the time or energy to spare. Buggy had been away on MT Kolbo, so he wasn't up to date on outside affairs, but Hancock and the others had learned from the world news that the tunnel connecting the East Blue and North Blue was currently the center of fierce competition. Strictly speaking, it wasn't the tunnel itself that everyone was fighting over, with a wild card like the Red-Nosed Pirates in the Most factions had a tacit agreement to steer clear of the tunnel. Instead, their eyes were fixed on the cities at either end. Things were less complicated in the North Blue. With only one kingdom and a royal family, even the most intense struggles remained within manageable bounds. But the situation in the East Blue was anything but simple. Tianxiang Town represented enormous interests, and a delicate balance that once existed collapsed the moment the tunnel was opened. The five elders of the world government were eager to monopolize Tianxiang Town, but the other powers weren't about to let them have their way. There was no chance the world's other major players would stand for such blatant hegemony. Distant is a duchy, not a kingdom. There is no royal family, so, naturally, it is not a member of the World Alliance. Suddenly, the world government put on a show of righteous indignation, claiming to want to protect the stability of the Duchy of Distant. But the factions that have always profited from Tianxiang's influence could hardly be expected to agree to that. Of course, if they refused, then it would come down to a show of force. After all, in this world, the greatest form of justice is determined by who has the power. Whether it was the world government or any other faction, under these circumstances, even when they learned that the red-nosed pirates had taken temporary refuge in a certain village in the East Blue, none of them sent anyone after them. Partly, it was that they lacked the resources for distractions, but more importantly, they feared that provoking the red-nosed pirates at such a critical moment would cost them dearly. So, with even the world government keeping its distance, how could the other factions possibly take action? Returning to Kokoyashi village, Buggy saw Nami, who had just completed a month's training under Hancock. Compared to a month ago, there wasn't any obvious change. Buggy wasn't disappointed by this. After all, not everyone could progress as rapidly as Ace. Buggy hadn't asked Hancock to train Nami because he wanted her as a member of his crew. When he made that decision a month earlier, part of it was that it would be inconvenient to have someone tagging along when he went to see Ace and Luffy. But more than that, Buggy was curious. Did Nami really have the same potential as she did in the original story? This wasn't about her skill as a navigator, but about that unique kind of aura, how whenever she was angry, she could pummel Luffy until he was covered in lumps. For a rubber man like Monkey D, Luffy, giving him such a beating without possessing that aura of dominance would be impossible. Buggy wanted to see whether Nami's every furious attack was simply an exaggeration for the sake of animation, or if she truly possessed that latent power. For Buggy, asking Hancock to teach Nami was little more than a personal amusement. It was never about recruiting her. Of course, if Nami really did prove herself, Buggy wouldn't hesitate to offer her the post of navigator. But for now, there was no way to tell. And for Buggy, who had no intention of waiting any longer, it was time to move on. As for his next destination, it definitely wouldn't be the floating restaurant. Years ago, in the North Blue, Buggy and Betty had suffered at the hands of the Vinsmoke family. If he hadn't learned that Sanji was a member of the Vinsmoke family, Buggy might have considered visiting Bartai. But now that he knew, there was no chance he'd go. No matter what the situation between Sanji and the Vinsmoke family truly was, for Buggy, seeing a member of the Vinsmoke family meant it was time to settle the score. But taking it out on a child like Sanji wouldn't give Buggy any satisfaction. So from the very start, the Bartai had never been on his itinerary. No sooner had they left Kokoyashi village than Daz Bones turned to Buggy and asked, "Captain, where are we headed next?" "We're headed for Alabasta on the Grand Line. That's where our next crewmate awaits," Buggy said in a calm and unhurried manner. "Captain, who's our next crewmate? Can't you give me a hint?" Paula popped up from who knows where, her voice brimming with curiosity as she questioned Buggy. "I know exactly what you're scheming, but it's pointless. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to dig up anything useful, so don't waste your efforts. Still, I can say with confidence, you'll probably like the new member who's about to join us," Buggy replied, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Captain, since when did you start knowing me so well? Does Sister Hancock know about this?" Paula called loudly toward the ship's rail, where Hancock was standing. "It's no use, Paula. Hancock won't fall for your tricks. Now off you go. Go find my hawk and play with him. I don't have time to entertain you right now. This voyage has yielded quite a harvest, and I need to head below deck to sum things up properly," Buggy said, turning and striding toward the cabin. Several days later, under Bucky's guidance, the Thunder God sailed through the calm belt into the Grand Line. After weathering a fierce storm, they finally arrived at Saint Island on the Grand Line. As soon as they reached the shores of Saint Island, Paula couldn't hold back her excitement and pressed Buggy again. "Captain, can you tell me now? Who exactly is our new crewmate?" "It's a secret," Buggy replied with a slight smile, making Paula grit her teeth in frustration. When people mention Saint Island on the Grand Line, most immediately think of Alabasta. And when it comes to Alabasta, the first thing that comes to mind isn't the capital, Alyabarna, but rather Rain Base, the City of Dreams. The reason is simple. Rainbase is under the watchful eye of the current warlord of the sea, Crocodile. But Bucky had no intention of heading to Rainbase to chat with Crocodile, who hadn't even invited Nico Robin yet, nor was he interested in visiting Princess Vivi in Alyabarna. His destination was the coastline of Sainan Island, because the new crewmate he was seeking this time wasn't even human. In fact, Bucky had settled on this companion long ago. It would be the crew's mascot. Looking across the world of pirates, there's certainly no shortage of candidates fit to be a mascot. As long as they're not human, they're eligible. The diminutive Tontata tribe on Greenbit in the second half of the Grand Line, the mink tribe living atop the giant elephant of Zoe, and even the mermaids of Fishman Island could qualify. Beyond that, any animal in the pirate world could make the list. To settle on the right one for the job, Bucky had really racked his brains. At last, he made his choice, a famously combative creature found on Sainan Island, the Kung Fu Dugong. There were 3 reasons for choosing the Kung Fu Dugong. First, their natural talent for combat is remarkable. After all, a few years from now, one of them would even master hockey, which speaks volumes. The second reason is that the Kung Fu Dugong is actually quite intelligent, at least intelligent enough to read the world news. Even though it can't speak human language, it understands what people are saying. As long as it learns to write, communication won't be a problem. The third reason is that Bucky needs companions who can move freely in the sea. Why is that necessary? The story goes back more than 10 years, when Bucky was searching for a devil fruit. He had a magical compass, but, in the end, because he couldn't enter the sea, he failed to get the devil fruit he wanted. That experience made Bucky determined. In the future, he must have at least one crewmate who can travel the seas with ease. Besides, there are now a few more devil fruit users in the Red-Nosed Pirates. If anything unexpected happens, and the ship capsizes, relying on just Mihawk to handle things is far too unrealistic. It's absolutely essential to add a strong swimmer to the crew. Taken together, these are the reasons Bucky came up with his third rationale. Of course, there's also a fourth reason. Among all the candidates who fit the first 3 requirements, Bucky thinks the Kung Fu Dugong is by far the cutest. After entering Alabastus waters, the Raijin followed the current and sailed along the coast of the Green City, Elmar. They had barely docked, and before Dazbones could even drop anchor, several dark shapes streaked beneath the surface of the sea, then burst out of the water and leapt ashore. With a series of croaks and clicks, the Kung Fu Dugong, bearing its turtle shell, made its grand entrance. Without someone like Chopper to interpret, no one in Bucky's group could understand the Dugong's language. But that didn't stop everyone from grasping its meaning through gestures. Just as when the Straw Hat Pirates landed here years later, the message was the same. If you want to come ashore, try and defeat me. If you're too scared, then go back to where you came from. Cowards aren't welcome. Everyone, our soon-to-be new companion, is challenging us to a duel. What do you all think we should do? Bucky glanced at the Kung Fu Dugong on the shore, then turned to ask the others at the rail. You gotta be kidding, Captain. These little guys are the companions you want to invite? Are you serious? Paula was dumbfounded and raised her voice at Bucky. That's right. I really do plan to pick a few of the strongest Kung Fu Dugongs to join the Red-Nosed Pirates. To Paula's surprise, Bucky nodded matter-of-factly, showing not the slightest hint of a joke. Captain, what's so special about these Kung Fu Dugongs? Basil Hawkins asked, curiosity written all over his face. As you can see, they're just a group of ordinary sea creatures. Of course, unlike other sea beasts, Kung Fu sea cows are natural-born fighters. They have impressive combat talent and are quite intelligent. They can understand our speech and even read. That's why I chose them over all the other animals. Bucky explained at a measured pace. But Captain, I still don't quite understand. Why do we need to invite these little guys onto our ship? Law asked from the side. It's probably because there are too many ability users on board. Mihawk cut straight to the heart of Bucky's intentions with a single glance. That's not the only reason, Bucky replied. Their capacity for learning is remarkable. I want to see if I can train them to master hockey. If it works, they could become a formidable force. For one, whenever we reach a new island, we'll always have reliable guardians to stay behind on the Raijin. As for searching the ocean floor for devil fruits, Bucky had no intention of mentioning that in front of everyone. But how do we pick out the strongest among them? I've heard about Kung Fu sea cows. They'll immediately acknowledge their opponent as master if they lose a duel. Few would be manageable, but with so many, things could get troublesome. Not to mention, just feeding them would be a headache, Desbone said with a slight frown. That's nothing to worry about. Betty can take care of them all. They're so adorable. Betty's eyes sparkled with delight. Bucky, you're the best. You're inviting all these cute little creatures to keep me company. Her confidence clearly came from her prowess as a chef. She didn't mind how many there were. It's simple, Bucky declared. With that, he widened his eyes, and an invisible wave of force swept across the area. Conqueror's Haki, Intimidation. Buggy had no interest in testing every single Kung Fu sea cow one by one. With a single burst of intimidation, the strong would be separated from the weak. As he expected, after more than half the sea cows collapsed, 5 remained standing. But their earlier swagger had vanished, leaving only terror in their eyes. Clearly, they had no idea what had just happened, only that a bone-chilling fear had shot up their spines. Leaping to the shore, Bucky strode over to the surviving sea cows. "Don't worry about your companions. They just fainted because they couldn't withstand my haki. They'll be fine. As for you lot, you've proven your strength. How about learning from me? I'm quite the teacher, you know." As he spoke, Bucky gathered armament haki in his hand. With the force of Bajiquan, he threw a punch at a nearby sand dune, without even touching it. A heartbeat later, the distant sand mound erupted, blasted open by the invisible force of his fist. The sea cows could only gulp, their eyes wide with awe. Seeing this, the eyes of the Kung Fu manatees shifted instantly from terror to utter admiration. Their mouths burst out with cries of amazement as they looked at Buggy with newfound respect. Then, they performed the traditional disciples' salute to him. "Don't be so hasty to become my disciples," Buggy said. "I have conditions. You have 6 years, and if you don't master hockey by then, I won't hesitate to kick you out. We're the Red-Nosed Pirates, one of the world's top crews. We don't need idiots or dead weight, understood?" A chorus of eager responses erupted from the manatees. "Good. Once your companions wake up, we'll set sail." Meanwhile, on Drum Island in the Grand Line, the Thunder God sailed in at a steady pace after leaving Alabasta. To be honest, Buggy himself wasn't particularly keen on coming here. Tony Chopper held little appeal for him. There wasn't anything compelling enough about Chopper to warrant this extra trip. However, the real reason became clear with the situation involving Cow 1 through Cow 5. Yes, it was true. Not a single one of them could read or write. They could understand human speech, but not express themselves, and when it came to writing, they were completely helpless. This was a major communication barrier. Given these circumstances, Buggy had no choice but to have Dazbone steer the Thunder God to Drum Island. "Captain, what are we even doing on this winter island? Is there someone we need to meet here?" Paula asked, puzzled. After all, for the Red-Nosed Pirates, the most pressing problem now was teaching the Kung Fu manatees how to read and write. Over the past few days, Paula and Hancock had patiently taken turns trying to teach these martial arts-obsessed creatures, but with little success. Whenever they asked if the manatees understood, they got nothing more than adorable, blank stares. At this rate, their teaching efforts were going nowhere. After 2 days of seeing no progress, Buggy abandoned the idea of Hancock and Paula as teachers. Instead, he pinned his hopes on Chopper. "We're here to find a teacher for these adorable troublemakers. Fortunately, I happen to know someone who can speak animal languages. With him around, these guys won't be able to play dumb anymore." Whether Cow 1 through Cow 5 were really pretending or not, Buggy had lost his patience. "Wow, Captain, your network is incredible. You even know someone who can speak animal languages?" Paula was genuinely amazed. "There's a devil fruit called the Whisper fruit. Whoever eats, it can understand any animal. Is that so surprising?" Buggy replied, raising an eyebrow. Paula stuck out her tongue sheepishly. "So, Buggy, is the person you're looking for a Whisper fruit user?" Hancock asked, her curiosity piqued. Buggy shook his head decisively. "No, not at all. Are there other people who can understand the language of animals?" Mihawk, for once, opened his mouth to ask. "Of course there are. Take someone like Captain Roger, a man who could hear the voice of all things. Do you think he wouldn't be able to understand animals? And besides, if humans can eat the Whisper fruit, why can't animals eat the human fruit? The one we're looking for this time is a blue-nosed reindeer who ate the human fruit, can speak our language, and still understands animals." Buggy answered Mihawk's question thoroughly. "An animal that can talk like a person? Buggy, how did you find out about that?" Betty's curiosity was piqued. "Back in the old days, when I was scouring the world for crewmates and devil fruits, I happened to visit this island. By chance, I saw a group of people chasing after a strange-looking fellow. I thought it was interesting, so I followed along, and that's how I found out. When it came to making up stories, Buggy was becoming more and more at ease." "Oh, so that's how it was," Betty nodded in response. "Before we go ashore, we need to decide who's staying behind. Even though our goal this time is to find someone for help, there's always the chance we'll run into a fight. Judging by the strength of this country, though, I doubt it'll amount to much. So we don't need everyone. Who wants to volunteer to stay on the ship?" Faced with Buggy's question, not a single person made sound. Even the Kung Fu dugongs, who were usually the loudest ever since they'd come aboard, fell completely silent. "Well, if that's the case, Seeing that no one was volunteering, Buggy was just about to start pointing people out. But before he could finish, Mihawk spoke up. Since there aren't any strong fighters on the island, I'll stay behind. I doubt I'd have a chance to do anything if I went anyway. Itchem, I didn't notice before, but now I realize how cold it is. I don't have any thick winter clothes. If I go ashore, I'll probably catch a cold. Captain, I'll stay behind too. Paula chimed in right after. All right, you two will stay. The rest of you come with me. Without waiting to see if anyone else wanted to stay, Buggy simply announced the decision. Then, taking the lead, he leapt toward the shore. Let's go. The 5 kung fu dugongs followed, right behind Buggy. Hancock, Betty, and the others made their way ashore as well, slowly disappearing from Paula and Mihawk's sight. Guided by the compass, Buggy led the way and soon arrived at the entrance to Dr. Correa's treehouse. He knocked on the door, and before long, it swung open. Standing before them was an elderly lady, stylish and flamboyant, clutching a bottle of wine. Well, who are you looking for? She took a swig from her bottle and eyed Buggy, who stood at the front. Hello, Dr. Correa. I'm Buggy, captain of the Red-Nosed Pirates. We've come to find a blue-nosed reindeer and ask for its help. Lifting his head, Buggy swept back the cloak that hid his face and spoke with a smile. Well now, this is quite an unexpected guest. Come on in, Dr. Correa exclaimed with genuine delight after she recognized Bucky's face, her initial surprise quickly turning into a warm welcome. Following Dr. Correa into the house, Bucky glanced at her with a hint of puzzlement. That look of confusion wasn't unique to him. Everyone who had come along, except for the ever-carefree Ox 1 through Ox 5, wore similar expressions of uncertainty. In a world of pirates, it's rare for any crew to do something truly commendable for ordinary people. Your red-nosed pirate crew is the first to do so, so naturally I can't treat you the same. Way out with other pirates. Now, what would you like to drink? I only have cocoa and alcohol. Nothing else, I'm afraid, Dr. Correa explained kindly, noticing the confusion on their faces. I see. In that case, for glasses of rum and 7 cups of hot cocoa, if you please, Bucky replied with a nod. All right, Chopper, bring out a few cups for our guests, Dr. Correa called out casually, having already noticed Chopper peeking out from behind the dispensary door. In no time, drinks were set before Bucky and the others. After taking a couple of hearty swigs, Bucky spoke up again. You're called Chopper, aren't you? It's been a while. You know me. Chopper shrank back to the dispensary doorway, his eyes wide with surprise as Bucky's words caught him off guard. Yes, I saw you once when I passed through this island before. You don't remember me, but I know who you are, Bucky said, blurring the edges of time with his answer. Oh, is that so? Chopper eyed Bucky warily. Of course it's so, Bucky replied emphatically. As he spoke, he left his seat and, in the blink of an eye, appeared by the fireplace. My skills are quite formidable. You wouldn't even notice if I was standing right behind you. This time, his voice came from directly behind Chopper. Chopper turned around in shock, only to see that Bucky had already returned to his original seat. Why, you just now, how did you do that? Chopper stammered, stumbling backward in alarm. Relax. That was just a technique, nothing supernatural. No need to get so jumpy. Just like how I wasn't the least bit startled when I first saw you, Bucky said casually, completely unfazed. Why wouldn't you be startled? Have you seen a blue-nosed reindeer before? Or one that walks on 2 legs? Chopper asked, eager for an answer. Well, you're the only blue-nosed reindeer. That's true, but it's not that strange. Take me, for example. I'm human, yet I was born with this red nose. So when I meet someone whose nose is just as unique, I can't help but feel a kind of kinship. As for walking upright on 2 legs, that's probably because you ate the human fruit, right? Little one, you might not know this, but when it comes to devil fruits, if I, Buggy the Red-Nosed, claim to be the second most knowledgeable in the world, I doubt anyone would dare say they're first. So, do you really think I'd be surprised by how you look back then? Buggy fired back at Chopper, who was eager to know the truth. Wow, Buggy, you can really talk. It's just so adorable. How about we let him join our pirate crew? Betty had wanted to speak up as soon as Chopper said his first word, but Hancock had covered her mouth. Hancock only released her when she saw the wariness in Chopper's eyes fade considerably. As she spoke, Betty began walking over to Chopper, looking like she was about to scoop him up in a hug. Betty, Buggy's here to ask Chopper to teach Cow 1 through Cow 5 how to read. Everything else can wait for Buggy's decision. Let's go outside and build a snowman, Hancock said as she pulled Betty away, not bothering to ask if she was willing, and dragged her right out the door. Ahem, Chopper, could I ask you to teach Cow 1 and the others how to read? Only after Hancock had hauled Betty outside did Buggy finally ask. Aye. Just freed from Betty's clutches, Chopper's mind was still a little dazed, unsure how to respond. Wow, moo. The 5 kung fu dugongs lined up in a row and bowed to Chopper as if he were their master. Clearly, they'd become addicted to taking on new mentors. Oh, don't be like that, you guys. I'm really not that amazing. Chopper, understanding what they meant, blushed and protested shyly. Moo moo moo. The Kung Fu dugongs nodded in agreement once more. All right, I get it. But I'm not going to be your teacher. I'll teach you how to read, and in return, you'll teach me Kung Fu. That way we're even. After a bit more flattering from the dugongs, Chopper finally agreed. Seeing Chopper give in, Buggy stroked his chin and said, Cow 1, you all go with Chopper now and start learning. Make sure you study hard, understand? Moo. The group of Kung Fu dugongs nodded and, without hesitation, lifted Chopper up and carried him into another room. Das Bones, ever considerate, walked over to the side of the room and quietly closed the door behind them. Pirate Buggy, are you scheming something with my apprentice? Dr. Correja, wise with age, immediately saw through Buggy's intentions for sending Chopper away. I wouldn't call it scheming. In fact, we already have a doctor on our ship, the guy holding the sword, with the cool, expressionless face. But we really can't afford to stay on this island for too long. Once the battle over the Northeast Tunnel is settled, the world government will sooner or later have its hands free to deal with us. You're a perceptive person. You must realize how much the Northeast Tunnel threatens the Holy Land. Combined with what happened in the North Sea earlier, I doubt the 5 elders will just stand by and let us roam free, Bucky said straightforwardly, making it clear that their stay couldn't be prolonged, and hoping to use this as a point to convince Dr. Correja. Well, learning to read and write isn't something that can be accomplished in just a few days. But Chopper's medical skills are still in their infancy. It's not the time for him to leave just yet. After all, he has his own dreams to fulfill, Dr. Correja replied, sounding somewhat troubled. How about 1 year? Bucky ventured, testing the waters when he sensed Dr. Correja wasn't entirely unyielding. Absolutely not. At least 2 years. And during that time, he must not neglect his medical training. Dr. Correja cut him off with a sweeping gesture, leaving Bucky staring at her in disbelief. This world is, after all, a place where only the strong survive. Even doctors need to be able to protect themselves. It's rare for someone like you, a true powerhouse, to offer guidance. If his time with you is too short, he'll miss out on too much. I'm entrusting that child to you for 2 years. After that, bring him back. Can you do that? Dr. Correja asked with a gentle smile. I can. I promise I'll treat him just like I do Neo, E, and the others. How much he learns will depend on him. Bucky nodded, giving his word. Good, that's settled. But that's not all. Dr. Correja continued, her tone tinged with sadness. There's a thorn in his heart. The person most important to him died at the hands of this country's king. That person always wished to heal this nation's suffering, symbolized by the skull and crossbones. If you can help him fulfill that wish, I believe he'd gladly follow you away from here. As you wish, my lady. It just so happens I've heard that King Wapple of this country possesses a rare and intriguing power. I'm quite interested in what he can do. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have paid him a visit before leaving. Tell me, is there anyone in the palace who should be spared? If not, I can guarantee there won't be a soul left in the royal palace by tomorrow morning, Bucky said with a chilling edge. There's no need for such bloodshed, Dr. Correja replied firmly. Most people in the palace are innocent, forced by Wapple's tyranny. In truth, you only need to eliminate 3 men. King Wapple himself, the kingdom's affairs officer Correja Lim 1, and the royal advisor Chess. Once those 3 are gone, this country will be freed from its suffering, and the wish of that person will be fulfilled. After listening to Dr. Correja, Buggy stood up and said to her, please wait at home for a while. We'll be back soon. With that, Buggy prepared to lead his crew out, but Dr. Correja called out to stop him. Wait, take this with you. When it's all over, I hope you'll hang it at the very top of the royal palace. As she spoke, Dr. Correja produced a skull flag adorned with drifting cherry blossoms. Got it. All right, crew, let's move out, Buggy declared, and with that, his group set off toward the distant palace perched atop the mountain. The Drum Kingdom's royal palace stood at the summit of Drum Peak, 5,000 meters above sea level. The only way up was a cable car, suspended from massive iron chains. There are no other paths, well, unless you counted a certain straw hat climbing straight up a few years later. For Buggy, getting to the palace wasn't exactly difficult, but it certainly was a hassle. Due to the events involving Dr. Hiralik a few years back, the palace had withdrawn the cable car up to the very top. It only descended when someone from the palace needed to go down the mountain, perhaps to buy supplies. At all other times, the residents of Drum Kingdom had no way of reaching the palace. The only means of communication was a din mushy, held by the palace guard stationed at the mountain's base. Before their departure, Dr. Correja shared this vital intel with Buggy. After taking it in, Buggy led his pirate crew out of the residential area. Brother Buggy, how are we going to get up there? The weather's freezing. I really don't want to use Jetbo. Maybe we could take care of those guards down there, trick the palace folks, and get them to send the cable car down. Betty, who could build snowmen for hours without ever complaining about the cold, was now eagerly clinging to Buggy's arm, pleading for his attention. "Betty, this is a stealth mission. If we attack the guard post too soon, we might tip them off. Not that we're afraid of trouble, but the less fuss, the better. Don't worry, I'm not about to make you all use Jeppo and freeze in midair. Just follow me," Buggy assured her, striding confidently out of town. Honestly, standing on a balcony with a mug of hot cocoa, gazing at a world wrapped in silver, is far better than trudging through the snow. Yourself. But nothing comes without effort. For the sake of his ambitions, Buggy had no choice but to brave the icy winter of this island. Fortunately, they were tough enough to withstand the cold, and as they made their way straight for Drum Mountain's peak, not a single crewmate faltered due to the harsh conditions. After trekking about 10 kilometers beyond the town, Buggy and his crew encountered a group of gigantic rabbits, their roars echoing with a fierce, unmistakable lap-on. When it came to the most ferocious creatures on Drum Island, Buggy was genuinely surprised by their strength. Wanting to save both time and energy, he unleashed his conqueror's haki the moment the group of rabbits appeared. Yet much to his astonishment, out of the 10 or so rabbits, only one collapsed. Seeing their companion fall, the fear in the eyes of the Lapon rabbits instantly turned to bloodlust. Without hesitation, they charged straight at Buggy and his crew. Of course, for the red-nosed pirates, such an attack was hardly even a warm-up. The fight was over in the blink of an eye. During the skirmish, Buggy threw a punch, Hancock landed a kick, Betty used her powers to suffocate one rabbit into unconsciousness, and Law sliced another into 3 pieces with his spatial ability, leaving the remains struggling in the snow. Dazbone's Thunder Dragon chomped down the rest, filling the air with the aroma of fresh meat. As for Hawkins, shameless as ever, he simply stood behind Bones, showing no intention of joining the fight. "Captain, Hawkins is slacking off again," Law complained, clearly annoyed. "Captain, these meat shield types take too much time for me to deal with, and I haven't drawn any lots since coming ashore, so I left it to Brother Bones," Hawkins explained to Bucky after glancing at Law. "All right, Law. Hawkins, enough bickering. Let's focus on the road ahead. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place a moment longer than necessary. The sooner we finish, the sooner we leave," Bucky said, eager to be done with the freezing weather. Among the red-nosed pirates, perhaps only Cattle 1 through Cattle 5 had any fondness for the cold. They set off again. The biting cold made everyone fall silent, and before long, the group arrived at the foot of Drum Mountain. Stepping forward, Bucky pressed his hand against the mountain's wall. In the next instant, he activated his splitting ability. His hand transformed into a claw and wrenched a massive chunk of stone from the mountainside. When Bucky tossed the stone aside, the others saw that a stairway had been left behind, carved into the mountain wall where the stone had been. Without hesitation, they climbed the new steps. After just a few moments, they reached the end of the staircase. Bucky stretched out his hand again, tore out another huge stone, and tossed it aside, leading his crew onward and upward. An hour later, when Bucky and the red-nosed pirates finally reached the top, a spiraling, recessed staircase was etched in the mountainside behind them. No one in their right mind would have imagined climbing a mountain this way. Naturally, the palace guards within Drum Castle hadn't expected it either. With the cable car still at the top, none of them were stationed outside in the freezing cold. When they reached the castle gates, Bucky gave the doors a gentle push, and they swung open. Don't be fooled by how easily the door opened with just a gentle push. If it had been anyone else, even Hancock or Myhawk, there's no way they could have gotten through the gate. The reason is simple. None of them would have had the ability to break the bolt. But for Buggy, using his power, snapping the bolt was as easy as could be. They had barely set foot inside the castle when a furious shout echoed through the hall. "Who are you people? How did you get to the top of the mountain? And how did you get into the castle?" Looking up in the direction of the voice, they saw a uniformed soldier, musket in hand, aiming straight at Buggy and his group. Buggy spared him only a glance before he strode unhurriedly toward the spiral staircase at the center of the castle. "Stop right there, you damned intruders!" shouted the soldier, raising his musket and firing a shot directly at Buggy's head. The very next moment, something happened that left the soldier utterly stunned. The round, lead bullet, which should have shattered the infamous Red-Nose's head, was instead caught on the tip of Buggy's finger as he turned, and with a crisp snap, the bullet disintegrated into fine particles that scattered across the floor, carried by a cold gust of wind. "You bastard! How dare you attack Brother Buggy? You're asking for trouble." Before anyone else could make a move, Betty, who had been walking behind Hancock, sprang into action. She whipped out her lighter, sparked a flame, and with a sharp exhale, blew a stream of fire directly at the soldier. In an instant, a thick, blue-green tongue of flame shot out, thick as an arm, and struck the soldier's face before he even had time to react. A piercing scream rang out, echoing over the rooftops of the castle. "We're under attack." The gunshots and wails quickly alerted everyone in the castle to the intruder's presence. At the very top of the castle, a door swung open, and 3 men dressed in ornate attire stepped out. "Captain, let me handle this one," said Hawkins, and with that, his figure vanished from the group, reappearing a moment later before a squad of charging guards. He brushed past the nearest guard with a light touch, then disappeared again, leaving behind a soldier whose face was frozen in a mask of terror and confusion. After only a few breaths, Hawkins had already touched more than a dozen soldiers before darting at full speed toward the castle's highest tower. Meanwhile, the first volley of arrows, mixed with lead shot, rained down over the spot where Buggy and his companions stood. "Room! Slaughterhouse!" With Law's shout, Buggy and the others were instantly swapped with several guards from within the space of his ability. Though Dr. Correja had insisted that Buggy's crew hold back from wanton slaughter, those foolish enough to bare their fangs at the red-nosed pirate crew were of no concern to them. There was a reason Buggy neither acted himself nor had Hancock unleash her conqueror's hockey to cow the guards. He wanted to see just how many would dare to take action. As for the outcome, it was already set in stone from the very beginning. The hall soon filled with the sounds of screams and wailing. "Law, you bastard, are you deliberately trying to mess with me?" Sensing that something had gone wrong with his stand while he was charging upward, Hawkins' expression instantly darkened. Of course, since Law was only controlling a few of his lost standalls, Hawkins didn't stop moving. He just let out a furious roar and, with a few quick steps, appeared before Wapple and his 2 companions. At that moment, Wapple and the others paid no attention to the Hawkins standing so close by. Instead, their eyes were fixed on Buggy and his crew, whom Law had transported to the 4th floor. "Your Majesty, if my eyes aren't deceiving me, those down there seem to be that legendary red-nosed pirate crew," Jess said, his voice trembling. "Jess, you must be seeing things. How could that legendary pirate crew possibly show up in your Majesty's castle?" Cromerriman replied, never taking his eyes off Buggy's nose, trying to convince himself of something he didn't quite believe. "Who cares if they're the so-called legendary red-nosed pirate crew? If they dare to barge into my castle and cause trouble, I'll swallow every last one of them," Wapple declared, having never faced the crushing blows from Blackbeard's crew years. Later, the current Wapple was still living in blissful ignorance, arrogant and reckless to the core. Forget the red-nosed pirates. At this point, even if the Whitebeard pirates walked through his gates, he probably wouldn't know the meaning of fear. "I really can't stand what you say, but I do appreciate your kind of arrogance," Hawkins muttered, veins bulging on his forehead as he realized he was being completely ignored. He had originally planned to settle things with the pistol at his waist, but now, provoked, he immediately revealed his full exorcist form. The sudden transformation, a towering straw man, gave Wapple and his companions quite a shock. Yet, terrifying as a straw face might be it. La queda trudi menacinoha. Even the 5-inch black nails at Hawkins' fingertips failed to make Wapple feel the slightest hint of danger. "Damn freak, I'll start with you." Wapple, now thoroughly enraged, opened his mouth so wide his jaw nearly touched the floor, and bit down directly on the incoming straw arm. With a sharp crack, Hawkins' exorcist form instantly lost an arm. Witnessing this, Buggy and his crew were taken aback. After all, Hawkins, while ranked at the bottom of the red-nosed pirates, was still a step above the likes of Nyoe Wu, and even the weakest member of the red-nosed pirates was, by any standard, qualified to serve as an officer in Ianco's crew. Someone with Hawkins' strength, in the first half of the Grand Line, shouldn't lose an arm so easily. Not right. At the start of a fight. Clearly, Wapple's Munch fruit had some truly unique qualities that ate tea this moment. Bucky and the others were more or less thinking the same thing. As for whether Hawkins losing an arm would affect him personally, none of them had ever worried about that. At least, not until Hawkins ran out of his voodoo dolls. Before that happened, no one would ever be concerned about his injuries. Just as Bucky and the others showed no worry, in the very next moment, the spot where the arm had been severed on the demon subduer form began to seethe with straw. In a wild surge, a new arm sprouted forth, and then, from the freshly grown limb, a new voodoo doll, missing one arm, tumbled out and dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, at the lowest level of the castle, a man who was already on his last legs suddenly had his arm burst apart and vanish into thin air, the pain so excruciating that he immediately passed out. I was wondering if there was a Logia user with straw powers, but it turns out your ability is actually paramecia. Interesting, but useless. I like to see if you can still escape from my stomach once I swallow you whole. Here I go. Before launching his attack, Wapple swallowed his own body, leaving only a gigantic steel maw lunging straight for Hawkins' demon subduer form. Ever since Wapple devoured one of his arms, Hawkins hadn't spared him a second thought. He paid no mind to the snapping jaws racing toward him. In a flash, Hawkins vanished from where he stood, his massive straw avatar disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind the steel jaws. Raising both hands, he swept his pitch-black iron spike straight at Cromerman and Jess. Faced with Hawkins' full-on assault, both Cromerman and Jess wanted desperately to dodge, but were pinned down by an overwhelming force, unable to move. All they could do was brace themselves, hoping to offset some of the attack and lessen the blow. But when Cromerman threw his iron-fisted punches and Jess let his arrows fly, they instantly realized their attacks were on a completely different level than the giant straw figure before them. Fists and arrows shattered on impact, and Hawkins' black spikes only hesitated for a split second before slicing along their predetermined arc, cutting through both Cromerman and Jess without mercy. He gave them no chance. Hawkins finished them off swiftly, then turned and drove a fierce spike into the steel maw that was still surging forward. "That hurts," came the agonized cry, but Hawkins' all-out strike only left those two words and a dented mark on the steel jaws. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawkins withdrew, leaping back to land beside Buggy and the others. "Hey you, there's still one left, and you're already back." Law looked at Hawkins with obvious annoyance as he spoke. "His abilities are a perfect counter to mine. I've already given him my all, but I still can't break through his defenses. If we keep fighting, it'll just be a waste of time with no real result. Why don't you take over? I know you can handle it." Hawkins meant this sincerely, without a hint of sarcasm. Though he had teased Law a few times before, this time there was no room for mockery. After all, Law had trained under Mihawk for a while. Cutting through steel was no longer difficult for him. The iron maw that Hawkins couldn't do anything about stood no chance against Law's blade, Snow Walk. It was destined to be sliced into pieces. "As long as you know," Law replied. With that, he drew Snow Walk, and, as the iron maw lunged at him, he slashed down. Within his ability space, he split the maw cleanly into upper and lower halves. "Brother Buggy, do you want to swallow fruit?" Hancock finally spoke, turning to Buggy as she watched Wapple, now powerless, collapse to the ground. "It's useless to me. Just finish him off," Buggy replied coldly. After carrying out Dr. Correa's instructions on Drum Mountain and promising to return within 2 years at most, Chopper reluctantly agreed to leave Drum Island with the Red-Nosed Pirate crew, mostly because the Kung Fu Sea Cows insisted on it. Once they left Drum Island, the Raijin sped straight into the calm belt and tore through the still waters at breakneck speed. In less than 2 days, Buggy and his crew arrived at the floating Amazon archipelago. Ever since Hancock's second sister, Sandersonia, had eaten the floating float fruit Buggy brought, things had changed. Shortly after Buggy and Hancock left, Amazon Lily rose into the sky. Before they returned to Kuja City, Sandersonia had already used her powers to lift Luscana and several neighboring islands into the clouds, merging them with Amazon Lily, a true archipelago in the sky. Of course, this merging didn't mean the land masses themselves were joined. Rather, each island brought along its surrounding waters, so as long as you could swim, traveling between the islands was a breeze. Buggy's decision to return here was made after careful consideration. Just as he'd said to Dr. Correa before, once the battle for the Northeast Tunnel was over, the eyes of the world, government and the Marines would surely turn his way, especially after he'd taken out another king allied with the world government. The Five Elders' fury would likely reach its peak. In such circumstances, if he blindly wandered the seas, he'd only be waiting for the world government's wrath to come crashing down. In a world of pirates, the world government might seem distant and indifferent until it decides to take you seriously. When that happens, as with O'Hara more than a decade ago, the consequences are absolute. Even though the red-nosed pirates aren't a stationary target like O'Hara, if anything, they're among the fastest-moving targets. Buggy still wouldn't dare let his guard down. After all, in a world filled with devil fruits, the impossible happens all the time. For an enormous force like the world government, finding a devil fruit, power that could restrict the speed of the Raijin, is hardly a challenge. And once the Raijin speed is limited, or if it's destroyed outright by some ability, it would spell disaster for the rest of the red-nosed pirates. Buggy wasn't worried about Hancock and Mihawk. Their strength was sufficient to rival the Admirals, and as long as they weren't completely surrounded, escaping would never be an issue for them. But the rest of the crew wouldn't be so lucky. Ultimately, the problem was that the other members simply weren't strong enough. Even Daz Bones, with the power of the Thunder Fruit, couldn't yet stand toe-to-toe with an admiral. Of course, this alone wasn't enough to make Buggy consider going into hiding. What truly prompted his decision was the battle over Devil Fruit abilities. In the past, when people didn't really understand Devil Fruits, there wasn't much interest in targeting ability users. But ever since Buggy revealed the true nature of Devil Fruits to the world, many ambitious types had changed their ways, hunting down lone ability users or small groups with reckless abandon. Among these ambitious hunters, the world government was included. With the exception of Mihawk and a few Kung Fu sea cows, nearly every member of the Red-Nosed Pirates was a devil fruit user. And among their abilities, Buggy's Chop Chop Fruit, Hancock's Playful Fruit, Des Bones' Thunder Fruit, Betty's Gas Fruit, and Law's Operation Fruit all had recently been ranked among the top devil fruits. In other words, if they ever encountered a battle where the odds weren't in their favor, with the exception of Mihawk and the less important Hawkins and Paula, the rest would be prime targets for encirclement and elimination, especially Law. This was also why Buggy had specially chosen the Kung Fu sea cows as their mascots, as a precaution against all sorts of emergencies. After Sand or Sonia ferried them to the island, and they concealed the Raijin on land, Buggy and his crew moved into a villa built on the edge of Rizikana Island. Once Chopper took a few Kung Fu sea cows to study written language, Buggy gathered the rest of the crew in the villa's living room. The reason I've decided we need to lay low for a while and come here boils down to just one thing. We're simply not strong enough, Buggy said, a note of helplessness in his voice. Captain, if even the Red-Nosed Pirates are weak, then is there any pirate crew out there that's truly strong? Paula said, clearly not agreeing with Buggy's assessment. Paula, I might not fully understand what the captain means, but I trust he'd never make a decision that would harm us, another crew member chimed in. Des Bones is one of Buggy's staunchest supporters. Too few in number, too many with special abilities. Is that the situation? Mihawk fixed his gaze on Buggy after Des Bones finished speaking. Yeah, to be honest, I'm starting to wonder if our initial Vanguard strategy was the wrong choice, Buggy replied, feeling a sense of comfort at being understood as he looked at Mihawk. Brother Buggy, your decision wasn't wrong. If it hadn't been for that bastard called Dr. Indigo, we wouldn't be forced to lay low like this, Hancock said sympathetically. Although Dr. Indigo didn't pinpoint the greatest asset of our pirate crew, the secret of the devil fruits is definitely no longer safe. I could already predict the chain of consequences this secret would trigger, which is why I made sure to open up that northeast tunnel as soon as possible. If it weren't for the distraction caused by the tremendous benefits of that tunnel, the plan to wipe out the Red-Nosed Pirates would probably already be sitting on the desks of the Five Elders, Buggy explained. Everyone fell silent after hearing Buggy's words. Our greatest enemy is the world government. When facing such a colossal force, our biggest weakness is our lack of strength. This weakness has two sides. One is the gap in manpower, the other is the difference in individual power. As for the word escape, don't even mention it to me. I can choose to retreat preemptively, like we're doing now, but I absolutely refuse to turn and run when facing the world government's forces head-on, Buggy declared, his voice resolute with his own unique code of combat. He could avoid a fight ahead of time, but once they were face-to-face, no matter who the enemy was, retreating without a fight was out of the question. If it came to a clash, he insisted on having the resolve to defeat the opponent. Such a principle set a high bar for the members of his crew. If their strength fell short, injuries would be the least of their worries in a fight, facing equally matched or stronger enemies. Losing comrades was a very real risk. This was the main reason Buggy had never ventured into the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. After hearing their captain's unique battle code, everyone's expressions grew more serious. So, Captain, how do you plan to overcome our weakness and strength? I just performed a divination about our odds against the world government's main forces. The chance of victory is 1%, escape is 15%, crushing defeat and death is as high as 75%, and the remaining 9% is unpredictable, Hawkins said, using his signature fortune-telling skills for the first time in an official meeting of the Red-Nosed Pirates. Hey, Hawkins, seems like your fortune-telling isn't so great. How could our odds of total defeat and death be that high against the world government's main forces? That can't be. Right. It wasn't Law, who usually loved to challenge Hawkins, that spoke up first, but rather Paula. As for Law, he remained silent, simply fixing Hawkins with a dark, brooding stare. All right, Paula. Even if Hawkins' predictions sound a bit exaggerated, there's a real chance things could turn out that way. The world government has existed for 800 years. Just imagine the depth of their resources and hidden strength. That's something we can't even fathom, much less compare to with our fledgling crew, Bucky said, his expression just as grim. But Bucky's gloom wasn't because of the high odds of defeat or death. On the contrary, it was precisely that frightening number that suddenly made him consider another possibility. What if Doflamingo's knowledge of the three stages of the devil fruit actually came from the world government? And if that's the case, just how many three-stage powerhouses might they possess? The thought sent a cold shiver down Bucky's spine, and his face grew even darker. Captain, I'm sorry. I really was just reporting what the card showed me. Hawkins apologized quickly, mistaking Bucky's expression for anger at his earlier words. It's not your fault. In fact, it's exactly your unusual prediction that got me thinking about something very possible, and Very terrifying. You've done well, not wrong. Seems I really do need to make some changes, Bucky replied, then lapsed in a deep thought. After quite a while, Bucky finally turned to Mihawk and asked, Mihawk, have you ever been to Kraikana Island? I have. In fact, I know it well. Before joining the crew, I used to live in a city among the ruins of the kingdom of Sakire. Why do you ask? Mihawk replied, surprised by Bucky's sudden question. I visited there myself, before the destruction of the kingdom of Sakire. The thing that left the deepest impression on me was a unique animal native to that land, the human mimicry. At this point, Bucky paused, certain Mihawk would catch his meaning. How many do you need, or should I bring more? Mihawk responded immediately, just as Bucky had anticipated. When the waves recede, only true gold remains. The more, the better. It'll all come down to selection in the end, anyway. I'll have to trouble you to make the trip yourself. Bucky made his intentions clear. This time, not everyone would be involved in capturing the human mimicry. How about this? I'll have Sander Sonia bring the Kuja pirate ship along with you. What do you think, Mihawk? Hancock volunteered from the side. That would be best, Mihawk replied, instantly understanding that Hancock meant not using the Thunder God ship for this mission, that a new day began. Bucky, along with Cows 1 through 5 and Chopper, commenced their Bajiquan training. As for whether the Kung Fu Sea Cows could actually strike Bajiquan poses, Bucky wasn't too concerned. As long as they mastered the correct way to use their strength, the forms themselves could be improved by the Sea Cows on their own. After Bucky set off with his team of mascots, Mihawk and Hancock headed toward Amazon Lily. Not long after, a brand new pirate ship set sail from the island. With everyone busy on their own paths, Des Bones and the others finally began their own training. Among Bones, Paula, Law, Hawkins, and Betty, only Law focused exclusively on honing his hockey. The others, apart from their hockey practice, also worked on refining their unique abilities, striving to meet their captain's expectations. Bucky demanded that Daz Bones master bioelectricity and use it in combat. When Bones heard about voltages measured in millivolts, he didn't feel as if a new world had opened up before him. Instead, he just felt a pounding headache. Paula, on the other hand, had two main requirements from Bucky. First, she needed to be able to walk slowly atop the sea surface. Second, she had to confine her abilities to a smaller area. In truth, Bucky's expectations for Paula were even higher than for Bones. For Bones, the emphasis was on control, but for Paula, it was about maximizing the potential of her powers. Walking on the sea required Paula to extend her thorns deep enough to reach the ocean floor and take root, so she could stand steadily above the waves. Walking would only come after she could first maintain her footing. As for limiting her power's range, this was preparation for the third stage of awakening. Compared to Paula and Bones, Betty had things much easier. Since she didn't favor toxins, Bucky didn't push her to develop in that direction. Her main focus was on training her hockey. The only thing Bucky asked of her was to create the largest suffocating area possible with her ability. Finally, there was Hawkins. First, he had to accompany Law in swordsmanship training, essentially sparring non-stop. Then, he'd practice combat, cooperation with Law, focusing on complementing each other's abilities. As for opponents, the island of Rizikana was crawling with powerful beasts. These were all routine for Hawkins. What truly troubled him was Bucky's demand regarding his straw doll ability, to develop it so that any target with sufficient life force could serve as a proxy for transfer damage. Ideally, he should even be able to lay curses from a distance, without having to touch or collect hair from the target. Distant cursing was something Hawkins wouldn't consider for a long time. What he had to focus on now was figuring out how to add all sufficiently vital creatures to his list of viable proxies. Animals and humans posed no problem for him. The real challenge was with plants, and no matter how strict he was with the other crew members, Bucky was now both teaching the Kung Fu Sea Cows and pondering over his own splitting powers. He had mastered the first stage of his ability several years ago. As for the second stages, offshoot, he had also achieved that, though, admittedly, this refined ability served little purpose in combat. Now, Bucky's mind was fixed on how to reach the third stage. The third stage of a devil fruit power is known as awakening in the world of pirates. In other worlds of power, it's called the domain of laws. To reach this domain, one must grasp the true essence of their devil fruit ability. In the Holy Land at the heart of the world, Mary Geos. Inside the palace where the 5 elders conducted their affairs, a thunderous crash echoed through the hall. Out by the grand doors, Lawrence, standing guard, instinctively shrank his neck. How many times was it now this month? 5, maybe 6? It seemed the decision-makers' moods had been foul of late. And with good reason. Anyone facing the matters now troubling the 5 elders would struggle to keep a pleasant demeanor. At the root of their discontent was a single name, the Red-Nosed Pirates. The struggle over the northeastern tunnel still drags on. Getting distracted now is probably unwise, the blonde-haired man mused. Those damned natives. If we don't show them some real force, the outside world will think we're weak, the bald elder, clutching his sword, said darkly. But even so, what does it matter? Said the elder with the three-pronged beard, standing ramrod straight. That's the distant great forest, deep inland, far from the coast. Even a buster call would be useless there. We may have been drawn into a war of attrition, but manpower is something we have in abundance. My suggestion is to keep sending more troops. Compared to the northeastern tunnel, the red-nosed pirates are a mere nuisance. Don't forget, the reward within our grasp are far greater than any value in dealing with those pirates, who are nothing more than a thorn in our side. At best, we might collect a few devil fruits, and even then, there's no guarantee we'll get them all. I think the losses we'd suffer going after the red-nosed pirates could be no less than what happened in Fragrant Town. We need a thorough plan before we act. This isn't like the Scramble 4. Fragrant Town. Don't underestimate that crew. Even sending CP0, there's no way to complete the mission without taking casualties, the scarred elder with the thick beard said thoughtfully. I don't care. The elder with the bristling mustache all but exploded in anger. If we let them provoke us again and again without any response, what will the world think of us? Isn't that exactly what happened with those natives in Fragrant Town? Once he had finished, the others fell into a heavy silence. After quite some time, the elder with the inverted trident beard finally spoke, choosing his words carefully. The issue isn't whether we should respond or not. The problem is that ever since the red-nosed pirates left Drum Kingdom, all information about their whereabouts has gone dark again. They must be hiding somewhere, the elder with the handlebar mustache said, his eyes taking on a dangerous glint. If you ask me, we should capture a few of their associates and force them out into the open. Are you talking about that one from the Seven Warlords? The blond man's face grew stern, even putting aside how difficult it would be to catch him. If we fail, we'll be left at a serious disadvantage. The floating fruit ability is a troublesome one. Have you forgotten the destruction Golden Lion Shiki brought upon Marine headquarters? I, for one, don't want to see the Holy Land face such a threat. That's definitely something we need to consider, said the bald man carrying a sword, voicing his opposition without hesitation. We can't afford to let a moment's recklessness bring us tremendous loss. Without absolute confidence, I'm against this proposal. Let's wait until the struggle for Qinxiang Town is over before we discuss this further. The elder with the inverted trident beard suggested a different approach. We can't afford to spread our forces too thin. Besides, we don't necessarily have to resolve this with our own hands. Isn't it the perfect time to use that pawn in the New World? Distant water won't put out a nearby fire, and that man is dangerous in his own right, the handlebar-mustached elder replied, far calmer now. If possible, it's best not to use him. Don't forget, we were the ones who established that balance in the first place. It's good you're thinking calmly, said the scarred elder with the thick beard, his demeanor unruffled. There's no need to rush. Time is on our side, isn't it? Didn't Gold Roger and Edward Newgate give us enough trouble in their day? There's nothing to be gained from impatience. Remember, the one thing we have in abundance is time. While the five elders deliberated on Rizikina Island in the Calm Belt, Buggy sat on a rock, deep in thought about reaching the third stage of his ability. What, at its core, does the power to split apart truly mean? Where should he begin? And what, exactly, was the key to forming his own domain? These three quandaries had weighed on Buggy's mind lately. As for the first question, he had answers, but more than one, so he needed to decide which path to take. The second and third questions, however, left him entirely at a loss. After pondering for a long while, Buggy decided to start with the first question, the essence of splitting apart. He had to choose clearly between the path of shattering or disassembling. Shattering for offense, disassembling for defense. After much deliberation, Buggy finally resolved to devote himself wholeheartedly to comprehending the laws of shattering. Buggy's choice wasn't because the decomposition law was useless. If that law could break down an opponent's body as easily as it could disassemble itself, Buggy wouldn't have hesitated to choose it. But since it couldn't harm an enemy's body, the decomposition law felt rather pointless. So what was the true meaning of shatter? In Buggy's eyes, it was a force capable of disrupting the original state of things. Perhaps there were deeper interpretations to this power, but Buggy wasn't yet able to articulate them. Even reaching this level of understanding was already impressive. Not many ability users had come this far. Once one grew accustomed to the powers of a devil fruit, looking back to grasp its essence became all the more difficult. The abilities had become second nature, seamless in their use. Who would bother to ponder their core nature? At best, a thoughtful user might explore a few derivative tricks. For the third stage, Buggy's theoretical understanding was entirely sufficient. All that remained was to find the right angle, the critical entry point. Yet this was easier said than done. The main challenge was that Don Quixote da Flamingo's domain offered Bucky little to draw from. Each power had its own unique breakthrough. The only thing they shared was the very notion of a domain. Time crept by as Bucky pondered these things. Half a month later, as the Kuja pirates ferried Hancock and her companions back to Rusicana, Bucky put his thoughts aside and boarded the Kuja ship. "Is something the matter, brother Bucky?" Hancock asked, surprised to see him. Mihawk had just left with a band of human imitators, so she assumed Bucky would be busy inspecting them. "I need to visit someone, and I'll need Sandersonia and Marigold's help. It might be a bit dangerous," Bucky replied. "Will this person become a new member?" Hancock was less interested in the danger and more curious about the potential recruit. "I can't say until I meet them," Bucky said, shaking his head. "When will we go, brother Bucky?" Sandersonia joined in. "In a few days. Once you've all recovered and are ready, we'll set out," he answered. 3 afternoons later, Bucky brought Hancock to the palace at Amazon Lily. "Brother Bucky, are we preparing to leave?" Marigold asked excitedly when she saw them arrive. "Yes. Prepare a stone slab large enough for a few people to stand on. We're leaving right now," Bucky replied with a nod. "Brother Bucky, if we're not using a ship, does that mean it's not far?" Hancock seemed to realize something and asked. "That's right. It's close by, and we'll need to keep things quiet. A ship would draw too much attention," Bucky explained, nodding thoughtfully. "Can you tell us the destination now?" Compared to her sister, Sandersonia had an even clearer idea of where they were headed. After all, if Buggy needed the sister's abilities, that could only mean the destination was far from ordinary. And, considering it was only a few hours' flight from Amazon Lily and required secrecy, there were only 3 or 4 possibilities. First, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Second, Eni's Lobby, the Judicial Island. Third, Impel Down, the underwater prison. And lastly, the Holy Land, Mariehua. The reason Buggy mentioned danger was probably because they have to sneak into the enemy's lair. "Sandersonia, haven't you already figured it out? Do I really need to say it out loud?" Buggy glanced at her, clearly confident in the intelligence of Hancock's second sister. "So it really is that place, huh? Buggy, do you have a solid plan? You know that's not somewhere you can just waltz in and out of," Hancock said, having guessed her target as well. "Oh, you too. Have you forgotten what I can do? There's nothing to worry about. Of course, I hope nothing unexpected happens, but even if it does, do you really think that place could hold me?" "Especially with your help," Buggy replied, utterly unfazed. Hearing this, Marigold looked utterly bewildered, with no idea what her sisters or Buggy were talking about. "Buggy, what exactly is this destination you're talking about?" she pressed, curiosity getting the better of her. "Of course, it's Impel Down, the underwater prison. Before nightfall, there are only 4 places I could fly to that are truly dangerous. Marine Headquarters, Impel Down, Eni's Lobby, and Mariehua. Of those 4, besides Impel Down, where else would I need to meet someone important? The other 3 don't exactly have anyone who'd be speaking the same language as pirates," Sandersonia explained with a hint of exasperation. "What? We're going to break into Impel Down? Buggy, you're not joking, are you?" Marigold was completely taken aback by their destination. "That's right, but there's no need to worry too much. I actually know a fair bit about the inside of Impel Down. As long as we have your invisibility, Marigold, I doubt anyone will be able to spot us," Buggy said confidently, recalling all the intel he had about the great prison in his mind. So long as Marigold could hide them with her powers, sneaking in and out shouldn't be too difficult. "Well, if you say so, Buggy, then just give the word and we'll set off right away," Sandersonia said, ready for action. Mary Gerud nodded slightly, showing her trust in Buggy. Seeing Mary Gerud's agreement, Sandersonia, who knew her job was just to provide backup, had no reason to object. Without further ado, she conjured a stone slab big enough for 10 people to stand on, and the 3 of them soared straight toward Impel Down. 3 hours later, as night began to fall, Sandersonia arrived above the great underwater prison Impel Down, with Buggy, Hancock, and Mary Gerud in tow. Originally, Buggy hadn't intended for Hancock to come along, but considering that her abilities might prove essential if anything unexpected happened, he relented. Gazing down at the faintly lit prison below, Buggy resisted the urge to dive and right away. Instead, he asked Mary Gerud to maintain their group's invisibility and waited patiently for the cover of complete darkness. Half an hour later, when night had fully settled in, Buggy signaled Sandersonia to descend from the sky, steering them toward a shadowy spot where no light reached. At the edge, Buggy stretched out his hand, channeling his power into his palm, and pressed it against a section of the prison wall. Instantly, the stone under his touch crumbled quietly to dust and drifted away on the night air. Once the passage had been cleared, Buggy told Mary Gerud to release their invisibility. "Mary Gerud, are you ready? It's time for us to go in," Buggy said to her. "I'm ready, Brother Buggy. Hold my hand, and let's go," she replied. With that, the two of them slipped quietly through the opening in the wall. Outside, Hancock and Sandersonia cautiously rose back into the night sky, keeping watch and waiting for Buggy's return. Inside the prison walls, Buggy and Mary Gerrud found themselves at the very top of Impel Down, the area where guards lived, worked, and took their leisure. Below them stretched the first layer of the prison, the Crimson Hell. Of course, Buggy had no intention of taking Mary Gerrud down through the first floor. Descending level by level would take far too much time and greatly increase the risk of exposure. After all, even though Mary Gerrud's invisibility could fool the surveillance snails, the scent of two humans would never escape the noses of the many non-human guards. Quietly passing through the beast hell on the second floor, for example, was simply out of the question. That's precisely why Buggy led Mary Gerrud straight toward the massive central elevator. But getting close to the giant lift was no easy feat for one thing. Until he reached his goal, Buggy didn't dare recklessly destroy the iron gate at the entrance, not to mention the guards posted there. For anyone else, this would have been an insurmountable obstacle, but Buggy's peculiar split powers gave him a special advantage and a chance to succeed. After circling around the top of the lift with Marie Gollad for quite a while, Buggy finally arrived near the massive elevator. Scanning the surroundings, he led Marie Gollad to a secluded corner, close to the lift, yet far from prying eyes. With a deft use of his ability, Buggy created a passage leading underneath the lift. Then, with careful hands, he pushed the separated stones downward, extending the tunnel bit by bit. Each time he advanced, he would use his power to crush the rocks into fine powder, which drifted away in the air. Since he couldn't create too much dust at once, Buggy had no choice but to inch forward with Marie Gollad, progressing slowly and cautiously. It took a full hour, but at last the two of them, one after the other, made their way beneath the lift. Gazing into the bottomless, pitch-black abyss below, Marie Gollad instinctively tightened her grip on Buggy's hand. "Don't worry, we'll reach our destination very soon," Buggy reassured her. Without hesitation, he lifted Marie Gollad onto his back. As he descended along the shaft wall, he used his powers to carve out makeshift stairs, step by step, as they went down. After half an hour of effort, Buggy finally completed a staircase sturdy enough for a round trip. Only then did his feet touch solid ground at last. This was it, the 6th level of Impel Down, the Infinite Hell. Following the same method he used to enter, Buggy once again employed his abilities to carve out an exit passage near the main gate of the lift. This time, unlike before, he didn't have to gingerly pull the stones back. Instead, he transformed them all into coarse grains, just a bit larger than sand. Quickly, a slanting upward tunnel appeared before Buggy and Marie Gollad. Emerging from the passage, Buggy took out his compass for a quick glance. Then, without delay, he scooped up Marie Gollad and headed up a spiraling staircase beside the elevator. "Brother Buggy, why are we heading up again?" Marie Gollad whispered softly to him. "We need to go to the guardroom first. Otherwise, there'll be chaos in no time. Besides, if negotiations go well, we'll need keys to unlock the cell doors and shackles, right? My split fruit powers aren't strong enough to shatter sea stone just by touching it. Keys are essential," Buggy responded in a low voice. Speaking quietly, Buggy stealthily arrived outside the guardroom of the Infinite Hell on the 6th floor. After pausing to sense the situation within, his eyes flashed with determination. In an instant, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. After the shock and awe had subsided, all the guards in the security room lay sprawled on the floor, eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. Buggy walked around the room, making sure there were no other surveillance den mushy before finally releasing Mary Gerrud. He then tied the guards together with rope. Next, he searched the security room for what he needed. Only after completing all this did Buggy take Mary Gerrud's hand again and lead her down to the 6th level, Eternal Hell. He still didn't reveal his presence, but this time Buggy made no effort to muffle the sound of his footsteps. The noise quickly caught the attention of many prisoners. This wasn't Buggy's intention, but he knew it was only a matter of time before someone noticed them, so there was no point in hiding any longer. Having already studied the layout, inmate roster, and cell assignments of Eternal Hell in the security room, Buggy led Mary Gerrud straight to their destination. A few minutes later, they stopped in front of a nondescript cell. "Who's there?" came a deep voice from within the cell. "Does it really matter who I am?" Buggy replied calmly. "That's true, I suppose it doesn't. What matters is, what do you want? Or perhaps, what business do you have with me?" The deep voice responded again, and with it came a flurry of restless noises from the other prisoners nearby who had overheard Buggy. "Silence, all of you," Buggy warned, his tone sharp as a blade. "Once I finish my business, if I'm in a good mood, I might just toss you the key to your cells. But if you keep making a racket, you might as well resign yourselves to rotting here until your execution." There was no denying Bucky's threat was effective. The prospect of escape instantly silenced every prisoner. Not a soul dared make another sound. "I'm looking for comrades," Bucky continued, turning his attention back to the cell's occupant. "I happened to hear about you, and I thought, a man like you shouldn't be left here to await execution or waste away forgotten. What do you think?" "I don't see much point in talking to someone I can't even see," the deep voice answered once more. "My apologies. That was rude of me," Bucky said, but he didn't instruct Mary Garud to release her ability. Instead, he simply let go of her hand, allowing his form to appear. "Let me introduce myself. I am Bucky, captain of the Red-Nosed Pirates." "Well now, that's a real shock," the deep voice said, now tinged with surprise and a hint of delight. "Never would I have imagined someone like you, risking everything, would come to this godforsaken place just to see me. Indeed, it was almost unimaginable that someone as infamous as Bucky, making waves throughout the world, would suddenly appear in the deepest level of Impelled Down, the eternal hell, for no other reason than to extend an invitation. Anyone in that cell would be lying if they claimed not to feel a surge of pride at that moment. "I heard Hawkeye is on your ship?" Before Bucky could say anything, that deep voice sounded again. "That's right." Bucky nodded, still unsure why this guy was asking about my hawk. "They say you know quite a lot about devil fruits." The deep voice pressed on. "I suppose so. Compared to the average person, I definitely know much more." Bucky replied casually, still not sure where this conversation was leading. "Is there a devil fruit that, once eaten, could boost someone's strength by tenfold, or even more?" The deep voice rumbled once more. "Well, there are such fruits, but they're not easy to find. Still, it's worth a try." Bucky pondered for a moment before answering. "Then what are we waiting for? Let me out already. I can't wait to have another good fight with that Hawkeye." For the first time, the deep voice rose in pitch, full of battle fervor. "Don't get ahead of yourself. I haven't told you my rules yet. First, betrayal among crewmates is not allowed. Second, we share fortune and hardship together. Can you accept that, Shiryu of the Rain?" Bucky asked, his gaze fixed on Shiryu. "No problem." Shiryu stepped up to the edge of the cell and nodded solemnly. "Then, welcome aboard." With that, Bucky took out a key, unlocked the cell door, released Shiryu from his shackles, and finally handed him back his sword. Unlike the unfortunate guard years later, Bucky was not decapitated by Shiryu drawing his blade. Instead, Shiryu followed Bucky out of the cell. "Let's go," Bucky called out to Marie Gold, and in an instant, both he and Shiryu vanished from the other prisoner's sight. Hey, Red Nose, you promised to let us out. You can't go back on your word." The surrounding prisoners immediately shouted in protest. "I promised I'd toss you the keys if I was in a good mood. And I am, but I'll throw them to you right before I leave Impelled Down. I don't want any trouble on my way out. So just wait." With that, Bucky led Marie Gold and Shiryu toward the lift passage. Once they entered the passage, Bucky tossed the key right into the center of the corridor, making sure the prisoners on either side could see it through the bars of the lift's iron gate. "Damn it, how are we supposed to get it from there?" One prisoner yelled in frustration. "If you idiots can't even escape with the key right in front of you, you might as well stay locked up." Bucky shot back. Then, carrying Marie Gold on his back, he sprinted up the staircase created by his powers, ascending to the very top as quickly as possible. Trailing behind was Shiryu of the Rain, his face marked by both surprise and shock. He simply couldn't believe that Buggy had managed to infiltrate Impel Down's infinite hell by using the elevator shaft. Meanwhile, the prisoners had begun a frantic scramble for the ring of keys dangling in the center of the corridor. The method was simple. Whoever moved fastest would tear strips from their clothing, twist them into makeshift ropes, and try to snag the keys. As for what those prisoners might do once they escaped, Buggy was quite certain that anyone with a shred of sense would do as he had done, quietly. Seize the opportunity to ascend the ladder he'd left behind, making their way straight to the top before worrying about anything else. Of course, if there were any fools bold enough to try challenging the entirety of Impelled Down head-on, that would be just as well. At the very least, they'd draw attention away from Buggy himself. Whether or not they managed to throw the whole prison into chaos, that was none of Buggy's concern. This was also why Buggy had never planned to form his own crew from these inmates. If he had, he could have simply recruited his team from among the prisoners, just as it happened in the original story. But if Buggy ever wanted to do that, he wouldn't settle for just a handful of men. He'd launch a full-scale pirate raid, defeat all the guards, and then select an entire battalion from the tens of thousands imprisoned, enough to command a whole sea. 5 minutes later, as Buggy finally emerged from the passage at the top, the prisoners on the 6th level were just managing to open the first cell. Their jubilant cheers soon echoed through the very depths of the prison. But by the time the Impelled Down guards realized the jailbreak was underway, Buggy had already slipped away, covered by Mary Garud and met by Sander Sonia. leaving behind a prison now thrown into utter uproar. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land of Mary Geos, word of the breach had impelled down reached the 5 elders. In a fit of rage, they smashed everything in the office that could be broken. Are you still insisting we wait until the contest in Xiong Town is settled before drafting a plan to wipe out the red-nosed pirates? And what about the aftermath of the mass breakout at Impelled Down? The elder with the handlebar mustache roared at the other 4. The other elders fell silent. After a long pause, the one with the forked beard finally spoke in a low voice. This invasion has let a great many dangerous criminals escape, especially some from the 6th level's infinite hell. They're bound to cause us all sorts of unforeseen trouble. My suggestion is to pin the whole affair on Red-Nosed Buggy. After all, he's the one responsible. This incident must be kept under wraps. It concerns the credibility and authority of the world government. The impact of this prison break is simply too great. And even if we blame Buggy, what good will it do? Don't forget, he's a pirate. The bald man with the sword didn't agree with the proposal from the old man with the forked beard. Even if we say nothing, the truth will come out eventually. There are no walls in this world that don't let the wind through. Instead of letting others find out after the fact, we should take the initiative, the blond man suggested. Absolutely not. The old man with the thick beard cut in without hesitation. Back when the Golden Lion escaped, it shattered the myth of the underwater prison. Now, with a few more people breaking out, it's no longer so shocking. But if the world learns that someone actually broke in, then the prison will never know peace again. This must be suppressed. We need to keep a close watch on the world news, and we absolutely cannot have a repeat of the Northeast Tunnel incident suddenly splashed across the papers. When he finished speaking, neither the blond man nor the fork-bearded elder voiced further objections. Let's move on to how we're going to deal with the red-nosed pirate crew. We can't keep putting this off. With Shiryu of the Rain taken by them, their strength has grown. Yet again, if we hesitate any longer, the cost of dealing with them will only rise, said the old man with the handlebar mustache, his expression heavy with concern. Maybe we need to look at this from another angle, the blond man began, fixing his gaze on the mustached elder. This man has never recruited new members. He has only a handful of strong individuals on his ship. No matter how threatening they are, they're nothing like the massive crews of the 4 emperors of the New World. Ever since the secret of the devil fruits was exposed, the 3 great balances we've maintained have been teetering. Recently, some of our own devil fruit users were ambushed and killed. The world is in more chaos than we imagined. The struggle over Tianxiang Town has drawn some of our forces into a whirlpool of war. Rather than risking heavy losses to wipe out the red-nosed pirates, I'd rather try to win them over. If we connect his decision to go into hiding with the recent break-in and see it as him fearing our retaliation, desperately strengthening his crew, in anticipation of our crackdown, then perhaps recruiting him isn't a bad idea. The fork-bearded elder mused, thoughtfully stroking his chin for once. Just recruiting him would let him off too easily. At the very least, we should attach a condition that serves our interests, the bald man with the sword added, tacitly agreeing with the proposal. Setting a condition for his recruitment is fine. It shows our sincerity. Why not have him, in the name of the world government, excavate a southwest tunnel? Since the Northeast Tunnel opened, many kingdoms in the West and South Seas have requested the excavation of a southwest tunnel. The thick-bearded elder nodded in agreement. The key issue is whether he'll agree to be recruited. No one knows that yet. Talking about anything else is still too soon. The elderly man with the brush-like mustache had calmed down a lot, though he still frowned slightly as he spoke. Deliver the letter into the hands of Boa, Sandasonia, and Amazon Lily. I believe that Red-Nosed Buggy will make the right decision. The bald man, cradling his sword, spoke with a murderous edge in his voice. Let's hope so. If we actually pull this off, it'll be a good thing. At the very least, the balance we've worked so hard to establish will be much more stable. Gazing out the window into the far distance, the blond man spoke softly, his tone tinged with melancholy. While the 5 elders were still discussing how to deal with the red-nosed pirates, Sandasonia had already brought Buggy and his crew back to the villa on Rizikana. As Shiryu stepped down from Stone Slab, Mihawk's eyebrow twitched ever so slightly. It's been a long time, Hawkeye. I never expected we'd cross paths again, Shiryu said, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he looked at Mihawk. Are you looking for a fight? It's been a while since I found someone I could go all out against, Mihawk replied, equally roused by Shiryu's fervor. I'm always ready. As fellow sword masters, even knowing he wasn't quite Mihawk's equal, Shiryu showed not a hint of retreat. This was a matter of a swordsman's pride. Why don't you two hold off for now? Let's see how the world government reacts first. There's no sense in wasting our strength for nothing, especially since we're all on the same side now. Buggy immediately stepped in to stop the clash between the 2 sword masters. Captain, What about the devil fruit you promised me? When are we setting out to find it? I can hardly wait. I want to prove to Hawkeye that, once my storm blade is powered by enough strength, there's no way he can withstand it. Shiryu's anticipation was palpable. Hearing this, Mihawk's eyebrow twitched again, and he glanced over at Buggy. Yes, the only condition Shiryu had for joining us was that we help him get a devil fruit that could boost his power tenfold or more. I have a lead on which fruit to go after, but I'm not sure exactly how much stronger it will make him. In any case, we'll have to wait for the world government to make its move before we act. Buggy paused, turning to Mihawk with a questioning look. Mihawk shook his head. He had no interest in devil fruits. I've long since entered the stage where I rely on finesse, not brute force. I have no desire to use outside means to enhance my strength. Still, thank you. His thanks weren't for Buggy's inquiry about devil fruits, but rather for bringing him a new companion, an exceptionally powerful Swordmaster. For Mihawk, the Red-Nosed Pirates simply didn't see enough action. The opponents they faced either didn't require him to draw his sword or couldn't give him a real challenge, leaving his days rather dull. In fact, Mihawk had even begun making plans to take a few days off to pay a visit to the New World and put his recent insights to the test against red-haired Shanks. Bucky, too, had noticed Mihawk's boredom. That's why he decided that the crew's next recruit needed to be a powerful swordsman. Among those strong enough, Bucky knew of only two who were still free agents: Fujitora, the future Navy admiral, and Shiryu, the warden imprisoned in Impel Down. In the end, Bucky chose Shiryu simply because he figured that a man already imprisoned would be much easier to convince than Fujitora. As for Fujitora, Bucky didn't even dare to guess whether that blind man harbored any particular prejudice against pirates. With the world government breathing down his neck, Bucky wasn't about to waste precious time. That's what prompted him to take the risk and break into Impel Down. Once they had met, Bucky instructed Hawkins to escort Shiryu to his quarters. Casting a glance at the distant sky, Bucky knew all that was left now was to wait. For most people, waiting can be an agonizing process, especially when the outcome could alter the course of their entire lives. Time seems to crawl and stakes are so high. But Bucky was no ordinary man. He didn't feel the slow torture of time's passage. Even if things ended in disaster, it would simply be another result. After all, the future of the Red-Nosed Pirates would always be determined by strength. As long as their fists were powerful enough, they could force the world government to tread carefully, just like Whitebeard's crew once did. A day later, while Bucky was busy teaching kung fu to sea cows and human imitators, the awaited news finally arrived. According to his calculations, if the world government made no move after his invasion of Impel Down, that would actually be the worst-case scenario. It would mean the five elders were plotting something against him in secret. On the other hand, if a new wanted poster with a higher bounty appeared, that would actually be a better outcome. It would show the world government was too preoccupied at the moment to deal with him directly. Still, Bucky had to admit he never once expected the thing that actually arrived: an official pardon from the world government. When Sandersonia presented the document, Bucky couldn't help but frown. "Big brother Bucky, how do you plan to respond to the world government's invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea?" asked Hancock, watching Bucky's furrowed brow. "I'm afraid, for now, we don't really have a choice," Bucky answered, shaking his head with a weary sigh. "Why don't we have a choice?" Marigold asked, not quite understanding. "You fool. The reason this conscription order was sent directly to us is obvious. The 5 elders have made their intentions clear. If Brother Buggy refuses, my title as a warlord of the sea will be revoked immediately, and what follows will be the Navy fleet and the main force of the world government coming after us," Sandersonia explained, having grasped the underlying message of the summons. "That's exactly it. Ever since the trouble brought by Dr. Indigo, I've been under close investigation. The world government knows perfectly well about our connection, and they're well aware that I'd never let my own actions drag you all down. That's why they handed the letter to you instead." Buggy nodded in agreement with Sandersonia's assessment. "So, are we just supposed to obey them and start digging the southwestern tunnel as the 5 elders demand?" Boa, who had already gathered around, asked Buggy in a tone filled with annoyance. "There's no choice, at least not for the next few years. With Amazon Lily exposed, I have to compromise. But this doesn't have to be a permanent concession. Once Sandersonia manages to move Amazon Lily into hiding, then we'll have options. For now, though, we must accept, unless we're ready to openly declare war on the world government right this minute," Buggy explained to Boa, his voice steady and unyielding. "Actually, Brother Buggy, if we join forces, there's no guarantee we'd lose, right?" After a moment's reflection, Sandersonia voiced her thoughts. "That's true," Buggy replied, nodding. "But we'd have to go through a war to gain peace. Leaving aside the losses we'd suffer in that inevitable conflict, there's the question of what comes after. Our two groups would probably have to merge just to survive against the world government's continued threats. I don't care who leads in the future, but I don't like this fleet-style alliance. If I did, I would have built my own fleet from the start. Sandisonia's argument made sense, and Buggy agreed, but he didn't hide his reservations. Sandisonia, let Brother Buggy decide for himself. He has his own considerations, Hancock said, taking Buggy's side as his woman and supporter. Hancock, help me draft a reply. Tell them that within 4 years of gaining the warlord title, I'll make sure the southwestern tunnel is completed. But the kingdoms of the West and South Seas must contribute, the Red knows. Pirates won't work for free. If they want a tunnel, they'll have to pay. Sandisonia, make a list of all the supplies we'll need. Use this opportunity to gather everything we can, Buggy instructed, making his intentions clear. Sandisonia nodded in understanding, accepting Buggy's plan without further protest. That's about as far as we need to go for today. After the meeting was dismissed, Hancock and Sandisonia made their way back to the Kuja Palace to respond to the letter, while Buggy continued instructing the Kung Fu dugongs and the human imitators. The others also began their own training routines. 3 days later, the World News announced yet another earth-shaking headline. The Red-Nosed Pirates had accepted the world government's offer of amnesty and officially joined the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. In response to appeals from the people of the West and South Seas, the 5 elders, the supreme rulers of the world government, personally negotiated with the Red-Nosed Pirates, promising to complete the Southwest Tunnel within 4 years. The various major powers who received the world news were stunned by the revelation that the Red-Nosed Pirates had joined the warlords. But what shocked them even more was that Buggy had agreed to become a tool in the hands of the 5 elders. After all, what is a pirate if not a band of free spirits, roaming the seas without restriction? None of the great powers could quite believe it. Would a pirate crew really pay such a price just for the right to plunder legally? While the world's powers were still scratching their heads, rumors began to spread across all 4 seas. The topic of these rumors? The scandalous events that had taken place in the underwater, impelled down prison. Only then did the powers realize the Red-Nosed Pirates must have committed an act so intolerable to the world government that this arrangement had become unavoidable. Looking back, it was clear the 5 elders had shown an almost inhuman level of patience. Not only did they refrain from annihilating such a pirate crew at the first sign of trouble, but they seized the opportunity to grant them amnesty instead. Their tolerance was truly unmatched. Yet, when the results of the 5 elders' gambit became clear, the leaders of the world's great powers couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration. By granting amnesty to the Red-Nosed Pirates, they not only avoided a costly battle, but also bolstered the strength of the 7 warlords. And that's not to mention how much the world government stood to gain from the soon-to-begin Southwest Tunnel project. On one side, unleashing anger would have meant severe losses. On the other, patience brought significant gains. With a single decision, the outcomes were worlds apart. For the 5 elders to keep their cool and make such a call while furious was a testament to why they'd ruled the world for over 8 centuries. They truly were monsters of cunning. As the world's great powers pondered these events, Buggy left Rizikana with Nyo-san and all the gear he'd once used when roaming the 4 seas. This time, Buggy set out mainly to search for a devil fruit. After all, he'd promised Shiryu, and Buggy wasn't about to go back on his word. Not when Mihawk was waiting for the same fruit as well. If he weren't concerned about interrupting everyone else's training, Buggy would have mobilized the entire crew. To be a captain and end up in a situation like this, Buggy really was one of a kind. Guided by his compass, Buggy traveled westward, crossed the Red Line, and entered the New World. There, in one of the sea's mysterious regions, he finally brought his ship to a stop. Watching the compass needle spin ceaselessly, Buggy knew he had chosen the right path with his sea ox fighting style. After warning Nyo-san to be careful, Buggy sent the little fellow down to the ocean floor to search for the devil fruit indicated by the compass. The task went smoothly. After a short while, the little one resurfaced, holding in his front hooves the very devil fruit Buggy had been looking for. Examining the fruit for a moment, Buggy then set off again with Nyo-san. A month later, somewhere on the northern sea near the Arctic, Buggy stopped once more. As before, Nyo-san dove into the depths and soon retrieved another devil fruit from the sea. With 2 devil fruits in hand, Buggy finally ended his quest for them. Slinging Nyo-san onto his back, he followed the compass in a new direction. Another month passed. On a small island in the South Sea, Buggy and Nyo-san arrived. Leaving Nyo-san to play by the shore, Buggy walked alone toward a man sitting and fishing quietly nearby. "My friend, you have strong legs. With agility like yours, you could probably travel the world with ease," the man remarked as Buggy approached. Strength like that is built through training, Buggy replied with a smile, unhurried and at ease. But honestly, rather than racing around the world on foot, I prefer to stay on a ship and watch the clouds drift by. Oh, that's an interesting perspective, watching the clouds come and go, the man chuckled, breaking into hearty laughter. This island is truly peaceful, a perfect place to rest and nurture the spirit, Buggy remarked out of the blue. Yes, it's a place that brings calm to the heart. It's certainly a good spot to pause and take a break, the man agreed, nodding without turning around. So, have you rested enough? Are you thinking of setting sail again? Buggy suddenly asked. May I know your name, guest? The man finally turned to face Buggy, asking for the first time. Captain of the red-nosed pirate crew, Buggy answered, locking eyes with a man whose pupils were now only milky white. Well, this is quite unexpected. Who would have thought that the notorious captain of the red-nosed pirates would come here alone? Forgive my bluntness, but did you come here specifically to find me? The man continued. Indeed, Buggy nodded. If possible, I'd very much like to invite you to join my crew. If possible, Now I understand how the red-nosed pirates have made it this far. Pirate Buggy, you're quite extraordinary. But as you said, if possible, so you must already know my answer, the man replied with a laugh. I had a rough idea, but I still wanted to confirm it face to face. After all, it seems that on these vast seas, it's rare to find a man as powerful as you. Buggy continued, nodding as he spoke. My apologies, then. It seems you've made the trip for nothing, the man replied, turning him down once again. Well, it's too early to say if it was all for nothing. You must have heard about the Southwestern Tunnel, right? To be honest, when I worked in the Northeastern Tunnel, it took a tremendous effort. That's why I never intended to dig the Southwestern one. Even when I was asked this time, I wasn't keen on wasting my time beneath the red line. But later, I thought a way to dig it much faster, and that's why I agreed. Buggy paused as he finished. I see. So, you know about my abilities. But what I want is a reason to help you. The man turned to face Buggy, asking directly. There's actually more than one person who could help me. To be precise, there are two. You and someone else. In fact, that other person is also capable of digging the tunnel on his own, and he might even be faster than the two of us combined. Buggy replied slowly, gazing into the distance. So why not go to him? The man asked, curious. That guy's a pirate, the kind who never give a thought to ordinary people. In fact, he and I are almost enemies, so there's no way he'd help me. Frankly, if it ever came to needing his abilities, I'd rather take him out and let someone else inherit his power. Of course, that would be a messy business, which is why I came to you, Fujitora, wielder of the gravity fruit, Buggy said. After hearing Buggy out, Fujitora raised his head and looked at him. So you do know who I am, Red-Nosed Captain, but from all you've said, I still don't hear a reason. There is one, but you might have missed it. This time, digging the Southwestern Tunnel won't be for free. It'll be compensated by the kingdom. I think you know exactly where that payment will come from. If you agree to help, I can cut the original fee in half as your reward. What do you say? Buggy asked Fujitora. Looks like you really do know me. Fujitora suddenly broke into a smile. If I didn't, why would I seek you out? Buggy shot back. A deep, hearty laugh rumbled from Fujitora. Well, who'd have thought I'd get the chance to take part in something worthy of history? I must be lucky. So, are we heading out right away? Norus Buggy Place. I'm not ready to start just yet. In a year and a half, I'll come find you. Then, we'll head to the designated site together and begin the work. He shook his head. Buggy was anything but impulsive. Until he secured enough supplies in Amazon Lily, he wouldn't make a move. After bidding farewell to Fujitora, Buggy began his journey back to Rusicana. A week later, in front of the villa on Rusicana, Buggy gathered all his crew members together. I have two things to announce. First, as for digging the Southwest Tunnel, there's no need for the entire pirate crew to join in. I've found a particularly capable helper, someone skilled in swordsmanship. Working together, we'll complete the Southwest Tunnel as quickly as possible, aiming to finish in a year and a half. The second matter concerns devil fruits. These two devil fruits are meant for our two newest crew members. Both are of the zoan type. One is the ant fruit, the other is the flea fruit. The ant fruit will go to Shiryu, and the flea fruit is for Baboon, the king of human imitators. With that, Buggy handed the two fruits to Shiryu and Baboon respectively. Baboon wants to know what use this devil fruit has. Chopper asked Buggy after Baboon let out a couple of curious grunts. According to a certain zoologist's research, the flea's exoskeleton offers extraordinary protection, able to withstand pressures 90 times its body weight. There's even a theory that if a human had the same kind of exoskeleton, he could fall from 1,000 meters on a solid ground and walk away unscathed. And with the flea's powerful hind legs, it can leap 350 times its own body length. In other words, with the leg technique I've taught you, the destructive power you could unleash would be beyond imagination. I think you could probably kick a sea king to death with a single blow. Buggy paused, leaving the rest unsaid. That for now, these were still just theories. Hearing Bucky's explanation, Baboon immediately wolfed down the flea fruit. What about the ant fruit, Captain? Shuri was also curious. According to a certain scientist, an ant can lift over 400 times its own body weight. If that research holds true, this ant fruit should grant you tremendous strength. When Bucky finished, both Shiryu and Mihawk's eyes flashed with excitement. Of course, Shiryu was not as easily convinced as Baboon. He simply held the fruit in his hand, watching Baboon closely. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Baboon, who had eaten the fruit, began to change. His two slender legs grew thick and powerful, with clear segmentations down the calves. At the same time, the fur on his body stiffened, forming a shell that resembled armor. In the next instant, a swirling gust of wind appeared out of nowhere beside the baboon's two legs. Then, cracks began to split open the ground, and with a series of frantic howls, the baboon, who weighed over a ton, shot straight up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had become just a tiny black in everyone's sight. Only then did Bucky let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed that Zoan-type devil fruits truly allowed the eater to inherit the original traits of the animal. Half a minute later, as he watched the baboon begin its descent, a look of delighted surprise flashed across Bucky's face. By all logic, with the baboon's sheer weight, crashing down like that would have completely destroyed the villa that Sandersonia had worked so hard to have built, and Bucky had already been ready to call for Hancock's help. Yet, just as the baboon was about to hit the ground, it kicked out, powerfully with both feet in midair. There was a sharp, thunderous boom, and the baboon's fall abruptly slowed by more than 80%. No wonder it was known as the king of human imitators. Even though Bucky had never taught it the moonwalk, the creature had managed to learn the technique just from watching Bucky perform twice. At this moment, Bucky thought that even if the baboon never mastered hockey, with its devil fruit abilities alone, it would still be a formidable force in battle. If the scientist's data was accurate, the baboon's resistance to blows should reach 200,000 gene. If Bucky's guess was right, the baboon could now withstand a direct shockwave attack from Fleet Admiral Sengoku without so much as a scratch. Of course, the specifics would have to be tested in the field. After the baboon's display, Shiryu's confidence in the ant fruit he held soared 100-fold. Without hesitation, he brought it to his mouth and took a big bite. Once he'd finished eating, Shiryu stretched out his hands and began to concentrate. For a long moment, everyone watched as Shiryu's hands started to change, though it was only his hands that transformed into insect-like limbs, with no obvious change in size or thickness. Impressive, Bucky marveled inwardly. The most distinctive trait of Zoan-type devil fruit users was their partial animal transformations. Typically, being able to transform just one's arms like Shiryu had done was only possible after long-term training with the fruit. Yet Shiryu had managed it on his very first try. If that wasn't impressive, what was? So how is it? Compared to Bucky, Mihawk was visibly itching with impatience. Don't worry, Mihawk. I promise you won't be disappointed. Come on, let me show you just how much my swordsmanship improves with this newfound strength. Clearly exhilarated by the surge in power, Shiryu was eager for a real fight. Listen, you two, Bucky interjected immediately, seeing the sparks flying between them. If you want to fight, I won't stop you. But you absolutely cannot do it here on Rizukana. I have no intention of letting you two slice this island into rubble. I'll take them to the nearest uninhabited island. As it happens, I know of one nearby that's of little value. Sandersonia spoke up immediately. Thank you. I'll leave it to you then. Buggy nodded. He watched as Mihawk, Shiryu, and the others followed Sandersonia aboard the Raijin, which soon soared off into the distance. Before the villa, apart from Buggy, who had signaled Hancock to stay, everyone else, even the Kung Fu dugongs and the human imitators, eagerly joined the group, heading off to witness another legendary battle. As for why the two who stayed behind didn't go, well, let's put it this way. A man's gaze says it all. You know what I mean. While Buggy and Hancock enjoyed a rare moment of intimacy, Sandersonia was already dropping Mihawk and his group off on a deserted island 50 kilometers from Rizukana. Looking down at the barren, sandy isle, almost devoid of any green, Mihawk and Shiryu leaped down in unison, leaving only the spectators aboard the Raijin, floating high above. Mihawk, it's been more than 5 years since our last fight. I've longed for this day. I can't tell you how glad I am, said Shiryu, usually a man of few words, his excitement evident. Enough talk. Let's settle this. Mihawk replied, his fighting spirit burning even brighter than Shiryu's enthusiasm. As you wish. Take this. Shiryu wasted no time. He sprang forward, feet digging into the ground, and swung his blade at Mihawk with all his might. Well met. Mihawk answered, raising his black blade. He too pushed off, meeting Shiryu head-on. The clash rang out with a thunderous metallic crash, making the ears of the onlookers above ache from the sheer force of impact. A blast of wind followed, kicking up a cloud of sand that billowed high into the air. But as the dust spread, a lone figure was hurled out of the swirling sand at incredible speed. It's Mihawk! Perona cried out in alarm the moment she recognized him. As Perona's voice echoed, everyone saw Mihawk driven clean out of the battle zone by Shiryu's raw power. The deep twin furrows gouged into the ground by Mihawk's heels sent chills down the spines of all who watched. Shiryu, did you go all out just now? Mihawk called out to Shiryu, who stood at the center of the lingering dust. Would I ever hold back against you? How does it feel, taking the brunt of that? Honestly, I'm shocked by my own strength, Shiryu replied, still a bit stunned by the force he'd unleashed. That's good, then. The power was wild, but not beyond endurance, Mihawk answered, loosening his grip on his black blade and flexing hands still tingling from a blow. Glad to hear it. Let's keep going, Shiryu responded. Without another word, he shot upward from the heart of the sand cloud, blade whirling in a relentless storm as he rained down attacks on Mihawk's position. One sword's secret technique, frenzied splendor slash. In the blink of an eye, Shiryu unleashed dozens of crescent-shaped, massive slashes, raining them down directly onto the ground where Mihawk stood. On the ground, Mihawk raised his black blade and began to move as well, but he didn't release even a single slash. Instead, with a unique technique, he simply deflected the enormous attacks that came crashing from above. Suspended in midair with Moonwalk, Shiryu watched Mihawk's movements and couldn't help but be surprised. Every single one of his slashes had been diverted by Mihawk's black blade in an unbelievable manner, sent scattering harmlessly to the surroundings. None of them struck with their intended force. What kind of technique is that? Shiryu slowly descended from the sky and called out to Mihawk. Soft blade. Mihawk replied, keeping his eyes fixed on Shiryu. Huh, is this the soft blade realm you spoke of before? Shiryu asked with genuine interest. Indeed, Mihawk nodded. In that case, I'll have to experience it for myself. Without launching any more distant slashes, Shiryu charged straight at Mihawk, his battle blade swinging down in a direct attack. Steel clashed against steel once again. Mihawk met the strike with his black blade, but this time there was almost no force behind his defense. The moment their blades touched, Mihawk used a redirection technique, guiding Shiryu's sword harmlessly aside before suddenly channeling his strength and aiming a swift horizontal cut at Shiryu's chest. Shiryu felt his own blade fail to find purchase, a sensation of striking nothing, leaving him so frustrated he nearly coughed up blood. But before he could recover, Mihawk's horizontal slash was already upon him. Forced to defend in haste, Shiryu managed to parry the attack in an awkward fashion, drawing on his extensive combat experience to barely fend it off. He then leapt back, retreating dozens of meters, his gaze on Mihawk now stripped of the arrogance he carried since gaining his new strength. Just 3 exchanges were enough for Shiryu to draw his conclusions. He had indeed gained great power, so much so that he had forced Mihawk back by several dozen meters with a single clash. Yet, when it came to mastery over that power, he was still a step behind Mihawk, as the second exchange had proven. And as for skill, the third confrontation made it clear, even with his rapid increase in strength, close combat still offered him no real advantage. In fact, his inability to fully control his own power left him exposed to danger. So this is what it's like to face the world's greatest swordsman, the one who fought the red-haired Shanks to a draw. He's not so easy to deal with after all. Again, Shiryu steadied himself, cleared his thoughts, and charged forward with his blade once more. 2 hours later, the entire island was shrouded in swirling clouds of dust and sand before Mihawk and Shiryu's first spar finally came to an end. As the dust settled, Sander Sonia looked at the chaotic landscape, massive sword scars crisscrossing the island, and felt her eyelids involuntarily twitch. Fortunately, the two of them had been stopped by Brother Buggy earlier. If they had started fighting on La Skina, just a few rounds of sparring might have sliced the entire island into pieces. Looking at the two duelists now, Mihawk had a wound on his left shoulder. Although it wasn't deep, the blood looked rather alarming. On the other side, Shiryu bore 3 wounds across his chest. Also not deep, but bleeding profusely nonetheless. No one had expected that Mihawk would actually gain the upper hand in this bout. After bringing them back to the Thor, Chopper and Law immediately set to work treating their injuries with the medical equipment they'd prepared in advance. By evening, as Buggy sat with Hancock at the villa's entrance, watching the sun sink below the horizon, the silhouette of the Thor finally appeared in the distant sky. When the ship touched down and everyone disembarked, Buggy looked over at the two, both stained with blood, and asked with a hint of amusement, "Did you have your fill?" He didn't ask about the outcome, since he could already see it for himself. Asking further would be pointless, if not outright teasing. It was exhilarating. Mihawk nodded, clearly satisfied with the fight. "Captain, could I ask you for a favor?" Shiryu, his eyes glinting with satisfaction, didn't dwell on how pleased he was. Instead, he changed the subject. "Go ahead. If it's something I can help with, I'll do my best." Buggy replied with a nod. "I want a heavier blade. Now that my strength has increased, this sword feels weightless, and it's actually getting in the way during battle." With his strength now multiplied more than 100-fold, Shiryu was honestly struggling to adjust. The blade that once felt perfect in his hand now seemed to have lost all its heft. "How heavy do you need it?" After thinking it over, Buggy asked Shiryu. "Best would be 100 times the weight of my current sword, but..." Shiryu trailed off, not finishing his sentence. But Buggy understood what he meant. It wasn't that Shiryu didn't want to say it. He just felt it would be too much to ask. What he really wanted was a blade that kept the same size, but with 100 times the weight. Of course, a little larger would be fine, but too big and it would become unwieldy. "I get what you're saying. Honestly, it's going to be quite a challenge. Everything else is manageable, but the real issue is finding the right materials." "Don't worry. Let me think about it," Buggy said, not giving an immediate answer. "All right." Seeing that Buggy was willing to consider it, Shiryu let the matter drop. Later, as everyone busied themselves with their own affairs, Buggy took Hancock for a walk along the island's edge, pulling out his compass to study it. "Brother Buggy, what are you looking at?" Knowing the wonders of Buggy's compass, Hancock asked curiously. "I'm searching to see if there are any materials out there that could be used to forge the kind of sword Shiryu described," Buggy replied, not hiding anything. "So, did you find anything?" "This compass is turning in such a peculiar way," Hancock asked curiously. "It won't spin at all if we're missing something, but the way it's moving now reminds me of when we were searching for the Rumble Rumble fruit for bonus. This kind of motion, it looks like the materials we need are up in the sky," Buggy remarked, gazing calmly at the distant horizon. "In the sky? You mean Sky Island?" Hancock seemed a bit puzzled by Buggy's words. "Islands formed from clouds probably don't produce any metal. If I'm not mistaken, what we're looking for should be beyond the sky," Buggy replied. After hearing this, Hancock was a little stunned. "Buggy, is it really possible to get something from beyond the sky?" "There's definitely a way," Buggy said confidently. "First, we could have Sandersonia take bonus up there, but that would be extremely dangerous, so it's not an option. The only other way is for a star from beyond the sky to fall down here." As he spoke, Buggy felt a flicker of relief in his heart. It was a good thing he'd gone to see Fujitora and reached an agreement with him. If he hadn't, and had just asked Sandersonia to dig through the southwestern tunnel for the forging materials, their plans might have fallen apart. "Buggy, is there really someone who can make a star fall from the sky?" Hancock was astonished. After all, stars were something that, by all common sense, could only be admired from afar, never to be touched. "There's a monster I met on my last trip, a gravity fruit user. He's incredibly powerful and just happens to be capable of this. Let's rest. A few days, then we'll go find him. It'll be the perfect chance for everyone to get some new gear," Buggy said with a hint of excitement. Among the remaining members of the Red-Nosed Pirates, only Buggy didn't need a weapon. Hancock didn't have high demands for weaponry, but a blade at her waist would suit her, especially since she hadn't brought any of the Kuja's signature transforming snakes. Daz Bonus, though his strengths lay in long-range attacks, had recently been learning swordsmanship from Mihawk, so he'd need a weapon as well. Betty didn't use swords, but she needed a flamethrower that could withstand high temperatures, a request she'd made to Buggy after their last trip to the Sakozi Kingdom. As for Perona, who'd grown enamored with Mihawk, she wanted a sword for appearance's sake, even if she didn't use it. The Kung Fu sea cows needed custom gloves, and the baboon required a sturdy pair of boots. As for the rest, Law, Hawkins, Shiryu, they each needed a sharp, reliable blade. The only uncertain case was Mihawk himself. Buggy wasn't sure if he'd want to reforge his black blade or not. And of course, they couldn't forget Chopper, their lone outside ally on the ship. Even if he didn't need a weapon, a set of sharp surgical instruments would be a thoughtful gesture. So at this moment, Buggy wasn't worried about finding the materials. He was worried there might not be enough to go around. 2 days later after gathering everyone together for questioning, Buggy realized he had overlooked something. Not only did Sandersonia and Marigold Sakura 10 and Deadwood need to be reforged, but so did those other human imitators who had followed Mihawk to Ruzukana. What's more, Mihawk made it clear that if there was a metal better than the black iron used to forge the black blade, he wouldn't mind having his black blade reforged as well. To be honest, Mihawk was somewhat dissatisfied with the weight of the Black Blade. He sensed that he would eventually reach the realm of heavy blades, so replacing his equipment ahead of time seemed wise. After hearing all these requests, Bucky weighed his options and decisively stopped the training of the remaining human imitators. After all, now that the world government had officially recognized him, the crisis of combat power was resolved. Aside from that one baboon, there was no longer any need to continue training the rest of the human imitators. Instead, he thought it best to seize this opportunity and train that group of human imitators as farmers dedicated to cultivating the land. As for the gauntlets of bulls 1 through 5, Bucky had no intention of being stingy. He'd just treat them as a special benefit. Leaving the others behind to continue their cultivation, Bucky took only Hancock with him and had bonus pilot the Raijin to follow along on the journey. A day later, on that same peaceful little island, Fujitora had just reached the village entrance when he sensed a familiar presence. "It's only been a few days, and you've already changed your mind?" Fujitora asked Bucky, who was standing at the entrance. "That's not it. I'm here this time purely to ask a small favor of you. I hope you won't refuse," Bucky replied with a smile. "What kind of favor?" Fujitora asked, somewhat puzzled. "I need a special kind of metal, and it can only be found beyond this world. So, I was hoping you could help me by summoning down 1 or 2 stars from the sky that contain it." For a moment, Fujitora had a strong urge to draw his sword and cut him down. "Pyra Bucky, our cooperation is limited to the Southwest Tunnel. This is not within the scope of our agreement," he said with a shake of his head. Even if it was a trivial matter, he had no intention of lending a hand. "Don't say that, Isho. Since we've worked together once, working together again isn't such a stretch, is it?" Bucky answered with a grin. "Cooperation? I don't see anything worth cooperating on. If anything, you're the one asking me for favors. And tell me, how did you discover what kind of metal is locked inside the stars above?" Fujitora was no fool and wouldn't be so easily misled by Bucky. "That's a secret I can't share, so forgive me for keeping it to myself. What I can tell you is that just a fingernail-sized amount of that metal from the stars is enough to significantly enhance hardness and sharpness. Although the blade in your hand is quite decent, I believe you wouldn't refuse the chance to own a weapon that suits you even better, would you?" Bucky truly didn't believe a swordsman would pass up the opportunity to get a finer blade. "I honestly have no interest in that. The staff sword I carry works perfectly well for me, so there's no need to replace it." Still shaking his head, Fujitora showed no sign of agreeing to Bucky's proposal. "Name your terms," Bucky said, realizing persuasion alone wouldn't work, and swiftly changing his tack. "Don't you think the system of the 7 warlords under the king is rather unreasonable?" After a long moment of contemplation, Fujitora suddenly voiced this question. Well, Bucky honestly hadn't expected Fujitora to express dissatisfaction with the 7 warlord system at this moment, nor could he guess whether it was sparked by a particular warlord. The 5 elders have worked tirelessly to maintain the balance of 3 major powers: the Navy, the 7 warlords, and the 4 emperors of the New World. As long as this balance hasn't completely collapsed, those 5 old men would never willingly abolish the warlord system, even if, one day, the balance they've maintained does fall apart, unless someone of significant influence challenges the 7 warlord system amidst the changing tides. The chance of its abolition is practically zero. Of course, there's one exception. At this, Bucky paused. "I'd like to hear more." Fujitora smiled, his expression suddenly turning serious. "In exchange for summoning a star?" Bucky asked Fujitora, seeking confirmation. "That's acceptable." Fujitora nodded. For him, it was a small effort to exchange for such information. "Well, that exception is if someone deliberately hunts down the 7 warlords and succeeds repeatedly. Only then does a possibility arise." Bucky's viewpoint wasn't just idle speculation, it was grounded in reason. After all, the 7 warlords were chosen by the world government to keep other pirates in check, or, at least, that's how it appeared to the world. But if such powerful individuals were repeatedly hunted and taken down, the public would see the world government's judgment as questionable. If this happened again and again, soon only the most reckless pirates would accept the government's title. Once the government's top brass realized the warlord system had lost its effectiveness, they'd likely consider new ways to restore balance. At such a turning point, if someone with enough authority stood up to challenge the system, and there were others within the leadership who supported them, it might just prompt the 5 elders to sign off on abolishing the 7 warlords. After hearing Bucky's answer, Fujitora's brows gradually relaxed. So that's how it is. Indeed, it seems that's the only real possibility. But even that alone may not be enough. Fujitora was no fool. He naturally noticed the unspoken collusion Bucky was hinting at. If you've already guessed it, what more needs to be said? If you want to abolish the Shichibukai system, You'll need powerful allies working with you from the inside and out. Otherwise, you might as well give up, Buggy replied coolly. Is it not something one person can achieve? Fujitora fell silent for a moment as he asked. How could it be? Just think. Hunting down the powerful figures who hold the title of Shichibukai isn't something a single person can accomplish. And you'd also need backing from the highest ranks of the world government. Those people only care about their own interests, without enough benefit. There's no way they'll speak up for anyone. If you want their support, you'd have to become their mouthpiece. The current fleet admiral, Akainu, is just that kind of person. If you can convince him, then you might have a shot at success, Buggy said, pushing Fujitora to take action. Do you think that's even possible? Fujitora asked again. Honestly, I'd say there's a 90% chance it's impossible. I know a bit about Akainu. What he cares about is absolute justice, and he's not above using any means to achieve it. In his eyes, the Shichibukai might be evil, but with the four emperors out there, who are even worse, he'd never give up fighting them just to turn on the Shichibukai, who might even help him deal with the four emperors. Unless he's lost his mind, there's no way he'd agree. To your plan? Buggy said, shaking his head. His understanding of Akainu from the anime made it clear this was not a man prone to foolish decisions. A long and arduous road lies ahead, as the saying goes. Come on, let's deal with the materials you need first, Fujitora sighed, resignation in his voice. Then, please come aboard, Buggy said, making a gesture inviting Fujitora onto the ship. 3 days later, after a quick detour to Amazon Lily, the Raging Go sailed into the calm belt near the East Blue. Only then did Buggy tell Daz Bones to stop the ship. Mr. Isho, the star is right above us. Now, please, it's your turn, Buggy said. With a gentle smile, Fujitora lifted his cane sword and swung it toward the sky. Instantly, a circular slash shot upward, climbing higher and higher until it vanished from sight. Moments later, a colossal star came hurtling straight down toward the Raging Go. Without needing a word from Buggy, Daz Bones reacted instantly, firing up the engines and steering the ship away from the impact zone at lightning speed. As he watched the star plummet from the heavens, Buggy was a bit surprised. It didn't seem to be falling as fast as he'd expected. I can control the smaller meteors, but with something this massive, all I can do is guide it down. Beyond that, there's little I can manage, Fujitora said, a note of regret in his voice. After listening to Fujitora, most people aboard the Raijin were thinking the same thing. Being able to move a star is already an incredible feat, isn't it? If you could control a star as large as 2 islands, your destructive power would surely surpass even Whitebeard's. As he watched the star plummeting from the sky, Buggy turned to Betty and Sandasonia beside him and said, Now it's your turn. The 2 women nodded, and Sandasonia immediately took Betty and soared toward the sky. Buggy had made a special trip back to Amazon Lily to bring them along for precisely this moment. After all, when a star falls, the violent friction with the atmosphere would cloak the entire star in raging flames. Without Betty's abilities, Sandasonia wouldn't have been able to touch the star at all, let alone stop it. If they couldn't stop it, Buggy would have to arrange for someone to salvage it from the seabed of the calm belt, a task that was nearly impossible. The calm belt is a nest of sea kings. Anyone trying to salvage anything there would first have to contend with those mighty beasts. And given the size of the star, it would practically be an unachievable mission. Precisely because of this, Buggy had brought Betty and Sandasonia with him. With their combined efforts, and Sandasonia giving it her all, the massive star finally floated above the calm belt surface, just before plunging into the sea. 2 hours later, after the flames on the star's surface had died out and its temperature had dropped, Buggy leapt onto the star. He placed his hand on the star's surface and activated his refinement ability. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, tiny fragments of stone began to fall swiftly into the sea, and the star itself began to shrink in size. Several hours passed, and by the time the sun was high in the sky, Buggy finally stopped and returned to the ship. Now, floating beside the Raijin were 2 unfamiliar pieces of metal. One was a chunk of jet-black metal about the size of a cabinet, while the other was a sky-blue metal, no bigger than a common papaya. Are these the metal materials you wanted? Could you tell me more about them? I'm quite curious about metals that have to be mined from the sky, Fujitora asked Buggy. The large piece is meteoric iron, which is relatively common in meteorites. Because of its dark color, it's often called black iron. The smaller piece is a super metal rarely found in stars. I call it refined gold. If you're interested, Mr. Isho, you can test its weight. Although it's much smaller than the black iron, I guarantee it's far heavier, Buggy explained. After listening, Fujitora didn't reach out to feel the weight of the 2 metals. In truth, ever since Buggy had refined the 2 blocks of unfamiliar metal, Fujitora had already believed him. His questions were merely out of curiosity. After all, who can truly perceive the value of the stars beyond the sky? Not only did Bucky see it, but he also managed to extract the essence hidden within those stars. If this world weren't already filled with all sorts of inexplicable miracles, Fujitora might have mistaken Bucky for some kind of prophet or even a being beyond human. Shaking his head, Fujitora spoke slowly. Now that you've got the materials, what do you plan to break through the southwest tunnel? I'll set out once the crew's strength has grown even further. Mr. Isho, please come with us as well. The blacksmiths in Kuja City have impressive skills when it comes to forging blades. With these new materials, it's the perfect opportunity to upgrade your cane sword's quality. And let me properly thank you. Without your help, obtaining these two metals would have been nearly impossible. Fujitora didn't turn Bucky down immediately, but instead fell into thoughtful silence. For him, whether his cane sword was reforged or not wasn't truly important. His mind was on other matters. After pondering for a while, Fujitora finally looked up at Bucky and said, "Then I humbly accept your hospitality." Having secured the materials and invited Fujitora as a guest, Bucky saw no reason to linger outside any longer. He headed straight back to Ruzakana and had Hancock take the black iron and mithril to Kuja City. Forging weapons was never a quick task. The smelting of mithril alone, Bucky reckoned, would take a considerable amount of time, not to mention the design and crafting of molds. Re-equipping the crew would definitely not be finished overnight. Once Hancock had left, Bucky introduced Fujitora to the other members of the pirate crew. As for the likes of Bonus, Law, and Hawkins, they didn't have much to say. After all, their strength was on a different level than Fujitora's. However, when Mihawk and Shiryu, both masters of the sword on par with Fujitora, saw him, their interest was clearly piqued. For a whole month, the three of them sparred, their battles so fierce that the abandoned island they used as an arena was nearly shattered to pieces. Before they finally called a truce, it was only then that Fujitora truly grasped the strength of the Red-Nosed Pirates. The younger members, while not overwhelmingly strong, could still easily overpower a Marine Rear Admiral. As for the main combatants, aside from Bucky and Hancock, who hadn't shown their hands, the great swordsman Mihawk and Shiryu, who now deserved the title of Great Swordsman himself, left Fujitora deeply shaken. Whether it was Mihawk's mastery over the sword, or Shiryu's inhuman strength that defied all reason, Fujitora came to understand just how formidable the Red-Nosed Pirates truly were. And the more he realized their terrifying power, the more Fujitora was convinced that his ambition to abolish the warlord system could only be achieved with the support of the Red-Nosed Pirates. From beginning to end, Fujitora never brought up this matter with Buggy, although he realized that Buggy had invited him back precisely to make him see this truth. Fujitora was deeply hesitant about proposing any sort of alliance. The reason was simple. When someone asked him for help, they must pay a fair price, and likewise, if he asked someone else for assistance, he would also have to offer something in return. Unlike those trivial favors he could easily provide, helping the Buggy pirates to leave the ranks of the Seven Warlords and become a main force against them would require an extraordinary price. It was even more obvious that, aside from his own strength, Fujitora had nothing of real value to offer, and joining a pirate crew was never something he desired. Precisely because he knew he had nothing that could truly tempt Buggy, Fujitora had never even mentioned the idea of teaming up to abolish the Shichibukai system. Another month passed. When the cane sword, now fused with rare alloy, was finally delivered into Fujitora's hands, it marked the beginning of his countdown to departure. All good things must come to an end, not only for guests like Fujitora, who never actually joined the pirate crew, but even for the crew members themselves, who would one day part ways when the Buggy pirates eventually disbanded. After the farewell banquet, Buggy and Fujitora made their way to a quiet stretch of beach on the island. "Tomorrow's the day you leave," Buggy said with a hint of emotion in his voice. "The next time we meet, it'll be time to officially start digging the southwest tunnel, won't it?" "Yes, that should be the case," Fujitora nodded. "If we coordinate well, I think we could probably break through the tunnel in a day or two. If we really rush it, we could finish in a single day," Buggy replied. Having dug a tunnel before, he could easily estimate the speed. "When it comes to strong allies, I can never have too many," Buggy declared, flashing another inviting smile at Fujitora. "You know, it's not just me who recognizes your strength. I'd really love for you to join the Buggy pirates someday." "I truly don't want to join any pirate crew," Fujitora replied, shaking his head. Yet this time, his refusal was less resolute than before. Compared to his previous blunt rejections, this "I don't want to" was already a significant step forward for Buggy. "How about making the abolition of the Seven Warlords system the price for joining us?" Buggy suggested, making an offer that Fujitora couldn't immediately turn down. Fujitora fell silent, lost in thought. He remained that way for a long time, almost 2 hours, before finally turning to Buggy and asking, "Pirate Buggy, what is your true dream in founding this crew?" "To become famous," Buggy answered without hesitation. "But not the kind of fame that fades away. I want my name to be forever etched in history." Hearing Buggy's reply, Fujitora laughed, a hearty, unrestrained laugh, filled with genuine joy. So that's how it is. At this very moment, Fujitora finally understood why Buggy was willing to risk slapping the world government in the face just to invite him to join the pirate crew. It turned out that the invitation was merely a bonus. The real purpose was to make Fujitora a gravedigger for the Shichibukai system. So that's the mark he wants to leave on pirate history? As expected, everyone who came out of Roger's crew is anything but ordinary. Do you have a plan already? Fujitora pressed on, clearly indicating he was considering Buggy's proposal. I had a rough idea ever since we analyzed the Shichibukai system, though it's still incomplete, Buggy replied, nodding at Fujitora. And there's a part that depends on your stance, so I need to confirm it with you. My stance? Fujitora asked, puzzled. I've mentioned before, Buggy went on, his tone carrying subtle meaning, that abolishing the Shichibukai system will require both inside and outside forces. The outside refers to our pirate crew, but the inside, that's where things get interesting. How so? Fujitora inquired seriously. It all hinges on whether you're willing to be the inside, Buggy explained. If you want to do it on your own, then we'll have to wait until you've gained enough influence to make a move. That could take years. There's little chance of acting sooner. But if you're willing to join the crew right now, then all we need is to find someone with enough weight on the inside. It would save us a lot of time, though the downside is we can't guarantee how trustworthy that person would be. With that, Buggy fell silent. With a sigh, Fujitora reflected, looks like closing my eyes back then was a bit too hasty. He wasn't curious about Buggy's appearance. He was genuinely feeling the drawbacks of his blindness. While observation hockey could, to some extent, make up for his lost sight, sometimes even surpassing it, there were still things it couldn't replace. I'll board the ship after all, Fujitora finally decided, shaking his head. Without a special opportunity, there's no way I can reach the level you're talking about in a short time. And honestly, I'd rather be a pirate than an undercover agent rubbing elbows with those ugly-faced scoundrels. Thank you for your trust. I promise you won't regret the decision you've made today, Buggy said solemnly, extending his hand. I look forward to the day the Shichibukai system is finally abolished. Fujitora reached out as well, and the two men shook hands firmly. As the first rays of light appeared on the distant horizon, a new day had begun. 2 months later, the Red-Nosed pirate crew had completed their full equipment upgrade. Now that they were equipped with new weapons, every member of the pirate crew was brimming with fighting spirit, eager to make their mark. Especially after Fujitora joined them, everyone felt that the Red-Nosed pirates had grown far stronger than ever before. They no longer needed to worry about threats from the world government. Some even suggested they should simply announce to the world that they were discarding the title of Shichibukai altogether. But in the end, Buggy shook his head at this proposal. His reasons were straightforward. First, there was still an unfinished promise regarding the southwestern tunnel, a matter of principle for Buggy, something that had to be done, though it wouldn't take much time. Second, when it came to abolishing the Shichibukai system, he understood that doing so would shatter the delicate balance of power among the world's 3 great forces, a balance the 5 elders of the world government had spent countless years maintaining. This was something the 5 elders would never tolerate. While it was possible to ignore how the world government might react after the balance was broken, they still had to consider how to force the 5 elders into making the decision to abolish the system themselves. It was precisely this consideration that led Buggy to keep the title of Shichibukai for now. After all, there was still a crucial task that could only be accomplished while he held that title. Until it was done, the title was not to be discarded. For the time being, until the supplies for Amazon Lily were fully stocked, Buggy once again devoted himself to researching his abilities. The entire Red-Nosed pirate crew lay low, quietly gathering strength as they waited for the right moment. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half passed. Time leapt from the turbulent year of 1515 straight to the end of 1516. Though a year and a half isn't a long time, it was enough for many things to happen. Yet, after the earlier shockwaves caused by the Red-Nosed pirates, none of those smaller events were significant enough to become topics of idle conversation among the people. Across the world, everyone waited with bated breath for the Red-Nosed pirates to make their move again, particularly regarding the southwestern tunnel. As the much-anticipated protagonist, Buggy was, at that moment, on another deserted island in the Calm Belt, testing the results of his year and a half of efforts. That's right, Buggy's Chop Chop Fruit ability had finally reached its 3rd stage. the domain of ability or awakening. Ever since nearly 2 years ago, he had been pondering how to break through. It was during the clash between Fujitora and Shiryu that he finally gained the crucial insight, space. With this revelation, Buggy's progress advanced by leaps and bounds. Only upon entering the 3rd stage did he finally elevate the chop-chop ability from purely support and defense to a balance of offense and defense. Letting out a long, deep breath after unleashing one final punch, Buggy looked around at his surroundings. Satisfied with his progress, he nodded and prepared to leave. "Big brother Buggy." Just as he turned, Hancock's voice rang out from afar. Looking up, Buggy saw Fujitora, swaying gently, flying over with Hancock by his side. "Captain, is your retreat finally over? You seem to be in quite a good mood." Although Fujitora had no eyes, his mastery of observation hockey was so profound that he could almost read the emotions of those around him, as if reading their minds. "Haha, Isho, my friend, it seems your hockey has grown even stronger. Yes, my retreat has ended. How is everyone else doing?" After answering Fujitora, Buggy turned to Hancock, standing nearby. "My hawk is still the same as ever. Ever since he entered the realm of the heavy blade a year ago, there's been no word of him reaching the next level. But recently, when he sparred with Shiryu, the distance Shiryu gets knocked back has grown shorter and shorter, from over 30 meters at first to only 10 meters now. It's really starting to get on Shiryu's nerves," Hancock said, a sly smile tugging at her lips. "And what about Shiryu?" Buggy pressed on. "Shiryu's progress isn't as remarkable as Mihawk's. He doesn't care much about the stages you talked about, but he's a firm believer in your principle of overwhelming force conquering all. Over the past year, he's been working closely with Isho on the accumulation of hockey you mentioned. He's made quite a bit of headway, and even my own hockey has improved a great deal because of it." When she spoke of her own progress, Hancock's smile grew proud and radiant. Whether it was the result of her childlike fruit powers or something else, Hancock's temperament seemed unchanged after all these years. She remained much as she was at 18, which Buggy found utterly endearing. "And the rest?" Buggy nodded, urging her to continue. "You've already seen Isho's progress. Daz Bones, that stubborn fool, still hasn't finished the task you gave him. Instead, he's become obsessed with the way of the sword and the power of raw strength. Ever since you left Rizukana to come here for further training, he's lost his way a bit. But at least he's been training alongside my hawk and the others, and his strength has improved tremendously. With his current power and the rumble fruit, even if he can't defeat an admiral, he can at least hold off anyone for a good while. Paula's probably made the greatest strides of all. Her ability has awakened. Her hockey is still a weak point, but her domain is now nearly impossible to defend against. Her offense is lacking, but her defense is more than enough. Law's progress is mainly in his medical arts. Hawkins has completed one of the tasks you set for him, not casting curses from afar, but he can now use plants as substitutes. The baboons and Bull 3 have mastered hockey, though they still lack power, but their improvement is obvious. The other Kung Fu sea cows are still training desperately." At this point, Hancock paused, her lips twitching with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Let's talk more about Betty. What exactly has the little troublemaker done this past year to give you such a headache?" Bucky asked with a smile, catching sight of Hancock's expression. "Ever since you handed her the hilt of that special azure flame sword you made for her, she's changed completely. The girl went from being a suffocating chef to a downright violent, bloodthirsty cook. Over the past year, she's hardly spent any time honing her culinary skills. Instead, all she's done is chase after those master swordsmen too. Learn how to cut people down. You know, with her abilities, that blazing hot azure flame sword of hers became even more destructive once she mastered hockey and sword technique. Wherever she walks on Luskina's surface, she leaves behind a network of scorched, pitch-black ravines. Brother Bucky, you really need to have a word with her." Hancock was clearly pleased with Betty's rapid progress and strength, and Bucky could tell her annoyance wasn't about the destruction. After all, can you really call them pirates if they don't cause a little chaos? Captain, Fujitora chimed in, looking uncharacteristically uncomfortable. "I know it's not really my place to say this, but after eating grilled meat for so long, just the smell of barbecue makes me want to gag." Bucky burst out laughing. "So that's it. I wondered why we were getting grilled meat every single day for a while. Now I understand." At last, he realized what had been bothering Hancock. Thankfully, Betty's barbecue was actually delicious, which meant Hancock and the others could use it to trade for food with the Kuja tribe. Otherwise, the crew would have come to complain ages ago. "All right, let's head back. Tonight, Betty's going to cook us something decent for a change. The feast is about to begin." With that, Bucky leapt onto Fujitora's stone platform, wrapped an arm around Hancock, and headed back toward Luskina. That evening, As a lavish spread was brought to the table, Bucky raised his glass and stood at the head of the great round table. Everyone, first of all, I want to thank you for putting up with my whims, for being willing to spend your days bored on this island, training through the monotony. I'm grateful to you all. And now, let the feast begin. As soon as he finished, the crew sprang to their feet, glasses clinking, and laughter and merriment filled the room. 2 hours later, about halfway through the celebration, Bucky stood up again while everyone was still sober enough to listen. Everyone, from the very beginning, the Red-Nosed Pirates have had just one goal: to carve our own indelible mark into the history of piracy. To achieve this, we were never destined to settle down, claim territories, or build bases. Even though our strength now rivals the great powers of the New World, even though we could challenge the four emperors, I've never been tempted to fight those pawns of the world government for land or hollow titles. There's only one pirate king, and that was Captain Roger. No matter who claims the throne after him, they'll always be eclipsed by Roger's legend. This is also the reason I've never been interested in becoming the pirate king. Back in the days when I roamed the world, I gathered quite a bit of information and discovered that ever since the world government was established, they've been laying their plans for a very long time. Eventually, this led to the strange balance of power: Navy and the 7 warlords of the sea on one side, pitted against the 4 emperors on the other. Years rolled by, and the faces changed. New 4 emperors, new admirals, new warlords, but that peculiar equilibrium was never truly broken. Tell me, what if we abolished the system of the 7 warlords of the sea? Wouldn't that be interesting? Wouldn't it leave a bold stroke in the history of pirates? Captain, that would certainly be interesting, but how do we go about it? You know, there are only 2 ways to abolish the warlord system. Either force the 5 elders to sign an abolition decree, or overthrow the world government entirely. And honestly, neither path seems any easier than conquering the Grand Line and becoming the Pirate King. True to her role as an intelligence analyst, Paula went straight to the heart of the matter. Paula, the captain, would never try to overthrow the world government. Otherwise, that would have been his plan from the very beginning. Still, I'm curious about what he has in mind. As Hawkins spoke, he began his divination. I won't go into the details just yet, but I can tell you this: whatever else might be missing from this plan, battle will most certainly not be absent. Get ready, everyone. In 3 days, it'll be the new year, 1517. We'll leave Rizicana behind and set sail to give the world a year even more tumultuous and spectacular than the explosive events of 1515. A chorus of enthusiastic shouts rang out in reply. On New Year's Day of 1517, as Port Gasti set sail from the East Blue, the Thunder God drifted gently down into the calm belt under Fugitoris control, near the shores of Rizicana. After nearly 2 years of silence, the Red-Nosed Pirates, led by Buggy, were setting out once more. At this moment, the crew of the Thunder God was as follows: Captain Buggy, First Mate Dracule Myhawk, Bosun Boa Hancock, Main Combatant Shiryu of the Rain and Fujitora, Cook Betty, Intelligence Officer Paula, Shipwright Daz Bones, Dr. Trafalgar D., Water Law, Diviner Basil Hawkins, Search and Rescue Officer Ox 3, Observer Baboon, Toy Sailor C. Bull Moo Moo, and the exchange student Chopper, soon to return to Drum Island. As for Ox 1, Ox 2, Ox 4, and Ox 5, the backup search and rescue team members who hadn't mastered hockey, they were left behind in Amazon Lily to be trained under Marigold's supervision. Not long after the Thunder God set sail, the islands of Amazon Lily and Rizicana began to drift slowly toward the Grand Line, as if the entire world was holding its breath for the storm that was about to begin. This was something Bucky had discussed with Sandersonia early on. They had agreed to hide Amazon Lily within the Grand Line. Only this way could they avoid being easily discovered. After all, navigation in the Grand Line relies on log poses, and islands that drift into the Grand Line don't possess magnetic fields. It's just like Zoe, perched on the back of the giant elephant. Without a Vivre card, there's simply no way to find the route. This would make Amazon Lily and the neighboring islands much safer. Compared to the slow, steady movement of the islands, the Thunder God was practically racing at lightning speed. After leaving Rizicana, Bucky's original plan was to drop Chopper off first, since there were only a few days left until their promised meeting with Dr. Correja. However, Chopper, who had never been to an amusement park before, was eager to visit one before returning to Drum Island. Bucky didn't refuse this request. When it came to amusement parks, the first place that came to Bucky's mind was the Sabati Archipelago. After all, he was planning to see Rayleigh anyway, so he agreed without hesitation. Half a day later, as the Thunder God sailed along the edge of the calm belt, the towering red line could be seen in the distance. With a turn of the helm, the Thunder God began to travel alongside the red line, and soon, the Sabati Archipelago came into view. They landed directly in Area 30. Apart from the toy sailors left behind to guard the Thunder God, everyone else followed Buggy as they headed toward Area 13. Buggy hadn't intended to bring such a large group to meet Rayleigh, but who could resist the chance to meet a living legend, especially the former first mate of the Pirate King's crew? The younger pirates were practically buzzing with excitement. Buggy had called ahead and spoken to Shacky through a transponder snail, so when the group arrived at Shacky's rip-off bar, Rayleigh was already seated at the counter, leisurely enjoying a drink. "You finally made it. I thought you'd be even later," Rayleigh said, turning around to look at Buggy and his crew, a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Uncle Rayleigh, you know how fast the Thunder God is. Sailing from the Calm Belt to the Red Line, then along the Red Line too. Sabayety, it's like speeding down a highway. If we hadn't left a bit late, we'd have gotten here even sooner," Buggy replied with a laugh. "These must be the new members of the Red-Nosed Pirates, right? Looks like you've added a few more. And are those animals part of your crew too?" Before Rayleigh could answer, Shacky asked with curiosity. "Ah, these are all new recruits who joined after the bounty was placed on us. Let me introduce. This is Shiryu of the Rain, once one of the twin pillars of Impelled Down," Buggy said, introducing Shiryu first to show off his growing strength. "Shiryu of the Rain, huh? That explains a lot. It's been a long time, Buggy. You've really made a name for yourself. Even Impelled Down can't hold you back anymore." The moment Rayleigh saw Shiryu, he instantly understood a great deal. "I've heard your name for quite some time," he said. "It's rare to meet a formidable opponent. How about we find some time to spar? King of the Underworld, Rayleigh?" Shiryu nodded at Rayleigh, his tone already brimming with the desire to fight. Rayleigh chuckled warmly. "I'm not a young man anymore. This is the era of the youth, and there are countless strong people roaming the seas. There's no need for you to fixate on an old man like me." He shook his head, clearly interested in a match, but also well aware that his prime had long since passed. "This is Fujitora Isho, a formidable devil fruit user. His temperament is the closest to yours of anyone on our ship." Buggy's words were no exaggeration. Fujitora and Rayleigh shared more than a few similarities in both spirit and temperament. "Captain, I'm surprised to hear you say that," Fujitora replied, his voice easygoing. "Rayleigh, why don't we head to the casino together a little later?" Compared to Shiryu's battle-hungry attitude, Fujitora's suggestion was much more relaxed, which, perhaps unexpectedly, elicited a positive response. Rayleigh burst into laughter. "That sounds great. After we finish our talk, let's go together. It's been a while since I've had some fun there." His tone was cheerful and full of anticipation. "Uncle Rayleigh, now that I've introduced these two, let me present Gu-san, the Kung Fu Sea Bull from the waters around Holy Order Island. He's the only sea rescuer on our ship besides my hawk. Next to him is the Baboon King, master of mimicry from the Western Kai-Ar Kingdom of Karagana Island. And right here is Chopper, a doctor from Drum Island and a human fruit user, though he's not a formal crew member." After introducing the new faces, Buggy went on to acquaint Rayleigh with the rest of the crew. Once the greetings were exchanged, Buggy turned and said, "Betty Law and Hawkins, just as we discussed, take Gusan, the baboon, and Chopper to the amusement park. When you've had your fill, head straight back to the ship. Law and Hawkins, keep an eye out and try not to cause any major trouble. The rest of you can make your own plans, except for Hancock. Fujitora, would you mind waiting outside for a bit?" As soon as Buggy finished speaking, the group left the bar. "All right, Buggy, tell me, what kind of surprise do you have in store for me?" "I've been looking forward to this for quite a while," Rayleigh asked, curiosity glinting in his eyes, clearly pleased. Buggy sat down beside Rayleigh, taking a slow sip of rum as he spoke. "A little over 2 years ago, after I finished excavating the Northeast Tunnel, I wandered around the East Blue and found 2 people. One was the little guy who made Shanks give up his arm. The other, well, even I could hardly believe someone like that really existed. Monkey D. Luffy, huh?" Rayleigh mused, as if savoring the name. "I'd love to meet that kid." Shanks said he reminded him a lot of Roger. "As for someone whose very existence even you dare not believe, I must say I'm growing more and more curious. Tell me about it in a moment. But first, let me ask you, was it you who told me about Shanks regaining his arm?" Rayleigh asked Buggy. "Yes," Buggy nodded. "Back then, I passed through Dressrosa and happened to learn about someone with such an ability. Shanks was just lucky, that's all." "Is that so? Ha ha ha. Now, tell me about this person you find hard to believe exists. Who is it? If I'm not mistaken, this is the surprise you mentioned, isn't it?" Rayleigh stroked his beard as he asked. "Ha ha ha. Nothing can get past you, Uncle Rayleigh." But the entire world was fooled by Captain Roger's wife, Portgas de Rouge. Captain Roger had a posthumous son. His name is Portgas de Ace. As soon as Buggy finished speaking, Rayleigh shot to his feet, and Shacky stared at Buggy in utter disbelief. "Buggy, are you certain about this?" Rayleigh's expression was deadly serious as he questioned him. "I've investigated it from start to finish. There's no mistake. I've already met Ace, and we've talked. In a little while, he should come to see you himself. Once you lay eyes on him, I think you'll understand, Bucky replied with a firm nod. Is that so? What an utterly astonishing and delightful piece of news. I never thought there'd be something else to look forward to. Bucky, you've worked hard, Rayleigh said, clearly misunderstanding Bucky and assuming he'd gone through great ordeals, perhaps even infiltrating Impel Down to confirm Ace's identity. It was nothing, Uncle Rayleigh. Without your guidance back then, I wouldn't have made it this far, Bucky replied with genuine sincerity. All your achievements are your own, the result of your hard work and change. I played only a small part. So what are your plans now? The title of Warlord of the Sea isn't something you really wanted, is it? Rayleigh, considering everything, easily deduced that Bucky had only accepted the title of Warlord under duress. Right. Back when I infiltrated Impel Down and even Amazon Lily, I caught the attention of the Five Elders. Their letters of amnesty were sent directly to Amazon Lily. The sisters there helped me so much, I could never drag them into this. But I'll never forget the humiliation I endured. That's why I plan to teach the Five Elders a lesson, show them who they can threaten and who they never should have messed with from the start. Though Bucky rarely spoke about being forced to become a warlord, it was something he could never truly let go. As long as you have your own plans, that's good. The only advice I can offer is, never forget who you are, Rayleigh said. Feeling that their conversation had reached its end, he stood up and headed outside. Bucky-chan, I really am looking forward to seeing what you'll do, Shaki said with anticipation in her voice. Just wait and see, I promise. You'll be utterly amazed. Nodding, Buggy set his cup down and stood up, then headed off with Hancock for a stroll through the shopping district. By evening, as everyone regrouped and returned to the Thor, Des Bones once again fired up the ship's engines, and they set sail away from the Sabati archipelago. 2 days later, at Drum Island, situated in the first half of the Grand Line, Buggy escorted Chopper ashore before instructing Des Bones to set off immediately. It wasn't that Buggy didn't want to meet Dr. Correja. The real issue was that what he was about to do next would have such far-reaching consequences. Even Buggy himself couldn't predict just how furious the Five Elders might become. To prevent them from venting their wrath on others, Buggy decided to avoid leaving them any obvious targets. As for Rayleigh, Buggy wasn't worried at all. After all, the former right-hand man of the Pirate King was not someone to be trifled with. After leaving Drum Island, the Thor spent about a day at sea before arriving at Twin Cape, marking the entrance to the Grand Line. They didn't linger long. Uncle Crocus, the ship's doctor, there wasn't exactly a powerhouse, and Buggy didn't want Law's mentor getting caught up in any trouble. After relaying Ace's news to Crocus, Buggy departed Twin Cape without delay. With word passed to his 2 senior acquaintances and Chopper safely delivered, Buggy had cleared his plate of minor errands. Now, it was time to focus on the plan to upend the warlords of the sea. Of course, Buggy hadn't forgotten about the task of clearing the southwestern tunnel. But for him, this was both his first and last mission as a warlord. He'd take care of it before renouncing the title, but for now there was still some use in holding on to it. Until he had wrung every advantage from the title, Buggy had no intention of touching the Southwest Tunnel affair. On St. Island, back on the Grand Line, Buggy returned after 2 long years. This time, though, he wasn't seeking new crewmates. He was simply dropping by for a visit. Then, in Rain Base, the capital of Alabasta and the stronghold of fellow warlord Crocodile, Buggy and his crew came ashore and headed straight for their destination. Staring at the grandest casino in the rainy city, Buggy led the red-nosed pirates right toward the main entrance. Just as they reached the doors of the Rain Dinners casino, a man with a scar running vertically down his face suddenly appeared before them, carried in on a sudden gust of wind. What a show-off, Paula scoffed, unimpressed by the man's dramatic entrance. Buggy, what brings you here? Ignoring Paula, the man fixed his gaze on Buggy, awaiting an answer. We're both warlords, aren't we? I haven't had the chance to meet the others yet. Instead of waiting to run into everyone at Navy headquarters, when the world government summons us, I prefer to drop by on my own terms. So here I am, Buggy replied coolly, looking Crocodile in the eye. Speak plainly, Crocodile demanded. Crocodile didn't know much about Buggy, but from Buggy's reputation, he was well aware that the red-nosed pirate in front of him would never show up without a reason. All right, I heard you've recruited a bounty hunter who's been wanted by the world government for years. I'd like to meet her, if that's possible. Buggy spread his hands, answering in a tone that suggested he found the whole affair rather dull. Her? So that's who you're after. It seems the red-nosed pirates are truly well-informed. But what if I say no? Even though Buggy had brought along all the members of his crew, and their very presence felt suffocating too. Crocodile, the sand crocodile's pride wouldn't let him back down, not even a step against the red-nosed pirates. Of course, Crocodile wasn't foolish enough to be reckless, so he left himself an out by simply saying what if. It's not every day I come all the way to Alabasta. If I don't get to see the person I'm looking for, I doubt I'll be in a good mood. And if I'm not in a good mood, well, I might just decide not to help you destroy this country. What do you think would happen if I set my sights on tearing down the up-and-coming Baroque works instead? Buggy paid no mind to Crocodile's threatening tone. To him, Crocodile's strength simply wasn't worth worrying about. If Crocodile weren't a piece in Buggy's own plans, he wouldn't have bothered with him at all. Crocodile's brows knit tightly, and his gaze toward Buggy turned sharp and murderous. But in the span of a heartbeat, that dangerous look vanished. If you can find her, you can meet her however you wish, Crocodile replied. The implication was clear. If you can't find her, don't blame me. Are you sure you want me to find her? As Buggy spoke, an ominous air seemed to emanate from him. Crocodile's eyelid twitched as he suddenly recalled the photos of the Oba Kingdom Palace ruins he'd seen in the world news. With that, he pulled out a din-din mushi and dialed a number. Moshi Moshi, it's me, Crocodile said, his tone low and brooding as the line connected. What can I do for you, boss? Came a crisp voice, brimming with caution. There's someone who wants to meet you. A member of the Red-Nosed Pirates, Crocodile continued, glancing at Buggy. Is it really necessary to meet? The wary voice sounded again. I think we should. I doubt your boss would object, since I'll be trading information he'd find interesting, say, news about ancient weapons, for the chance to meet you. Buggy's voice cut in before Crocodile could respond. Agree to it. Crocodile barked at the din-din mushi after hearing Buggy's words, his eyes flashing with a cold light. All right, I'll be right there, came the reply on the other end of the line. Although Nico Robin sounded a little disheartened, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's talk again after I've met her, she said. After hanging up, Crocodile fixed his gaze on Buggy, who replied coolly, I'll be waiting. With that, a swirl of sand scattered into the wind. Once Crocodile's form had faded away, a tall woman dressed in purple and wearing sunglasses slowly approached the doorway, where Buggy and his companions were waiting. Would you mind coming to my place? I think you'd prefer a quiet spot for our conversation, wouldn't you? She asked directly as she stopped in front of Buggy. Lead the way, Buggy nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Buggy and his group followed Nico Robin to her home in Rain Base, a modest two-story villa. He left Paula and a few others resting downstairs, while Buggy and Hancock followed Robin up to the balcony on the second floor. Once the three of them had settled in, Nico Robin spoke first. Captain Buggy, may I join the Red-Nosed Pirates? Buggy let out a soft chuckle and refused her outright, without the slightest trace of hesitation. No, you may not. Robin didn't seem particularly upset by the rejection, but Hancock, sitting to the side, looked rather surprised. Considering how determined Buggy had been to come straight to Rain Base and meet this woman, Hancock had assumed he was planning to invite her aboard. May I ask why you refuse? Is it because of Crocodile? Robin asked, unable to fully let it go even though she'd half expected the answer. The reason isn't Crocodile, Buggy replied. In fact, once I'm done meeting you, I'll pass along to Crocodile the information he can only get through you. After that, you're special. Usefulness to him will be gone, and all that will remain is your own ability. I have to let you know, otherwise you'd surely end up blaming me for leading you into a trap. Hearing Buggy's words, Robin couldn't help but feel that this red-nosed man was already setting her up. But let's get back to the point, Buggy continued. Long ago, I actually had to choose between you and Paula. That was more than a decade back. At that time, compared to Paula, you stood out even more. The reason I didn't pick you was twofold. First, I needed an agent who could infiltrate the Navy headquarters, and you clearly weren't a good fit for that. Second, I didn't want to draw special attention from the world government back then. The choice was made years ago, so now there's even less reason to reconsider. All right then. After hearing these words, Nico Robin felt as if she were about to lose her mind. She had never imagined that the now world-famous red-nosed Buggy had set his sights on her a whole 10 years ago. Yet, for all sorts of reasons, she had ultimately missed the chance to join his crew. So what do you want from me now? Unable to restrain the anger welling up inside her, Robin's voice burst forth, sharp and biting. If I told you I only wanted to see you once, you probably wouldn't believe me. So I'll tell you the real reason. I'm here because of a third reason I didn't choose you all those years ago. Buggy's expression remained as calm and composed as ever. A third reason? Robin repeated, still utterly confused. Yes, the third reason. It's because you are the sole survivor of O'Hara, the last living scholar capable of deciphering the ancient texts. In truth, if your mother, Nico, Olvia, and the others hadn't made such a commotion searching for the true history, drawing the world government's attention, they never would have deduced that although scholars came from O'Hara, and the Buster Call wouldn't have rained down so suddenly. Of course, I don't say this to blame the departed, only to point out that the Buster Call was far too abrupt. Otherwise, Uncle Rayleigh and the others would certainly have come to your aid. As Buggy spoke, A note of genuine regret crept into his voice. It wasn't until she had heard Buggy out that Robin finally understood how the tragedy of O'Hara had unfolded all those years ago. The memories of her past surged up, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her cheeks. It took her a long while to compose herself. Now that you've finished crying, listen closely. Because you are unique, there have always been two groups searching for you over these years. The first is a familiar enemy, the world government spies, always on your trail. The second group is the Revolutionary Army, led by Monkey D, Dragon himself. Dragon has always called you the light of revolution. Their purpose in finding you is to keep you safe, and that is the third reason I chose not to bring you with me. Even after hearing all this, Robin still couldn't quite grasp Buggy's meaning. But one piece of news caught her by surprise. There really were people searching for her, people who wanted to protect her. If you wish to find the Revolutionary Army, all you need to do is go to Peach Island on the Grand Line. Tell the island's Okama that you are the one Ivankov has been searching for, and give them your name. I have no doubt you'll meet the Revolutionary Army soon enough, Buggy added after a moment's thought. Why are you helping me? Robin's confusion only deepened. I just want to see what you'll choose, Buggy replied, his voice full of inscrutable mystery. My choice? Do I even have a choice? Robin shot back. Of course you do, Buggy said, just not yet. Back in those days, Captain Roger reigned over the Grand Line, leaving behind many intriguing things along his journey. This slip of paper is something I traced from a stone of the ancient script, a note written in Roger's own hand. You can read the ancient language, can't you? With that, Buggy handed the slip bearing Roger's ancient writing to Nico Robin. This says, I was here. I will lead this text to the final island. Gold, Roger. How is that possible? Robin read the inscription aloud in a soft voice, then clapped a hand to her mouth in shock. The final island, Raftel. Only those with a special fate can ever reach that place. Red-haired Shanks traveled across half the world before he found someone with such a destiny. He entrusted Roger's hat to him. I've met the kid myself. He's the only one since Roger who might reach the final island and become the next Pirate King. Buggy put extra weight on the word straw hat. So this is the choice I'm meant to face. At last, Nico Robin understood what Buggy had meant by choice. That's right. I've told you all this because I wanted to see what you would choose. Now that I've said what needed saying, it's time for me to go. With those words, Buggy stood up. Wait, there's still so much I don't understand. Robin stood as well, stretching out an arm to block Buggy's path. Nico Robin, knowing too much without having enough strength is dangerous. This is as much as I can tell you. Honestly, if it weren't for my own curiosity, I wouldn't have bothered meeting you at all. That's all there is to it. Now, I really must go. Your boss is waiting, and I think his patience is wearing thin. Brushing aside Robin's hand, Buggy strode toward the stairs. Once he'd left Robin's place and passed beyond the City of Rain base, Buggy spotted Crocodile, who had been waiting for quite some time. Is it time to talk? Crocodile asked as Buggy approached. The poneglyph that records the ancient battleship Pluton is indeed hidden somewhere within this country. That much you already know. But have you ever considered, after 8 or 9 centuries of wind and sand, whether that ancient warship could still function? Buggy's words took Crocodile by surprise. You really do know a lot. But I'm not giving up, Crocodile replied in a cold, grim tone. I never said you should. I'm just saying, instead of wasting your efforts on some ancient junk that might not even work, wouldn't it be wiser to pick an easier path from the start? Buggy's voice carried a sly undertone. An easier path? You bastard. What are you getting at? Crocodile fixed Buggy with an unblinking stare. What I want to say is that, when it comes to the ancient warship Pluton, the only thing you're probably interested in is that main cannon. One shot from it could wipe out an entire island. As for the ship itself, it's not of much use to you, am I right? Crocodile didn't respond to Buggy's words. He simply kept staring at him in silence. All right, I'll just come out and say it. I know where the blueprints for Pluton are. I figure that's something you'd actually find useful, isn't it? Buggy smiled with utter confidence as he looked at Crocodile. Your terms, Crocodile said at last, his voice low and gravelly after a brief pause. When I give you the signal, you have to step out and voice your support for me, Buggy replied without hesitation. Deal. But only after I confirm you're telling the truth. Crocodile agreed after a moment's thought. After all, the title of Warlord of the Sea didn't mean much more to him than it did to Buggy. It was just a name to be used. Grand Line, Water 7. The man who just became mayor, Icebug, he's got the blueprints in his hands. Oh, there's one more thing you should know. The world. Government spies have already infiltrated his side. It's CP9, the agency stationed at Eni's lobby. That's all the intel I've got for you. Buggy stopped there. Understood. You can go now, Crocodile said with a nod, making it clear Buggy was dismissed. Hey, Crocodile. Aren't you even a little curious about what I want your support for? Buggy didn't leave, but instead shot Crocodile a question. An exchange of information for a promise of vocal support. As long as your news is genuine, even if it means standing against the world government, I don't care. Support is just support. It doesn't imply anything more, Crocodile replied, unfazed. That's all I needed to hear. Keep an eye on the newspapers in the coming days. All right, everyone, let's go. With a sweeping gesture, Buggy led his crew back toward the Raijin. Not long after they left Rain Base, Fujitora spoke up, turning to Buggy. Captain, your plan has already begun, hasn't it? Yeah, it's underway, Buggy nodded, answering as he strolled leisurely through the desert. It's a bit different from what I imagined. I thought you'd take a more direct approach, Fujitora said, sticking close to Buggy's side, having overheard his conversation with Crocodile. Crocodile is only the first step in this plan, and it's not just about using the blueprints of an ancient weapon to stir up trouble between both sides. The real aim is to have Crocodile draw attention away from us. For the five elders, there are only a handful of things left in this world that can truly threaten their hold. One is the blank century of history, and another is the ancient weapons. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to interfere with the iceberg will infuriate the five elders beyond measure. I can't predict to what extent things will escalate, but one thing is certain. Crocodile's warlord title will be revoked. And as long as the five elders take that step, my objective will be achieved, Buggy said to Fujitora, his voice calm and unhurried. But Captain, Crocodile isn't a fool. Even if he can't see that the ancient weapon is the five elders' bottom line, he'll surely realize that once he joins the struggle for the blueprints of the ancient warship Pluton, his warlord status will be forfeit. Not only that, but he'll end up in direct conflict with the world government. Will you really walk right into your trap so easily? Bola voiced her strong doubts about whether Crocodile would obediently step into the snare her captain had set. He knows he's out of options. I've already told him that I'm aware of the ancient poneglyph about Pluton. If he doesn't play his part as I've arranged, I'll expose the fact that Nico Robin can read the ancient script and that Alabasta hides the poneglyph marking Pluton's location. When that happens, not only will he lose the chance to seize the blueprints, he'll also be driven out of Alabasta by the full force of the world government. He's a smart man. He understands exactly what I mean and knows what he needs to do, Buggy replied with confidence. After all, how could a schemer capable of staging a coup be too dense to see through such a simple ploy? Then, Captain, are you planning to deal with the other warlords in the same way? Shiryu asked, a little worried that there might not be any fights left for him. Of course not, Buggy shook his head, understanding what Shiryu was getting at. Other than Crocodile, among the five warlords apart from myself and Sandasonia, none can be dealt with so easily. A few clever tricks might work on Crocodile, but for the others, we'll need something far more drastic. Captain, does that mean we're about to go to war? At the mention of battle, Shiryu couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, that's right. Once I finish my first and last act as a warlord under the king, we'll begin forging the legend of the Red-Nosed Pirates. Buggy nodded, making no attempt to hide his intentions. After all, everything was ready for war. What are we waiting for, then? Big brother Buggy, let's head to the South Sea and break open the Southwest Tunnel first. Betty, whose personality had taken a bit of a turn, could barely contain her eagerness. All right, let's go. Buggy replied helplessly as he looked at Betty, who had already set foot on the path of a warmonger and was moving further down.